Qin Feng traversed through the ancient wilderness to become the eldest son of the Qin family, while his twin brother was the legendary Chosen One, possessing an unparalleled supreme bone that he initially believed he could ascend the peaks of life by relying on his brother, only to encounter an unconventional system that suggested a future as a villain was more promising. Ding. Extract the supreme bone from your brother to gain invincible double pupils. Qin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. What nonsense! That is my beloved Qin, my brother. The entire ancient wilderness began to scorn him for his ruthless pursuit of power. Chapter 1. My brother is the Chosen One. It's over. What a disaster. Qin Feng cursed the heavens in despair, questioning the fairness of his situation. Just a few days ago, he was diligently working on screws for his boss in anticipation of marrying a young wife next year. Who would have imagined he would be inexplicably reborn as an infant in a womb, developing in an indecent manner? After collecting information for several days, he discovered that he had not returned to his original world. Instead, he found himself in a fantastical realm known as Huanggu. Here, demons coexisted, immortals mingled with mortals, and mighty beings could split mountains and sever rivers, summon winds and rains, and dominate the heavens and earth with a single word. That he thought that a person as ordinary as him, akin to a fish out of water, would not survive even 3 episodes in such a fantastical world. However, the surprise was astounding. His father turned out to be the head of the Qin family. The Qin family was renowned for its multitude of experts and prodigies, feared throughout Huanggu, and was known as the foremost family of the ancient wilderness. With such a powerful background, he could navigate Huanggu with ease. There was nothing that could not be resolved by merely calling out father. If that failed, shouting mother would suffice. His mother was no ordinary woman either. She was the holy maiden of Taibai Xianshan, one of the 3 sacred lands. If calling upon his parents proved ineffective, there were still 10 ancestral-level experts within the family to rely upon. As long as he avoided provoking the protagonist with an innate halo, he could do as he pleased. A protagonist? This was truly a farce. Qin Feng began to suspect he was overthinking. How could the real world possibly contain such absurdities, where generations of effort could be overshadowed by a mere twist of fate? Yet he soon realized that the laughter would fade. That day, his yet-to-be-seen mother consumed a bowl of elixir meticulously prepared by the Qin family. This elixir possessed miraculous powers, enhancing the potential of the unborn child. The more one consumed, the stronger the potential to ensure that this little baby from the Qin family would have a head start in life. They had even employed secret methods to delay his birth by 100 years. It was now 97 years in. Just 3 more years, and he would be born. However, before Qin Feng could begin absorbing the elixir, an external force absorbed the energy, leaving him utterly drained. He felt more exhausted than he ever had during his previous life, realizing that he was not alone. A terrifying little creature was nearby, but if it continued to drain him at this rate, he would perish within days. What manner of beast is this? Qin Feng's heart raced with terror as he sought to distance himself from the creature. But in such a confined space, there was no escape, and he could only watch helplessly as his energy was siphoned away. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Epic level Chosen One detected. System activating. This creature is the protagonist? Qin Feng felt an overwhelming panic surge within him. It is well known that being related to a protagonist is a perilous existence. One is either silenced to advance the plot or becomes an obstacle to the protagonist's growth, often leading to a tragic fate. Even if he managed to survive, he would be ruthlessly crushed by fate, leaving him exhausted and unable to rise again. Affirmed Qin Feng's fears. He suddenly perceived the attributes of his brother's protagonist aura. Epic level protagonist halo, a once-in-a-millennium exclusive aura devoid of reason. No questions asked. It is merely the setting. Luck value enhancement, 99.99. Comprehension value enhancement, 99.99. Potential value enhancement, 99.99. Charm value enhancement, 99.99. Family reincarnation rate, 50. Note: in life and death crises, the halo activates additional enhancements. Additional enhancement effects as follows. Luck value additional enhancement, 99.99. Comprehension value additional enhancement, 99.99. Potential value additional enhancement, 9,999. Charm value additional enhancement, 99.99. Family reincarnation rate, 99.999. What the hell? Is there no law? Is there no justice? Qin Feng couldn't help but curse, his heart screaming in anguish. Clearly, he was the one who traversed worlds. How did his brother become the protagonist? What did that make him? A villain? Ding. Host identified as the destined great villain. Universe super invincible villain system activated successfully. The air fell silent. A handsome figure was overwhelmed by a sudden realization. Having a twin brother as a protagonist was already dangerous enough. Now he was to be cast as a destined great villain. Was this not akin to searching for excrement in a restroom? With a lantern, simultaneously, he had to contemplate his future course of action that he resolved to be unready, uninterested in lust, refrain from taking disciples, avoid establishing sex, and live a low-profile life. He could endure not standing out, but he could not be reckless. He would avoid provoking both the talented and the untalented, steer clear of rescuing damsels in distress, and keep his distance from prominent figures like Yilin, Qin Shao, Chu, Qin Wang, Su Feng, and Zhou. Most importantly, he must never indulge in sinister laughter. Ding. Friendly reminder. Based on the analysis of the host character, the host is greedy, lecherous, boastful, and exudes flamboyance, embodying all the qualities of a true man. He would never settle for a humble life or be a diligent, upright individual. Qin Feng could no longer contain himself and erupted in a torrent of profanities. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Do you not have a conscience saying such things? I have always been compassionate. Whenever I see the girl next door bathing, I kindly help her open the window for fresh air. When I notice old Wang is away, I look after his wife. Whenever I encounter a homeless girl, I provide her with a warm home. My friends say I possess the qualities of a prime minister, but I just want to be a good neighbor, quietly helping others with their plumbing. Yet, just as Qin Feng finished listing a fraction of his virtues, the system's voice chimed again. Ding. The villain starter pack has been successfully distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine level halo, the potential of a great emperor. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the divine level cultivation technique, the 33 heavens transformation technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the mythic level epic item, the full level red-haired old monster experience ticket. Great Emperor's potential. A mythic halo that grants a tenfold enhancement to all attributes upon use. Note. Adjustments will be made based on the enhancement of original attributes. 33 Heavens Transformation Technique. A mythic cultivation technique born from the cosmic explosion, capable of seizing the heavens and transforming destiny. Full-level red-haired old monster experience ticket. A mythic level epic item that allows one to experience the joy of a full-level red-haired old monster, suppressing all who dare. To claim invincibility, note, lasts for 24 hours, cooldown period of 10 years. Qin Feng stared blankly at the attributes of the items, suddenly finding the notion of being a villain not so unappealing. If you are my brother, then come at me. No. He had been raised on Confucian teachings, growing up as a respectable gentleman through the study of the Analects. How could he willingly descend into the depths of villainy? Absorb, absorb, absorb. That's all you know. Qin Feng realized his brother was still siphoning his energy and kicked him directly in the face. Confucius said, "A gentleman must act decisively to establish authority." Chapter 2. My son possesses the potential of a great emperor. With a single kick, his brother not only did not comply, but retaliated with a punch. What the hell? This brother is not meant to linger. Qin Feng's anger surged to its peak in an instant, prompting him to activate the aura of the great emperor. Ding dong. The aura of the great emperor has commenced, granting a tenfold enhancement to all attributes. Qin Feng could distinctly perceive the transformation in his body, each part imbued with newfound strength. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng advanced and delivered another kick, a stark contrast to his previous endeavors. His second brother seemed to sense the formidable nature of this strike, and, aware that Qin Feng was not to be trifled with, quickly became docile, refraining from absorbing energy. From him, what a so-called chosen one, a cowardly creature that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Qin Feng thought with disdain, unable to resist delivering another kick to his second brother. Ding dong, detected host's kick on the chosen one, gaining 10 villain points. 10 villain points. Qin Feng, drawing upon years of experience, attempted to summon the system shop within his mind. In the next moment, a system shop materialized in his consciousness, filled with treasures that gleamed with dazzling light, almost blinding in their brilliance. Among the items was the Wang Ba Qi, a divine-grade aura that could compel men to brave any peril and inspire unwavering loyalty in women, while even spirit pets would become fiercely devoted. The price was a staggering 99,999 villain points. Next was the Blackened Heart, also divine grade, which could double battle power based on anger levels, priced similarly. Lastly, the Heavenly Sacrifice Law, a passive divine skill that could ignite when a loved one was slain, granting unparalleled power, disregarding all levels, also at 99,999 villain points. This all seems quite formidable, yet the prices. Qin Feng felt a twinge of desire, but the multitude of ellipses was undeniably daunting. As a gentleman well-versed in Confucian thought, he understood the necessity to overcome challenges. Confucius once said, "To revisit the old and learn the new, one can become a teacher." Suddenly aware that his second brother seemed restless again, Qin Feng lifted his small foot and delivered a kick to his face. Ding dong, detected host's kick on the chosen one, gaining 10 villain points. Still in a fetal state, Qin Feng soon found himself exhausted and could only call upon the system to prepare for the 33 days of creation decision to restore his energy. Ding dong, the 33 days of creation decision has begun to infuse. Boom! In an instant, a torrent of immense information surged into Qin Feng's mind, revealing the meridians within his body, as if the secrets of the cultivation method were etched in his consciousness. Impossible to forget that this cultivation method truly powerful. Unaware of the cultivation system of the primordial world, Qin Feng could not discern the quality of the method, so he began to practice according to the instructions in his mind. Boom! Qin Feng swiftly entered a state of meditation, his mind enveloped in tranquility. The surrounding energy was drawn into his body like a tempest, causing his second brother to cower in the corner of the womb, trembling in fear. The little one has finally quieted down. Yunxie, the matriarch of the Qin family and a former saintess of the Taibai Xianshan, lovingly caressed her burgeoning belly. The little one had been quite mischievous, exhausting her patience. Suddenly, Yunxie sensed something amiss. The little one within her was absorbing spiritual energy in a remarkably rhythmic manner, as if practicing a cultivation method. Accompanying cultivation method, the phrase flashed in her mind, and the joy on her face was undeniable. In the primordial world, cultivation methods were classified into 6 tiers, from lowest to highest: Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, Sheng, and Shun. The 4 lower tiers were devised by martial arts masters, allowing practitioners to reach a state of perfection. The higher tiers, Sheng and Shun, required comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth to create, and only the originators could achieve perfection, while others could only approach it closely, meaning they could never inflict full damage. To gain strength, one must create their own unique cultivation method to attain perfection. The unborn child, in a state of innate potential, was said to be capable of sensing the existence of the laws of heaven and earth. However, in its current unconscious state, it would not actively cultivate. Possessing an accompanying cultivation method was indeed a rare occurrence. Once the child began to cultivate, it would start with at least a sacred level method, boasting a perfect compatibility, thus being naturally ahead of the curve, a true prodigy. This was precisely why the Qin family spared no expense, employing secret methods to delay Qin Feng's birth by 100 years. Child, you truly bring glory to your mother. Yunxie was filled with joy, knowing her status within the Qin family was unassailable. Even the ancestors would greet her respectfully as a benefactor. Her child was creating a cultivation method above the celestial tier, an existence that would undoubtedly ensure the family's prosperity and be regarded as a treasure of the clan. Soon, several elders of the Qin family received the news and ceased their seclusion to offer their congratulations. Xia, you're a great benefactor to our Qin family. Do not bear any psychological burden. Feel free to express any requests. Nothing is beyond our Qin family's reach. Are you comfortable? If not, I shall immediately arrange for a replica of Taibai Xianshan to make you feel at home. Why only 1 bowl of immortal liquid a day? If the Wang family sees this, they might think our Qin family cannot afford it. Let's have another bowl, 1 bowl every hour. As the elders chattered endlessly, a cold scoff suddenly resonated in their ears. Return to your cultivation. If you startle the child, I shall hang you from the crooked tree at the Qin family's entrance. The elders scattered like frightened birds, akin to unruly children facing their strict teacher. Despite their advanced age, the youngest among them was still several thousand years old. However, this figure was the second elder of the Qin family, and before him, they felt like mere children. If truly hung from the crooked tree, how could they ever show their faces again? Greetings, esteemed elder. Yuanxia hurriedly prepared to kneel in respect, surprised that even the second elder had been stirred. But before she could lower herself, a gentle force halted her. You are with child. Such formalities are unnecessary. Focus on nurturing the baby. The cultivation method he comprehends from the laws is extraordinary, filled with boundless potential. I perceive he possesses the qualities of a great emperor. The second elder did not appear in person, leaving only his authoritative voice behind. Meanwhile, the entire Qin family mobilized, summoning numerous elite disciples and experts to encircle and protect Yuanxia, ensuring that even a mosquito passing by would be thoroughly scrutinized. My son possesses the qualities of a great emperor. Beside Yuanxia, a robust man grinned foolishly. He was Qin Tian, the current head of the Qin family and Qin Feng's adoptive father. Behave yourself. Yuanxia shot him a charming glare, nearly causing Qin Tian to lose his composure, wishing to impart a lesson to his son regarding filial piety through discipline. However, realizing the significant importance of the little one to the family, he reined in his strict demeanor, hoping the child would understand his father's concerns and emerge. Soon, however, Qin Feng showed no intention of leaving, continuing his daily routine of eating, sleeping, and kicking his brother. Chapter 3. A traitor among us. Transactions forbidden. Madam, push harder. 3 fleeting years passed, and the day of Qin Feng's birth finally arrived. The entire Qin family was bustling with activity as all the elite disciples stood ready for the momentous occasion of welcoming another prodigy into the clan. Any suspicious individuals encountered would be dealt with swiftly and decisively. Why is it not done yet? Qin Tian paced anxiously outside, his heart aching at the anguished cries of his wife from within. Oh, not be nervous. All is well. Several elders of the Qin family, seasoned veterans, calmly sat in the courtyard sipping tea, though their eyes occasionally darted towards the door, revealing that their composure was somewhat feigned. While the accompanying cultivation techniques were rare, the Qin family, as the foremost ancient clan, was still able to procure a few volumes. Their true concern lay with Qin Feng, a remarkable individual who had comprehended the accompanying cultivation technique in the womb and achieved a state of consummate mastery. Upon birth, destined to become an invincible entity of his caliber. Much like a nuclear deterrent, no family would deem such a master excessive. In a world where strength was revered, the prosperity of a clan depended on the abundance of such talents, and they held high hopes for this unborn child. At this moment, Qin Feng discovered that his younger brother harbored ambitions of usurping him, and in a fit of anger, he kicked him aside. Ever since he awakened the aura of imperial potential and practiced the 33 heavenly transformation technique, he had diligently disciplined his brother, establishing his authority as the elder sibling. Now, upon sensing any movement from him, the little one would immediately cower in a corner, trembling. Each day, he consumed the elixirs first, only allowing his brother to partake of the leftovers after he was satisfied. Moreover, his points of villainy had accumulated to over 33,200, awaiting an opportunity for grand expenditure. The 3-year period has arrived. I am destined to emerge. Qin Feng envisioned a radiant future and was eager to make his entrance into the world. Yuanxia writhed on the bed, her small hands gripping the sheets tightly, nearly driven to madness by the trials of childbirth. With a piercing scream, she finally reached her limit, and Qin Feng was born, announcing his arrival into this ancient world with a resounding cry. Yet, in his current state, he could only produce a loud wail. Wah, he is born. My son Qin Feng has come into the world. Outside, Qin Tian was so overwhelmed with excitement that he stumbled over his words. The weight in his heart finally lifted. Whether it was fate or some other force, after discussions among the Qin family, they named the child Qin Feng. Ding dong, the system detects the birth of a destined great villain. A unique celestial phenomenon is initiated. Thunder rumbled ominously as the once clear sky transformed into a mass of dark clouds, abruptly dimming the daylight, and a strange blood-red moon appeared overhead. The heavens displayed signs. A prodigy was born. The celestial phenomenon confirms that my son Qin Feng indeed possesses imperial potential. Qin Tian laughed ecstatically towards the heavens, as if to proclaim this joyous news to the world. The surrounding disciples of the Qin family gathered to congratulate their patriarch on the birth of such a remarkable son. Yet, the elders, who should have been jubilant, gazed gravely at the ominous blood moon. The appearance of the blood moon heralded calamity. The blood moon's rise signified the decline of nations, an omen of impending disaster. It foretold of famine, conflict, drought, and death, indicating a world where righteousness waned and malevolence thrived, where the winds of change stirred turmoil, and the mountains and rivers lamented. This child may very well bring calamity to the ancient world. The elders exchanged solemn glances, knowing it was impossible to forsake their own talented progeny. Since a great tribulation was unavoidable, the Qin family resolved to confront it head-on. Other factions in the ancient world cast wary glances at the blood moon, hastily dispatching scouts to uncover the origins of this prodigy, while also strategizing for the forthcoming calamity. As the seemingly tranquil ancient world began to stir with undercurrents of unrest, this moment, Qin Feng was cleaned and presented before Qin Tian. "This is my adoptive father? How unattractive." Upon seeing his rough and burly adoptive father, Qin Feng's dreams of a handsome figure were shattered. He couldn't help but wonder if his mother had borne him out of spite. However, upon catching sight of his pale-faced mother on the bed, his disappointment was somewhat assuaged. With brows like emerald feathers, skin as white as snow, a waist as slender as silk, and teeth like pearls, she was undeniably the most beautiful ancient beauty he had ever seen. He surmised that his future appearance would not disappoint, and that he could likely rely on his looks for sustenance. Good, good, good. My son Qin Feng indeed possesses imperial potential. After examining his son's innate qualities, Qin Tian could hardly contain his joy. It was unfathomable. His son's innate talent was truly terrifying, far surpassing that of other newborns by several times. Moreover, having begun unconscious cultivation in the womb, he was born with the cultivation level of the sixth realm of Qi and blood, making him incomparable even to talented. Children of 8 or 9 years from the same clan at that moment, the midwife suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, madam, there's another one in the womb. It's twins." Twins! The Qin family members immediately lost their composure. They had believed Yun Xie was carrying a single child, and were astonished to learn there was a second. Considering how formidable the first was, with the comprehension of techniques beyond the celestial level and the manifestation of celestial phenomena, one could only imagine the potential of the sibling born at the same time. As anticipation filled the air, the midwife shook her head after examining the second child, indicating that the little one was currently unwilling to emerge. It was not a matter of proving individuality. It was a declaration that he intended to reclaim the nutrients he had lost, firmly claiming his place in this dual existence. Unwilling to come out. What does that mean? Qin Tian immediately lost his composure, reaching out with his robust right hand to grasp the midwife by her collar, demanding that she bring forth the second child at all costs. The midwife felt quite distressed, having already assessed the situation. The second child was still too small, evidently malnourished. If delivered now, he would certainly be a premature infant with congenital deficiencies, requiring at least 3 more years of care. 3 years. 3 years after 3 years. Qin Tian felt utterly devastated upon hearing this, not expecting to wait an additional 3 years. Yet, even with 100 unwilling thoughts swirling in his mind, he had to consider the greater good and could only resort to using secret techniques to delay the second child's birth by 3 years. This fantasy is a bit absurd. Can one be born halfway and left halfway? Qin Feng stood by, utterly bewildered, his mind racing with frantic thoughts. There's an insider. Hurry and put me back. I still want to continue beating my younger brother. Chapter 4. Aspiring to become the fastest man. Good son, call me father. Qin Tian playfully teased the swaddled Qin Feng, reveling in the joys of fatherhood. Yet, Qin Feng showed no regard for this amusing old man. Whenever he was urged to call him father, he merely responded with an innocent acknowledgement, which left the old man's face darkened, while his mother laughed heartily. Nevertheless, the old man remained undeterred, insisting on calling out dozens of times each day. Childish. Qin Feng dismissed the antics of his comical father and summoned the system to open the system all. Ever since his birth, he had noticed a slowdown in his cultivation speed. According to the system, the rapid progress he made while in the womb was not solely due to the elixir, but also because of his mother's guidance as a skilled practitioner. Now that he was born, everything depended on his own efforts. However, with merely over 30,000 villain points, he found it challenging to acquire any effective means to enhance his cultivation swiftly. Suddenly, the system spoke. It is recommended that the host purchase the Inside Halo, which can significantly enhance one's comprehension. By understanding the first layer of the 33 Heavens Transformation Sutra, your cultivation will yield remarkable results. Inside Halo increases the host comprehension by 100 times, exchange cost, 30,000 villain points, effect duration, 1 month. 100 times comprehension. Even a pig with such an enhancement would become a genius, let alone he, a prodigious talent steeped in elixir for a century. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng nodded in agreement to the exchange. Relative to rapidly enhancing his cultivation, he yearned more for a swifter grasp of the 33 Heavens Transformation Sutra. According to the records in his mind, mastering the complete 33 Heavens Transformation Sutra would render him an immortal being. Even if killed, he could resurrect from his blood. It was indeed an essential skill for villains who engage in murder and theft or covet others' wives. He was a proper gentleman who studied the intellects. How could he ever stoop to becoming a villain? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 30,000 villain points and successfully exchanging for a month of Inside Halo. A thunderous sound echoed in Qin Feng's mind, causing a sensation akin to his soul leaving his body. Many aspects of cultivation that had previously eluded him suddenly became clear. As spring passed into autumn, 3 years swiftly elapsed. Qin Feng, now 3 years old, had blossomed into a charming little darling. With his harmless demeanor and the social acumen learned from his previous life, he greeted everyone with a smile, thriving within the Qin family. Regardless of whether they were single young ladies or married women, they would eagerly pick him up and plant kisses on him. As a gentleman who revered the teachings of the intellects, he naturally understood the principle of reciprocity. Thus, after each affectionate gesture from the ladies, he would return the favor with a kiss. However, the system frequently misjudged him, accusing him of being an LSP and demanding villain points as recompense. Was he truly the kind of person? Even if he had the inclination, he lacked the means. Furthermore, he had a chosen brother. How could he entertain such frivolous thoughts? Since his younger brother commandeered the shared room, he had become astonishingly impressive, akin to a little cow soaring through the skies. Not only had he successfully comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, but he was also devising his own unique celestial-level technique, with dragon and phoenix apparitions occasionally swirling in the skies, producing resounding roars. The commotion was far greater than that of Qin Feng's own birth. This brought immense joy to the entire Qin family, as they had not anticipated such brilliance emerging from a single birth. It even attracted the attention of the ancestral patriarch, who personally named his brother Qin Hao, a man who dared to challenge the heavens even before his birth. In light of such an unreasonable younger brother, Qin Feng dared not slacken his efforts over the past 3 years, utilizing every moment to enhance his cultivation. While others might perceive him and his brother as equals in talent, those within the family understood the truth. He had not grasped the companion technique in the womb, only attaining the outer path. This indicated that he had not yet reached the consummate level of the 33 Heavens Transformation Sutra, rendering him incapable of being invincible among peers. He had already fallen significantly behind his brother from the outset, and, determined to avoid being sacrificed or eliminated, he knew he had to expedite his cultivation. Now, he had comprehended the first layer of the 33 Heavens Transformation Sutra, and his cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of Qi and blood, just a step away from entering the Kaiyuan realm, where he could establish his dantian to store his spiritual energy. A 3-year-old in the Kaiyuan realm would set a record in antiquity. Breakthrough to Kaiyuan now. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, channeling all his spiritual power to fiercely assault his dantian. Boom! A terrifying impact reverberated within Qin Feng's body, revealing a dim starry sky within his dantian. The surrounding spiritual energy surged like a tide into his dantian, igniting the dim, starry sky and infusing it with an inexhaustible force of creation. Huff! He had broken through to the first level of the Kaiyuan realm. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling a strength exponentially greater than before. Furthermore, since comprehending the first layer of the 33 Heavens Transformation Sutra, his recovery ability had vastly surpassed that of his peers, bringing him a step closer to immortality. Calculating the time, his younger brother should be born soon. Qin Feng gazed up at the moon, murmuring, longing for his brother after 3 years of separation. Ever since his brother monopolized the shared room, his source of villain points had vanished. Although the system's villain law suggested that bullying others could yield villain points, the meager amount was pitifully insufficient compared to the bounty his brother, the Chosen One, could acquire. For instance, after being taken advantage of by the young ladies and wives of the Qin family over the past 3 years, he had merely earned a meager 1,000 points. Far less than what he could gain from giving his brother a beating. Foolish little brother, do you know how I've spent these 3 years? Qin Feng looked at the system display showing 300 villain points, which he had painstakingly accumulated over the years without daring to spend a single point. Fearing that his brother's halo of destiny might suddenly activate and bring about catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, his brother was about to be born, and it was time for him to strengthen himself. Qin Feng eagerly opened the system mall, having long set his sights on a divine movement technique called shadowy freedom. However, with limited points, he could only purchase the first volume. As for why he didn't choose to cultivate the family's techniques, having activated the system, why waste time studying? Exchanging for it was far more appealing. Shadowy Freedom, Volume 1, upon completion, allows one to move as lightly as a swallow, leaving no trace in the snow. Exchange cost, 4,000 villain points. In the face of such an unreasonable chosen brother, he could only aspire to become the fastest man in antiquity. As soon as he sensed something amiss, he would be able to flee immediately. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 4,000 villain points and successfully exchanging for the first volume of Shadowy Freedom. Before Qin Feng's eyes, a figure materialized, swiftly moving with exquisite footwork, the transformations dazzling and elusive, bringing him a step closer to becoming the fastest man in antiquity. Chapter 5. What malicious intent could child have? The following day, the news of Qin Feng's breakthrough into the Kaiyuan realm reverberated throughout the Qin family like thunder. A 3-year-old in the Kaiyuan realm was undoubtedly unprecedented. Good. My son Qin Feng truly possesses the potential of a great emperor. Qin Tian's delighted laughter echoed through the Qin estate, eager to proclaim to anyone he encountered that his son Qin Feng was destined for greatness. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of alarm. He recalled a villainous father from his memories who incessantly boasted of his son's imperial potential, ultimately attracting the protagonist's attention. Feng, you're amazing. Yun Xie, with her prominent belly, approached and affectionately ruffled Qin Feng's hair, her fondness for this diligent and understanding eldest son evident. Ever since Qin Feng's birth, he had never given her cause for concern. As a child, while others would cry and throw tantrums to the point of driving their parents to despair, her son would remain calm and collected, even reminding you when he was hungry or needed a change. As he grew, he diligently honed his skills, embodying the ideal child of another family. Qin Feng could not help but roll his eyes, his mind swirling with fervent thoughts. A 3-year-old prodigy, tirelessly training day and night for 3 years to break through to the first level of the Kaiyuan realm, shattering unprecedented records from ancient times. Was it a dream? Or a responsibility? Neither. It was simply that he had an unreasonable younger brother, and he did not want to be the cause of his premature demise. Just as the 3 of them were enjoying a harmonious family moment, with the father loving and the son dutiful, Yunse suddenly donned a mask of pain, feeling a tumultuous agony in her abdomen. Concurrently, a fierce storm brewed outside, with thunder and lightning, dark clouds gathering, and the sounds of dragons and phoenixes echoing through the void, the once ethereal figures of dragons and phoenixes growing more tangible. The lady was about to give birth. The Qin family, having learned from previous experiences, immediately recognized the situation. Trained maids began to bustle about, while the elite disciples of the Qin family stood on high alert, ready to thwart any threats to their family's future hope. My foolish Adudu, you are finally about to be born. Qin Feng was so excited he could barely catch his breath, eager to meet his younger brother. Qin Tian, the father, was equally elated, feeling both anger and joy towards this second child. The anger stemmed from his son's inability to understand the father's struggles, delaying his birth by 3 years. The joy was from gaining another fine son, uncertain whether he possessed the potential of an emperor. Thunder rumbled. The skies roared with thunder and lightning, while in the room, Yun Xie's cries grew louder, and the second child showed no intention of making his entrance. The ethereal dragon and phoenix figures began to pace anxiously in the air, as if foretelling impending calamity. With a second child on the way, why was the delivery so arduous? Qin Feng quickly recognized the gravity of the situation, suspecting that his younger brother's affinity for misfortune had activated. With the aura of misfortune unleashed, calamity befell the Qin. Another thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that descended, making everyone feel as though a mountain bore down upon them, intensifying the difficulty of the delivery. Who dares? Qin Tian erupted in fury, a torrent of energy surging from within as the disciples of the Qin family instantaneously filled with rage, gathering their strength to resist this overwhelming pressure. Yet, the force was so formidable that even the combined efforts of the Qin family struggled to withstand it. Just as they felt they could hold no longer, the Qin family unleashed several terrifying pressures of their own. A cold voice echoed, "Old mudfish, do you wish to wage war with me? Haha, I merely wish to test the cultivation of you fine nephews." A white-haired elder clad in a dragon robe appeared in the air. Had it not been for witnessing his earlier display of power, one would find it difficult to connect his benevolent demeanor with ulterior motives. The emperor of the Daxia dynasty, Qin Feng, was no longer naive. Over the past 3 years, he had also gained some understanding of the ancient world. In the ancient world, myriad forces mingled, including clans, sects, tribes, and gangs, all competing for resources to bolster their strength and often forming alliances to create nations. For instance, the Daxia dynasty, the largest nation in the ancient world, comprised countless clans, with the Qin family being the most formidable among them, thus earning the title of the foremost clan in the ancient realm. Much like the aristocratic families during the Sui and Tang dynasties, they were thorns in the ruler's sides. Understanding who stood before him, it became clear why the emperor had acted as he did. The Qin family had recently birthed 2 exceptional talents, and the Daxia royal family could hardly ignore the threat. This must be the eldest son of the Qin family. The Daxia emperor descended with an air of nonchalance, smiling as he approached Qin Feng, unable to resist reaching out to touch him. With a swish, Qin Feng quickly activated his shadowy evasion technique, retreating to maintain a safe distance. Given the emperor's earlier murderous intent towards his younger brother, he dared not come too close. What if he fell under the influence of the younger brother's misfortune aura? This is a body technique. The Daxia emperor's expression shifted dramatically, his heart unsettled. For someone of his caliber, Qin Feng's agility was trivial. He could easily crush him with a single slap regardless of how he dodged. However, the fact that he was merely 3 years old made his achievement of breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm unprecedented, and mastering such a fluid technique was remarkable. This child possessed the potential of an emperor. Simultaneously, he recalled the blood moon from 3 years prior, heralding the birth of a prodigy. It was said that the emergence of such a being signified the decline of a nation, bringing calamity and despair, a potential threat to their Daxia dynasty. Could that prodigy be the eldest son of the Qin family? Qin Tian was momentarily stunned before overwhelming joy washed over him. He had not expected his precious son to have learned a body technique. Although this technique did not originate from their family, he could still discern its profound intricacies, undoubtedly derived from the laws of heaven and earth. Forgive me, the child is shy. The elders of the Qin family appeared, protectively shielding Qin Feng. No weddies, no weddies. The Daxiao emperor regarded Qin Feng with a deep gaze, contemplating something unknown. At that moment, seeing someone backing him up, Qin Feng quickly revealed his true self. Is this the esteemed emperor? I have long heard tales of your wisdom and martial prowess, your noble character, selflessness, perseverance, and unwavering spirit. Today, seeing you in person, you truly live up to your reputation." Qin Feng displayed an exaggerated expression of awe, showering the emperor with flattery before pivoting the conversation. "Your Majesty, as a person of such wisdom and strength, surely you would not arrive at my humble abode empty-handed, would you?" With that, Qin Feng blinked his innocent eyes, embodying the essence of a child, feigning innocence as if he harbored no ill intentions. Chapter 6. The Choice of Adults. The desires of children. The Daxiao emperor involuntarily twitched at the corner of his eye, realizing this little rascal was far too cunning. Claiming he was not visiting the Qin family as a guest, that would imply he was seeking trouble. With so many elders from the Qin family present, how is that not akin to courting death? Yet, if he were to admit he came as a guest, he had no gifts prepared, would he really present his divine garments as a gift? Seeing the emperor's lack of response, Qin Feng exaggeratedly gasped, "No way, no way. The illustrious Daxiao emperor truly came to visit empty-handed." The elders of the Qin family felt a surge of satisfaction, showing no intention of coming to the emperor's aid. Observing how the emperor had recklessly used pressure earlier, nearly causing Yun Xie to suffer during labor, it was clear the Daxiao royal family was already targeting the Qin family. Had it not been for the potential consequences of a hasty confrontation, they would have indeed wanted to charge forward and teach him a lesson. Of course, when visiting, one must bring gifts. The Daxiao emperor, feeling embarrassed by Qin Feng's remarks, saw no one from the Qin family come to his rescue and could only force a smile that was more painful than crying. Reluctantly, he produced a small wooden box. Upon opening it, 9 exquisite small swords, resembling fingers, were revealed, each imbued with an intense sword aura. The 9 swords of Qin Clan. The elders of the Qin family were somewhat moved, instinctively recalling the origins of the 9 swords. These swords belonged to a once great prodigy, the sword god of Qin Feng. With the swords divided into 9, Zujin, Shashin, Mifo, Fumo, Jianyao, Zhanxing, Zhuohan, Duopo, and Pejuan. Each sword was a rare divine weapon, and when combined, they ranked among the top 10 divine weapons of the ancient world. They could also be separated to form a sword formation, capable of rivaling thousands of soldiers. As the ancient sword god of Qin Feng fell millennia ago, the 9 swords scattered across the desolate lands of antiquity. To everyone's astonishment, this old mudfish managed to gather them all. The emperor of Daxia wore a conflicted expression, reluctant to part with any of the swords. These 9 blades had cost him an immense investment of manpower, resources, wealth, and time to assemble. He had yet to truly appreciate them before being compelled to bestow one. However, should he refrain from giving one away, he would have to sacrifice his own divine artifacts. When faced with 2 burdens, he chose the lighter one. Resigned, he decided to allow Qin Feng to select one sword. He believed it would not be long before the sword returned to his possession. For the Qin family had produced 2 exceptional talents who not only threatened imperial authority, but also disrupted the balance among aristocratic families. In a world driven by interests, the competition was fierce, and should these 2 prodigies reach their full potential, the resources available to other families would inevitably be depleted. Could the other families accept such an outcome? Before the emperor could instruct Qin Feng to choose for himself, Qin Feng, with an innocent smile, snatched the small wooden box containing the 9 swords and proclaimed, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the 9 swords." Although he was still unaware of the sword's origins, the expressions of several elders from the Qin family revealed their significance. Good things are meant for the wise. Children, naturally, take all. The emperor of Daxia hastily attempted to clarify that he intended to award only 1 sword. Yet, the elders of the Qin family seemed equally devoid of decorum, showering him with flattery. "Your Majesty is exceedingly generous, offering the 9 swords of Qin Feng at once. Your regard for the Qin family moves me to tears. I can hardly contain my desire to offer myself in gratitude. Such a precious gift, we fear we cannot reciprocate. Your Majesty is a true dragon among men, wealthy beyond measure. These trifles cannot possibly concern you. Indeed, discussing monetary matters with His Majesty would be an affront. As the saying goes, a gift, no matter how small, carries great sentiment, and we simply wish to express our appreciation, which Your Majesty surely understands. The Qin family will always stand by Your Majesty." Should anyone speak ill of you, we shall be the first to object. Young rascal, is there no sense of propriety? Hurry and bow to his majesty in gratitude. Qin Feng complied, bowing 3 times as if during a festival. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for embodying the spirit of villain by brazenly seizing rare divine weapons. The 9 swords of Chong Kong, and earning 1,000 villain points. Brazenly seizing? Who seized anything? Do not slander the innocent. He was clearly gifted these. Qin Feng vehemently rebuked the system, suggesting it refrain from speaking altogether. The Emperor of Xia was nearly beside himself with rage, realizing that the Qin family had utterly disregarded any sense of shame, whether to validate his suspicions or because Qin Feng had tasted success. He gazed back at the Emperor with feigned innocence. Your Majesty, have you ever heard of a custom in the martial world where elders bestow gifts upon their juniors upon first meeting? Puffed. The Emperor nearly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, having never encountered such shamelessness. It seemed this custom indeed existed. The elders of the Qin family were intent on creating chaos, clearly determined to extort from the Emperor. The surrounding disciples of the Qin family felt a wave of embarrassment. After all these years in the Qin family, they had yet to grasp its ultimate essence. Qin Feng exaggeratedly exclaimed, Heavens! The most powerful nation of antiquity, the Xia dynasty, cannot bear to give a mere greeting gift to its juniors. Good heavens! Can this little rascal not possess any sense of dignity? Were it not for the presence of the Qin elders, he would have ensured this shameless brat learn a lesson. The Emperor of Xia felt a pang of regret for not consulting an almanac before venturing out, having encountered such an audacious little one who, after extorting the 9 swords of Chong Kong, was now seeking yet another gift. Nevertheless, to preserve his imperial dignity, he reluctantly retrieved a small jade gourd from his waist, adorned with golden threads etched into cloud-like patterns, exuding an air of grandeur. The Tianbao gourd. The elders of the Qin family brightened, recognizing the wealth of the royal family. This gourd was not an offensive or defensive artifact. When worn, it could enhance focus and tranquility. During cultivation, it prevented one from falling into madness and accelerated the process. Particularly in battle, by replenishing energy swiftly, it was a coveted treasure for cultivators. However, its production was costly and the success rate low. Even the Qin family dared not attempt its creation. The 5 remaining Tianbao gourds within the family had been obtained through other channels. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Feng eagerly stepped forward, shamelessly accepting the gourd. Ding dong. The system detected the host's willingness to assist others and gained 1,000 villain points for free storage of the Tianbao gourd. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, wishing the system would speak more often. In Chapter 7, find an excuse to beat up his younger brother, the Emperor of Xia forced a smile, appearing more pained than pleased, grappling with his reluctance to part with the Tianbao gourd. Alas, this was now the least valuable treasure in his possession. He could not possibly bestow his hard-earned divine artifact upon this child. Could he? Wait, why did that child's gaze seem so familiar? The Emperor's heart trembled as he noticed Qin Feng looking at him with an innocent expression reminiscent of when he had requested a greeting gift. What the? How could someone be so shameless? Having already bestowed 2 treasures, this child still craved more. The elders of the Qin family also felt a tinge of embarrassment, internally lamenting their own insanity. To have extorted 2 treasures and still have such a voracious appetite. They were compelled to consider when to escort Qin Feng to the Xia imperial city, knocking on every door to pay their respects. The surrounding Qin disciples watched in envy, seemingly grasping a vital truth. In the martial world, one's face is but an external matter. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had led the Qin disciples astray and earned 200 villain points. This too, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, as if a new strategy had been unlocked. At that moment, the Emperor of Xia genuinely feared Qin Feng. Seizing the opportunity while the boy was distracted, he transformed into a beam of golden light and ascended, declaring, I suddenly recall that I have pressing matters. Your Majesty, I will bring my younger brother to visit you. You need not be overly courteous. There is no need to prepare any precious gifts. A few volumes of holy or divine level techniques will suffice, and perhaps a dozen Tianbao gourds. But do remember, I won't accept more than that, for a child like me has no use for so many treasures. Qin Feng called after him, as if sensing the golden light falter momentarily, almost losing balance in the sky. Such audacity! The entire assembly felt a wave of embarrassment, unable to contain themselves. Why are you all staring at me? Have you never seen the most handsome man of antiquity? Qin Feng proudly tossed his head back, exuding an aura of celebrity. Wind, you are still young. Let your father keep the sword safe for you. Qin Tian approached with a mischievous grin and snatched the small wooden box from Qin Feng's hands. As one of the top 10 divine weapons of antiquity, no one could remain indifferent to the 9 swords of Chong Kong, not even the head of the foremost family. Oh no! The surrounding Qin disciples felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing that Qin Tian was not the protector they had hoped for. He was merely coveting his son's prized possession, professing love, yet snatching my treasure. Qin Feng, embodying the spirit of a drama queen, leapt tearfully into the arms of an elder for comfort. Such a pitiful creature, even robbing his own son's treasure. The elder, feeling sympathy, embraced Qin Feng to console him, while delivering a swift kick to Qin Tian, reclaiming the 9 swords of Chong Kong for Qin Feng, thus publicly declaring them his. Regardless of how aggrieved Qin Tian, this inexpensive father, might feel, the disciples of the Qin family, surrounding him, gazed upon the scene with palpable envy. A mere 3-year-old child wielding a divine weapon ranked among the top 10 of the ancient world, adorned with the supreme auxiliary treasure, Tian Baohulu. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly incite jealousy among countless practitioners. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky once more, and the ethereal forms of dragons and phoenixes surged downward, bursting into the room where Yun Xie was giving birth. Instead of the expected cries of an infant, a young maid emerged with joyous tidings. It's a boy. Mother and child are safe. Qin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. The sudden pressure had nearly frightened him to death, fearing his younger brother's ominous aura might suddenly manifest. Soon, the second brother was cleaned up and presented to them. Qin Feng leaned in for a closer look and found him to be an exact replica of their inexpensive father, unlike himself, who had inherited the resplendent beauty of their mother. However, such details were trivial. What mattered was that the younger brother was now in his grasp, unlike in the womb, where he could engage and play all day long. The younger brother seemed to sense Qin Feng's presence and instinctively grew restless. If he could speak at that moment, he would either say, "I can't see you," or shout, "Don't come near me." The elders of the Qin family couldn't help but furrow their brows, sensing an unusual and mysterious aura emanating from the second brother. Even after living for thousands of years, they could not discern the reason and decided to consult ancient texts later. While everyone was gathered around, examining the younger brother, Qin Feng finally found a reason to engage with him. "Why aren't you crying, little brother? Is there something wrong?" The others, too, realized they hadn't heard the child's cries, which was entirely different from other births. Just as they were preparing to investigate, a tiny hand reached out. With a resounding slap, Qin Feng smacked his younger brother's backside. The bright red imprint clearly indicated that it was indeed the work of an older brother, and he had not held back. The younger brother, feeling the sting, wailed loudly. "How can you hit your brother?" Qin Tian admonished Qin Feng sternly, quickly scooping up the second brother to soothe him. "I was just worried something was wrong with him." Qin Feng's face was a portrait of grievance, yet internally, he was elated. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had spanked the chosen child, earning 100 points. Ding dong. The system noted that the host's action had caused the chosen child to cry, leading him to release a breath of innate ancestral energy, equivalent to 3 years of arduous cultivation, thus granting 30,000 points. Ding dong. The system recorded that the host had disrupted the chosen child's fortune, awarding him a chance to draw a lottery. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, unaware of what innate ancestral energy entailed. The system elucidated. Humans are born from the essence of heaven and earth, and there exists a period of primal energy that nurtures them before conception. This is known as innate ancestral energy. Refining it is akin to 3 years of diligent cultivation. Upon grasping this information, Qin Feng was struck with astonishment. Had he known how formidable this innate ancestral energy was, he would have refrained from acting boastfully upon his own birth. Perhaps this delineates the difference between protagonists and antagonists. Yet how could the younger brother possess such knowledge? Qin Feng eyed his weeping sibling with curiosity, suspecting he might be the reincarnation of a great being. However, after several days of observation, he found no signs of wisdom in the infant, who behaved just like any other baby, eating, sleeping, and crying incessantly. This drove their inexpensive father nearly to madness, promptly extinguishing any thoughts of a third child. Not every infant is named Qin Feng. Yet, the way his mother gazed at their father was distinctly peculiar, as if conveying that her reason for marrying him was to bear several sons as a form of retribution. That night, the flickering candlelight occasionally crackled. In the adjacent courtyard, the eldest son, Qin Feng, seemed to hear someone reciting poetry about swans. On this day, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in his small courtyard, practicing meditation. Ever since he ascended to the first level of the Kaiyuan realm, his cultivation speed had once again slowed down, primarily due to the inadequacies of the 33 Heavens creation technique. It was akin to having acquired a new vehicle that was more powerful than the previous one, yet its engine was outdated and underperforming. He needed to comprehend the second layer promptly. Fortunately, his foolish younger brother was born, allowing him to act with greater freedom. Qin Feng accessed the system, revealing 400 villain points and 1 lottery opportunity. According to the system, only by disrupting the chosen child's fortune could one obtain a chance to draw, with rewards that were nothing short of extraordinary, various divine physiques, unique abilities, and martial arts techniques. What'd he draw? With eager anticipation, Qin Feng activated the system. With a whoosh, a spinning lottery wheel appeared before him. Densely populated with prizes, Taishang Body, Sangtian Domineering Body, Dozhan Sacred Body, Chaos Sacred Body, Double Pupils, Supreme Bones, True Dragon Treasure Technique, and Wazization. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the sword technique of Heaven's Severance. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of enlightenment struck Qin Feng's mind, transporting him to another realm. A figure clad in black appeared, uttering no superfluous words. He bowed his head and drew his sword. The crisp sound of the sword being unsheathed reverberated through the cosmos. As a breathtaking sword light emerged, cold as ice and sweeping across the heavens, as if to cleave the sky in two. The terrifying sword strike was etched deeply into Qin Feng's consciousness, leaving him entranced and unable to extricate himself from the experience. How terrifying! Upon returning to his senses, Qin Feng was drenched in cold sweat. True swordsmanship requires no flamboyance. The sword, once drawn, can annihilate the world and determine victory. However, despite the formidable nature of the sword technique of Heaven's Severance, given Qin Feng's current cultivation level and age, even if he understood how to wield it, he could not execute it effectively without enhancing his cultivation and physical prowess. Time was of the essence for cultivation. Qin Feng called upon the system to exchange for a month of comprehension aura. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged 30,000 villain points for a month of comprehension aura. After 3 years, Qin Feng once again felt that ethereal sensation, akin to his soul leaving his body. Concepts that had previously eluded him were now easily grasped. Just then, an elder appeared in Qin Feng's courtyard. Upon closer inspection, it was the 10th ancestor of the Qin family, who was, by lineage, Qin Feng's great-grandfather, the paternal grandfather of his father. As for his biological grandfather, it was said he'd been on a journey for several hundred years with no news of his fate, leaving the family in constant debate about whether to hold a banquet in his honor. My dear great-grandson, the 10th ancestor has come to see you. The 10th ancestor, with a face full of affection, lifted Qin Feng into his arms, expressing great fondness for this obedient, diligent great-grandson. Ever since Qin Feng broke through to the Kaiyuan realm, the elders of the Qin family were both astonished and delighted. Their joy stemmed from the emergence of an extraordinary prodigy, while their astonishment arose from the fact that Qin Feng had managed to break through without guidance, an extremely perilous endeavor that could lead to disastrous consequences. Consequently, the elders convened and decided to send the 10th ancestor to guide Qin Feng in his cultivation. Guidance? Qin Feng felt it unnecessary. He possessed the complete version of the 33 Heavens creation technique, which clearly outlined the precautions. As long as he followed it, no accidents would occur. As for martial skills and movement techniques, he would rather lend his younger brother's posterior for a couple of days, no matter how challenging the techniques might be. He was confident he could master them within 2 days. Practitioners must remember, pride must not take root in one's heart. The 10th ancestor sensed Qin Feng's burgeoning pride and prepared to impart a lesson on humility, ensuring he understood that there were always greater heights beyond the mountains and finer establishments beyond the city walls, and that one must advance in the path of cultivation or risk regression. Before long, the revered Shi, with a profound breath, forcefully stamped his foot on the ground, causing several leaves to flutter into the air. He then pointed with 2 fingers at the towering rockery a few meters away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The leaves transformed into formidable projectiles, slicing through the rockery with ease. Shi solemnly imparted his wisdom. Do you see? This is the first celestial martial skill learned by Tai Yi, falling leaves in flight. After years of diligent practice, he achieved perfection and became renowned upon stepping into the world. Before he could finish boasting, he noticed Qin Feng imitating him. Following suit, Qin Feng took a deep breath, stamped his foot, and pointed at a nearby stone table. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The leaves shot forth like blades, embedding themselves into the stone. If not for his current cultivation being merely at the first level of Kai Yuan, he would have surely matched Shizu's prowess. Did this skill truly require a decade of rigorous training? Qin Feng felt no difficulty whatsoever, convinced he could master it in a month at most. Perhaps it was his current state of heightened comprehension or the enchanting allure of the martial arts that made the celestial skill seem trivial. Regardless of the reason, the allure of trading a slap on his younger brother's backside for a divine martial skill was undeniable. Meanwhile, Shi stood silently nearby, feeling a sense of injury, especially after Qin Feng's remark about the decades of arduous practice required. I need to calm down. Shi repeatedly reassured himself. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. He is my child. Ding dong. The system detected the host's disrespect towards his elders, awarding him 100 villain points. How am I disrespectful? Qin Feng was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether the system was malfunctioning. Soon, the system clarified, not heeding the words of the elderly is indeed a sign of disrespect. Qin Feng felt exasperated, recalling a previous incident. In this day and age, should one truly regard the words of the elderly as infallible? He sighed, accepting the system as authority. If I am deemed disrespectful, then so be it. After all, ignoring the wisdom of elders has brought me joy for years. At that moment, several other elders of the Qin family walked past Qin Feng with serious expressions, heading towards the small courtyard where his parents resided. Intrigued, Qin Feng followed them. Upon entering, he found the elders surrounding his younger brother, comparing ancient texts with him. Moments later, they could no longer suppress their excitement, bursting into joyous laughter. Supreme Bone. Indeed, that mysterious aura is the legendary Supreme Bone, a rare gift. This child is a natural-born supreme. The heavens have favored our Qin family. The atmosphere shifted for Qin Feng, who felt a wave of discontent wash over him. The so-called chosen one seemed utterly unreasonable. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered an epic villainous task. Unearth your brother's Supreme Bone. Reward, Invincible Eye. Qin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, increasingly convinced that this was no ordinary system. This is my cherished friend, my brother. The system tempted him further. The Supreme Bone can be broken and reborn. Broken and reborn? In that moment, Qin Feng felt a flicker of temptation, but quickly dismissed it. If he were to excavate his brother's Supreme Bone, his parents would surely flay him alive, obliterating his carefully crafted image. Inflicting harm on his brother would only result in self-damage. No, I need to calm down. Qin Feng shook his head, redirecting his focus to his training in his small courtyard. He had initially anticipated a respite after dispelling his brother's innate ancestral energy, only to find that an additional Supreme Bone had inexplicably emerged. He needed to train relentlessly to avoid any repercussions on his own life. In his courtyard, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state. Unlike the first level of comprehension, the second level was markedly more complex, yet the results were undeniably evident. His training speed increased, and his recovery rate was significantly enhanced. Simultaneously, the Tian Bao hulu he wore around his neck emitted a gentle glow, aiding him in maintaining focus and preventing any deviation from his path. It also solidified his cultivation at the first level of Kai Yuan while accelerating his breakthrough to the second level. With the Tian Bao hulu, his training speed had effectively doubled. Such rapid attainment of a meditative state, Shi Zhu observed with astonishment, increasingly optimistic about Qin Feng. He had not allowed his heightened potential to breed arrogance, nor had he succumbed to complacency from grasping superior techniques. Instead, he remained diligent and unyielding in his training. This child has a promising future. As spring transitioned to autumn, 5 years slipped by. At the age of 8, having comprehended the second level of heaven, Qin Feng's cultivation surged dramatically, breaking through to the 9th level of Kai Yuan in just 5 years, a mere step away from the extraordinary realm. Unlike the Kai Yuan realm that involved the opening of the dantian and lightness akin to a swallow, the extraordinary realm allowed for the release of spiritual energy, capable of striking foes from 1,000 meters away. At that moment, Qin Feng found himself seated in a medicinal bath prepared by the Qin family to enhance his physical constitution and solidify his foundation, a privilege of being born into a prestigious family. However, the intense sensation prompted him to furrow his brow as he attempted to channel his spiritual energy outward. With a resounding bang, a deep sound reverberated from within him, causing a wave of energy to erupt, sending items in the room scattering chaotically. Had he truly broken through? Shitsu stood nearby, astonished, gazing at Qin Feng in the bath. An 8-year-old at the extraordinary realm, he had shattered ancient records once more. However, Shi Zhu quickly regained his composure, not solely due to his centuries of cultivation, but because Qin Feng's brother, Qin Hao, was even more extraordinary. Qin Feng's record-breaking speed in advancing to the Kai Yuan realm at 3 years old was surpassed by Qin Hao, who achieved it at merely 2. Now at 5, he had reached the 5th level of Kai Yuan, poised to effortlessly break Qin Feng's record for the fastest breakthrough to the extraordinary realm before turning 8. This duo was far from ordinary. Shi Zhu's confidence took a severe hit, feeling utterly diminished in comparison to the two brothers. Roar! Qin Feng stood, releasing his spiritual energy, shattering the bath. Though only 8 years old, he stood tall, resembling a 12 or 13-year-old boy, with a physique boasting 8 perfect abdominal muscles, radiating a primal vigor. His first act post-breakthrough was to confront his younger brother. Despite sharing the same father, mother, and ancestry, it did not deter him from wanting to engage in a friendly tussle. Over the past 5 years, he often used training as an excuse to pin his brother down, accumulating villain points to a staggering total of over 240,000. Yet, this brother was increasingly challenging. Although he was only at the 5th level of Kai Yuan, he could still pose a challenge to Qin Feng at the 9th level, revealing the terrifying strength of achieving perfection within one's realm. He had inquired of the system about reaching the pinnacle of perfection, receiving a straightforward answer. Simply purchase a card for the state of perfection for a mere 1 million villain points. To expedite his goals, he needed to engage his brother sooner rather than later. This child, Shi Zhu, massaged his temples, knowing another chaotic episode was imminent. Yet, he had no intention of intervening. His younger brother was not losing confidence through failure, but rather intensifying his training. Even if the elder brother triumphed, it would only serve to spur him on. Such a positive cycle was indeed delightful to witness. Young master, the disciples of the Qin family, upon seeing Qin Feng, greeted him with warm smiles. However, as they sensed the erratic fluctuations of his aura, their hearts churned with astonishment. Could it be true? He had truly broken through to the extraordinary realm. In their understanding, even prodigies typically achieve this milestone at the age of 15 or 16, just beginning to make a name for themselves in the realm of the ancient. Yet here was Qin Feng, having accomplished this feat at the tender age of 8. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare believe such a thing? A true marvel. The disciples of the Qin family swallowed hard, awestruck by Qin Feng's extraordinary talent. Disregarding the shock of those around him, Qin Feng was solely focused on finding his younger brother for a much-deserved reprimand. Drawing upon 5 years of experience, he successfully located his brother at the entrance of the Qin family estate, where a small figure was sprawled atop a crooked tree, fast asleep. Indeed, he had found him. Qin Feng circled the tree in confusion. He recalled how often his younger brother would nap there. While he might assume other children were merely indulging in play, he sensed there was something significant about this particular spot when it came to his unreasonable younger brother. Often, seemingly inconspicuous elements could be the key to a protagonist's dramatic turnaround. Had he overthought it? After scrutinizing the area for a while without discerning any secrets, his gaze inevitably fell upon his sleeping brother. To others, it might appear as though he was simply enjoying the peacefulness of life. Yet Qin Feng felt as though his brother was beckoning him to uncover the legendary Supreme Bone. Initially, his dream was to become a carefree dandy, reveling in a life of extravagance and indulgence. But it was precisely because of this little rascal that he felt compelled to diligently train for self-preservation. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, raising his hand high. With a resounding clap, Qin Feng's hand landed firmly on Qin Hao's small behind, startling the little fellow awake. Upon seeing Qin Feng, instead of anger, he joyfully called out to his brother. Despite being spanked countless times, he continued to relish playing with him. This left Qin Feng feeling increasingly anxious. It is well known that the more heartwarming the childhood scenes, the more tragic the fates of the protagonists would be as they grew older. Except for the female lead, those who interacted with the male protagonist often met untimely ends. When the halo of fate was activated and the King of Hell smiled, it would be their time to go. "Brother, let's go outside." Qin Hao looked at Qin Feng with eager anticipation, hoping to be taken out for some fun. Go out? Qin Feng could not help but roll his eyes, feeling overly flattered. As the hope of the Qin family, the brothers were under comprehensive protection, and at the age of 8, he had never set foot outside their estate. Of course, there was no real need for him to venture beyond its walls. It was not that the family's ancestors forbade him from going out, but rather, the Qin estate was simply too vast. The reason the Qin family had become the foremost lineage in the ancient world was not solely due to the protection of their ancestors, but also because their bloodline boasted a population of over 10 million, all residing within a single city. Coupled with the family's martial traditions, every member possessed martial prowess, solidifying the title of the most esteemed family in the ancient realm. Unless extraordinary circumstances arose, there was little need to leave the Qin estate. Furthermore, the sheer martial strength of the Qin family meant that they were the true rulers of the eastern region of the Daxia dynasty. Those living in this area might be unaware of the imperial family, but they could not possibly overlook the Qin family, highlighting the shortcomings of the dynastic and familial coexistence. "Brother," Qin Hao pleaded, shaking Qin Feng's arm in a pitiful manner, attempting to elicit sympathy. Unfortunately for him, Qin Feng was not swayed by such antics. Perhaps had it been a younger sister, he might have faltered. Nevertheless, wishing for his brother to enjoy a complete childhood, he eventually nodded in agreement to his request, instructing him to wait outside the city while he spoke with their mother. Wonderful! Qin Hao, still blissfully unaware of the world's complexities, skipped away in delight. "Mother, my brother has run away from home." Qin Feng transformed from a gentle older brother to a cunning strategist, dashing into the house to report to Yunxie. The system chimed, notifying him of the points earned for falsely accusing the chosen one. The guards surrounding them displayed expressions of indifference, accustomed to such antics over the past 5 years. If they were not mistaken, this young master would soon be handing a feather duster to the lady of the house. Before long, Yunxie appeared, carrying Qin Hao back as if he were a little chick, visibly upset. Qin Feng immediately resumed his role as the caring older brother, stepping forward to explain, "Mother, please do not be angry. It was I who promised to take my brother out to play. It was not his intention to run away." "Yes, yes." Qin Hao nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with gratitude for his elder brother. Yet, the more Qin Feng insisted on his innocence, the less Yunxie believed him. Suspecting that her eldest son was merely trying to shield his brother from punishment by shouldering the blame himself, she simply could not comprehend how, despite being twins born of the same parents, the disparity between them could be so vast. The eldest was obedient and sensible from a young age, while the youngest was a mischievous rascal, the type who would tear the house apart if not disciplined for 3 days. "Why can't you learn from your brother? You only know how to be naughty." Yunxie activated her strict mother mode, lecturing Qin Hao. However, She failed to notice Qin Feng behind her making a silly face at his younger brother, causing the 5-year-old to burst into laughter, a reaction far beyond his years. Unable to contain himself, he laughed aloud, reigniting Yuan Xie's anger, which had been waning. She began to mentally reinforce her resolve. This is my son. I am his mother. I cannot lose my temper with him, nor can I strike him. If he cries, I must comfort him. If he is injured, I must tend to him. I have raised him through great difficulty. He is the one for whom I almost faced a life-threatening delivery. If he makes mistakes, it must be my fault. I have not educated him adequately. It is my failure, my lack of method. Spare the rod and spoil the child. Enduring for a moment leads to vast skies. Taking a step back only breeds more frustration. I can endure no longer. I must not remain silent. I can no longer control the primal force within me. Witnessing Qin Hao still grinning foolishly, Yuan Xie declared her attempts at self-reassurance a failure. Mother, my brother is still just a child. Qin Feng quickly interjected, attempting to play the role of the good brother, though he happened to be holding a willow twig at that moment. Step aside. Today, I must teach him a proper lesson. Yuan Xie, infuriated, seized the twig, feeling compelled to administer a couple of swats to the little rascal to ease her frustration. The willow twig? The guards exchanged glances, noting the deviation from their earlier expectations of a feather duster. Just as Qin Feng awaited the points to be credited, a melody suddenly resonated from the skies. In the distance, a grand procession approached, led by 9 colossal mystical beasts pulling an opulent carriage, with mounted riders soaring through the air behind them. If a reinforcement level of 10 would emit light, then this entourage was at least at level 20. The Lin family of Tianxin City. Qin Feng immediately recognized their origin, acknowledging them as the undisputed rulers of the western region of Daxia. Unlike the Qin family's familial governance, the Lin family operated more like a feudal lord, recruiting numerous talented individuals to serve them, bolstered by a 1,000,000-strong armored army to maintain their grip on the western territories. I'll deal with you later. Yuan Xie shot a glare at Qin Hao, ushering the brothers back home. Meanwhile, the sounds of bells and drums heralding their welcome resonated throughout the Qin estate, as hundreds of thousands of skilled disciples emerged to greet the esteemed guests from Tianxin City, proudly showcasing the formidable foundation of the Qin family. Qin Feng and his brother were soon dressed in formal attire, accompanying their father, Qin Tian, himself, as he personally ventured out to welcome the guests. Unlike his usual playful demeanor, today, Qin Tian exuded an aura of undeniable authority, standing like an invincible war god. Brother Qin Tian, it has been many years. I have missed you dearly. A middle-aged gentleman clad in splendid attire descended from the carriage, and upon seeing Qin Tian, he eagerly approached for an embrace, exuding the aura of a cunning old fox. Lin Hao, how I have missed you. Qin Tian's hearty laughter echoed, though it was uncertain how much sincerity it contained. These two individuals were indeed the distinguished twins of the Qin family, separated by merely 3 years. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Hao's gaze shifted toward the brothers Qin Feng and Qin Hao. His journey to the Qin residence was motivated by the intent to form an alliance with Tianxin City, specifically to select one of the brothers to betroth to his beloved daughter. The emergence of 2 exceptional talents from the Qin family had alarmed the royal family of the Daxia dynasty. To secure their authority, they began reaching out to prominent families, preparing to take action against the Qin Clan. In response to this threat, the Qin family sought allies. Indeed, this is the elder brother Qin Feng, possessed of imperial potential, and the younger brother Qin Hao, bearing the rarest supreme bone. Qin Tian proudly introduced his remarkable sons. While most families would consider it a stroke of luck to produce a single prodigy, his had given rise to 2 extraordinary talents. The existence of supreme bone is noted in ancient texts, yet the authenticity of imperial potential remains uncertain. A proud little girl stepped forth from behind Lin Hao. She was Lin Xiner, the princess of Tianxin City. Despite being merely 6 or 7 years old, she possessed exquisite features. Eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin as white as snow, a waist slender as silk, and teeth resembling pearls, indicating she would blossom into a stunning beauty. Xiner, mind your manners, Lin Hao admonished, urging her to be aware of the occasion. However, the proud little girl seemed indifferent to her surroundings, her gaze toward Qin Feng filled with challenge and provocation. She snapped her fingers, summoning a strikingly handsome youth, around 14 or 15 years of age. "This is my newly acquired servant, Lin San. Are you brave enough to spar with him to prove yourself?" Lin Xiner shot a provocative look at Qin Feng. "Lin San?" Qin Feng examined the young man, recognizing his remarkable presence, which indicated he was no ordinary opponent. "He is Lin San from Tianjin City." Whispers erupted around them, revealing that Lin San was already well known. Reports spoke of his astonishing talent and exceptional swordsmanship, with experts declaring him a likely candidate to be the greatest swordsman a century hence. Ding! Detected a chosen one. Epic level. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart swelling with excitement. Due to his close relationship with Qin Hao, he had always refrained from unleashing his full power in their previous encounters, fearing repercussions from their parents, which had resulted in him accruing only 240,000 villain points over 5 years. Now, faced with someone unrelated, he relished the chance to unleash his full potential. If he recalled correctly, his younger brother was also an epic-level chosen one. At this moment, the parents exchanged awkward smiles, but showed no intention of intervening. Although Lin Hao was there to negotiate an alliance, he desired to ensure his daughter did not wed a weakling. Qin Tian, eager for a successful alliance, hoped to see his son Qin Feng demonstrate his prowess. A loss would bear little consequence. Given Qin Feng's tender age of 8 against Lin San's 13 or 14 years and his superior cultivation at the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm. Yet, a victory would undoubtedly bring great honor. Very well, let us engage in a friendly contest. Qin Feng grasped his father's intentions, aligning perfectly with his own desires. A surge of profound energy radiated from him, causing the fallen leaves around to levitate gently. 1st level of the extraordinary realm. The expressions of Lin Hao and the experts from Tianjin City shifted dramatically, their minds racing with the realization that this boy possessed imperial potential. Achieving the extraordinary realm at such a young age was unprecedented, especially given his ability to levitate leaves, which, if they were not mistaken, was the signature technique of the 10th ancestor of the Qin family, falling leaves. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare believe that such a young child could master such an extraordinary skill? Simultaneously, Lin Hao began to comprehend why the Daxia royal family had been targeting the Qin family so intensely. If these 2 young talents were allowed to mature, they could easily usurp the royal family's position. "Please do enlighten me," Lin San, embodying the principles of martial ethics, reminded Qin Feng to conduct himself appropriately before the match commenced. Yet, he clearly overestimated Qin Feng's sense of decorum. In the face of a chosen one, he dared not be careless and did not adhere to martial ethics, particularly considering his 2-level superiority in cultivation. Before Lin San could fully react, Qin Feng pointed decisively, causing a flurry of leaves to transform into lethal projectiles, hurtling toward Lin San from all directions. "Hey, are you even following the code of martial ethics?" Lin Xiner exclaimed, indignant at Qin Feng's actions. Not only had he attacked without warning, but he had also unleashed his full force right from the start, which she deemed utterly despicable. With a resounding clang, Lin San calmly drew his sword, executing a thrust with a graceful flick, creating a delicate sword shadow that effortlessly deflected the incoming leaves, reducing them to fragments. With another swift thrust, a fierce gale of sword energy emerged, causing the leaves to lose their trajectory and descend helplessly, while Lin San's sword-wielding figure flickered in and out of view amidst the chaos. With a resounding crash, Lin San unleashed a brilliant sword light that shattered Qin Feng's cascade of leaves. Although his performance was undeniably impressive, he bore several new scratches, with his heaving chest attesting to the expenditure of considerable energy. One opportunity, embracing the principle of seizing the moment. Qin Feng swiftly employed the mystical technique of shadowy mirage, propelling himself directly to Lin San's vicinity, delivering a colossal punch aimed squarely at his face. Lin San cried out, propelled backward. "Brother, that was amazing." Qin Hao cheered exuberantly, celebrating his brother's anticipated victory. However, his exuberance irked Lin Xer. who loudly rallied support for Lin San. Ding! Congratulations, host, for striking a chosen one, gaining 200 villain points. Upon seeing the villain points credited to him, Qin Feng's spirit soared, ready to continue his endeavors relentlessly. Yet, he had clearly underestimated Lin San's combat prowess before he could initiate a flurry of attacks. Lin San swiftly regained his footing, darting forward like a startled swan, his sword emanating a dark, water-like glow. Sword intent. Qin Tian and the others gasped, their thoughts echoing in unison. This boy was a prodigy. Sword intent is a coveted comprehension sought after by sword cultivators. Once grasped, it elevates the potency of one's swordsmanship to unprecedented heights, significantly augmenting their combat capabilities. This is bad. Qin Feng sensed the threat posed by Lin San's sword and had no intention of confronting it directly. He sought to evade swiftly. However, Lin San had transitioned from a defensive stance, and with a 2-level advantage in cultivation and the edge of sword intent, he unleashed a striking blow, sending countless sword shadows cascading toward Qin Feng. Even with Qin Feng's extraordinary mastery of shadowy mirage, he found himself akin to a small vessel adrift amidst a turbulent sea, vulnerable to capsizing at any moment. Well done, Lin San. Teach this boy a proper lesson. Lin Sinar clapped enthusiastically, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Ho. Brother, go for it. Qin Hao, incensed, shouted encouragement for Qin Feng. The others remained oblivious to the antics of the two children, their attention captivated by the extraordinary display before them. Reflecting inwardly, they realized that at the age of 8, they had been unable to break through the extraordinary realm, and at 13 or 14, they had not comprehended sword intent. The younger generation was indeed surpassing the older. A collective sigh of realization swept through the crowd, understanding that the era of great contention was once again on the horizon. Whenever such prodigies surfaced, it signified a pivotal moment of upheaval. At this juncture, Qin Feng was unconcerned with the impending era of contention. His sole focus was on how to defeat Lin San and acquire more villain points. Is this what it feels like to be suppressed by a protagonist? Qin Feng found himself retreating repeatedly, completely on the defensive, utterly powerless to retaliate. There was no recourse. The atmosphere had escalated to a critical point, and he could not afford to lose to this opponent. Only by unleashing his ultimate technique could he summon the system to exchange for the second volume of Meiying Xiao Yao. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for spending 10,000 villain points to exchange for the second volume of Meiying Xiao Yao. 10,000 points. Qin Feng felt a pang of regret in his heart. How many days of battling his second brother would it take to accumulate such a sum? He was now further away from redeeming the ultimate perfection. No, he must retaliate against Lin San today. Qin Feng's body danced in sync with the figure in his mind, transforming into a gentle breeze that swayed amidst the dark, flowing sword light, effortlessly soaring hundreds of meters away. What? The expressions of those present changed dramatically, realizing that Qin Feng's movement had reached a new pinnacle in combat. His speed was evidently faster than before, and his footwork had become even more enigmatic, allowing him to easily evade Lin San's oncoming barrage of sword light. Well. My son Qin Feng possesses the qualities of an emperor. Qin Tian could not help but laugh joyfully, nearly shouting into Lin Hao's ear with a loudspeaker. Impressive. Lin San revealed an unprecedentedly serious expression, fully aware that he could not defeat his opponent without revealing his true abilities. His clothing billowed without wind, rustling ominously. In the dark, flowing sword light in his hand swayed in the wind, tearing through the air with a mournful wail. Qin Feng sensed that Lin San was about to unleash his ultimate move. He raised his hand and shouted into the void, "Sword come!" Chapter 12. Love him. Stab him in the heart buzz. The crisp sound of swords resonated throughout the city where the Qin family resided, as 9 sword lights cut through the air like shooting stars. The long Kong 9 swords. Lin Hao and the others recognized the significance of the 9 swords. Recalling the tale of how the shameless eldest son of the Qin family had tricked the emperor of the Xia 5 years ago into acquiring the Long Kong 9 swords and the Tian Baohulu, they had thought it was merely a rumor, but it turned out to be true. The man truly lacked shame, insisting on carrying 9 swords to embody his disgrace. 9 swords united. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand gesture and pointed at the incoming 9 swords. Buzz! The sword wind surged forth, stirring up dust. As the momentum of the 9 swords grew increasingly fierce, echoing through the air like roaring waves. When the sword wind subsided, a long sword shimmering with cold light hovered before Qin Feng. This was the sword of the Long Kong sword god from a millennium ago. One of the top 10 divine weapons of the ancient era, the Long Kong divine sword. Since acquiring the Long Kong 9 swords, Qin Feng had successfully refined them with the help of the 10 ancestors over the past 5 years. While he could not claim to replicate the splendor of the Long Kong sword god, nor could he fully master the Long Kong 9 swords. They were more than adequate for combat. The Long Kong 9 swords. Lin San's eyes gleamed with fervor, and his breathing quickened. There was no denying it. The sword techniques he employed were derived from the Long Kong sword god of a millennium ago. To be precise, he had inherited the legacy of the Long Kong sword god. If he could obtain the Long Kong 9 swords, he would undoubtedly be able to restore the glory of the sword god. However, he also understood that the Qin family was not to be trifled with. Openly seizing the swords would be akin to courting death, so he could only wait for the opportune moment. Even with the divine sword support, he could not match his opponent. Lin San held unwavering confidence in the legacy of the Long Kong sword god. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, he struck with fervor. A dazzling beam of sword light slicing through the air, creating ripples of turbulence. Long Kong sword technique. The divine sword technique, comprehended by the Long Kong, sword god from the laws of heaven and earth, possessed the might to slay gods and Buddhas alike, dominating the ancient era without equal. Both Qin Tian and Lin Hao, prominent figures in their own right, immediately recognized the Long Kong sword technique. It was likely that the Long Kong sword god could not have imagined that a millennium later, his sword technique would clash with his own sword. This is bad. Qin Tian's expression changed drastically as he attempted to intervene. Although his eldest son Qin Feng possessed the qualities of an emperor, he was still only 8 years old. How could he withstand the Long Kong sword god's technique? Yet before he could speak, he saw his eldest son Qin Feng's eyes gleam with intensity as he assumed a stance to draw his sword. Executing sword technique. With a nod, he drew the sword. A crisp and resonant sound of the sword being drawn echoed across the heavens and earth as an astonishing beam of sword light emerged, enveloping the arena in a chilling aura, dancing like a startled swan and soaring like a wandering dragon, as if it were poised to split the heavens in two. What sword technique is this? Those present, experienced as they were, had never before witnessed Qin Feng's technique. Could it be an original creation? There was no embellishment. Only the pursuit of an invincible sword, capable of cleaving heaven and earth, determining victory and defeat. Boom! The two beams of sword light collided violently, producing a thunderous roar accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that swept through the surroundings. Mother, father, Qin Hao and Lin Xner, being of lower cultivation, clung to their respective guardians' clothing to avoid being swept away by the wind. How is this possible? Lin San's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe that an 8-year-old child could master such a sword technique. He had thought himself stronger in cultivation, wielding the legacy of the Long Kong sword god and having grasped the essence of sword intent. Defeating an 8-year-old brat should be a piece of cake. Yet, who would have thought that he would receive a lesson from his opponent, making him realize that his sword was not the strongest? With a resounding crack, the sword in Lin San's hand shattered, unable to withstand the sharpness of the Long Kong divine sword. He possessed the Long Kong sword technique, and Qin Feng had the heaven-cutting sword technique. He had sword intent, while Qin Feng wielded the Long Kong divine sword. His cultivation level was 2 small ranks higher than Qin Feng's. Yet Qin Feng's emperor qualities provided a tenfold enhancement, coupled with the Tian Bao Hulu's assistance. How could he not win? What? Lin San's face was filled with disbelief. He had actually been defeated by an 8-year-old child. Throughout his journey, he had always triumphed against stronger opponents, and his invincible mindset had gradually taken shape. However, today he found himself bested by an 8-year-old child, causing a crack in his once unwavering confidence and plunging him into self-doubt. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for causing a fissure in the invincible mindset of the Chosen One, earning 100. villain points. A fisher yields 100, If I stab him in the heart, wouldn't I gain several billion in an instant? At this moment, Qin Feng was filled with fighting spirit, stepping upon the ever-shifting Meiying Xiao Yao, as his long sword, the divine sword, lunged towards Lin San's chest like a phantom. Love him, stab him in the heart. This is bad. Although Lin San's invincible mindset had begun to form, he was still merely a 13 or 14-year-old child. After receiving a lesson from Qin Feng, his rhythm was thrown into disarray, and he found himself retreating step by step. Each sword scar on his body only served to deepen Qin Feng's affection for him. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for injuring the Chosen One, earning 500 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for injuring the Chosen One, earning 500 villain points. Because Qin Hao was his younger brother, he had never enjoyed himself as much as he did today. My brother is the best. Qin Hao proudly lifted his little head, eager to tell everyone that this was his older brother. Lin Xiner, on the other hand, was so furious that she stomped her feet, wanting to rush over and give this brat a beating, but was instead picked up by Yin Shiyu, who took a liking to the little girl. Victory was assured. Indeed, Qin Feng's son possessed the qualities of an emperor. Lin Hao chuckled, waving his hand as he pulled Lin San back, just as Qin Feng prepared to stab his heart. What a joke! Lin San was hailed as the #1 swordsman of the century. How could he allow Qin Feng to stab him? Qin Feng was quite displeased with Lin Hao's intervention, as he snatched away his point-accumulating device. However, he said nothing more, knowing that beings like the Chosen One were quite mysterious. Attempting to forcefully retain them would surely trigger some strong figures to intervene. It was better to withdraw gracefully than to invite trouble upon himself. Ha! Qin Tian chuckled upon hearing praises for his eldest son, knowing that the alliance and marriage were nearly secured. The welcoming ceremony continued as Qin Tian led Lin Hao into the Qin family city. Rows of deeply cultivated Qin family disciples left Lin Hao envious beyond measure. If given the choice, he would prefer to invest additional resources in nurturing a relative of noble blood rather than fostering a connection with someone entirely unrelated to him, unless that individual demonstrated absolute loyalty. Yet, who can truly ascertain the depth of loyalty? Soon, both families began deliberating on the matrimonial prospects of their offspring. It was anticipated that Lin Hao would select Qin Feng, who had just displayed the prowess of an emperor. However, to everyone's astonishment, he chose Qin Hao, who had merely been an observer. By heavens! Upon hearing this, Qin Feng exclaimed in disbelief, gaining a fresh perspective on the absurdity of the Chosen One. A fierce battle was akin to a tiger, yet discussions of marriage seemed to lack significance. Qin Hao, Qin Tian, and Yun Xie exchanged glances, equally surprised. Logically, Qin Feng had just validated his strength. Which 8-year-old could possess such terrifying combat capabilities? In contrast, while Qin Hao held the rare supreme bone, its latent potential remained untested, leaving his true strength a mystery. Lin Hao merely smiled, offering no explanation. His choice of Qin Hao was not arbitrary, but rather a calculated decision weighing the advantages and disadvantages. It is well known that Qin Feng and Qin Hao are twins with similar innate talents. Observing that the elder brother Qin Feng had just shattered various records, it was evident that the younger brother Qin Hao's potential might slightly surpass that of his sibling. Given that both received identical education and upbringing, Lin Hao naturally favored the brother with the supreme bone. Most importantly, it has been rumored that the Blood Moon prodigy born 8 years ago is none other than Qin Feng, a significant threat to the De Xiao royal family. Investing in Qin Feng posed considerable risk, while backing his brother Qin Hao seemed a safer bet. Should any calamity befall the Qin family, Qin Hao would undoubtedly align himself with them in Tianjin City. Well then, Qin Tian refrained from further inquiries, as his aim was to forge an alliance through marriage. As long as the two dominant forces of the Eastern and Western De Xiao united, even the royal family would have to contemplate the consequences of their actions. If this could secure the time necessary for the two young ones to flourish, the Qin family would have achieved victory. Ultimately, amidst mutual understanding between the families, a union rooted in self-interest was thus established. Yet, at that moment, the two parties involved remained blissfully unaware that Lin Shiner was out exploring the Qin family's domain. accompanied by the two brothers and Lin San. Why do I feel like I could lose my life at any moment? As a destined antagonist, Qin Feng found himself alongside two epic chosen ones, and even within the protective confines of the Qin estate, surrounded by millions of Qin relatives, he felt utterly vulnerable. He feared that they might unleash their powers collectively and whisk the entire family away. Wow, it's so lively here, Lin Shiner exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as they arrived at the Qin family market. Unlike the mundane markets of commoners, this was a marketplace for cultivators, brimming with treasures such as spirit herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts essential for cultivation. Given that the Qin family was the undisputed ruler of the eastern Xia, the security of their city was beyond question. Daily, numerous external cultivators arrived for trade, which the Qin family utilized to strengthen their disciples, gradually developing this free trade market. Qin Hao and Lin San's eyes gleamed simultaneously as they fixated on a weathered little cauldron. Qin Feng suddenly perked up, as if a new strategy had been unlocked. Rather than fear being outdone by these two chosen ones, he thought it wiser to utilize their extraordinary luck to discover treasures. The attention of both chosen ones on the small cauldron surely indicated it was no ordinary item. I saw it first. Qin Hao and Lin San exchanged glances, neither willing to relinquish their claim on the cauldron. However, as they quarreled, Qin Feng stepped in as the mediator and inquired about the price from the vendor. Originally 1,000 spirit stones, but for the young master, how about 888 spirit stones? The vendor cautiously proposed a price, keenly observing Qin Feng's reaction as if ready to lower it at the slightest furrow of his brow. There was no other choice. As a local magnate, who would dare to offend the Qin family? 888 spirit stones. Bystanders among the cultivators halted in disbelief, exclaiming that the vendor must have lost his mind. It is known that a single spirit stone could sustain a commoner for a lifetime, while a cultivator could equate it to a week of arduous training. Now, this small cauldron dared to command a price of 888 spirit stones. The vendor, too, grew anxious. He certainly did not consider Qin Feng a fool. Rather, the origins of the cauldron were exceedingly extraordinary. Once, he had been a minor leader of the Tiger Head Gang, with a following exceeding 10,000. One day, the gang leader learned of a hidden ruin and led his vast entourage to excavate it. Ultimately, at the cost of over 10,000 lives, they reached the depths of the site. Contrary to their expectations of glittering treasures, only a small cauldron lay on a stone pedestal. The leader, whether due to prior injuries or some other reason, inexplicably perished after spitting blood, leaving him as the sole survivor. The cauldron, acquired at such a tragic cost, priced at 888 spirit stones, was already a bargain. All right, I will pay 888 spirit stones. Qin Feng, wishing to finalize the deal swiftly, instructed the vendor to fetch the money from the Qin family. It was reasonable for the eldest son of the illustrious Qin family to carry no money when venturing out. Thank you, young master. The vendor expressed his gratitude profusely, hastily handing the cauldron to Qin Feng. Lin San was left dumbfounded, astonished by Qin Feng's extravagance. He did not even examine the item or negotiate the price, agreeing immediately to 888 spirit stones. Is it truly acceptable to be so reckless with wealth? Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease, sensing that the cauldron possessed some hidden value, a hunch that had significantly contributed to his current success. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for disrupting the chosen one's fortune, earning a lottery opportunity. Indeed, this is a treasure. Qin Feng took the cauldron and scrutinized it closely, but found nothing particularly remarkable. Good grief. Must there be such a disparity in treatment? Why is it that the protagonist can discern treasure solely through intuition, while all I see is a mere little cauldron? He felt disgruntled. The antagonist felt wronged. Brother, can I have it, please? Qin Hao began to tug at Qin Feng's arm, attempting to win the cauldron through charm and pity. Yet, Qin Feng had always been impervious to such tactics, only yielding to his sister might sway him. However, unable to discern any special attributes of the cauldron, he contemplated utilizing his younger brother, the chosen one, to activate it. All right, Qin Feng said earnestly. I just spent 888 spirit stones on this little cauldron. As your brother, I will contribute 2/8. if you provide the remaining 8. I shall lend it to you for a few days. How does that sound? Brother, you are so generous. Qin Hao, clearly not grasping the nuance, gleefully rummaged through his belongings. It was a storage pouch commonly used by cultivators, containing his accumulated lucky money over the past few years, which Qin Feng had coveted for quite some time. Before long, under Qin Feng's persuasion, Qin Hao produced in 8, equating to 800 spirit stones. The surrounding onlookers were utterly speechless. Anyone with a kindergarten diploma should not fall for this trick. Ding dong. Detected that the host has deceived the naive chosen one. Earning 500 villain points, Qin Feng joyfully accepted the 800 spirit stones, keeping his promise to lend the cauldron to his younger brother for a few days. Once activated, he would reclaim it. Qin Hao, far from feeling cheated, believed he had struck a bargain. His brother spent 88, while he only spent 8, a full 8 less than his brother. What a foolish Ododo. Qin Feng gazed at his naive younger brother, utterly perplexed as to why a villain of his high emotional and intellectual prowess would ultimately be trampled underfoot as per the script. What purpose does this small ding serve? Lin Exa, curious as ever, approached to inspect the peculiar item. Yet, Qin Hao, protective as a guard against thieves, hastily tucked the ding into his bosom, showing no regard for his future wife, inciting Lin Exa to stomp her feet in indignation. As the little princess of Tianxin Jichen, she had never before encountered such disrespect. I do not even care for it. Lin San, let us depart. Lin Exa epitomized the typical tsundere little girl. The notion of asking for favors was utterly alien to her, so she continued to saunter through the Qin family market with Lin San in tow. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Qin Feng shamelessly followed, keenly observing the fluctuations of Lin San's expressions. Why does this Qin family young master keep stealing glances at me? Lin San felt a chill run down his spine, and anxiety gripped his heart. As a servant to the little princess of Tianxin Jicheng, he had heard whispers of certain nobles with peculiar tastes, favoring delicate servants like himself, especially those distinguished young nobles whose wild antics behind the scenes left one astounded. Could Qin Feng be one of those? It seemed to validate his suspicions. Every item upon which Qin Feng's gaze lingered for even a moment was bought with extravagant flair. It was akin to a domineering CEO shopping with his dainty wife, purchasing everything her eyes beheld to flaunt his wealth. It was utterly incomprehensible. Qin Feng stared perplexed at the heap of items he had acquired, none of which could rival the small ding in value. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for seizing the chosen one's celestial herb, earning 300 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for seizing the chosen one's elixir, earning 300 villain points. Though these treasures were indeed rare and yielded villain points, Qin Feng clearly yearned for the opportunity to draw from the system. I refuse to believe that in such a vast Qin family market, I cannot unearth true treasures. For several days hence, Qin Feng relentlessly dragged Lin San through the bustling streets. Terrified, Lin San was left with goosebumps, increasingly convinced that Qin Feng was after his body, spending sleepless nights with his sword gripped tightly, fearful of losing his purity. He aspired to be an exceptional servant, not a mere plaything. Is this truly the eldest son of the Qin family? The denizens of the Qin family market pointed and whispered about Qin Feng, their admiration for the young master profound. Previously, they had merely heard that he possessed the potential of an emperor, but they had never witnessed his prowess until now. With the arrival of talents from Tianxin Jichen, at 8 years old, he broke through to the extraordinary realm, achieving a breakthrough in combat and inventing the Zhan Tianba Jianshu, defeating the heir of the Longkong Jianshin, heralded as the foremost sword of the next century. It was evident that the growth of the two outstanding scions of the Qin family surpassed all expectations. The reputation of the Qin family's young master was well-deserved. Moreover, discerning individuals noted the rare treasures Qin Feng had purchased, each one a gem, without a single oversight. Incredible. The crowd was utterly astounded, their reverence for the Qin family's young master reaching new heights. Accurately identifying such a plethora of treasures was not merely a feat of strength, but required extensive knowledge and years of genuine skill. The fact that an 8-year-old could achieve such a level was nothing short of astonishing. Days later, the Qin and Lin families publicly announced their engagement. marking the formal alliance between the Qin family and Tianxin Jiqing. Lin Hao, accompanied by a retinue, prepared to return to Tianxin Jiqing. Qin brother, this is where we part ways. Lin Hao clasped his fists, his expression laden with reluctance. Lin brother, travel safely. Qin Tian, equally reluctant, accompanied them for several hundred miles. As they departed, Qin Feng cast a lingering glance at Lin San, his heart heavy, for his dual-core treasure-seeking device would now only possess one core. Although the dual-core device had only yielded an unknown small ding, the other treasures had certainly proved lucrative. Now, tales of his exploits filled the entire Qin family market, with many eager to discover how he discerned treasures. Sobbing internally, Lin San felt overwhelmed by Qin Feng's lingering gaze, wishing to distance himself from this man, fearing that if he remained, he might indeed be swayed from his path. That night, Qin Feng found himself restless. Lin San's presence had allowed him to savor the delights of being a villain. In a mere few days, he had accrued 150,000 villain points and a chance to draw, a joy his younger brother could never provide, compelling him to contemplate running away from home to seek out Lin San. Perhaps I should draw first. Qin Feng shook his head and summoned the system. With a whoosh, the spinning prize will reappear before him, still brimming with numerous rewards. Taishang Ti, Song Tian Ba Ti, Do Zhan Xing Ti, Huan Dong Xing Ti, Zhong Tong, Jizuan Gu, Zhenlong Bao Shu, Huazi Zai Tian. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the divine-level Buddhist technique, Da Wei Tianlong. Thunder roared in Qin Feng's mind, as if his soul had transcended to another realm. 100-foot-long golden dragon spiraled through the sky, its roar reverberating, inducing tremors in the air, leaving devastation in its wake, exuding the majesty of the king of beasts. Before Qin Feng could react, the dragon charged toward him and dove directly into his body. Gasping, Qin Feng awoke in a cold sweat, discovering a golden dragon pattern adorning his skin, alongside new techniques swirling in his mind. When combined with the dragon pattern, he could unleash the divine-level Buddhist technique, Da Wei Tianlong. This technique not only possessed formidable power, but also inflicted double damage to demonkind, making it a bane for them. It would enhance his defenses and grant him the ability to discern between humans and demons at a glance. Creak. The door to Qin Feng's chamber swung open. His younger brother Qin Hao peeked in, and upon seeing that Qin Feng was still awake, he gleefully seized a small pillow and scampered up onto the bed, declaring he wished to sleep with his brother tonight. Isn't it usually the sisters who seek out their brothers when afraid at night? Why must I, the chosen one, be the one to do so? Qin Feng gazed speechlessly at his younger brother, who had already fallen asleep, feeling as though he were being tempted by the supreme bone, and sensed a lack of respect for his role as a villain. Chapter 15. A storm approaches in the imperial capital within the Daxia Imperial Palace. The emperor was conducting morning court. The entire assembly of civil and military officials had received news of the alliance between the Qin family and Tianxin Jiqing, and they learned that the young master of the Qin family had broken through to the extraordinary realm at the tender age of 8, inventing the Zhan Tianba Jianshu to defeat Lin San, the heir of the Longkong Jianshun, who was hailed as the foremost sword of the next century. It was evident that the growth of the two prodigies of the Qin family surpassed all expectations. The alliance between the Qin family and Tianxin Jiqing clearly demonstrated their contempt for the imperial court. Such intentions must be thwarted. I suggest we mobilize our forces immediately to eliminate them while their alliance remains unstable. Do you think the Qin family and Tianxin Jiqing are mere paper figures, easily dealt with? If they were so easily vanquished, would the imperial court have allowed them to dominate the eastern and western regions for so many years? I propose diplomacy. In recent years, the world has witnessed numerous extraordinary phenomena, and a great era of conflict is upon us. We must not engage in infighting. The Qin dynasty has grown increasingly powerful since its reforms a century ago, with ambitions no longer concealed. Recently, they have elevated two prodigies to the status of holy sons, who now stand as our greatest enemies. Your Majesty, please consider the broader picture. This is not the time for internal disputes. The Daxia Emperor surveyed the two factions of ministers below, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. To combat the encroachment of the Qin dynasty, the Daxia dynasty must unite its great families. However, The price of unity would grant the Qin family's two prodigies more time to mature. If only the Xiao royal family could produce a few prodigies of our own, such matters would be unnecessary. The emperor of the Daxia dynasty expressed a poignant sentiment of heroes in their twilight, recognizing the root of the issues at hand. While the passage of time is an inevitable reality, it is lamentable to witness the predecessors fade away without successors emerging. In the Qin household, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in his modest courtyard, enveloped by a profound aura of spiritual energy. Ever since he transcended to the extraordinary realm, he found himself unable to keep pace with the 33 layers of the Tianzhou Huaju, resorting instead to expending 30,000 villain points to activate a 1-month comprehension aura in order to grasp the third layer of the heavens. What a terrifying aptitude! The 10 ancestors standing nearby gazed in astonishment, keenly sensing the transformative changes within Qin Feng. Such metamorphosis stemmed from his cultivation techniques. As he delved deeper into his practice, the manifestations became evident within his physical form. Now, not only had Qin Feng's physique grown increasingly formidable, but he also possessed extraordinary regenerative capabilities. While one might hesitate to claim he could resurrect after death, regrowing severed limbs seemed well within his reach. What profound cosmic laws had this child comprehended? The 10 ancestors admitted they had never encountered a technique that allowed for limb regeneration upon merely grasping the third layer. If fully understood, would he not become immortal, reviving from his own blood? With a resounding boom, a deep sound echoed from within Qin Feng's body, and the runes surrounding him erupted in blinding golden light, signifying his newfound strength, indicating not only had he comprehended the third layer of the heavens, but he had also broken through to the second level of the extraordinary realm. A prodigy indeed, the 10 ancestors could not help but reflect on the circumstances of Qin Feng's birth. Truly, he was a blood moon aberration capable of stirring the winds and clouds of the world, an extraordinary degree beyond ordinary imagination. Suddenly, the sound of bells reverberated throughout the entire Qin family city, altering the expressions of all who heard. This was the urgent bell that had not rung in the Qin family for centuries, signifying a grave crisis had befallen them. All clan members were required to prepare for combat at the highest level, as a battle concerning the very survival of the Qin family was imminent. What transpired? The 10 ancestors' expressions grew grave as they transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. The survival of the family? This matter, I suspect, is somewhat related to my second brother. Qin Feng seized the opportunity to reprimand his younger brother, Qin Hao, rising to seek him out. In truth, he had not wished for such circumstances. Initially, his aspiration was merely to indulge in a life of extravagance and revelry as a young scion. Yet, due to this little troublemaker, he was compelled to diligently cultivate for self-preservation, now faced with the threat of annihilation. It was difficult to vent his frustrations without a proper confrontation. Within the grand hall of the Qin family, Qin Tian, as the head of the family, occupied the esteemed position, while below him sat 13 leaders from various branches of the Qin Clan, collectively known as the 13 guardians of the Qin family. Reports from their insider within the Daxia Imperial Palace indicated that after considerable deliberation, the Daxia Emperor had resolved to take action against the Qin family. "Let them come. We fear no one," exclaimed a robust leader, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement, wielding a large blade that had long been thirsting for action. Logically, having just allied with Tianqin City and with the Inu dynasty lurking menacingly, the Daxia imperial family would not act so recklessly. However, a scholarly leader furrowed his brows, voicing his concerns about the impending war. If they were to rely solely on warfare for victory, the outcome would likely result in mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting the Inu dynasty. The most prudent approach would be to buy time and allow the two brothers, Qin Feng and Qin Hao, the opportunity to grow stronger. The Daxia imperial family was indeed making a desperate gamble. Qin Tian's expression turned serious as he articulated, "With the prestige of the Qin family in Daxia, once we mature, we can replace them." Thus, they plan to strike before our growth, seeking a swift resolution. If we become entrenched in a protracted conflict, we can at least hold on to a portion of our territory. For the sake of becoming emperor, they were indeed willing to make such sacrifices. The 13 leaders wore solemn expressions, fully aware that this battle was unavoidable. However, warfare could not simply commence at the emperor's whim. They first needed to negotiate with the powerful families, promising them certain benefits, or else who would be willing to fight for him. This meant that conflict would not erupt in the short term, granting them ample time for preparation. Was war truly imminent? Qin Feng could distinctly sense the shift within the Qin family, an oppressive atmosphere akin to an approaching storm. In the past, each member of the Qin family wore confident smiles, yet now, all wore serious expressions devoid of any levity. The streets, once lively with young ladies and their graceful figures, were now lined with armored warriors. Could they win this war? Qin Feng, not a naive child, was fully capable of analyzing the current situation. Though the Qin family's alliance with Tianqin City occupied a significant portion of Daxia, the powerful families led by the Daxia Emperor were not to be underestimated. Even if they were to achieve a fortuitous victory, the Inu dynasty lingered ominously on the periphery. Most importantly, they had a chosen one among them. It is well known that a chosen one does not require the backing of a powerful family to thrive, even if born into one. Various circumstances may lead to their departure from the family. It could be either the family's destruction or a complete severance of ties. Thus, the odds of victory in this battle were virtually nil. So, should he flee swiftly? No. They were all my dear friends and brothers. Qin Feng vigorously shook his head and began contemplating how to turn the tide in their favor. Ultimately, the solution lay in summoning the fully leveled red-haired old monster. But suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled the system's mission to excavate his brother's supreme bone. Perhaps he could legitimately extract his brother's supreme bone. Chapter 16. Almost moved to tears within the ancestral hall of the Qin family. Countless tablets commemorating the valiant spirits of ancestors who fought for the Qin family stood densely populated, numbering in the tens of thousands. An elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged on a mat, the very first ancestor of the Qin family, flanked by 9 other ancestors, alongside Qin Tian, Qin Feng's adoptive father. Ancestor, this is the situation. Qin Tian respectfully knelt upon the ground, recounting the entire sequence of events. The ancestor, without turning his head, spoke slowly. Since this battle is unavoidable, let us engage in battle. Indeed, the others, with serious expressions, vowed to fight to the bitter end. Just then, a childish voice shattered the solemn atmosphere. Ancestor, no. Feng, go outside. Qin Tian, witnessing Qin Feng dash in with his short legs, hastily admonished him to leave, asserting that making noise in the ancestral hall and questioning the ancestor's decision was utterly disrespectful. Be silent. The ancestor not only refrained from reprimanding Qin Feng, but instead chastised Qin Tian, then turned to Qin Feng with a broad smile, beckoning him closer. Yes. Qin Tian felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Why was the disparity between them, as descendants of the ancestor, so vast? Was it merely because he lacked the potential of an emperor? Feng, what did you mean by no just now? The ancestor gazed at Qin Feng with great affection, having taken a particular liking to this young descendant, who frequently brought him delicious treats, unlike the other unfilial descendants who only sought him out for disputes. Qin Feng, with a serious countenance, declared, only a fool would think that victory can be achieved through war. Winning would deplete our vitality, while losing would spell doom for the Qin family. Fool! The gathered ancestors fixed their gazes on Qin Tian, as if to say that this burden was one he must bear alone as the head of the Qin family. Qin Tian's eyelid twitched involuntarily, and he thought to himself, what a predicament! Do you possess a method to achieve victory without resorting to war? The ancestor suddenly expressed keen interest, eager to hear what this 8-year-old child had to propose. At present, it was not the Qin family that sought to instigate war. It was the Daxia imperial family preparing to take action against them, a conflict driven by self-interest, devoid of right or wrong, with no possibility for negotiation. Certainly, Qin Feng replied confidently, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that my brother and I have disrupted the balance, prompting the imperial family to perceive us as a threat. If we can devise a means to conceal my brother and me, the war shall naturally lose its justification to continue. Is that all? The mindset of a child is truly perplexing. Even if one were to hide the 2 brothers away, The Xia royal family would undoubtedly not relent, unless the brothers were to perish or be rendered useless. Indeed, rendered useless. Qin Feng's small face was exceptionally grave as he produced a yellowed ancient tome. This was a text he had exchanged from the system, detailing various rare physiques. And it clearly documented the intricate information regarding the supreme bone, including the proper method to unlock its potential. Digging out the bone, breaking it, and then rebuilding, the elders present could not suppress their astonishment, horrified by the method to unlock the supreme bone, while others cherished the supreme bone as a treasure. Who would be cruel enough to extract a child's supreme bone, only to rely on immense willpower to achieve the supreme status thereafter? The ancestor remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. This method is feasible. What? The elders gasped in unison, astonished by the ancestor's agreement. I oppose. Qin Tan immediately interjected. Hao is merely 5 years old. He is still a child, unworthy of bearing such agony. The ancestor replied with calm deliberation. To achieve the supreme status, merely possessing a supreme bone is insufficient. One must also possess great will and immense ambition. For destiny is also woven into the fabric of fate. Destiny woven into the fabric of fate. The elders exchanged glances, questioning whether the ancestor had glimpsed some celestial truth. However, Qin Tian understood the reasoning, yet he could not bear to act against his own son. The ancestor disregarded Qin Tian and, with great interest, turned to Qin Feng, asking how may conceal himself by extracting his own bone, thereby breaking through to achieve the supreme status in the future. How do you intend to hide yourself and eventually reveal your imperial potential? Qin Feng resolutely declared. The eldest son of the Qin family, envious of his younger brother's talent, personally extracts the supreme bone of his younger brother for his own use. Upon being discovered by the Qin family, he flees, and the ancestor, incensed, expels this unfilial son from the Qin family forever, issuing a kill order throughout the wilderness. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into stunned silence. They could hardly fathom that the child before them was merely 8 years old. He was not only ruthless towards others, but even more so towards himself. If Qin Hao were to endure the physical pain of having his bone extracted, then Qin Feng would suffer both physical and mental torment. Not only would he bear the label of a traitor to the Qin family, but he would also lose the family's protection and face endless pursuits until Qin Hao grew strong enough to clear his name, provided he could survive until that day. In response, Qin Feng felt no pressure, for the formidable red-haired elder was not a mere decoration. No, as a father, Qin Tian could not accept this plan under any circumstances. His eldest son would bear the weight of the family's expectations while struggling for survival, and his youngest son would endure unbearable suffering to grow step by step. No parent wishes for their child to endure such pain, to perform heroic deeds and bear eternal infamy for the sake of the family. I am willing, Qin Feng said, standing tall and proud, nearly moved to tears by his own words. In just a few hundred words, he almost rendered the ancient elders speechless. He was only 8 years old. He was still a child. Yet, without hesitation, he was willing to bear eternal disgrace to spare his family from war. With such a descendant, how could the Qin family ever falter in the future? Ding dong, such a hypocritical villain deserves applause. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a personal space. Qin Feng immediately sensed the personal space, approximately 1,000 square meters in size, truly a necessary asset for home, travel, and even for acts of violence. The ancestor struggled to maintain composure, his voice trembling as he spoke. The ancestor knows you are a good child. But do you understand what you will face by doing this? You will not have the chance to regret. I do not regret. A sharp sword is forged through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Without experiencing storms, how can one witness a rainbow? Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with clarity and determination. Yet at that moment, his inner thoughts were, 5 years. Do you know how I spent these 5 years? Stop rambling. Let me dig out the supreme bone. I must complete my task. I want the invincible dual pupils. I do not wish to remain a good child at home. I want to leave the novice village and find beautiful sisters and a little wife. All right. The ancestor reluctantly uttered a single word, as though expending all his strength. He understood that Qin Feng's proposal was the best way to minimize the losses to the Qin family, even in the worst-case scenario. It would only cost Qin Feng his life. However, if he could endure until that day, the Qin family would grow stronger because of him. "Ancestor, I beg you." Qin Tan anxiously knelt and bowed, his eyes filled with humble pleading. He simply could not bear to watch his son being hunted outside while he had to maintain an indifferent facade. This was too painful and cruel for any father. "Father, do not worry. Your child will surely return safely." Qin Feng moved, helped his adoptive father to his feet, and sincerely called him father for the first time in 8 years. This utterance was also a promise that he would return to personally remove the oxygen tube from him. Chapter 17. The Supreme Bone, I accepted. Night fell, and the entire Qin family was enveloped in silence. As the urgent bell of war rang, the Qin family canceled all nighttime activities, with everyone focused on enhancing their cultivation. Only the strong could survive in the impending conflict. Creak. The door to Qin Hao's room was slowly pushed open, and Qin Feng sauntered in. Through the faint moonlight streaming in from the window, he saw his younger brother curled up with a small broken cauldron, fast asleep, his innocent visage making it difficult to act against him. "Brother, I am doing this for your own good." Qin Feng repeatedly reassured himself in his heart, feeling he had no choice but to proceed. Only by extracting his younger brother's supreme bone could he preserve the living strength of the Qin family. Covertly waiting for the right moment, allowing his younger brother to endure hardship and grow swiftly while also helping him complete his task. Most importantly, his father would no longer be able to proclaim, "My son, Qin Feng, possesses the potential of an emperor, for benefits from a single act. Forgive me, my foolish little brother." "Brother." Qin Hao groggily rubbed his eyes and awoke to find Qin Feng standing at his bedside. However, before he could joyfully leap into his brother's embrace, he felt a searing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw his brother's hand plunge deep into his body. "Brother." Qin Hao incredulously raised his head, no longer seeing the smiling face of his elder brother, but instead a cold and ruthless expression. "The Supreme Bone, I accept it." In the end, Qin Feng steeled his resolve and forcefully extracted the Supreme Bone. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for injuring the Chosen One, hanging by a thread, earning 800,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for excavating the Supreme Bone of the Chosen One, disrupting the Chosen One's fortune, and earning a chance for a draw. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for excavating the Supreme Bone of the Chosen One, completing the epic task of the destined villain, and obtaining the Invincible Double Pupils. The series of rewards momentarily left Qin Feng in a daze. Simultaneously, a transformation occurred in his eyes, his pupils splitting into two, seemingly capable of seeing through the essence of the world and retracting the dual pupils to appear as an ordinary person at will. Crash! The small cauldron in Qin Hao's hands fell, and he collapsed onto the bed. This is the Invincible Double Pupils. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the small cauldron. Unlike the last time he saw it, he could now discern a weak soul within, presumably the protagonist's exclusive elder. This must be a trick. It has to be fake. Qin Hao struggled on the bed, unable to believe his brother would treat him this way. Yet, no matter how hard he resisted the reality, he could only watch helplessly as his brother clutched the Supreme Bone and departed without a backward glance. As for the small cauldron, Qin Feng chose not to take it, setting aside whether the elder would acknowledge him as master. Even if he did, it was unnecessary. His system was far more formidable than the elder, so it was better left for his younger brother. A bone exchange for an elder, what a profit. After Qin Feng departed, a sigh emanated from the small ding, which held the belief that the dual pupils were invincible and required no borrowed bones from others. With that, the small ding emitted a gentle radiance, enveloping Qin Hao for healing. Meanwhile, in the room of Qin Feng's parents, Yunxia, upon hearing the fates of her two sons, wept and shook her head in despair. She implored Qin Tian to reconsider, for as a mother, she could not bear to witness her son suffer. He is merely 8 years old. He is still a child. Furthermore, the truth could not be revealed to her younger son, Qin Hao, meaning she might one day witness her two sons engaged in mutual destruction. A cruelty too harsh for any mother to endure. We must have faith in him. Qin Tian struggled to contain his emotions, holding his wife tightly in his embrace. He understood all too well the unbearable pain of parents. Yet as the head of the Qin family, he could not simply watch his kin march towards death. Nor could he allow the family to engage in mutual annihilation. The current dormancy of the Qin family is but a prelude to their future rise. Thud, thud, thud. Outside the door came the sound of 3 bows, as Qin Feng knelt to pay his respects. Fengya, Yun Siye could no longer restrain herself, yearning to open the door for one last glimpse of her son. However, Qin Tian halted her, knowing that allowing Yun Siye to see Qin Feng would lead to an uncontrollable scene, drawing the attention of others and jeopardizing their efforts. Father, mother, I am leaving. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng rose and departed the Qin residence without looking back. My son, Yun Siye cried out in agony within Qin Tian's embrace, relentlessly pounding his chest. That was a piece of her flesh, and now she must witness him suffer, pursued by all manner of adversaries. How could she possibly endure such a fate? Upon reaching the entrance of the Qin family, Qin Feng felt the night breeze and turned to glance back at his home. After 8 years in this world, he had experienced warmth and affection from relatives and friends. To protect this family, he must now leave. Ancient times, little sister, little wife. I, Qin Feng, have arrived. Qin Feng stood transfixed before the crooked tree at the entrance. Like the small ding, it had appeared unremarkable before, but now, with the assistance of the dual pupils, he perceived a terrifying energy emanating from it. Desolate and barren, it seemed to belong to another world, having traversed countless epochs. By heavens, the chosen one truly defies reason. Qin Feng gazed at the supreme bone in his hand, realizing that compared to the small ding, the crooked tree, and the elder, the supreme bone seemed a mere afterthought. At that moment, the voice of the ancestor resonated in Qin Feng's ears. Child, dawn is approaching, and the decree for your pursuit by the Qin family will soon spread throughout the ancient realm. Where do you intend to go? To the Yin dynasty. Qin Feng declared resolutely, indicating his intent to venture into the most perilous territory. Since the reforms of the Yin dynasty a century prior, it had transformed, resembling a presidential system rather than a hereditary monarchy, allowing the capable to rise. As a traitor of the Qin family, he believed they would certainly be intrigued by him. Most importantly, the Yin dynasty had grown increasingly powerful post-reform, inevitably challenging the once mighty Xia. By infiltrating as an undercover agent, he would secure a future for the Qin family. As for the 3 out of the 4 great beauties of the ancient realm hailing from the Yin dynasty, he felt no interest whatsoever. Child, you must survive and return. The ancestor struggled to contain his emotions, deeply moved by Qin Feng's resolve. He is but 8 years old, always considering the family. How could the family betray him so? Ding dong, such a hypocritical villain. There should be applause for the host. Congratulations on the expansion of the spatial realm. Who is being hypocritical? He is the hope of the Qin family. Qin Feng silently scorned the system, wishing it would refrain from speaking. Just then, an exclamation echoed from the Qin family. Quick, someone, the second young master has been attacked. Chapter 18. Expulsion from the Qin family. The once tranquil night abruptly erupted into chaos. Upon hearing of the attack on the second young master, Qin Hao, the entire Qin family immediately suspected the Xia royal family of foul play, their anger igniting as they armed themselves to exact vengeance. Upon encountering Qin Hao, their fury intensified. How could such a heartless individual exist, ruthlessly extracting the supreme bone from a 5-year-old child? This was not only cruel, but also severed the future hopes of the Qin family. This is intolerable. I cannot endure it. But when the crowd learned the identity of the assailant, they were utterly flabbergasted. Qin Feng, how is this possible? Who does not know that the eldest young master of the Qin family is polite, gentle, diligent, and exemplary in character, having shown exceptional cultivation since childhood? How could he commit such a heinous act, personally extracting his younger brother's supreme bone? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Qin family members shook their heads in disbelief, refusing to accept that it could be Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng often teased Qin Hao, they regarded it as typical sibling playfulness. The 2 brothers were close. How could he do something so cruel? It must be him, that ungrateful wretch. Qin Tian's face contorted with anguish and rage, his body trembling uncontrollably. He once had a happy family, but the Xia royal family had torn them apart. He could only watch his 8-year-old son struggle to survive outside, unable to offer any help, while his 5-year-old son endured the agony of having his bone extracted, suffering the pain of being broken and rebuilt. As a father, how could he not be enraged? With a cough, Qin Tian could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. As the head of the Qin family, he bore too much weight, yet could not confide in anyone, shouldering this burden alone. Head of the family. The Qin family members were startled, finally believing that Qin Feng was indeed responsible. As the head of the first family of the ancient realm, Qin Tian's strength was profound. Yet even he was driven to the brink of bloodshed by this matter, illustrating the immense pain it inflicted upon him. Both hands are flesh, yet they turn against one another. No parent could endure such a situation. Just then, the voice of the second ancestor of the Qin family rang out. Qin Feng, consumed by jealousy, committed the unspeakable crime of extracting his brother's supreme bone for his own use. When the truth surfaced, he showed no remorse and even injured the guards while fleeing the Qin family. In the name of the second ancestor of the Qin family, I declare that Qin Feng, the ungrateful wretch, is hereby expelled from the Qin family, and a decree for his pursuit is issued, with disregard for life or death. Expelled from the family? With disregard for life or death. The Qin family members gasped in shock, hoping the second ancestor would show mercy. Now that Qin Hao's supreme bone was rendered useless. If they were to lose Qin Feng, a talent of imperial potential, what hope would the Qin family have in the grand competition for supremacy? This child is unworthy of being a disciple of the Qin family. The second ancestor strained to suppress his tremors, uttering the most disingenuous words of his life. If Qin Feng is unworthy, who then is worthy to be a disciple of the Qin family? At that moment, the sun began to rise over the horizon. The ancestors of the Qin family stood atop the family tower, watching the distant silhouette of the child. He would depart bearing the hopes of the entire Qin family, facing countless trials, dancing on the edge of a blade, where one misstep could lead to his demise, plunging him into the abyss. Yet, they could not assist him. Everything depended on him and his young shoulders to bear the weight. Was this decision not too cruel? He is but 8 years old. The 10th ancestor could no longer hold back, tears welling in his eyes. As Qin Feng's great-grandfather, having raised him since childhood, their bond was profound. And watching the child struggle to survive outside felt like a knife twisting in his heart. Since time immemorial, great talents have faced numerous tribulations. Indeed, he is but 8 years old, yet his intellect and cultivation far surpass that of an ordinary child. The founding ancestor's gaze was resolute as he watched the vanishing figure, firmly believing that this child would return safely, shouldering the expectations of the Qin family and bringing unparalleled honor back to them. Rest assured, let us not forget that he was born under the blood moon. The second ancestor spoke soothingly, evoking memories of Qin Feng's birth. The emergence of the blood moon demon heralds chaos in the ancient realm, and the era of great strife is imminent. Soon, the tragedy of the Qin family spread, leaving the world in shock. The eldest son, envious of his younger brother's talents, had callously extracted the supreme bone and thereafter showed no remorse as he was expelled from the family and a bounty was placed on his head. The sensational news reverberated like a massive stone cast into still waters, swiftly reaching every corner of the ancient realm. It even reached the ears of the emperor of the Great Xia, who hastily summoned his civil and military officials. Could it be true? Was it merely a ruse by the Qin family? The information was confirmed. Indeed, the second son had had his supreme bone extracted, and the family head, Qin Tian, was so enraged that he spat blood and fell into despair. The eldest son was truly ruthless, capable of harming his own brother. The law of the jungle reigns supreme in cultivation. What of it being his own brother? With one fallen and one fled. The two prodigies of the Qin family were no longer a threat, a boon for the Great Xia. The Qin family posed no danger, and war could be averted. Yet, the eldest son remained alive, with the supreme bone still a potential threat. He must be eliminated for true safety. This child is of no concern. From the moment he extracted the supreme bone, he was destined to never reach the pinnacle. Indeed, he has begun to doubt his own strength. The heart of invincibility has been lost, rendering him insignificant. The emperor of the Great Xia, sat upon his dragon throne, everything feeling surreal. Just last night, he had conferred with his ministers on how to swiftly dismantle the Qin family. Yet this morning, the Qin family had crumbled of its own accord, and the two prodigies had fallen from grace, while the imperial family of the Great Xia continued to thrive. Splendid. The emperor of the Great Xia could not contain his laughter, deciding to select a consort to celebrate the occasion. At this moment, Qin Feng leisurely rode a small donkey along the path to the Inu dynasty. Finally, he had accumulated 1 million villain points. Qin Feng gazed at the system displaying 156,500 villain points, promptly spending 1 million to exchange for the Great Perfection Realm. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points to exchange for the 100% compatibility card of Great Perfection. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for using the 100% compatibility card of Great Perfection, achieving 100% compatibility with the 33 Heavens transformation technique. In his mind, it was as if thunder had struck, placing him in an unconscious state where he could clearly perceive the laws of heaven and earth. Gaining a deeper understanding of the 33 Heavens transformation technique. To put it simply, he could now utilize 100% of his power, a qualitative leap from the previous 60%. This is the Great Perfection Realm. Qin Feng snapped back to reality, unable to suppress his excitement, finally experiencing the joy of being the chosen one. Should he encounter Lin San again, he was confident that he could defeat him without resorting to the sword technique of Heaven Severance, provided he had not encountered any significant opportunities during this time. At that moment, a cackling laughter echoed ahead. Little girl, do not be afraid. If you let us brothers have a bit of fun with you, we shall let you go. How about that? A hero saving a damsel in distress. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. This was a privilege reserved for villains. Chapter 19. Let go of that girl. With a whoosh, Qin Feng leaped from his small donkey and landed atop a large tree several hundred meters away. From his vantage point, he observed a group of burly men surrounding a young girl clad in purple. Her features were exquisite and captivating, and her violet gown shimmered, flowing like moonlight upon the ground, revealing her delicate, fair legs. My word, it feels like a nostalgic return. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. After 8 long years in this fantastical realm, he had not encountered a lady adorned in such attire. Mediocre dance, average music, and a splendid figure. He was truly a disgrace. With a thud, the purple-clad girl initiated her attack, executing a palm technique reminiscent of Tai Chi. However, it lacked the anticipated lethality, merely causing one of the men to stagger back a couple of steps without inflicting any real harm. Third level of the extraordinary realm. A sneer curled at the corner of the burly man's lips as he charged toward the girl. Not good. The purple-clad girl was evidently still too young and inexperienced in combat. Seeing the aggressive approach of her opponent, she panicked, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just as Qin Feng prepared to intervene and shout for them to release the girl, a clear, ringing sound of a sword being drawn pierced the air, accompanied by a fierce wave of sword energy. That sound is so familiar. A figure of Lin San suddenly flashed in his mind. The sound of the sword being drawn was strikingly similar. But wait, Lin San had gone back to Tianxin City with Lin Xin. Why was he still lingering in the eastern region of the Great Xia? Whoosh! A shadow shot through the air, and where the sword light passed, hot blood splattered as one of the burly men was caught off guard and met his demise. When the shadow landed, it revealed none other than Lin San. It truly is him. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, internally exclaiming his admiration for Lin San. He had thought that, after leaving the Qin family, he would languish for an extended period. After all, being the chosen one was not akin to plucking a cabbage from the roadside. Yet, under the halo of villainy, the protagonist had delivered himself right to his doorstep. Wait, this phrasing seems rather odd. In broad daylight, under the clear heavens, how dare you bully a young girl? Lin San, wielding a 3-foot sword, struck a pose of righteous indignation, standing atop the moral high ground to denounce the scoundrels before him. Who dares harm my brother? The anger of the remaining burly men surged, and without hesitation, they charged forward to avenge their fallen comrade. Roar! They descended upon him like ferocious tigers, their assault swift and fierce. You seek death. Lin San's gaze turned steely, and he thrust his long sword forward. Hiss! The sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing one of the burly men with terrifying force, the blade's edge tearing through his chest, blood gushing forth. The acrid scent of blood quickly spread, inciting the fury of the other men. Yet, Lin San remained undaunted, charging forward with great strides, drawing his sword to continue his onslaught, causing more blood to erupt. Fourth level of the extraordinary realm. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that Lin San had made a breakthrough. His swordsmanship had also become sharper and faster than before, indicating that he had not been idle during this time. However, he was puzzled as to why Lin San had not returned to Tianxin City with Lin Xiner. What was his purpose in remaining in the territory of the Qin family? Kid, we truly underestimated you. The three remaining burly men finally reacted, recognizing that they had encountered a prodigy capable of effortlessly overcoming challenges. Without a moment's hesitation, they each swallowed a pill. It was the Fury Pill. Lin San's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly charged forward. He was aware that the Fury Pill could double a person's combat power, though its side effect was a loss of 10 years of lifespan. Originally, these men were only slightly stronger than him, and with the protagonist's halo, he could easily defeat them. However, if they consumed the Fury Pill, even a victory would come at a great cost. He had to eliminate them all before the pill took effect. Just then, a sword energy that seemed capable of severing heaven and earth surged forth, the fierce wind striking Lin San's face. Before Lin San could react, Qin Feng's figure darted past like a solitary swan gliding across the sky, his Long Kong divine sword erupting with a dark, liquid-like sword light. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng sheathed his sword. The eyes of the three hulking men widened in shock as their massive forms collapsed to the ground. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for slaying 3 individuals, earning 300 villain points. Such a terrifying sword technique. A bead of sweat trickled down Lin San's forehead. Despite having witnessed the Zhan Tian Ba Jian technique before, he still felt the chilling terror of that strike. Had Qin Feng aimed it at him, he likely would not have had time to react. In truth, Qin Feng had contemplated the possibility of eliminating Lin San for a grand reward, but the chances of unforeseen complications were far too high. Thus, he preferred to blend in as an unassuming ally, occasionally offering help for the sake of safety. Lin brother, what a coincidence. Qin Feng turned with a flourish, displaying an innocent smile. Qin brother, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Lin San, clearly unaware of Qin Feng's recent exploits, naturally clasped his fists in greeting. Thank you, gentlemen, for your rescue. This humble girl, Zi Yuan, expresses her gratitude. The young woman in purple hurriedly approached to thank them, performing a deep bow. Her gaze toward Lin San filled with a sense of infatuation. As for Qin Feng, he chose to disregard her. After all, what could a mere child possibly comprehend? Wow, this is quite the double standard. Qin Feng was utterly speechless, gaining a fresh understanding of the protagonist's unreasonable charm. Miss Zi Yuan, you are too kind. It is our duty as cultivators to uphold justice. Lin San struck a righteous pose, prompting Qin Feng to roll his eyes repeatedly, while Zi Yuan appeared utterly captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Suddenly, one of the hulking men, not yet fully deceased, shot an arrow toward the sky, which exploded into a massive tiger, symbol visible for hundreds of miles. This was the insignia of the Wei Hu gang. As the future hope of the Qin family, Qin Feng was intimately familiar with the forces within his territory. The Wei Hu gang was a minor faction with a few thousand followers, its leader possessing cultivation at the spirit martial realm, above the extraordinary level. Due to their annual tributes to the Qin family, the latter had chosen to ignore them. With blood spilling from his mouth, the hulking man boisterously laughed. Our leader has the cultivation of the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. No matter who you are, all must perish. The 3rd level of spirit martial realm. Worry filled Zi Yuan's eyes, and she wished to leave this place swiftly. Fear not, Miss Zi Yuan. We shall be unharmed. Lin San confidently patted his chest in assurance. Had he not encountered Qin Feng, he might have hastily fled with Zi Yuan, but now, in the presence of the Qin family's eldest son, retreat was out of the question. They would wait for their adversaries to come and kneel before them, begging for guidance. Keep up the courage. You are quite brave. Qin Feng resolutely denied the protagonist the chance to show off, grasping Zi Yuan's hand and hastily retreating. Chapter 20. My success is entirely due to my own efforts. Lin San stood awkwardly in place, unsure of what to do. If he did not follow, it would seem he was merely boasting. But if he did follow, he would be handing himself over. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin San decided that his life was of utmost importance, and he thickened his face to follow Qin Feng in flight. Witnessing this scene, Zi Yuan's eyes filled with disappointment. No girl is without romantic aspirations, and no girl fails to admire a hero. She had thought she had encountered her destined one, only to discover he was merely a boastful youth. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for interrupting the protagonist's show-off, preventing him from gaining the goddess's favor, thus earning 500 villain points. This is remarkable. Qin Feng immediately perked up, as if he had unlocked a new skill. Lin San attempted to salvage his image and inquired, "Qin brother, I do not understand why, given your status, you choose to flee?" Quite simply, Qin Feng replied earnestly, "I'm not the type to bully others with my family's status. Living off the remnants of my ancestors does not make one a true man. My achievements today are entirely due to my own efforts. I wish to carve out my own path." Qin brother. Lin San began to feel a flicker of admiration for Qin Feng, a second-generation individual unlike any he had ever encountered. Zi Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, astonished by this young boy's lofty ambitions. Meanwhile, within the Qin family, the ancestors were convening. Following Qin Feng's departure, they discovered that 30 million spiritual stones had vanished from the storeroom. These were no ordinary stones. They were premium spiritual stones, each worth 1,000 ordinary stones. Even the Qin family, a dominant force in eastern Great Xia, would require 5 years to accumulate such wealth. The 10th ancestor reported, according to the storeroom manager. Only Fenger visited the storeroom that day. It must be him. The first ancestor displayed little emotion, having already suspected the culprit. The 10th ancestor, puzzled, asked, "But how could he have transported 30 million premium spiritual stones? It would take hundreds of storage bags to carry that amount. If he lacked the means, he would not dare to conceive such a bold plan." The first ancestor waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. They are for our own child's use. So let us not draw further attention." Understood. The 10th ancestor nodded, but hesitated before adding, "There is yet another matter." After spitting blood, Xiao Tian has been in a state of lethargy, and she has been crying incessantly. Sighing, the first ancestor reflected, as parents, they have it hard. Given Xiao Tian's current condition, he is unlikely to fulfill the role of family head. It would be prudent to find someone to take his place for now and refrain from disturbing them, allowing them to live quietly. Hopefully, they will recover soon. I shall attend to it immediately. The 10th ancestor nodded and departed. Before long, the Qin family announced their selection of a new family head, leading everyone to speculate that it was somehow related to Qin Feng. The Qin family had lost 2 prodigies in quick succession, and, as their father and family head, Qin Tian could not escape blame. The once bustling family compound fell eerily silent, with no one daring to visit. "Big Tree, I have come to see you." Qin Hao, with a pale visage, arrived beneath the crooked tree. Drawing upon his tenacious spirit, he had finally managed to pull through, shedding some of his previous innocence. His eyes now filled with determination. He intended to demonstrate to his brother that he was wrong, horrendously so. True strength lies not in self-doubt, but in an unwavering belief in oneself. "Look, isn't that the useless second son?" A group of young boys spotted Qin Hao and could not help but mock him. The former Qin Hao had been someone they could only aspire to. Now, having fallen from grace, they delighted in trampling on him. A flame of anger ignited within Qin Hao, and he considered confronting them. But then he recalled his brother's words. Even a dragon in shallow waters still retains its essence. It would not be long before he soared once more. "Brother, why?" Qin Hao pouted, on the verge of tears, remembering that fateful night. At this moment, Qin Feng could not suppress his curiosity and asked Lin San why he had not returned to Tianxin City with Lin Xiner. "I plan to experience some trials before returning." Lin San responded quickly, as if rehearsed. "Trials?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced by his flimsy excuse. As a seasoned reader, he could confidently assert that the protagonist's words were often mere fabrications. They claimed to seek trials, yet their true pursuits were treasures, relics, and charming maidens. They never returned empty-handed from their ventures. I too am out for trials, Ziyuan timidly added. You too seek trials? Qin Feng shot her a skeptical glance, still clearly disbelieving. With his experience as a seasoned reader, he knew that most heroines saved by the protagonist were often rebellious young ladies who had run away from home, usually possessing many useless traits, such as being unable to take care of themselves. It was precisely this unwavering loyalty of the protagonist towards these flawed young ladies that later granted them the audacity to indulge in a life of leisure. The sky was darkening. Let's find a place to rest for the night. Lin San noticed that Qin Feng showed no intention of leaving and decided to seek refuge in a nearby cave for the time being. Excellent. Ziyuan clapped her hands in delight. After witnessing the malevolence of the martial world, she realized just how inadequate her own abilities were. Nevertheless, she possessed the heart of a wandering heroine and felt compelled to stick close to these two. A typical case of being inexperienced yet eager for adventure. Soon night fell, and a campfire was ignited. As the chosen one, Lin San maintained a rather aloof demeanor, catching a nameless little chicken and roasting it alone, completely disregarding the fact that Ziyuan was quite helpless in terms of self-sufficiency. While Ziyuan stood awkwardly, twiddling her fingers, Qin Feng handed her the roasted chicken, transforming into a warm-hearted young man, saying, "Here, enjoy my chicken." "Thank you," Ziyuan exclaimed excitedly, disregarding her ladylike demeanor as she seized it and began to devour it hungrily. Clearly, she was ravenous, and any chicken would taste exquisite at this moment. Having shared his meal with her, Qin Feng mused, perhaps I might later enjoy her affections in return. He found himself rather hopeful about this investment and then activated the system, preparing to utilize the lottery opportunity he had obtained from the supreme bone of his brother. With a whoosh, the lottery wheel appeared before him and began to spin. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine skill of stealing, allowing you to retrieve items from a distance. Qin Feng's expression grew dazed as he felt the shift in the surrounding space. Sensing that he could grasp whatever he desired with a mere gesture, even items heavily guarded would be within reach. Was this enlightenment? Lin San, noticing Qin Feng's transformation, was genuinely astonished. He had always considered his role as a servant to be a form of carefree existence, for he was an unparalleled prodigy with his own pride. However, since meeting this young master of the Qin family, he realized how laughable his pride truly was. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have diminished the confidence of the Chosen One and earned 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng appeared oblivious, still lost in thought, until he finally woke to find Lin San and Ziyuan had finished their meal and were seated on the ground, meditating. Out of curiosity, or perhaps to test his new skill, he reached out towards Ziyuan, and instantly, a red belly band embroidered with a duck appeared in his hands, still warm to the touch. What the? Qin Feng straightened up, insisting he was not the sort of person to engage in such frivolity. At that moment, Ziyuan shivered slightly, as if sensing the absence of something. Concerned for his gentlemanly image, Qin Feng quickly stashed the little duck into his personal space and feigned a look of enlightenment. Upon opening her eyes, Ziyuan panicked and clutched her chest. What happened? Why has my personal garment vanished? In the cave, aside from her, there were only Qin Feng and Lin San. Thus, she could easily exclude Qin Feng, being merely an 8-year-old child who could hardly understand such matters. Moreover, he was still lost in contemplation, making it impossible for him to be responsible. Therefore, it must be Lin San. Stop pretending. Ziyuan glared at Lin San, her face flushed with anger, her emotions oscillating between embarrassment and fury. She could not believe he was such a base individual. Shameless rogue, return to me. Eventually, her little universe exploded, and she sprang up, delivering a resounding slap to Lin San. What is going on? Lin San awoke, bewildered, unable to grasp why Ziyuan struck him. Sister Ziyuan, what has Lin done to you? Qin Feng also woke up, feigning innocence. Ziyuan struggled to voice that it was her belly band, fuming as she stomped out of the cave, disappearing into the night. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully framed the Chosen One, inciting disdain from females, earning 500 villain points. How clever of me! Qin Feng sighed in relief, increasingly convinced that the system was quite mischievous. It was clear he was a respectable gentleman, yet it bestowed upon him such indecorous skills, seemingly intent on tarnishing the illustrious image he had cultivated over the years. A scream from Zi Yuan pierced the air. Signaling danger. Oh no, something's amiss. Lin San, disregarding why Zi Yuan had struck him, grasped his sword and dashed out of the cave. Seriously? Just as I gain some disdain, an opportunity arises for heroics to save a damsel and elevate my favor. Qin Feng found the Chosen One's unreasonable nature utterly confounding. He decided to abandon pretense and leaped out of the cave with remarkable speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Resolute in his ambition to become the fastest man of ancient times, his swiftness was not to be underestimated. Even if Lin San ran 100 meters ahead, he would effortlessly catch up. What kind of movement technique is this? Lin San was astonished as he watched Qin Feng soar above him. Typically, extraordinary movement techniques merely enhance speed, but Qin Feng's technique was not only light as a swallow, leaving no trace in the snow, but also allowed him to glide hundreds of meters through the air, using the slightest push to soar even further. It was evident that Qin Feng's technique had begun to exhibit the potential for flight. A powerful roar echoed through the night, causing the air to tremble and the ground to shake. A beast? Qin Feng furrowed his brow as he perched upon a treetop. From this vantage point, he beheld Zi Yuan being forced to retreat by a ferocious beast resembling a tiger that was roaring menacingly at her. With a length of 2 meters and sharp fangs gleaming like metal, it was clearly a fearsome predator, its long hair as hard as steel. Akiu beast, a large tiger-like demon, easily identifiable by its extraordinary aura, indicating a level of extraordinary prowess at the 9th tier. Brother Qin, we must join forces. Lin San finally arrived, his expression grave upon witnessing the Qi-Hu beast. Due to differences in physiology and habitat, beasts of the same level were significantly stronger than humans, particularly carnivorous ones that were both more powerful and ferocious than cultivators. With Lin San at the 4th tier of extraordinary and Qin Feng at the 2nd, along with a 3rd-tier wasteful young lady, confronting a 9th-tier Qi-Hu beast would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Do we really need to team up? Qin Feng was not about to play the role of a supporting character for the Chosen One, accustomed as he was to dazzling displays of heroism. Moreover, his Da Wei Tianlong was a divine technique capable of countering demons, requiring no further consideration. He would simply act. With that, Qin Feng leapt from the tree, landing firmly in front of Zi Yuan. Young Master Qin. Zi Yuan's voice trembled with excitement as she gazed at the not-so-tall figure before her. Despite her earlier panic, she felt an inexplicable calm wash over her. The Qi-Hu beast roared in response to Qin Feng, its icy aura enveloping the woods, surging toward him like a torrent. Suddenly, sensing danger, Qin Feng wrapped his arms around Zi Yuan's slender waist and leaped onto a large tree behind them. Boom! The colossal Qi-Hu beast leaped, crashing down onto the spot where Qin Feng had just stood, splintering trees of a human's girth into flying debris. What terrifying speed! Zi Yuan could not help but swallow hard. Had Qin Feng not embraced her to evade the attack, she would have surely become the beast's midnight snack. The Qi-Hu beast, now enraged after missing its target, lunged once more at Qin Feng. Lin San shouted urgently from the side, "Brother Qin, stop being reckless. We can only defeat it by working together. You are truly annoying." Gazing upon the ferocious Qi-Hu Yaosho, which lunged forth like a colossal mountain, a chilling intensity gradually manifested in Qin Feng's dark eyes. Where his gaze had previously been as sharp as a blade, it now shimmered with a venomous glare akin to that of a serpent. As the beast's razor-sharp claws were poised to strike, the Long Kong sword in Qin Feng's grasp was unsheathed with the swiftness of lightning. Zantian ba zian su. The crisp sound of the sword's unsheathing reverberated through the forest, momentarily illuminating the night as the onrushing Qi-Hu Yaosho seemed to freeze in its tracks. Gasping for breath, Qin Feng felt his arms tremble uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, a deep gash erupted from the Qi-Hu Yaosho's body, blood pouring forth like an unrestrained torrent. However, due to the vast disparity in their levels, This strike did not slay the beast, but instead incited its ferocity. With an enraged roar, the Qihu Yaosho charged towards Qin Feng, its massive form crashing through trees as thick as a man's waist, instilling a profound sense of dread. "Young Master Qin, be careful," Ziyuan cried out, her heart racing. "Brother Qin, do not panic. I am coming." Lin San, sword in hand, swiftly advanced, evidently seeking to claim the kill for himself. "Damn it, he wants to steal my kill." Qin Feng cursed inwardly, no longer concealing his prowess as he formed intricate hand seals. Da Wangqian Long, Shi Zundi Zhang. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the woods, golden light illuminating the night sky. With a powerful thrust, Qin Feng unleashed a palm strike, the sound booming through the forest. The charging Qihu Yaosho fell like a puppet with severed strings, crashing to the ground and stirring a whirlwind of fallen leaves before it lay still, lifeless. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for thwarting the Chosen One's pretensions, preventing him from gaining favor with the ladies and earning 500 villain points. What technique is this? Lin San's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He had thought Qin Feng's Zhan Tianba, Jian, Shu was already formidable. Yet this Da Wei Tian long surpassed it in terror, dispatching the formidable Qihu Yaosho in a single stroke. Even though the beast was already gravely wounded, the ability to slay a rank 9 Yaosho with mere rank 2 prowess was an extraordinary shock to him. Young Master Qin is truly impressive. Ziyuan's gaze reflected admiration, her fondness for Qin Feng growing immensely. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for stopping the Chosen One's pretensions, preventing him from gaining the goddess's favor, and earning 500 villain points. Breathing heavily, Qin Feng collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. The Dawei Tianlong's potency against the Yaosho was indeed high, yet its consumption was equally terrifying, leaving him as feeble as if he had endured countless cold wars with an ex-girlfriend. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted, and the trio immediately grew vigilant. Emerging from the woods was a scar-faced man accompanied by a band of followers, clearly members of the Weihu gang. "Young hero, you possess remarkable skill," the scar-faced man coldly inquired, scanning the three of them. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the ones who killed my Weihu gang's disciples. If you fail to provide an explanation today, you shall not leave unscathed." "Explanation?" Without waiting for Lin San to reply, Qin Feng arrogantly declared, "You seek an explanation from my elder brother Lin San? Surely you jest. Allow me to inform you. This is how we conduct our business." Lin San nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, desperately wishing to clarify that he was not at all familiar with Qin Feng. "Elder brother, I shall take my leave for a moment. These few rascals are all yours." Qin Feng took Ziyuan's hand and turned it apart, not forgetting to arrogantly raise a middle finger in parting. Such audacity! The scar-faced man's expression darkened, feeling his suppressed rage bubbling to the surface. Witnessing Qin Feng's battle with the Qihu Yaosho had already revealed to him that the young man was a rare prodigy. He had merely sought to maintain decorum for the sake of appearances. Yet, not only did Qin Feng disregard his authority, but he also openly humiliated him before his subordinates. "This is intolerable. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding." Lin San quickly interjected. "Actually, my brother here is none other than the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Feng." "Qin Feng. Qin Feng." The Weihu gang members gasped in astonishment. As a minor force in the eastern region of the Xia, they had never had the privilege of seeing the visage of the Qin family's eldest son, yet they were well aware of his legendary exploits. Rumored to possess the potential of an emperor, the future hope of the Qin family, he had broken through to the extraordinary realm at the tender age of 8 and had single-handedly defeated the heir of the Longkong sword god. The tales surrounding him were numerous, including the infamous incident of digging out the supreme bone of a disciple and defecting from the Qin family. Now, the Qin family had issued a bounty on him. Anyone who could slay Qin Feng would be rewarded with 1 million top-tier spirit stones, and capturing him alive would yield an additional treasure. The news had stirred the ancient world into a frenzy. Why are they reacting this way? Lin San pondered, sensing something amiss. Upon hearing Qin Feng's name, they showed no signs of submission. Instead, their eyes gleamed as if they had encountered an unparalleled beauty. "Take this man into custody. You pursue Qin Feng." The scar-faced man fixed Lin San with a grave stare. Having witnessed Qin Feng's ability to slay a rank 9 Yaoshou, he could not afford to underestimate such a prodigious talent, especially one who was referred to as brother by the Qin family's prodigy. To catch a lion, one must use all their strength. Yes, the Wei Hu gang members obeyed, swiftly setting off in pursuit of Qin Feng and Ziyuan. A menacing aura surged around the scar-faced man, causing the surrounding air to ripple, as a phantom of a roaring tiger materialized behind him. Good heavens! A rank 3 Lingwu. He is the leader of the Wei Hu gang. Lin Sen exclaimed, horrified. The realization struck him that they were in grave peril. Before Lin San could gather his thoughts, the scar-faced man charged at him, initiating an attack. Majestic Tiger descends. A common, yet expertly executed technique. The scar-faced man exuded a terrifying aura with mere simplicity. As he advanced, the ground quaked, fissures spreading beneath his feet. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the forest, the air vibrating with intensity. Lin San quickly drew his sword to defend himself. Yet the force of their clash left his right arm numb, causing his sword to slip from his grasp. Indeed, not an ordinary cultivator. The scar-faced man was taken aback, astonished that a rank 4 could withstand his attack with ease. He immediately increased his output, determined to end this swiftly. This is too strong. I may have to resort to that move. Lin San seethed with anger towards Qin Feng, having never encountered such a backstabber. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for scheming against the Chosen One, earning 2,000 villain points. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sprinted through the woods hand in hand with Ziyuan, fervently hoping that Lin San could hold his ground and buy them some time. What will happen to Lin Gongzi if we keep running like this? Ziyuan's face was etched with worry, her aversion to betraying teammates evident. Fear not. He shall be fine. In contrast, Qin Feng was utterly unperturbed by the notion of sacrificing a teammate, feeling no pressure at all, even if a few more Chosen Ones were to arrive. However, Ziyuan still wished to express something, but a sudden, resounding sound of a sword echoed from behind, accompanied by a blinding light and a fierce sword aura sweeping through the forest. Neither the pursuing members of the Wei Hu gang nor Qin Feng and Ziyuan had time to react, and they were directly struck by the tempest of sword energy. Ziyuan spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted in Qin Feng's embrace. This is how you test a cadre? Qin Feng gazed at Ziyuan in his arms, feeling he had reached his limit, lying on the ground without the desire to move. Soon, the forest fell back into darkness, and the grass beneath the trees began to thrive with life, as small creatures played and rustled about, producing faint sounds. By morning, a few delicate white flowers would bloom, and when the wind blew, one might occasionally catch a glimpse of red flower hearts, a vibrant testament to life. Chapter 23. Transplanting the Supreme Bone the next day. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, illuminating Ziyuan's fair face. Smack, smack. Ziyuan smacked her lips and rubbed her eyes awake. Yet in the next moment, she was stunned, seriously doubting whether she was dreaming, for she found herself lying in Qin Feng's arms in a rather intimate position, with his hand resting in an inappropriate place. If her memory served her correctly, her little duck was not wearing anything. A sharp scream shattered the tranquility of the morning, startling a flock of birds and animals in the forest. Why are you screaming so loudly? Qin Feng jolted awake from his sweet dreams, firmly denying any wrongdoing. What could a mere child like him understand? What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? You. Ziyuan struggled to find her voice, feeling utterly helpless against this little rascal. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the girl, earning 200 villain points. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, sensing an approaching presence. He hurriedly covered Ziyuan's mouth and pulled her quickly into the bushes. Recalling the terrifying sword light from the previous night still sent shivers down his spine. It contained an overwhelming sword intent that seemed to belong to another realm. Was it Lin San's hidden card? Qin Feng pondered, feeling an inexplicable certainty that it was indeed Lin San. It was widely known that Lin San had inherited the legacy of the Chong Kong sword god. To ensure the safety of his successor, it was only reasonable that he would leave behind some means of self-preservation. Thud, thud, thud. A series of hurried footsteps approached. 5 members of the Wei Hu gang rushed over, looking markedly different from the previous night, as they bore visible injuries, indicating that they too had been affected by the sword energy storm. The leading member spoke. It must be that girl from last night. They can't have gone far. Let's hurry back and call for reinforcements. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng, like a bolt of lightning, shot out from the bushes. After a night of recovery, his energy was fully restored, and he was ready to unleash his prowess once more. Nodding, he drew his sword. The crisp sound of metal resonated through the forest, as an icy chill enveloped the surroundings. Whoosh! A shadowy beam of sword light darted forward, the fierce sword wind cutting through the air. Splatter! Blood erupted as the 5 figures fell like broken kites to the ground, their eyes slightly narrowing before gradually turning white. Their breaths extinguished. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for slaying 5 individuals, earning 500 villain points. Was he truly just a child? Ziyuan watched in shock, witnessing him slay 5 men without so much as blinking. We need to leave quickly. Qin Feng grasped Ziyuan's hand and sped away, knowing that the Weihu gang would soon launch a comprehensive search for them. At this moment, on a nearby hillside, the Weihu gang leader, known as Scarface, wore an exceptionally grim expression. His right sleeve flapped in the wind, clearly empty, for he had lost his closest aide. When Lin San had unleashed that sword strike, he finally understood what it meant to be a prodigy. Had he not decisively sacrificed his right hand, he would likely have met his end. These prodigies were terrifying. Scarface felt a mix of lingering fear and inexplicable excitement. The value of Qin Feng was unquestionable, and Lin San possessed an extraordinary legacy. Obtaining it could grant him a place in this ancient land. As for Ziyuan, wealth and power naturally accompanied beauty. With a gamble, one could either gain or lose everything. After some inner turmoil, Scarface decided to take the risk. If he won, he would embrace beauty and live leisurely. If he lost, he would leave his fate to chance. A subordinate approached to report, "Boss, we have located the boy named Lin San." Some brothers saw him enter a ruin. There are ruins here? Scarface was momentarily dumbfounded. Having been the Mountain King for decades, he had never heard of such ruins. Why had Lin San discovered them upon his arrival? Was he unworthy of such fortune? Quickly, Scarface summoned tens of thousands of Weihu gang members, taking a portion of his subordinates to investigate the ruins while others searched the forest for Qin Feng and Ziyuan. I can't shake the feeling that they look down on me to some extent. As Qin Feng and Ziyuan traversed the path, they encountered mere small fry. The strongest among them was only at the 7th or 8th tier of the extraordinary realm, lacking the attributes of a prodigy. He could easily dispatch them using the 10 ancestors falling leaves technique without needing the Sword of Heaven. Ziyuan replied, "It must be due to the sword strike from last night that diverted their main force to deal with Lin Gongzi." Lin San? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing a flaw in his understanding. Logically, Scarface should have focused all his efforts on capturing him for the Qin family's bounty. Yet he had divided his forces to confront Lin San, which was illogical. Unless, at this moment, Lin San held greater value. A sly smile crept across Qin Feng's lips as he muttered, "If I'm not mistaken, Lin San's aura must have activated." He likely stayed behind instead of returning to Tianxin City with Lin Shiner for these treasures. "What are you mumbling about?" Ziyuan inquired curiously. "Nothing, let us go." To substantiate his theory, Qin Feng took Ziyuan back, needing to find Lin San before his aura fully awakened. "Hey, are you out of your mind? Knowing they're hunting for us, you still want to go back?" Ziyuan hurriedly warned, but Qin Feng, undeterred, wrapped his arms around her waist and utilized the shadowy phantom technique to glide through the forest. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the location where he had encountered Scarface the previous night. The trees within 1,000 meters had all been severed at the waist, and a deep sword mark, dozens of meters long, marred the ground, showcasing the terrifying nature of Lin San's hidden card. This truly is the masterpiece of Lin Gongzi? Ziyuan swallowed hard, unable to fathom the strength behind it. The Chosen One was far more terrifying than I had imagined. Qin Feng silently rejoiced that he had not confronted Lin San head-on. Otherwise, even with the trump card of his Chongtong, he might not have been able to match him unless he used the experience scroll of the red-haired old monster. No, I must find a way to strengthen myself. Qin Feng retrieved the supreme bone from his spatial pouch, its surface adorned with mysterious runes, exuding a palpable force of nature. By transplanting it onto himself, he could harness this power. What is this? Ziyuan gazed curiously at the supreme bone, wishing to inquire about it. But before she could speak, she saw Qin Feng's gaze sharpen like a blade as he drew the Kong divine sword and plunged it into his chest, extracting his original bones to implant the supreme bone. Even as blood flowed incessantly, he gritted his teeth and bore the pain in silence. You, Ziyuan, were taken aback by the scene before you, unable to fathom how a mere child could be so ruthless to himself. Chapter 24. Let the bullets fly for a while. As brothers born of the same mother, the supreme bone should not reject me, right? Qin Feng's face twisted in pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He understood that to continue thriving in this world, one must be merciless not only to others, but also to oneself. If he could not endure this modicum of suffering, how could he ever hope to roam freely in the future? Have you lost your mind? Who uses a sword to stab themselves? Ziyuan finally snapped out of her shock and rushed forward to tend to Qin Feng's wounds. However, before she could take action, the injuries on Qin Feng's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, completely mending within 10 minutes, leaving no scars behind. Ever since he grasped the third level of the San Tian Zhao Huaju, Qin Feng's self-healing ability had become exceedingly formidable. While he could not claim to regenerate severed limbs, regrowing a finger was certainly within his capabilities. What on earth are you? Ziyuan was left speechless, her heart in turmoil. It was one thing for an 8-year-old child to challenge opponents beyond his level, but possessing the terrifying skills of Zhan Tianba, Jian Shu, and Dewei Tianlong, along with an extraordinary self-healing ability, was simply unfathomable. Good heavens! Each of these abilities, if possessed by anyone else, would make ancient monsters tremble in shame. Yet, all these powers were concentrated within a mere 8-year-old child. Reflecting on Lin San's terrifying sword strike from last night, it was evident that an era of great conflict had truly arrived. The talents of this generation were extraordinarily overwhelming. You are the true monster. Your entire family is a collection of monsters. Qin Feng scoffed, rolling his eyes as he began to search for the traces of Lin San's escape from last night. Wait for me. Ziyuan hurriedly followed, unwilling to be left alone. She had to stay close to Qin Feng, ready to cling to him for support at any moment. Before long, they evaded the search of the Wei Hu gang disciples and arrived at a stone wall within the forest. There, they beheld a black vortex on the wall, resembling a black hole that could devour everything. A relic. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, his heart racing with excitement. He had heard about relics from the 10 ancestors, which were small worlds created by powerful beings, often housing their legacies and the treasures they had used in life. Even without legacies or treasures, such places could yield rare and precious materials. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a villain task. Seize the chance treasures of the Chosen One. Reward: 1 golden treasure chest. No wonder they ignored me and went to find Lin San. Qin Feng mused, feeling compelled to acknowledge that the Chosen One truly lived a charmed life, as if heaven itself were providing for him, while he, as the antagonist, could only rely on his own efforts to accomplish tasks. Why wait? Let's enter, Ziyuan exclaimed with unusual enthusiasm. As a heroine venturing into the world, how could she not seize the opportunity to explore a relic? Now is not the time. Qin Feng looked up at the sky, seeking a hidden spot to sit and cultivate. As a seasoned bookworm for 10 years, he could confidently assert that descending into a dungeon with the protagonist was more challenging than overcoming the 9 heavenly tribulations. Allies were easily sacrificed, and enemies were merely tools. Once the halo activated, distinctions between friend and foe vanished. Let the bullets fly for a while. Haste does not yield good results. What do you mean? Ziyuan hurriedly caught up to inquire. However, Qin Feng showed no intention of responding, entering a meditative state as spiritual energy began to flow gently into his body. The supreme bone that had been implanted within him showed no signs of rejection, and the mysterious runes began to circulate within him, giving rise to a mystical ability known as Shang Tsang Jieguang. This is the ability contained within the supreme bone. Qin Feng, still benefiting from the 1-month comprehension halo he had exchanged for, began to attempt to grasp the Shang Tsang Jieguang within the supreme bone. Suddenly, the void trembled, and the vast power of the heavens and earth surged toward Qin Feng, making everything in the world seem insignificantly small in comparison. Breathing became a struggle for Qin Feng, akin to a climber striving upward, feeling multiplied pressure with each step forward, his body swaying unsteadily. Yet, this brought him a deeper understanding of the power of the heavens and earth, and the clarity in his heart grew stronger. Although the Shang Tsang Jieguang of the Supreme Bone was excellent, it could only serve as an auxiliary means. Qin Feng did not expend too much effort on the Supreme Bone, instead focusing his energy on his indomitable Heavy Eye. Due to his limited cultivation at present, many of the Heavy Eye's abilities remained undeveloped. Besides the ability to see through the essence, he had only managed to unlock the capabilities of action decomposition and speed reduction. Do these prodigies have nothing else to do but cultivate? Zi Yuan, resting her chin on her hand, sat beside him discontentedly. She wanted to venture into the relic but dared not do so alone, waiting for Qin Feng to awaken and take her in. Suddenly, her stomach growled, and she longed for Qin Feng's chicken again. Within the relic, Lin San held his sword cautiously in one hand while navigating with a map in the other. Initially, he had intended to return to Tian Xin City with Lin Xin Air, but en route, he had inadvertently acquired a torn map that conveniently completed the one he already possessed, leading directly to a relic situated on the Qin family's territory. What a stroke of luck! Following the principle of finding first and claiming as one's own, he returned alone to seek the relic depicted on the map. However, on his way, he encountered Qin Feng. Considering the Qin family's influence in the East, he hesitated to enter the relic, fearing that the Qin family would monopolize the discovery. Fortunately, Qin Feng had fled with Zi Yuan last night, granting him the opportunity to explore the relic. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams echoed from afar. Lin San merely glanced back, knowing that the Wei Hu gang had entered the relic. Unlike the Qin family's overwhelming dominance in the East, the Wei Hu gang posed no threat to him. The traps within the relic would suffice to keep them occupied. He needed to hasten his pace. Being discovered by the Qin family would spell trouble. Following the map's guidance, Lin San successfully evaded numerous traps and headed straight for the treasure site within the relic. Outside the relic, Qin Feng had been meditating for an extended period, and his spiritual energy had reached a critical point. With a resounding thud, a dull sound reverberated within him, accompanied by a wave of energy that surged forth. It was over. The cultivation had concluded. The originally listless Zi Yuan instantly perked up, eagerly anticipating the roast chicken Qin Feng would prepare for her. Phew, I have reached the third level of the extraordinary realm. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, acutely aware of the changes within his body. If his spiritual energy could previously only project 5 meters beyond his body, after breaking through to the third level of the extraordinary realm, he could extend it to 10 meters with significantly enhanced power. Like a middle-aged man who had wet his shoes in the wind at 40, transformed into an 18-year-old youth capable of urinating 10 feet into the wind. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed around them, as thousands of Wei Hu gang disciples surged forth. This is bad. We've been discovered, Zi Yuan exclaimed, panic-stricken as she pulled Qin Feng to flee. Even though Qin Feng possessed the potential of an emperor, he could not withstand the sheer numbers of his adversaries. Chapter 25. This is a place of great calamity. Everyone, we have no grievances from the past, nor enmity in the present. We shouldn't. Zi Yuan looked around at the multitude of Wei Hu gang disciples, realizing that even the chance of escape was non-existent. She could only muster a smile, indicating that they had not harmed the Wei Hu gang disciples. All the mischief was the doing of Lin San. This was no longer the primary concern. Their target was Qin Feng. The sea of Wei Hu gang disciples appeared exhilarated, their gazes fixed on Qin Feng as if he were an unparalleled beauty. Why are they targeting you? Zi Yuan, hiding behind Qin Feng, questioned in confusion. I suppose it must be because of my handsome looks. Qin Feng pondered. Zi Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes, surprised at the child's unexpected self-absorption. The leader of the small squad spoke. Young Master Qin, you have been encircled by us with no escape. I advise you to surrender promptly to avoid the inevitable consequences. Are you certain it Is you who has encircled me? Facing over 1,000 minions, Qin Feng remained completely unfazed, even feeling an inexplicable exhilaration within. Ever since he refined the Chong Kong Jiujian with the help of the 10 ancestors, he had been using the Chong Kong divine sword in battle, neglecting the fact that it could also be separated into 9 swords for group combat. Is this child unwell? The 1,000 disciples of the Wei Hu gang could not help but burst into laughter, believing the young master of the Qin family to be somewhat deranged. Is he really claiming to have surrounded them all by himself? Since he refuses to surrender, then let us charge. At the command of the squad leader, a dark wave of over 1,000 rushed towards Qin Feng. This is a disaster. Zi Yuan closed her eyes in despair, her heart heavy with sorrow. Especially since her stomach was growling. It seemed she would not even get to eat Qin Feng's chicken before her demise. Buzzing, a series of piercing sword cries suddenly erupted. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand seal, causing the Chong Kong divine sword before him to split into 9 miniature swords that floated around him. 9 swords unleashed. Qin Feng made another hand seal, pointing at the approaching throng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A continuous cacophony of slicing winds erupted as the 9 swords streaked through the air like shooting stars, executing their deadly task without any flamboyant maneuvers, ruthlessly claiming heads. What is this? The crowd soon realized something was amiss, watching in horror as more and more fell, their fear spreading like wildfire. Due to the miniature size and elusive nature of the 9 swords, they were nearly impossible to defend against, resulting in the swift harvest of over 100 lives. With no one able to approach Qin Feng. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for slaying one, earning 100 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for slaying one, earning 100 villain points. As the heads continued to fall, the system's notifications rang out ceaselessly. Run, he is a demon. Finally, someone could no longer bear the weight of fear and turned to flee, realizing that the ferocity of the young master of the Qin family had nothing to do with his age. The rapidity of his strikes rendered numbers meaningless. Once the first fled, the second and third followed suit as panic spread among them. No one cared about the Qin family's bounty anymore, only wishing to escape from this great demon. My heavens! Zi Yuan gasped in shock, stunned by the scene before her. Is this truly the legendary prodigy? Even when besieged by thousands, he is not a match for them. Huff! Qin Feng exhaled deeply, summoning the 9 small swords back. While he slaughtered these minions with the ease of harvesting wheat, controlling the 9 swords was still a tremendous drain on his energy. Even with the Tian Bao Hulu rapidly restoring his vitality, he could not maintain it for long. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for a total of 232 kills, earning 200 villain points. Huff! Qin Feng breathed out again, calming his emotions. Although the benefits of slaughter were indeed considerable, the addiction to killing could lead one down a dark path, which is why cultivators often exercised restraint to avoid falling into depravity. Of course, some chose to willingly descend into darkness for power. However, he had a solid background and external aids. There was no need to paint himself with a smoky veneer, rendering himself neither human nor ghost. Just then, a dozen figures appeared in the sky, floating on flying swords. Cultivators at the entry realm. Zi Yuan could not help but exclaim, astonished by the sudden appearance of these powerful beings. Entry realm cultivators are formidable beings beyond the Ling Wu realm. Their very name indicates they have comprehended the essence of the Tao, stepping into the true path of cultivation and the pursuit of immortality. We have found you, Qin Feng. The dozen entry realm cultivators gazed at Qin Feng with the same gaze reserved for a stunning beauty. Why are they looking for you again? Zi Yuan hurriedly hid behind Qin Feng, sensing their unfriendly intentions. It was obvious. Lin San was using my name to swindle others. Analyzing from the perspective of a seasoned reader, Qin Feng was all too familiar with the shameless tactics of protagonists, who often resorted to slander when they could not overpower their foes, using the names of villains to incite hatred. They would never admit to being a wanted criminal. I never expected young Master Lin to be such a person. Zi Yuan, not yet acquainted with the treachery of society, had unwittingly believed the words of this great villain. We must leave. Qin Feng, seeing the entry realm cultivators approaching, took Zi Yuan and quickly dashed into the ruins, intending to increase the difficulty for Lin San. No. To allow the protagonist to gather a few formidable swords. The ruins. The entry realm cultivators' eyes lit up. They showed no resistance to the ruins and hastily urged their flying swords into the depths of the ancient site. With a whirl of dizzying motion, Qin Feng and Ziyuan entered the ruins, which bore no difference from the outside world, featuring mountains, rivers, forests, and the alternation of day and night. This is a space created by a powerful being? Qin Feng was astonished by the scene before him, unable to fathom what kind of cultivation could conjure such a miniature world. We must hurry. They will catch up with us soon. Ziyuan, unfuzzed, pulled Qin Feng into the forest at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, those cultivators pursuing the bounty issued by the Qin family arrived in quick succession, easily gathering information on Qin Feng's whereabouts from the fleeing disciples of the Wei Hu gang, discovering the ruins as well. In no time, news of the ruins spread, attracting countless treasure-seeking cultivators. I sense a great calamity ahead, seeing so many people enter the ruins in search of treasure. Qin Feng knew without a doubt that the difficulty of this dungeon would be exceedingly high, compounded by Lin San's protagonist aura, with only a rare few likely to escape alive. Can you predict fortunes? Ziyuan asked curiously. No. Qin Feng shot her a glance, declaring, this is a place of great misfortune. Chapter 26. Do not show mercy. No. Are you pretending to be wise? Ziyuan could not help but roll her eyes at Qin Feng, her youthful beauty already revealing boundless charm. You do not understand. Qin Feng held absolute confidence in his beliefs. Whenever it came to dungeons set by protagonists, the more people who entered, the more unexpected dangers would arise. Ultimately, only a scant few would manage to escape, haunted by memories and spreading tales of the protagonist's grandstanding exploits. Ding, ding, ding. A series of frantic sounds of battle erupted nearby, indicating that a struggle for treasures was underway. Given that this ruin had been sealed for so long, it had amassed numerous heavenly materials and treasures, which Qin Feng and Ziyuan began to uncover upon entering the forest. However, they were all of ordinary quality, far from warranting any conflict. Shall we take a look? Qin Feng tentatively inquired, to which Ziyuan eagerly nodded her head, to ensure they would not be recognized. Qin Feng smeared some dirt on his face and clothing, appearing travel-worn and no longer resembling a young master of a wealthy family. Soon, the two stealthily approached the scene, where several factions were already embroiled in a bloody battle, with dozens of corpses strewn on the ground, the earth soaked in crimson. Not far from them, a vine bore dozens of small, tomato-like fruits that shimmered with a red glow. It is blood Bodhi, Ziyuan nearly shouted in excitement, only managing to control her emotions by pinching Qin Feng's arm. Her reaction was understandable, as blood Bodhi was exceedingly rare. If heavenly materials and treasures were categorized into 4 grades, heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, blood Bodhi would be considered heavenly grade and a rare variety at that. Consuming it not only healed injuries but also enhanced one's power, with effects such as fortifying the foundation and nurturing vitality. Most remarkably, it could be consumed indefinitely, with no diminishing returns after the first use, making it a coveted treasure for cultivators. Once the Shui Pu is harvested, its vines rapidly wither, rendering cultivation and transplantation impossible. Only those with extraordinary fortune can encounter it, which is one reason for its extreme rarity. How outrageous! Qin Feng, observing his reddened arm, expressed that he bore no grudges, preferring to retaliate on the spot. It hurts, be gentle. Before the Ziyuan person could react, her thigh was pinched by Qin Feng. With several groups engaged in fierce battles ahead, she could only stifle her cries, casting a pitiful glance at Qin Feng, indicating her remorse and promising never to pinch him again. I'll let you off this time. Qin Feng released his grip, admitting that the sensation was rather pleasant. Ahem. I digress. The strength of the various factions was formidable, comprising not only Lingwu realm cultivators, but also those at the Ruda realm. Even though he had just broken through to the 3rd level of the Transcendence realm, with all his trump cards like the Supreme Bone and Invincible Heavy Eye at his disposal, he was still no match for them. Unless he used the ultimate experience scroll of the red-haired old monster, but that would be overkill for this group of minor characters. Truly a bothersome little brother, Zhen muttered in grievance, nearly on the verge of tears from the pain. Yet in the next moment, she forgot her discomfort. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on the Shui Putu ahead as he extended his hand and, astonishingly, managed to grasp one from a distance. "How did you do that?" Ziyuan hurriedly rubbed her eyes, and upon confirming she wasn't mistaken, her sparkling eyes were filled with wonder as she looked at Qin Feng. A secret. Qin Feng had no intention of explaining and, after confirming his ability to retrieve items from afar, began to zealously collect Shui Putu. The vines, once abundant with Shui Putu, visibly diminished at a rapid pace. However, Ziyuan felt increasingly uneasy, sensing that this maneuver was eerily familiar. Suddenly realizing something, her cheeks flushed crimson. The scene before her was strikingly similar to the incident involving the disappearing belly band that night. In other words, the culprit that evening was not Lin San, but the mischievous Qin Feng. Initially perceived as an innocent child, it now appeared he possessed far more knowledge than she had anticipated. Such a flirtatious little brother. No wonder her aunt would say that no man is trustworthy. Zin, her cheeks reddened, muttered under her breath, recalling her aunt's next remark. Though she was uncertain what it meant when she said, "But men have one good thing." "What are you saying?" Qin Feng turned to inquire. "Nothing." Ziyuan's face was flushed as she casually remarked, "Isn't this too much?" "Do not hesitate." Qin Feng, embodying the mindset of taking what he could, had no intention of leaving any behind. "Wait, stop fighting." The engaged factions sensed something amiss. Noticing the once abundant Shui Putu, vines now bore only a few remnants, with no signs of cessation. Right before their eyes, the Shui Putu diminished one by one until the last was gone, causing the vines to wither. Who did this? The various factions were seething with rage, their suppressed emotions boiling over. After fighting for so long and sacrificing so many brothers, they had not managed to secure even a single Shui Putu. Who could accept such a fate? "Who are you?" A group soon discovered Qin Feng and Ziyuan attempting to escape and swiftly surrounded them. It turned out to be two younglings from the Transcendence realm. The crowd, seeing their cultivation, felt disappointed, doubting that a Transcendence realm cultivator could swipe all the Shui Putu right under their noses. Wait, someone furrowed their brow, scrutinizing the dirt-streaked Qin Feng, feeling an uncanny familiarity with him. "What are you staring at? Do you know who my older brother is?" Qin Feng remained unfazed, arrogantly proclaiming, "You would be shocked to know, my elder brother is none other than Lin San, the renowned heir of the Chong Kong sword god. We are sworn brothers, albeit of different mothers." Lin San. The factions gasped in unison, clearly familiar with Lin San. Renowned as the foremost swordsman of the century and the heir of the Chong Kong sword god, he had recently engaged in a skirmish with Qin Feng, the young master of the Qin family, who possessed imperial potential. He was undoubtedly a celebrated youth of the tumultuous era, supported by the formidable Tianqin city. Not to be trifled with, sworn brothers of different mothers. Ziyuan rolled her eyes, realizing Qin Feng was indeed capable of spinning tall tales. As Qin Feng seized the moment to intimidate, he added, "Let me tell you, this relic was opened by my brother 3 days ago, and he deemed the Shui Putu unworthy. If you offend me, you can imagine the consequences." The crowd exchanged glances, promptly disregarding the last remark. They had learned from the disciples of the Weihu gang that it was indeed a person named Lin San who opened the relic, thus validating Qin Feng's claim. This led them to speculate that Lin San must have discovered a treasure of unparalleled worth, deeming even the Shui Putu beneath his notice. With a clamor, everyone scattered like birds startled from their perches, scouring the relic for Lin San. Chapter 27. I can tell at a glance you are not human. What a mischievous little brother. Ziyuan watched in disbelief, pondering how Lin San had offended him. Soon, news of Lin San acquiring a treasure of unimaginable worth spread throughout the relic, igniting a fervent search for Lin San's whereabouts, much to his chagrin, as he cursed the one who had spoken the truth. Achoo! Qin Feng couldn't help but sneeze, suspecting someone was bad-mouthing him behind his back. However, his attention was quickly captured by the Shui Putu, having gathered a total of 32. Upon consuming one, an immense surge of energy erupted within him. The restorative properties solidified the foundation he had just established after breaking through to the 3rd level of the Transcendence realm, making it remarkably robust. Truly a rare treasure of the heavenly class. Ziyuan, after consuming one herself, was equally astounded by the effects. At that moment, a woman clad in ancient white garments appeared. Her gaze towards the Shui Putu, in Qin Feng's hand, filled with complexity. "Excuse me, miss, do you need something?" Ziyuan inquired curiously. "What, miss?" Qin Feng abruptly pulled Ziyuan behind him, his expression stern as he declared, "Demoness, I can tell at a glance you are not human." "Not human? Then that means you are a demon." Ziyuan gasped, quickly hiding behind Qin Feng. Unlike the toothy tiger demon they had encountered previously, this shape-shifting demon was undoubtedly a powerful entity among demons. Her strength could only be described as terrifying. Indeed, she was a demon. Ever since Qin Feng mastered the Dawei Tianlong, he had developed the ability to discern between humans and demons. And he was certain that the woman before him was a transformed great demon. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. The white-clad woman was astonished that Qin Feng could recognize her as a demon at first glance. "Do you expect us to believe that?" Qin Feng, unwilling to let his guard down, formed a stance with the Dawei Tian long hand sign. He had heard from the 10 ancestors that, in the ancient times, various tribes coexisted, with the human and demon tribes often at odds. And it was not as simple as sharing a drink just because one claimed to have no ill will. The white-clad woman hesitated before speaking. "I entered the relic to seek heavenly materials for my newborn child. However, I am quite weak after giving birth and cannot compete with those individuals for the Shui Putu. I do not require many, just 10 will suffice." After speaking, the woman's eyes were filled with pleading as she looked at Qin Feng. As a transformed great demon, revealing her recent childbirth was an extremely risky act. It is known that great demons are treasures in their own right. If outsiders learn of her weakness, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to capture her, either to skin her for materials or concoct pills from her. If she encountered beast tamers, her fate would be even worse, as she would be fitted with a beast collar, stripping her of freedom. Thus, she was taking a gamble, hoping that Qin Feng was not that kind of person. Looking into the pleading eyes of the white-clad woman, Qin Feng momentarily saw a reflection of his mother. For 8 years, Yin Xie's care for him has been meticulous, and now, as he chooses this path, it is the deepest wound that his mother will bear. In light of the greatness of maternal love, I can, in the spirit of humanitarianism, offer you 10 seeds of blood Bodhi. Qin Feng shifted his tone, saying, "However, as a mother, you would not wish for your child to develop a mindset of entitlement. A gesture of goodwill will suffice. I shall accept 1 seed of blood Bodhi in exchange for 100,000 exquisite spirit stones." Puffed. Ziyuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing that Qin Feng was indeed quite cunning. He spoke of humanitarianism while his heart was filled with business acumen. I have no spirit stones." The woman in white displayed a troubled expression, genuinely lacking in funds. "No money? Not an issue. We could discuss resources." Qin Feng cheerfully produced a notebook, confident that a transformed great demon must possess something of value. For instance, there are places abundant with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or remnants of great powers, and secrets best left undiscovered. The woman in white still felt immensely troubled and expressed that she had no resources to offer. "Good heavens, I have seen poverty, but I have never encountered a great demon so destitute." Qin Feng was thoroughly impressed, unable to fathom how she had transformed into a great demon. Just then, a voice of excitement echoed from afar, announcing the discovery of Lin San, along with an incredibly powerful treasure. So quickly, Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he hurriedly pulled Ziyuan along. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance back at the woman in white, noticing the confusion of her future and the guilt of a mother in her eyes. Ultimately, he couldn't resist tossing a small package her way. It was not the awakening of his inner rogue, but rather the intuition of a villain that told him there was profit to be made. The woman in white opened the small package with a face full of surprise. Inside were numerous blood Bodhi seeds, and unlike the 10 she had mentioned, Qin Feng had generously given her 15. The additional 5 would allow her to quickly restore her vitality. "Thank you." The woman expressed her gratitude towards the direction Qin Feng had departed, then joyfully turned to leave the ruins. "You just gave it to her like that?" Ziyuan was somewhat perplexed. "Just consider it a good connection. Qin Feng provided no further explanation. Even though a transformed great demon was impoverished, her terrifying strength remained. Rather than embellishing her future, he preferred to provide assistance in her time of need. Perhaps in the future, this goodwill might save his life. Before long, Qin Feng followed the crowd to find Lin San. He was currently surrounded by a throng of people. Not far behind him stood a stone platform encased in a barrier, upon which lay an exquisitely crafted jade box. It was evident that the treasure within was the most valuable item in the ruins and the ultimate goal of Lin San's visit. It seems it cannot be retrieved. Qin Feng attempted to use telekinesis to grasp the jade box, but due to his low cultivation level, he was unable to penetrate the barrier. Damn it! Watching the crowd grow larger, Lin San felt immense frustration. With the advantage of the map, he had initially planned to effortlessly gather all the treasures within the ruins. And once he broke the barrier to obtain the final treasure, he could retreat in triumph. However, he did not know who had leaked the information, prompting the entire ruin to search for him. Just as he was about to break the barrier, he was discovered by others, and now it was clear that he could not monopolize the treasure. Lin San, this treasure is not meant for you. Dozens of Dao Realm cultivators, noticing that no one from Tianjin City was present, hovered above on flying swords, urging Lin San to leave. Then feel free to do as you wish. Lin San said no more, silently retreating to the side. This is strange. When did the Chosen One become so easygoing? Based on his decade of experience as a bookworm, he knew that if the Chosen One did not react strongly when someone attempted to snatch away their treasure, it usually meant that someone was about to face dire consequences. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that this matter was not simple, and quietly pulled Ziyuan back behind the crowd. Chapter 28. Lao Lu Qin Feng, heir of the Chong Kong Divine Sword, the first sword of the century. The dozens of Dao Realm cultivators couldn't help but scoff, believing that the praises for Lin San were indeed exaggerated. If it weren't for the backing of Tianjin City, they were certain they would strip him bare. Everyone, to obtain the treasure, we must join forces to break the barrier. Someone proposed that they first cooperate to break the barrier, and afterward, they would compete for the jade box based on their abilities. Agreed. Agreed. The other Dao Realm cultivators nodded in agreement, fully aware that if they did not quickly work together to break the barrier, they would miss their chance when a stronger presence arrived. Let's move. Someone took the lead, forming a hand seal, and unleashed a torrent of energy from within. With someone leading the charge, the others quickly joined in. In an instant, countless streams of energy fell from the sky like meteors, causing the void to tremble violently, ripples spreading outward. Boom! The collective attacks struck the barrier with precision, producing a deafening roar. However, contrary to everyone's expectations of shattering it, the barrier absorbed the energy, displaying a vibrant array of colors. This is bad. The crowd's eyes widened in terror, feeling the energy gathering and expanding. Not daring to hesitate, they quickly assumed defensive positions. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as the energy amassed within the barrier was unleashed, accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that swept through the entire ruins. Where it passed, devastation ensued. Especially for those in the front row, the onlookers with strong cultivation barely managed to survive, while those weaker met their end on the spot. That scared me to death. Ziyuan's heart raced in fright as she clutched Qin Feng's hand tightly. Had Qin Feng not pulled her back behind the crowd, her small frame would not have withstood such violent onslaught. I knew this fellow had ill intentions. Qin Feng couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Lin San, who wore a smug grin. Damn it! Dozens of Dao Realm cultivators in the sky were furious, realizing that the barrier had a reflected damage effect. To forcefully break it, they would need to output energy that exceeded the barrier's capacity. Clearly, they were incapable of doing so. At that moment, jagged fissures suddenly appeared around the barrier, spreading continuously, with web-like cracks forming in the void. It was evident that this was a test left by the owner of the ruins. If no one could break the barrier through their own abilities and resorted to brute force, it would trigger the self-destruction protocol of the ruins. His treasure could only be inherited by the gifted, not by the inept. This is bad. The ruins are collapsing. The crowd, faces etched with fear, hurriedly sought to escape. Damn it! The dozens of Dao Realm cultivators were nearly beside themselves, feeling as though they had been teased by sheep without being able to partake in the feast. But it was too late to express any regret. They had to leave quickly to avoid death. Why are you still dawdling? Let's hurry. Ziyuan urgently pulled Qin Feng away, but he had no intention of leaving, his gaze fixed intently on Lin San. Qin Feng. Lin San was surprised to see Qin Feng here, which led him to suspect that the scheming Lao Lu behind him was Qin Feng. However, he had no time to confirm. He needed to quickly open the barrier and seize the jade box. Lin San quickly formed a hand seal and forcefully jabbed at a corner of the barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered like glass in an instant, radiating a blinding light and emanating a divine aura that swept through the entire ruins. The barrier has been opened. The Dao realm cultivators, who had been prepared to leave, immediately turned back and rushed towards the jade box atop the stone platform. The distance was evidently too great for them to intervene. Lin San smirked, seizing the jade box and producing a yellow talisman inscribed with runes. It was a space transfer talisman. The dozens of Dao realm cultivators exclaimed in alarm, unleashing their most powerful attacks in a futile attempt to stop him. Yet, the distance was still insurmountable. Lin San had already activated the talisman, his body encircled by swirling runes, and he waved goodbye to them with a smug expression. Now was the moment. Qin Feng fixated on the jade box and exerted his ability to summon object from afar. He did not grasp the jade box itself, but rather the treasure within it, which he swiftly cast into his spatial realm without a second thought. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the villain's task and receiving 1 golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for disrupting the fate of the Chosen One and earning a lottery opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for seizing the Chosen One's treasure, granting you 1 million villain points. 1 million villain points. Qin Feng couldn't help but tremble with excitement, imagining the immense power of that treasure. The mere rewards were already worth 1 million villain points, and redeeming them from the system would undoubtedly yield over 100 million. Thunderous roars erupted as the Dao realm attacks finally struck, but it was a lonely roar. Lin San had long since escaped using the space transfer talisman. The talisman couldn't take him far, so they shouted in frustration, pursuing him. We must leave quickly. After obtaining the treasure, Qin Feng wasted no time, pulling Ziyuan towards the exit as the ground around them continued to collapse, replaced by an abyss of darkness that would shred any who fell into it. Help! The relic echoed with cries of despair as countless souls were devoured before they could escape. Once again, he was proven right. This place was indeed a land of calamity. Ziyuan swallowed hard, witnessing the depths of human nature along the way. Some would trample their companions to survive, while others chose to perish together with their loved ones. And couples fled in separate directions in times of danger. Thunderous rumblings. Just as Qin Feng and Ziyuan neared the exit, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way, causing both to lose their balance and plummet. Ziyuan screamed, burying her face in Qin Feng's embrace, too frightened to open her eyes. Damn! Qin Feng couldn't help but curse, utilizing his agility to the utmost, scaling the falling debris. Unfortunately, the surroundings were collapsing, leaving him with no escape route. Such a scene was too unfortunate not to use to charm girl. Qin Feng hurled Ziyuan towards the exit, while he himself smiled and prepared to descend, ready to engage the maximum-level red-haired old monster for self-rescue. Qin Feng! Ziyuan cried out in anguish, yearning to grasp Qin Feng as they fell further apart, her heart swelling with a peculiar affection for the young boy. Whoosh! A white figure suddenly darted into the relic, swiftly pursuing the falling Qin Feng. Chapter 29. Purely circumstantial. It was her. Ziyuan's face lit up with uncontainable joy. The newcomer was indeed the shape-shifting demoness. You truly are my sister from another mother, arriving at the perfect moment. Qin Feng was moved to tears, nearly activating the red-haired old monster experience voucher, which would mean he could not roam freely for the next decade. Whoosh! The woman in white soared without the aid of any artifacts, snatching Qin Feng and swiftly exiting the relic, just as the entire structure collapsed, vanishing from existence. You scare me to death, little brother. Ziyuan rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears as she enveloped Qin Feng in a tight embrace. After enduring so much together, and in moments of peril, she had unhesitatingly surrendered her chance of survival to him, forever altering the nature of their bond. Ding! Detecting that the host deceived the goddess of love and gained an advantage, you received 1,000 villain points. Who took advantage of whom? Qin Feng vehemently condemned the system's nonsense. It was clearly Ziyuan who had taken advantage of him, clutching him so tightly that he could barely breathe. His head almost submerged in her embrace. At that moment, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable chill on his back. Looking up, he saw that only a few hundred had survived. Some were relieved to have escaped, while others regarded him with strange expressions. Indeed, it was Qin Feng. Someone shouted, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd. His likeness had spread, and their true purpose for being here was to capture Qin Feng, coincidentally encountering the relic's opening. Though Qin Feng appeared disheveled, upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably him. You wish to capture me? Come on. Qin Feng taunted, reveling in his bravado. Everyone had witnessed the white-clad woman descending to rescue him. Not even the bravest among them would dare to summon reinforcements against such a formidable ally. Damn! The survivors could not help but curse at Qin Feng's insolence. They had thought themselves fortunate to survive and capture Qin Feng for a reward, but now faced with a powerful protector, defeating him would be as easy as crushing ants. Enough of this. Let us depart. Ziyuan tugged at Qin Feng, signaling him to cease his provocations. Depart? Qin Feng turned back, noticing that his sister was already sweating, clearly weakened after her recent exertions. No wonder she hadn't spoken a word, silently watching him show off. Some survivors noticed this and began to stir restlessly. Brother San, I don't wish for it to be this way. It is purely circumstantial. Qin Feng silently apologized to Lin San in his heart, but continued to boast arrogantly. Look at you all. I assure you, you need not trouble my sister. I have an older brother, Lin San, who has already seized the treasures amid the chaos. His power will undoubtedly rise to new heights. Lin San obtained the treasure. Some quickly weighed the pros and cons and turned without hesitation to seek Lin San. They were unsure of whether Qin Feng's sister could fight, but they knew Lin San had no such powerful ally. Upon witnessing some leave, others hesitated, none daring to risk their lives as the first to challenge Qin Feng, especially since he had offered them a path to fortune. In other words, they had a retreat. So how could they recklessly confront Qin Feng? Let's go. Qin Feng disregarded them and turned to leave. After a moment of indecision, none dared to stop him, merely watching as he and his companions departed. Just as everyone was preparing to disperse, a figure plummeted from the sky, blocking Qin Feng and his companion's path. With a thud, the figure landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was him. Qin Feng frowned. He recognized him as an old acquaintance, the notorious scarred leader of the Wei Hu gang. Once brimming with confidence, now bore the marks of his misfortunes. His right hand was gone, his left eye blinded, and his body marred with numerous wounds. It was evident that he had fared poorly at the hands of Lin San and had gained little from the relic. Young Master Qin, you cannot escape today. The Scar Man's gaze was fierce. He was clearly prepared to fight to the death. He had expected to discover treasures within the relic, but instead, Lin San had led him into traps, resulting in the loss of many lives without finding any treasures, only to encounter the collapse of the relic, leaving him with nothing. Now, seeing Lin San had him on edge, he had no choice but to gamble everything on Qin Feng. With your current state, you think to capture me? Qin Feng disdainfully curled his lips, completely disregarding the scarred man before him. Were he in his complete form as a third-level Lingwu realm practitioner, perhaps he would consider seeking assistance from his elder brother. But in his current state, he was nothing more than a cripple, severely injured and utterly incapable of requiring aid. Dealing with you is sufficient. The scarred man's gaze suddenly sharpened, and a terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the air around to tremble, with a faint illusion of a roaring tiger manifesting behind him. So formidable, the onlookers immediately held their breath, their eyes darting toward the white-clad woman, eager to ascertain her condition and the extent of her injuries. However, Qin Feng did not grant them this opportunity, as a mysterious aura began to swirl around him. What is this? The crowd sensed something amiss and quickly turned their attention to Qin Feng, a figure of imperial potential. Yet, Qin Feng appeared almost dazed, standing motionless with closed eyes, while the scarred man clenched his fist, resembling a sandbag, and hurled it toward him. Just as the scarred man's fist was about to strike Qin Feng, the onlookers braced themselves for what seemed an impending fatal blow. In that instant, Qin Feng's eyes flew open, unleashing a mysterious golden light from within. Heavenly calamity light. The radiance was as sharp as a sword capable of cleaving gold and stone, shooting forth like lightning toward the scarred man. Bang! A muffled sound resonated in the silence, and the charging scarred man seemed to freeze in time before slowly collapsing to the ground, akin to a mighty mountain crashing down, stirring up clouds of dust. The crowd's eyes widened in shock, followed by a cacophony of murmurs. What was that light? What martial skill was that? Remarkably powerful, capable of annihilating a third-level Lingwu practitioner in an instant. This country bumpkin, that was not a martial skill, it was a divine ability. Divine ability? One reserved for those with special physiques? If I am not mistaken, this is the divine ability contained within the supreme bone. So terrifying. No wonder he is willing to go to such lengths against his own brother. After witnessing Qin Feng's terrifying prowess, no one dared to obstruct him further and watched as the three of them departed. Meanwhile, Lin San was seething with anger, cursing under his breath, realizing that someone with a lack of virtue was plotting against him, spreading the news of his opening the barrier to obtain treasures. Chapitre 30 Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Qin family. Any news regarding Qin Feng would be swiftly delivered to the 10 ancestors and others, instantaneously obliterating the leader of the Weihu gang. The 10 ancestors could not help but exclaim, shocked by Qin Feng's terrifying abilities. They knew of his exceptional talent, but never anticipated it to reach such heights, transcending a major realm to slay a third-level Lingwu practitioner. Unprecedented, truly befitting a youth with imperial potential. Unlike the joy of the other elders, the patriarch wore a face full of worry. Based on the reports received, it appeared that Qin Feng had utilized the power of the supreme bone. Should he become enamored with such power, foreign to his own being, it could significantly impact his disposition. It should not be so. The 10 ancestors mused. I have taught Qin Feng for many years. This child possesses his own pride and has always believed himself the strongest, unlikely to be easily swayed by the supreme bone. Let's hope so. The patriarch remained apprehensive. After all, Qin Feng was merely an 8-year-old child, and his mindset could shift at any moment. Yet, with no turning back, they could only place their trust in the boy. At that moment, Qin Feng and Ziyuan, accompanied by the elder sister of the great demon, arrived at a concealed thicket. The elder sister gently parted the grass, revealing a bamboo basket containing 3 newly born pure white rabbits. Unlike the rabbits in Qin Feng's memory, these resembled anthropomorphized cartoon rabbits, walking on 2 legs, their round heads adorably cute, adorned with large, expressive eyes. What adorable little rabbits! Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed forward to embrace one. These are my children. The elder sister of the great demon beamed with happiness, noticing that the little ones were not fatigued at all. Children? Qin Feng was surprised to learn that the other party was a rabbit demon, wondering if she could transform into a rabbit-eared maiden. If you like them, why not adopt one? The elder sister earnestly looked at Qin Feng, selecting the plumpest one and placing it in his hands. What? Qin Feng and Ziyuan were momentarily taken aback. They had merely complimented the cuteness of the children, and now the elder sister was offering one to them. Were they ignorant of local customs, or was it that the rabbits were unafraid and capable of reproduction? Without waiting for Qin Feng and Ziyuan to refuse, the elder sister hoisted the bamboo basket and soared into the air. Before departing, she glanced back at the little one in Qin Feng's hands with reluctance, yet ultimately steeled her heart and left. As a mother, who would part with their child unless absolutely necessary? Only by giving away this child could she ensure the survival of the other 2. The little one seemed to sense abandonment, calling out toward the direction of its departing mother. However, when Qin Feng placed a blood bodhi before it, it immediately forgot its maternal ties and began to blissfully munch on the blood bodhi. What is happening? Qin Feng felt utterly bewildered, finding himself inexplicably transformed into a caretaker. He had heard of people adopting stray cats or dogs, but he had never encountered someone adopting a young demon rabbit. Ding dong. Host has obtained a young demonic beast with epic grade qualifications, binding successful. This rabbit, while not destined for greatness, possess qualifications on par with my second brother. Qin Feng immediately felt invigorated. Even if the elder sister of the great demon returned, he wouldn't part with it. Yet, he quickly regretted it. This little one was no ordinary demonic beast, but a rare variant among demonic beasts. Unlike other younglings, it did not consume milk but feasted on heavenly materials and earthly treasures, with a single blood bodhi sustaining it for only a day. My heavens! This is simply a glutton. Qin Feng mournfully counted the remaining blood bodhis, now down to 7, having consumed only one himself, with the rest devoured by this little creature. He finally understood why its mother had given it to him and why she had been desperately searching for heavenly materials and earthly treasures in her weakened state after giving birth. Even a wealthy family could scarcely afford its sustenance. From this day forth, you shall be named Glutton. Qin Feng designated a name for the little one, only to receive an exasperated eye roll from Ziyuan. Call it rabbit. No, glutton. How about a bow? No, glutton. Little white. Very well. Your grand name shall be by Fantong. Regardless of what Ziyuan said, Qin Feng was resolute on the name Glutton. Even if Jesus himself appeared, it would be of no consequence. Qin Feng suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an influx of individuals surrounding them. Without a doubt, they were drawn by the bounty on the Qin family, and now that the elder sister had left, the pretense of intimidation would no longer suffice. It would not be long before a fierce pursuit commenced. I must enhance my strength. Qin Feng urged Ziyuan to swiftly shake off their pursuers and sought refuge in a concealed cave to access his system. This time, in addition to acquiring 1,000,000 villain points, he also obtained a golden treasure chest, an opportunity for a single draw, and a treasure within a jade box. Let us open the golden treasure chest. Qin Feng called upon the system to unveil the golden treasure chest. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining sword intent. A chill suddenly washed over Qin Feng, and he seemed to envision a figure before him. Bow, draw the sword. Buzz. A clear sound of a sword ringing echoed in Qin Feng's mind, accompanied by an air of solitary elegance. The dazzling sword light appearing as if it were standing apart from the world. Splendid yet not ostentatious. Light and graceful yet undeniably exquisite. It captivated all who beheld it, leaving them entranced and unable to extricate themselves. Qin Feng could not help but feel as if he were becoming a moth, compelled to break free from the cocoon before him to transform into a butterfly. Ultimately, Qin Feng's entire aura surged dramatically, sharp as a drawn sword, capable of cleaving gold and stone, causing the surrounding weeds to fall in droves. Sword intent. Ziyuan gasped in astonishment, her heart exclaiming that Qin Feng was extraordinary. If her memory served her correctly, Lin San was revered as the foremost swordsman of the century because he comprehended the essence of the sword at the tender age of 12, shattering a record that had remained unbroken since ancient times. Yet, this record was merely held for 2 years before being eclipsed by Qin Feng, an 8-year-old child. Heaven above, the talents of this generation are utterly astonishing. Sword essence. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly widened, and within his ink-black irises, a flicker of palpable brilliance surged forth. Now, with the addition of sword essence, his Zhan Tianba Jian technique became even more formidable. However, he felt discontent, calling upon the system for a perfect match. Although he had mastered the Zhan Tianba Jian technique, its effectiveness had yet to reach the pinnacle of perfection, thus preventing him from unleashing its most devastating damage enhancement. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 1,000,000 villain points to exchange for a perfect match card. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for using the perfect match card. The Zhan Tianba Jian technique has now attained the realm of perfection. Qin Feng's expression began to drift into a trance, gaining a deeper understanding of the Zhan Tianba Jian technique. Meanwhile, Lin San, having exhausted all his efforts, finally evaded his pursuers and, filled with excitement, opened the jade box. Lin San's expression instantly froze, feeling that he must be opening it incorrectly. Close. Open. Close. Open. After repeated confirmation, it was empty. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin San could not accept reality, pondering where he had gone wrong. In the cave, Qin Feng's enhancement was not yet complete as he called upon the system to initiate a lottery. With a whoosh, the lottery will reappear, beginning to spin languidly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Invincible Sword Heart. Invincible Sword Heart, the ultimate form pursued by sword practitioners, with no distractions of women in the heart. Drawing the sword becomes instinctual, providing a tenfold damage enhancement to sword techniques. Qin Feng's garments began to flutter without wind, his aura shifting instantaneously, embodying the proud and solitary snow lotus standing against the wind on a cliff, emanating a power that was profoundly striking. What is happening? Ziyuan quickly rubbed her eyes, inexplicably feeling that she might influence Qin Feng's sword-drawing speed. Sword essence, sword heart. Qin Feng realized he shared a unique bond with swords, consecutively acquiring 2 buffs that enhanced sword technique damage, coupled with the perfect match he had just exchanged. It was truly unfathomable how terrifying the Zhan Tianba Jin technique had become. He yearned to find someone to test the sword. Qin Feng suppressed the urge bubbling within him, waving his hand to retrieve a bamboo scroll from his spatial pouch. This was the treasure he had obtained from Lin San's jade box, devoid of any characters, yet radiating an aura that calmed the mind. Could this be the Shengren Zhu Jian? Ziyuan, with a serious expression, took the bamboo scroll and examined it repeatedly for confirmation. Indeed, it was the Shengren Zhu Jian. It was said that the Shengren Zhu Jian was passed down by saints from ancient times, comprising 3 volumes: Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Those with fate could comprehend the supreme path from the scroll, while those without fate could not see a single character. Is this truly the Shengren Zhu Jian? Qin Feng had heard of it from Shi Zhu, aware that it was highly sought after. Each appearance in the world would incite a storm of bloodshed, and anyone who could derive something from it was invariably a legendary powerhouse in history. Yet, after gazing at it for a long time, he gleaned nothing. This is unscientific. Qin Feng was perplexed. His comprehension halo had not yet expired, and with his clever mind and 100-fold enhancement in understanding, how could he not derive anything? Ziyuan replied, the Shengren Zhu Jian cannot simply be comprehended through high comprehension. It also requires fate, akin to the Buddhist concept of affinity with the Buddha. Rubbish. Qin Feng gazed disdainfully at the Shengren Zhu Jian, deeming anything he could not utilize as worthless. Jia, Xiao Bai seemed to sense something, waddling over with unsteady little legs, then lay atop the Shengren Zhu Jian, displaying a satisfied expression, using the Shengren Zhu Jian as a mat. The little creature is quite creative. Qin Feng showed no intention of stopping him, allowing Xiao Bai to use the scroll as a cooling mat. Ziyuan wakid in disbelief. How could he use something fiercely contested for life and death as a mat for a rabbit? Ding, ding. A commotion erupted outside the cave, and voices could be heard calling Lin San's name. What a coincidence. Qin Feng immediately perked up, missing Lin San dearly. Ever since their separation, he had been unable to eat or drink, his mind filled with Lin San's image. Let us go see. Qin Feng placed Xiao Bai and the Shengren Jian into a bamboo basket on his back and pulled Ziyuan outside to investigate the situation. Soon, they arrived at the scene. Under the moonlight, Lin San was besieged by a group of extraordinary realm cultivators, who were pressuring him to surrender the jade box he had obtained from the ruins. I have said many times, the jade box is empty. Lin San, battered from numerous skirmishes, was covered in wounds. Yet relying on his formidable protagonist aura, he remained standing, engaging his opponents in a fierce exchange. Do you think we will believe such nonsense? The adversaries scoffed, intensifying their assaults. This young Master Lin truly speaks with his eyes wide shut. Ziyuan shook her head. He was willing to risk his life for a treasure. Qin Feng solemnly remarked, I find Lin San's words to be sincere. The jade box is indeed empty. You believe such nonsense? Ziyuan could not help but roll her eyes, realizing Qin Feng was far too naive. Bang! Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted. 2 figures charged into the fray. One delivered a punch, while the other swept a leg, sending Lin San flying, crashing through 4 or 5 trees before coming to a halt. It was the Shiman brothers, Delang and Erlang. The surrounding extraordinary realm cultivators were unwilling to relent. They had finally cornered Lin San, only to have 2 unexpected interlopers appear. Both were at the third level of the spirit martial realm, leaving the others to watch helplessly as their prize slipped away. Damn! Qin Feng couldn't help but curse as Lin San landed beside him. It's Qin Feng. The Shiman brothers' eyes brightened, internally exclaiming that they had struck gold today. After sending Lin San flying, they inadvertently exposed Qin Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines. I said I'm not familiar with him, just passing by. Do you believe me? Qin Feng asked weakly. Do you think so? The Shiman brothers, like lecherous men gazing upon a stunning beauty, rushed forward, surrounding the two. Linga, let us join forces, Qin Feng said earnestly. I fear being sold out. Lin San rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, always feeling that the scheming sixth brother behind him was Qin Feng. Qin Feng cried out in protest. Wronged. Linga, I have always regarded you as a brother from different parents. What benefit would I gain from betraying you? This reasoning oddly resonated with Lin San, realizing that bullying him had no rewards. Whoosh! The Shiman brothers propelled themselves forward, appearing before the two in an instant. Having heard of the achievements of these two prodigies, the brothers dared not underestimate them, immediately unleashing their respective killing moves. Damn, how unchivalrous! Qin Feng couldn't help but curse again, his form soaring gracefully like a wild goose to several yards away. If it is to battle, then let it be. A glint of madness flickered in Lin San's eyes as the sword in his hand radiated a blinding light. Instantly, a torrent of fierce sword energy surged through the forest, turning the falling leaves into dust, as dozens of waves of sword energy rushed towards the Wu family's heirloom. Is this the same strike from that night? Qin Feng's heart raced involuntarily, distinctly sensing the terror of this sword strike. Swish! 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 The fierce sword energy surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings as if the very air were being torn apart. Wherever it passed, destruction followed, and its might was truly colossal. Oh no! The second son of the Shiman family, Shiman Dalong, suddenly changed his expression, a terrifying energy surging around him. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided, and a storm of sword energy swept through the forest. Shiman Dalong spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly losing his combat capability. Is this truly the heir of the Chong Kong sword god, the greatest sword of the century? The surrounding extraordinary beings hurriedly attempted to fend off the sword energy storm. Yet they were equally terrified by Lin San's overwhelming presence. Heaving with heavy breaths, Lin San cast a triumphant glance at Qin Feng, as if to convey that his previous defeat at the Qin family was merely a gesture of goodwill. In response, Qin Feng retreated behind Lin San, provocatively taunting Shiman Dalong. Come on, you little brat. If you have the guts, face my third brother. He says he could take on 10 of you. Chapter 32. Joining forces against the enemy. Lin San nearly spat out a mouthful of aged blood. He never expected Qin Feng to have no sense of propriety. They had agreed to join forces against the enemy, yet he merely talked without taking action. Did he truly believe that his ultimate move had no cooldown? Even when the cooldown was over, using it required sacrificing 10 years of his lifespan. He was essentially putting his life on the line, and he would never use it unless it was a matter of life and death. Damn it! Shiman Dalong, oblivious to Lin San's thoughts, saw his brother injured and Qin Feng's provocation, causing his rage to reach its peak. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted from within him, sending ripples through the void. With a swift motion, Shiman Dalong's fingers became as sharp as eagle claws, creating a piercing sound as he struck. Each attack aimed at Lin San's vital points. Brutal and merciless, as the veins on his arms bulged and an indescribable pressure surged forth. Under this oppressive aura, the air within several meters froze. Damn! Lin San couldn't help but curse, swiftly raising his sword to defend. Clang! 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 The clash of sword and claw produced a resonant sound, sparks flying in all directions. However, having just used his ultimate move, and with a significant difference in cultivation levels, he could only hold on for 3 seconds. With a flash of eagle claws, blood gushed forth. Lin San's face contorted in pain as deep gashes appeared on his body. Was it over? The onlookers held their breath, uncertain if Lin San had any hidden cards left. Qin Feng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and strike. Sin was being pushed back, and his wounds were multiplying. Do you expect Qin Feng to help? Shimin Dalong sneered. He's nothing without the Qin family, just a fool flaunting his brother's supreme bone. It seems you have shown me a lack of respect by not demonstrating some strength. Qin Feng's clothes began to flutter without wind, and his aura transformed instantly, exuding an arrogance akin to a snow lotus standing tall against the wind on a cliff, emanating a force that could shake the heart. As his garments billowed, an unmatched sword intent surged from his body, and the Chong Kong divine sword erupted with a dazzling beam of light, charging forth like a torrent of the Milky Way. This is sword intent. The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. An 8-year-old child had comprehended sword intent. Goodness, this was 4 years earlier than Lin San, who was 32 when he achieved it. Would there be no mercy left for ordinary cultivators? But what they didn't expect was that Qin Feng's prowess was far from finished. A sharp, unstoppable sword force erupted from within him, rampaging through the woods as if countless blades were slicing across the faces of the onlookers. This is the invincible sword heart. Some recognized it, exclaiming in disbelief. Sword intent can be sought, but the sword heart is hard to attain. How many have practiced swordsmanship their entire lives without grasping sword intent? And how many have comprehended sword intent, yet failed to forge that invincible sword heart? If understanding sword intent could make one a renowned swordsman of the age, then manifesting an invincible sword heart could elevate one to the status of a sword god from ancient times. Throughout countless years of antiquity, those that could be called sword gods are few and far between. Yet each was an unrivaled powerhouse, the most recent being the Chong Kong sword god. Since the demise of the Chong Kong sword god, there has been no sword god in this world. To think. Today they were witnessing the splendor of a sword god, embodied in an 8-year-old child. Sword intent, sword heart. How could this be possible? Lin San was utterly dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. As the heir of the Chong Kong sword god, he comprehended sword intent at 12 and was hailed as the greatest sword of the century. Yet before this 8-year-old child, all his titles paled in comparison. Run. The Shimin brothers were completely panicked, turning to flee from this prodigy. As a disciple of Confucianism, I have a saying for you both. Since you have come, find peace within. Qin Feng smirked slightly, hand resting on the sword hilt. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword being drawn resonated like a galaxy crossing the vast sea of clouds, descending upon the forest with boundless sword intent. What sword style is this? Shimin Dalong's pupils constricted, not daring to be the least bit negligent, his fingers sharp as eagle claws creating a sharp sound. Clang! The powerful clash of metal rang in his ears, sparks flying as the wind swept up leaves from the ground, an astonishing storm erupting in mid-air. Dazzling sword light flashing by. Drip! Amidst this overwhelming display, a drop of blood fell from the Chong Kong divine sword. As the leaves settled, a series of blood droplets fell from the Shimin brothers, who collapsed into a pool of blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 2 individuals, earning 200 villain points. Since you have come, let this be your final resting place. Qin Feng glanced indifferently at them, collecting their storage bags, which contained not only throwing darts and other concealed weapons, but also a book titled AO2 Secret Manual. With a critical gaze, Qin Feng stowed the items, shouldering his bamboo basket and leading the still-dazed Ziyuan away. Gulp! The onlookers swallowed hard, none daring to pursue Qin Feng any further. This was a prodigy who had comprehended the invincible sword heart. Offending him was tantamount to incurring the wrath of a future sword god, a fury no faction could withstand. Soon, explosive news about Qin Feng spread, igniting a fervor throughout the ancient world. Good. The ancestor of the Qin family, upon hearing the news, laughed heartily from his bed. Initially, he feared that Qin Feng's use of the supreme bone would damage his invincible heart, but he never expected such a delightful surprise. The invincible sword heart, the emblem of a sword god, a symbol of unparalleled might. Now, only Qin Hao remains. The elders of the Qin family no longer worried about Qin Feng, but rather fretted over whether Qin Hao could emerge from the shadows and establish his supremacy. In the Daxia Imperial Palace, the emperor, believing himself still youthful, was preparing to enrich his harem. However, before he could enjoy selecting consorts. A group of ministers urgently summoned him for a meeting. Initially, he thought the old ministers were being overly anxious. But upon hearing that Qin Feng had slain a third-level Lingwu realm cultivator with one sword, and comprehended both sword heart and sword intent, he could no longer remain seated. Qin Feng is, after all, a member of the Qin family. His return could very well be a reality. Comprehending the invincible sword heart could overshadow even the gravest of offenses. With the supreme bone and the invincible sword heart, all the potential of an emperor converged in one person. The old ministers could hardly fathom the implications. As the Qin family's assassination order for Qin Feng remained in effect, they could now justifiably pursue him. Your Majesty, if you hesitate, it may lead to chaos. The expression on the face of the Emperor of Daxia constantly shifted, ultimately issuing an order to spare no effort in executing Qin Feng. Chapter 33. The Convergence of Great Figures by a Small Stream. Lin San gazed with a complex expression at Qin Feng, who was frolicking with Ziyuan. He never imagined that an 8-year-old child could surpass him in the way of the sword, mastering the terrifying techniques of the Tiandao Baijian. It is worth noting that his own ultimate move came from the Chong Kong sword god, while Qin Feng had created his own technique at such a tender age. How could he not be engulfed in self-doubt? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, inducing self-doubt and earning 100,000 villain points. Such an astonishing sum. Qin Feng immediately perked up, turning with a beaming smile to ask, Brother Lin, your swordsmanship is so impressive. Would you teach me the basics of sword techniques? Basic sword techniques. Lin San erupted with fury, shouting, Qin Feng, enough. You have grasped the invincible sword heart. Yet you ask me to teach you the basics? Do you find it amusing to humiliate me like this? Sister Ziyuan, he bullying me. Qin Feng pouted, tears welling up as he rushed into Ziyuan's embrace, feeling utterly wronged. I truly do not know any basic sword techniques. I only know how to draw a sword. Drawing a sword? The Tiandao Baijian? Lin San's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he could not suppress the howls of a groundhog in his heart. Damn it! Is it necessary to strike someone down like this? A mere child, who only knows how to draw a sword and does not even grasp the basic techniques, has comprehended the legendary invincible sword heart. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, inducing self-doubt and earning 100,000 villain points. Lin San, why are you so fierce? He is just a child. Lin, like a mother tiger protecting her cub, cast an increasingly disdainful look at Lin San. It was one thing to lack gentlemanly demeanor. It was another to not dare admit to having obtained a treasure, while causing destruction and leading to the deaths of many. Now, he even dared to bully her future husband, whom she intended to raise herself. Did he truly believe that having the Tianqin city as his backing would allow him to act with impunity? Others may fear Tianqin city, but she had never held it in high regard. I did not mean it that way. Lin San also realized he had spoken too harshly and felt quite vexed. I simply did not expect him to grasp the invincible sword heart while lacking even the basic sword techniques. It is truly hard to believe. Qin Feng approached to comfort him, saying, Brother Lin, you need not wear that expression. You are the foremost sword in 100 years. I believe you will surely comprehend the invincible sword heart. After all, I just had a flatulence last night and understood it. So that was the expression you had last night. It was merely to mask your flatulence. Ziyuan's face was filled with disdain as she began to playfully tussle with Qin Feng again. She did not even consider Lin San's feelings at the side. It was one thing to flaunt their affection while bullying a single man, but why come over to comfort him? And why mention the foremost sword of 100 years? Did he still qualify? To equate understanding the invincible sword heart to a mere flatulence was utterly absurd. Damn it! How could a person be this unreasonable? It was like pouring salt on his wounds. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, inducing self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. By the way, Brother Lin, Qin Feng turned his head again, saying, I comprehended the sword intent first last night, and then the invincible sword heart. It was quite simple. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, inducing self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. Lin San picked up his sword and silently turned to leave. He needed to distance himself from this troublesome child. If he stayed any longer, he feared his heart could not bear it. "Brother Lin, where are you going?" Qin Feng hastily scrambled ashore, donned his shoes, and pursued him. What a joke! Earning 400,000 villain points in just a few sentences. How could he let him escape so easily? He must embody the spirit of a persistent plaster, clinging to him relentlessly. Thunderous roars erupted in the sky, as the clouds rolled in like a tidal wave, and an overwhelming pressure surged across the expanse. Under the command of the Emperor of Daxia, Lord Changri and Chang Kuan had come to take Qin Feng as head. A towering figure riding an unknown beast floated in the air, backed by thousands of well-trained armored guards, their imposing presence causing even gods and demons to retreat. Lord Changri and Chang Kuan, nearby cultivators pursuing Qin Feng, gasped in astonishment, shocked by the scene unfolding before them. They were well acquainted with Chang Kuan, the leader of the Royal City Division and the Emperor's personal guard, whose formidable prowess needed no further elaboration. Now, the entirety of the Royal City Division had mobilized, led personally by Chang Kuan, just to deal with an extraordinary threefold cultivator who was merely 8 years old. Truly remarkable. What a grand display. Qin Feng realized that this matter could not end peacefully today and prepared to summon the maximum-level red-haired old monster at any moment. Another thunderous roar resounded in the sky as another group descended like clouds, their terrifying pressure unabashedly sweeping across the land. Qin Feng is one of my Qin family. There is no need for the royal family to intervene. As the local tyrants of the East, the Qin family was the first to learn of the Royal City Division's arrival and their intentions. Thus, the 10 ancestors personally led the 13 protectors to respond. If their planned actions could not proceed, they would ensure Qin Feng's safe return to the Qin family. Chang Kuan displayed no fear, stating, "The Emperor does not wish to act personally, but Qin Feng has committed grave offenses, harming his own brothers, and fearing that your Qin family would hesitate. He has sent me to take action." Who said our Qin family would hesitate? The 10 ancestors' gaze was piercing. "Today, I shall take him back to enforce the family law of the Qin." Enforce family law? Chang Kuan did not hide his scorn. If your Qin family truly had such intentions, Qin Feng would not have survived to this day. I suspect you're either nurturing a goo or harboring some unspeakable secret. Say what you will. The 10 ancestors no longer bothered with words and reached out to seize Qin Feng. "You shall not." As a battle spear appeared in his hand, urging the beast beneath him to dive. The two forces collided heavily, unleashing a powerful energy storm that reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing the ground to violently shake and deep fissures to spread. "Run!" Nearby spectators fled in terror, witnessing a clash between deities with mortals caught in the crossfire. I have long known your Qin family would not comply. Fortunately, I was prepared. Chang Kun's mirket kodli, drawing a penetrating arrow and shooting it into the sky. Boom! The arrow exploded in the air, revealing the character Kuan. Thunderous pressure continuously descended, as flags representing various factions emerged, including the East Factory, West Factory, Jinyui, and numerous great clans, amounting to at least tens of thousands. What? The 10 ancestors' expression changed drastically, realizing the sheer number of forces present. This was a clear signal that if Qin Feng did not perish today, war would ensue. Qin Feng, your death is certain today. It will be of no use, regardless of who comes. Chang Kuan, exuding an aura of dominance, held the battle spear aloft, declaring the death sentence of Qin Feng to the entire ancient world. Chapter 34. I acknowledge my gambling nature. My heavens! The onlookers trembled in fear, having never witnessed such a grand spectacle. To slay a single Qin Feng, the Emperor of Daxia had mobilized such extensive forces, demonstrating his profound apprehension towards this young master of the Qin family endowed with imperial potential. What a grand display! The clouds in the sky churned once more, and cold laughter echoed from afar. In the distance, a vast throng of over 100,000 individuals loomed ominously on the horizon, each step causing the very earth to tremble. Leading them was a black banner emblazoned with the character for Qin, exuding an aura of ruthless determination. Beside the 10 ancestors of the Qin family stood 5 additional figures, known as the 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 ancestors. This spectacle left Lin San utterly astounded. He had believed that the commotion he had stirred was considerable, yet in comparison to the upheaval caused by Qin Feng, it appeared mere childish play. Tension mounted as both sides bristled with hostility, poised for conflict at any moment. Xiang Kun sneezeth. It seems that your Qin family is determined to protect Qin Feng at all costs. Qin Feng had violated family rules and must be brought back to face punishment. The highest ranking of the ancestors, the 5 ancestor, replied nonchalantly, dismissing Chong Kuen's authority as the royal city division, while regarding the eastern and western censors and the Jinyui as nothing more than trifles. These were merely intimidating institutions established by the Daxia royal family. In a realm governed by noble families, no clan would regard such entities with any seriousness, finding their significance only among the common folk. Such beasts that harm their kin deserve no trial. They should be executed outright. One noble family spoke first. Their intentions towards the Qin family were inscrutable, but they understood that this was the opportune moment to eliminate Qin Feng. If they missed this chance, it would become increasingly difficult. However, they hesitated to act directly, knowing that the reputation of the first noble family could not be taken lightly. They preferred to incite the royal family to take the lead, while they rallied behind, waving banners and cheering. Harming one's kin. Zi Yuan furrowed her brows, unable to accept this notion. In the days spent with Qin Feng, she had heard rumors of him digging out his brother's supreme bone, yet she was more inclined to trust her own observations. To her, Qin Feng was the one who had unhesitatingly provided 15 blood bodhi to assist a great demoness in need. When faced with life and death, he had chosen to spare her life. Furthermore, when the great demoness entrusted her child to his care, he did not utter a word of complaint, instead showing meticulous care for Xiaobai. Each instance attested to Qin Feng's pure and kind character. She was convinced that he had been falsely accused and resolved to devise a plan to rescue him, vowing that he must not fall into the hands of the Daxia royal family or the Qin Clan. You need not concern yourselves with this. The 5 ancestor exhibited an unusual forcefulness, prepared to forcibly extract Qin Feng. As long as Qin Feng lived, a battle was inevitable. Chong Kuen's gaze gleamed with a cold light, as terrifying energy surged around him, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The war spear in his hand erupted with a dazzling chill. Fight, fight, fight! The thousands of soldiers from the Royal City Division shouted in unison, generating a palpable atmosphere of murderous intent that enveloped the arena, instilling a chilling sensation. Perhaps influenced by Chong Kuen and his cohorts, experts from the eastern and western censors and the Jinyui also entered a battle-ready state, prepared to charge at the sound of a command. In contrast, the elite from the various noble families exchanged glances, each seeing the other's intentions to bide their time. Let the royal family take the lead. If they succeeded in killing Qin Feng, they would revel in the victory before proceeding to a banquet at the Qin family. If they failed to eliminate him, then they would take matters into their own hands and join the royal family for the feast. It was a gamble they were willing to take. The ancestors of the Qin family fixed their steely gazes, ready for an all-out war. Initially, they had intended to follow Qin Feng's plan of temporarily concealing their 2 prodigies until they possessed absolute strength to reveal themselves. Little did they anticipate that the Daxiao Emperor harbored such trepidation towards their family, mobilizing so many experts to eliminate the threat posed by Qin Feng, leaving them with no choice but to engage. Surely not, surely not. As both sides braced for battle, Qin Feng felt a profound sense of dismay. After 8 years of being the obedient child, he had finally managed to break free from home and embrace freedom. Now, if a war erupted, would he not be forced to return home and resume the role of the dutiful child for another decade? Then let it be war. Chong Kuen urged his beast forward, charging towards Qin Feng. Kill, kill, kill. The deafening roar of slaughter resonated through the heavens and the earth as each side surged forward with ferocious intent. Lin San and the others trembled, already cursing their fate in their hearts. Qin Feng was indeed a source of trouble, but they were innocent. I dare anyone to harm Qin Feng. Zi Yuan resolutely positioned herself in front of him, clutching a purple jade token tightly in her hand. The aura of the token caused both factions to gasp, halting their attacks. The Bingpai, Mingpai, was a gift from a powerful being to their descendants, akin to a royal decree from an emperor, signifying the presence of the one who bestowed it. The sole distinction was that the authority of a royal decree relied on mere intimidation. If the ingpe shattered, the powerful being could sense it and directly tear through the void to intervene. I admit there was an element of gamble, but I never anticipated the bet would pay off. Qin Feng thought to himself, feeling fortunate, knowing that he had secured a means of sustenance. But as merely a Ming Pai, Chang Kuan remained defiant, dismissing Zi Yuan's threat. While only those of great power could create such tokens, it did not imply that Daxia lacked comparable experts. The current sovereign, the reclusive former emperor, and the first and second ancestors of the Qin family were all of that caliber and among the very best. Is that so? Zi Yuan, Uniyildin, hurled the Ying Pai to the ground. With a resounding crack, the token shattered. By the heavens, Chang Kuan erupted with a curse, expressing his shock at the unexpected turn of events. Though adversaries, one would expect a conversation to ensue. Was it not a bit hasty to resort to such extreme measures at the slightest provocation? A deep, resonating roar suddenly echoed, and a colossal claw emerged from the void, unleashing a tempest of thunder. Ancient patterns materialized upon it, intertwining to form the trajectories of cosmic laws, radiating brilliant light as if it had torn through the fabric of ancient time and space. Boom! The ground-shaking sound reverberated across the realm, the overwhelming force sufficient to submerge the very heavens, crushing all existence beneath it. As the true form of the colossal claw revealed itself, all present held their breath in awe. A gigantic tortoise, enveloping the entire world, was revealed, the legendary divine beast known as Xuanwu. Perched upon its head was a breathtaking celestial maiden, clad in red, her gaze dreamy and lips slightly parted, exuding an enchanting allure. With every smile and frown, she radiated an allure that was simply irresistible. Chapter 35. The Fated Confrontation. Yin Dynasty, Moon Goddess. Chang Kuan and the others' pupils constricted in disbelief. They had not expected the arrival of the Moon Goddess. She was among the top 5 experts of the Yin Dynasty, and with her ancestral divine, Bi Xuanwu. Even the emperor of the Yin Dynasty would treat her with utmost respect. Furthermore, the Moon Goddess was one of the 4 great beauties of ancient times, attracting countless admirers, including many formidable experts. This represented the pinnacle of ancient combat prowess. Lin San was awed by the Moon Goddess's terrifying strength, realizing how long the road ahead of him would be. With a single stroke, she could impose her will upon hundreds of thousands, including many experts of the Qin family. The Qin family's ancestors exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by how Qin Feng had managed to summon such a formidable ally. Yet this suited their purposes perfectly, providing a legitimate opportunity to send Qin Feng to the Yin Dynasty for further education. Ah, what a lively scene. The Moon Goddess observed the multitude below, her red lips parting as her sultry voice sent shivers through every male present. Moon Goddess, this is within the territory of my Daxia. You have no right to act recklessly. Chang's voice was deafening, instantly rousing all the male spectators, who silently lamented their inability to withstand such a presence. Truly, she was one of the legendary 4 great beauties of the ancient times. A single breathy sigh nearly ensnared their hearts. I am so frightened, said Yushan, adopting a delicate demeanor as she raised her slender hand and lightly flicked it towards Shahun. With a sudden PFF, Changkun spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground from midair, his breath faint, his life hanging by a thread. The audience watched in shock, their eyelids twitching, astounded by Yu Shun's display of power. A mere disagreement had escalated to violence. Not even the leader of the Royal City Division could withstand her casual strike. Lord Marquis, the members of the Royal City Division rushed forward, attempting to revive Changkun. It's hopeless, muttered the various noble families on the sidelines, already thinking about attending the banquet at the Royal City Division later. Zi Yuan, where are you going? Yushan glanced below and noticed Zi Yuan dragging Qin Feng, attempting to slip away unnoticed. With another flick of her delicate hand, the two were immediately suspended in midair. It's over. Zi Yuan realized escape was futile, fidgeting with her garment like a child caught in wrongdoing, calling out, "Aunt, What aunt? Clearly, S.I. Qin Feng couldn't help but observe Yushun, internally lamenting his lack of ambition. I must cast a long line to catch an ant. You still recognize me as your aunt? Yushun tapped Ziyuan's little head, her voice laced with irritation. You left home without a word and to avoid me. You even came to the Great Xia Empire. What if something were to happen to you? How would I explain it to my sister and brother-in-law? I was wrong, i.e. Please stop tapping. Ziyuan quickly begged for mercy, pulling Qin Feng over to divert attention. I have gained a great deal this time. He is Qin Feng, who not only comprehended the sword intent, but also the invincible sword heart. Qin Feng? Yushun paused mid-air, her interest piqued as she gazed at him. The news about a peerless genius from the Qin family, who possessed the potential to become an emperor, had already reached the Inu Empire, including the recent directive to eliminate Qin Feng due to his theft of his younger brother's supreme bone. Initially, it was assumed he had fallen into despair and lost his invincible spirit, but it appeared he had grasped an even more terrifying invincible sword heart. Qin Feng declared earnestly, Sister Yushun, do you believe in love at first sight? Such a young child, yet you understand love at first sight? Yushun couldn't help but chuckle, covering her lips. I suspect you're merely infatuated. How do you know? Qin Feng responded with great seriousness. Indeed, I am infatuated. I have decided to grow up and marry you. Such ambition. The elders of the Qin family cheered internally, urging Qin Feng to win over Yushun. Ideally, they hoped to offer their ancestral divine beast, Xuanwu, as a dowry. If that failed, they would consider sending Qin Feng as a son-in-law to the Qin family. Yushun could no longer contain her laughter, her joy radiating like blooming flowers. As one of the four great beauties of ancient times, she had countless admirers. Yet being publicly declared to by an 8-year-old boy was a first. Yushun smiled. The male audience was utterly captivated, feeling as though they had no regrets left in life. Oof. Ziyuan pouted in frustration, wishing she could kick Qin Feng away. She had worried herself sick over this troublesome younger brother and even spent her precious life token. Yet here he was, enamored with her aunt. Little brother, Yushun remarked with a teasing tone, I find you rather small in stature, yet your confidence is quite grand. Qin Feng replied solemnly, a man's confidence does not stem from height, but from a shameless heart and the ability to wield a staff that could descend from the heavens. What a little rogue, yet I find it charming. Yushun's lips curled into a knowing smile, her interest in the young lad growing. At that moment, the ancient voice of the Qin family ancestor echoed from afar. Yushun, your esteemed presence is indeed an honor, yet Qin Feng has harmed his kin. I hope you can show my Qin family some consideration and hand him over. What if I refuse? Yushun's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, clearly unwilling to release him. Setting aside Qin Feng's questionable character, his talent alone was enough for any faction to welcome him with open arms, even the Inu Empire. Then do not blame me for being ungracious. The ancestor of the Qin family suddenly appeared on the scene, lacking the grandiose effects often associated with powerful figures. He appeared as an ordinary old man nearing his end, yet no one dared to underestimate him. The ancestor of the Qin family was one of the founders of the Great Xia Empire and its first strongest warrior. Had it not been for the Qin family's insufficient foundation, the imperial family of Great Xia would undoubtedly have belonged to them. Eager to witness the prowess of the strongest in Great Xia, Yushun's eyes gleamed like electricity, her garments fluttering without wind. Roar! The divine beast Xuanwu let out a deep roar, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the land, leaving the faces of the tens of thousands below pale, as if their lives were at stake. Just then, a youthful voice rang out, Ancestor, wait. The entire assembly turned curiously to see a pale-faced little boy, accompanied by Qin Tian, arriving at the battlefield. This was Qin Hao, another key figure in the tragic events that had befallen the Qin family. Ancestor, I wish to fight this battle myself. Though young, Qin Hao's eyes were resolute as he gazed up at his elder brother, confident that he could defeat him despite losing the supreme bone. Are you certain? The ancestor's voice was calm, yet inwardly he felt as pleased as a child with a feast. Not only had he successfully sent Qin Feng abroad for study, but he had also ignited Qin Hao's fighting spirit, averting a war and laying a solid foundation for future ambitions. I am certain. Qin Hao nodded firmly. I will show my brother what true strength is. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the fated duel, based on the psychological shadow left on your brother. The task level will be determined, with the highest reward being a mythological epic prize. System: I find you rather cheeky. Qin Feng initially intended to refuse, but the rewards were too enticing. The strongest power? Qin Feng instantly immersed himself in the role, a maniacal grin on his face. The strongest power is the strength I possess. At the pinnacle of immortality, I reign supreme. With me, Qin Feng, the heaven shall bend. His maniacal laughter echoed throughout the world as Qin Feng dropped the pretense, revealing his true self. The sword intent astonished the crowd. The heavenly calamity transformed their expressions, and the invincible sword heart elicited gasps. When the spectators beheld Qin Feng's eyes, they went utterly mad. Chapter 36. Foolish Ododo, do you feel despair? The dual pupils. They are the ancient dual pupils. The audience's eyes widened like saucers, their hearts tumultuous and unsettled. What the hell? Is there no mercy left for us? Born with the potential of an emperor, breaking through the extraordinary realm at 8, comprehending sword intent, and condensing sword heart, he possessed the potential to surpass contemporary geniuses. Yet this was not even the extent of his power. With the supreme bone and the ancient dual pupils, the thought alone was terrifying. Heavens! What kind of monster is this? Yu Shun was equally stunned, rendered speechless as she thought to herself that no matter the means, she must bring this little boy back to the Yin Empire. The ancestors of the Qin family were left dumbfounded, severely questioning whether they were still asleep. For 8 years. Qin Feng had been in the Qin family for a full 8 years. How could they not have known that he possessed a unique constitution? One that was a rare find in a millennium. The ancient dual pupils? Upon realizing this, the Qin elders simultaneously turned their gazes to Qin Tian, who wore a similarly shocked expression, leading them to immediately plan for his punishment. What the hell? It is forgivable for the ancestors not to know, but for his own father to be unaware? This is simply dereliction of duty. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Below, Lin San shook his head in disbelief, struggling to accept that Qin Feng still had hidden cards up his sleeve. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for striking the confidence of the chosen one, instilling self-doubt and earning 100,000 villain points. How intriguing. Qin Feng glanced down at Lin San, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. How could this be? Below, Qin Hao's body began to tremble, sensing the psychological shadow cast by his brother. It felt as if a colossal force was pressing upon him, making it difficult to breathe, while he remained completely at the mercy of his brother, appearing so insignificant. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for showcasing strength, amplifying his brother's psychological shadow. Triggering the task progressed to 90. Only 10 more to complete the task. Only 10 more? The mythical epic level reward was of the same tier as the experience scroll of the red-haired old monster. Qin Feng could not afford to give up so easily. He circulated the spiritual energy within him, and golden runes immediately surged around him. Only by cultivating a divine-level technique and reaching a state of perfection could one condense such golden runes. Divine-level perfection technique. The eyes of everyone present widened once more, feeling as though they were on the brink of madness. They had long heard that the eldest son of the Qin family had begun comprehending an accompanying technique while still in the womb, but they never imagined it would be the most powerful divine-level technique. They fought fiercely over a heavenly-level technique, while he comprehended a divine, accompanying technique in the womb. The endpoint they could never hope to reach was merely his starting point. How could the disparity between people be so vast? Qin Hao's heart jolted again, his body trembling more violently. Although he too comprehended an accompanying technique while in the womb, his current level was only holy grade, needing further development to advance to divine grade. In contrast, his brother emerged wielding a divine technique, creating an insurmountable gap. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for achieving 95 task completion. Damn, he has left me with no trump cards. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly, fully committing and unleashing a golden sword imprint. Only by cultivating a divine-level sword technique could one condense such a golden sword imprint. Symbolizing his sword of heaven's destruction was also divine. A profound silence enveloped the scene as everyone was left speechless. Is this truly an 8-year-old child? While others yearned for a divine-level technique, he had created two on his own, compounded with various buffs. It was not merely about suppressing his contemporaries, but he could effortlessly dominate throughout eternity. Oh, foolish Odo! Do you feel despair? A wicked smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's lips as he nearly succumbed to a fit of sinister laughter. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for planting an indelible psychological shadow in his brother's heart, reaching 100 task completion, rewarding a mythical epic treasure chest, which must be claimed through victory in a fateful duel. How could this be? Qin Hao looked at Qin Feng in terror, instinctively stepping back. So powerful, strong enough to extinguish any will to resist, and dimming the faintest glimmer of hope for victory. With a clap, Qin Tian placed a hand on Qin Hao's shoulder, uttering not a word, only offering a smile that conveyed belief in his ability. I will defeat you. Qin Hao, feeling the warmth of paternal love, blushed fiercely and boldly declared to the world. Even if his voice was faint, it resonated with unwavering determination. Yet, the crowd shook their heads, having little faith in Qin Hao. Not only had his supreme bone been extracted, but even without that, the hope of defeating a monster like Qin Feng seemed exceedingly bleak. However, the ancestors of the Qin family expressed their satisfaction, having finally ignited the child's fighting spirit, making their collective efforts to accompany him worthwhile, especially Qin Feng's performance, which was extraordinary. Those unaware might truly believe him to be a nefarious villain. Qin Feng. Zi Yuan looked at him in disbelief, feeling an unfamiliar sensation. The Qin Feng she knew had talent, yet was pure and kind-hearted, whereas this Qin Feng seemed willing to resort to any means for power, even against his own brother. What kind of person was he? This sparked a strong curiosity within her, prompting her to seek a deeper understanding of Qin Feng. Thunderous roars echoed. A terrifying pressure descended, ripping apart the void, from which emerged two elders clad in dragon robes, the current emperor and the supreme emperor of the Xia dynasty. These two ancient figures have also arrived. With a raised brow, the moon goddess realized trouble was at hand. If it were only the ancestor of the Qin family, she could easily take Qin Feng away. But with the addition of the two imperial figures, even with the divine beast Xuan Wu, she would be compelled to kneel and sing her lament. Qin Elder, does this young descendant of yours intend to betray the Xia? The Supreme Emperor immediately cast a heavy accusation, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. The ancestor of the Qin family replied stoically, Qin Feng harmed his kin first. He is no longer one of us. Whatever he intends to do is no concern of the Qin family. Good, that is precisely what I wish to hear. The Supreme Emperor wasted no time, launching a punch with lightning speed, the force echoing like mountains and seas, one after another, piercing through the void, descending like a cataclysmic storm, as if seeking to shatter the very fabric of reality. Boom! The earth-shattering roar resounded, and the surrounding void appeared to collapse, with ripples of space rapidly expanding. I'm joining too. The Emperor of the Xia entered the fray, determined to capture Qin Feng. You ancient relics, just wait for me. The moon goddess, gritting her teeth in frustration, had no choice but to retreat strategically. As the instigator, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to cling to the moon goddess's long leg, pleading, Moon goddess, save me. Chapter 37. Continue the music, continue the dance. This fellow, Zi Yuan could not help but roll her eyes, her mind racing with scathing remarks. Just a moment ago, he was proclaiming his supremacy. Now he was calling for her aunt to save him, utterly devoid of any dignity. Boom! Another resounding explosion erupted. The Supreme Emperor and the current Emperor of the Xia, radiating endless brilliance, resembled eternal deities, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the moon goddess. A deep roar erupted from the divine beast Xuanwu, propelling the moon goddess and her companions through the rift in space, as thunder and lightning parted the way, their divine might towering over the world, instilling fear in all beings, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Everyone, take action! The Supreme Emperor and the current Emperor of the Xia were growing frantic, acutely aware of the dire consequences of allowing Qin Feng to escape. The Xia dynasty was in decline. Permitting Qin Feng to return to the Qin family would threaten their thrones. while the Inu dynasty would be empowered by Qin Feng, jeopardizing the safety of the Xia. Thus, they must ensure that Qin Feng does not see the light of day again. However, the various esteemed families hesitated to act, each calculating their own interests. This Qin Feng was ruthless enough to harm even his own brother for the sake of power. If they could eliminate him today, it would be for the best. But if he were to escape, the repercussions would be theirs to bear. Moreover, the change of dynasties had little to do with them. A new ruler would not alter their revelry in music and dance. With this in mind, the various esteemed families joined the battle, executing their operations with unparalleled ferocity, only to find their damage output at a mere 0. 5. Having fully grasped the art of feigned effort. Thus, they fulfilled the imperial edicts while also extending a favor to Qin Feng. These cunning old foxes, the elders of the Qin family, saw through the ruse but chose not to expose it, clearly having engaged in similar feigned efforts as the heads of esteemed families in the past. What are these old geezers up to? The moon goddess glanced at the elders of the Qin family, noting their lack of intent to act. However, this alleviated much of her pressure. Facing 3 ancient figures would be daunting, but 2 old men were easily manageable. Damn! Despite the 2 emperors' desperate attempts to obstruct, they found themselves powerless against the moon goddess, primarily due to the formidable defense of Xuanwu, which withstood relentless assaults for an extended period. Additionally, their companions, who seemed to be slacking off, were hardly of any assistance. Ultimately, they could do nothing but watch as Xuanwu tore through the void and elegantly vanished from sight. We shall depart. The Emperor of Daxia's countenance darkened, leading the members of the Imperial City Guard, Dongchong and Shichong, away. Although he yearned to issue an immediate declaration of war against the Qin family, he understood the likelihood of such an endeavor was virtually non-existent. Setting aside the absence of a valid reason, even if he fabricated accusations, the noble families would not necessarily lend their support. Previously, he could use the excuse of the Qin family having produced 2 prodigies, anticipating the division of their benefits. However, with the second son now incapacitated and the eldest venturing abroad, the prospect of sharing benefits was rendered moot, making it absurd to expect loyalty from them. Let us depart as well. The ancestor glanced back regretfully at the direction in which Qin Feng had departed. From this point forward, he would have to forge his own path within the Inu dynasty, as even their desire to assist would prove futile. Brother, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Qin Hao's small face was exceptionally grave, already prepared for rigorous training. Qin brother, I will not be defeated by you. Lin San's eyes gleamed with unprecedented determination. He was resolute in his aim to surpass this extraordinarily gifted individual upon their next encounter. In the Moon Goddess Palace, the Moon Goddess returned astride Xuanwu, accompanied by Qin Feng and Zi Yuan. We humbly welcomed the Moon Goddess, Divine Maiden. The palace was filled with women who knelt in reverence to the Moon Goddess and Zi Yuan. Divine Maiden. Qin Feng could not help but turn to look at Zi Yuan, who proudly raised her small head, as if to assert that she was indeed the Divine Maiden of the Moon Goddess Palace, the successor to the next Moon Goddess. Alas, the Moon Goddess Palace is destined for decline. Qin Feng recalled the image of Zi Yuan in battle, reminiscent of a child joyfully striking down a villain. He could hardly imagine what the palace would become under her stewardship. What did you say? Zi Yuan, infuriated, stamped her foot, vowing to teach this little brat a lesson today, and the 2 soon began to chase each other through the Moon Goddess Palace. The female disciples within the palace were astonished. The Moon Goddess had actually brought back a young boy. Since the establishment of the Moon Goddess Palace, there had been strict rules against admitting males, let alone one brought in personally by the Moon Goddess herself. Even a mere boy was a remarkable occurrence. Enough of this. The Moon Goddess intervened to halt the playful scuffle, revealing a breathtaking smile. Qin Feng, how about joining my Moon Goddess Palace? Certainly, Qin Feng nodded eagerly. By the customs of the martial world, since you saved me, I am indeed obliged to marry you. This fellow, Zi Yuan thought, gritting her teeth in frustration. She never expected this little rascal to have designs on her aunt. The Moon Goddess chuckled heartily. You are truly an amusing little fellow. I hereby officially appoint you as the godchild of the Moon Goddess Palace. Your Excellency, the Moon Goddess, the entire Moon Goddess Palace exclaimed, reminding her of the regulations prohibiting the admission of male disciples. I am fully aware of what I am doing. The moon goddess's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Qin Feng. Anyone who had witnessed Qin Feng's extraordinary talents would be willing to break the rules for him. And the moon goddess palace was no exception. What do you intend to do? Qin Feng felt a tremor of fear at the moon goddess's gaze. Suspecting she might be deceitfully enticing him to join the moon goddess palace for some ulterior motive, perhaps to harvest his kidneys without anesthesia. In the Daxia Imperial Palace, the emperor returned, seething with rage. Ever since the reforms of the Yin dynasty a century ago, its rapid development had become a significant threat to the Daxia Empire. And now, with the emergence of Qin Feng, an unprecedented prodigy, the mere thought sent shivers down his spine, robbing him of sleep. The ministers began to deliberate that the moon goddess's ability to escape with Qin Feng placed primary responsibility on the Qin family. The Qin family is clinging to familial ties, hoping for Qin Feng's eventual return to the family. The Qin family is a calamity that must not be allowed to persist. It was easier said than done. The Qin family was not easily eradicated. An elderly minister, risking his life, urged the emperor to recruit talented individuals from humble backgrounds to foster prodigies and strengthen Daxia. Though calling for the recruitment of talented individuals sounded straightforward, it effectively undermined the foundations of the noble families, and they would never consent. The harm caused by noble families has seeped into our very bones. We must engage in a thorough remedy for Daxia to have any hope. Your Majesty, the common people have suffered greatly under the noble families for far too long. The Emperor of Daxia, observing the loyalty of his elderly ministers, recognized their sentiments bore truth. However, the noble families were not easily dealt with. They aligned with him only because he could provide them with benefits. Should he strip them of those benefits, they would unhesitatingly overthrow him and support a new regime. Just then, a young eunuch approached with a report. Your Majesty, Princess Nanfeng has sent word that she has encountered an interesting young man who possesses a method to break the hold of the noble families. Chapter 38, Men. There are men in the Moon Goddess Palace. Ever since Qin Feng officially joined, all the young ladies had gone into a frenzy. Men, we have a man in the Moon Goddess Palace. Why do I feel like they are more excited than I am? Qin Feng felt as though he had entered a den of spiders, needing to check the locks on his door repeatedly before sleep each night. Xiao Bai leaped on a Qin Feng's shoulder, nuzzling him like a kitten. The meaning was unmistakable. It was time to eat. Even the landlord's family cannot withstand such feasting. Qin Feng helplessly retrieved a small pouch, containing only a single blood body. After consuming this, he would need to purchase more or venture into the wild forest to search. However, the forests were the domain of demon beasts, and even if there were heavenly materials and treasures, powerful beasts would guard them, making acquisition exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, the system interjected. Host may exchange to purchase spirit pet food from the system. Spirit pet carrot, a special feed for rabbit-type spirit pets that increases various attributes with prolonged use. Exchange price, 10 villain points. A single carrot costs 10 points. Qin Feng inwardly lamented the extortion, feeling as though he was being robbed. Given Xiao Bai's appetite, he would need at least 4 or 5 carrots daily, amounting to 40 or 50 points, leading to 400 or 500 points in 10 days, and 1,000 to 2,000 points in a year. He had never treated his own parents so generously. Times had changed, until he encountered the next victim, the chosen one. He needed to conserve those villain points. Qin Feng opened the system, noting he currently had 692,500 villain points, as he had not yet reached 1 million. He could not exchange for the Great Perfection card to elevate his other divine martial arts to the pinnacle. However, spending 30,000 points monthly for a 100-fold comprehension halo was still feasible, sufficient for 1 to 2 years. He hoped that during this period, he would encounter the chosen one. Qin Feng snatched the last blood bodhi from Xiao Bai's mouth and tossed him a carrot, which he had exchanged for 10 villain points. Rabbit, no, not this. Xiao Bai was so incensed that he spoke human words on the spot. This carrot might be edible, but compared to the blood bodhi, it was clearly of a lower grade, comparable to dog food. How could it ever match up to rib meat? A child's pickiness is often a result of indulgence. Qin Feng brandished the Chongkong divine sword against Xiao Bai's neck, prompting the little creature to eat with remarkable speed, finishing off the carrot, including the greens. Well done. Qin Feng, satisfied, sheathed the Chong Kong divine sword and swallowed the last blood bodhi in one gulp. Boom! Qin Feng's body trembled violently as he quickly seated himself on the bed, entering a state of cultivation. The energy derived from the blood bodhi surged within him, flowing like a torrent, fervently merging with his flesh and blood. Xiao Bai, feeling wronged, allowed a cry and produced the saint's bamboo scroll, a naturally endowed independent space that allowed him to nestle beside Qin Feng as he slept. In Tianxin City, Lin San, having endured numerous tribulations, finally returned safely, bringing back the complete form of Qin Feng, his sword intent, sword heart, supreme bone, ancient chengte, along with self-created divine techniques and sword arts. Upon hearing this, City Lord Lin Hao could only lament, filled with regret. Had he chosen Qin Feng as his son-in-law at the outset, given his current dire situation, he would have found solace in Qin Feng's embrace. Alas, it was too late. Qin Feng had already been taken back to the Inu dynasty by the moon goddess. Furthermore, his initially favored son-in-law, Qin Hao, had been reduced to a mere waste after his supreme bone was extracted. And it was rumored that the head of the Qin family had also been stripped of his position, leaving the entire family in a state of despair. Lin Hao pondered the futility of marrying off his daughter for profit in such dire circumstances. He felt an overwhelming headache, wishing to annul the engagement, yet fearing the repercussions. The Qin family, being the foremost clan of the ancient era, would perceive an annulment as a slap in the face, and for a family of their stature, honor was held in higher regard than life itself, potentially leading to outright conflict. Nevertheless, the thought of marrying his daughter to a waste made him exceedingly reluctant. Time flew by, and 7 years passed. During this period, prodigies continuously emerged, and the competition grew increasingly fierce, with talents demonstrating formidable abilities. Qin Feng's previous records of breaking through to the extraordinary realm at the age of 8 and comprehending sword intent were successively surpassed by many prodigies. Since his appointment as the son of the moon goddess 7 years ago, Qin Feng had maintained a low profile, seldom appearing in public, and no information regarding his battles had surfaced. However, the sword intent, sword heart, supreme bone, an ancient chuckle he exhibited during his time in the Xia dynasty had astounded the entire ancient world, earning him the title of the first prodigy of the age. Even after 7 years of absence, his reputation remained unshaken. At this moment, in the back mountain of the moon goddess palace, a magnificent waterfall cascaded like a silver river. A young man, with bright eyes and a chiseled jaw, sat cross-legged beneath the waterfall, his bare torso adorned with a golden dragon tattoo, allowing the cascading water to crash upon him, the deep thuds echoing around. This young man was the 15-year-old Qin Feng, who had ascended to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. This was not due to the alluring beauty of the moon goddess palace, which could easily undermine one's will, but rather a steadfast effort to solidify his foundation. Indeed, it was all about reinforcing his roots. Although his cultivation had not seen significant improvement, his other abilities had undergone profound development. The celestial calamity light had intensified, and the Zhongteng had not only enhanced its foundational skills of slowing down time, decomposing actions, and peering into the essence, but had also grasped the divine light of yin and yang. With an array of lethal techniques, he could effortlessly slay practitioners of the Tao realm. The only regret was that over these 7 years, he had not encountered a chosen one, and his nearly 700,000 villain points had long been exhausted, regardless of how frugally he tried to manage them. Now, he could only interact with the maidens of the moon goddess palace to earn meager villain points to scrape by, which only intensified his longing for Lin San, nearly causing him to suffer from lovesickness. For 7 years, I've been harmed by indulgence, causing my cultivation to lag. Henceforth, I shall abstain from alcohol. Qin Feng silently resolved to give up drinking. Although he had not indulged excessively, he was convinced that alcohol was to blame. Don't crowd, let me take a look. Not far away, a group of maidens from the moon goddess palace were secretly observing, and upon seeing Qin Feng's abs, they erupted in excited squeals. The only man of the moon goddess palace has finally grown up. Buy tickets, buy tickets. With a ticket, you can see the man for 5 minutes. A youthful voice chimed in, and upon closer inspection, it was the adorable little white rabbit, Xiaobai, whom Qin Feng had raised for 7 years. Ever since Qin Feng had fed it carrots 7 years ago, it had learned to raise rabbits itself to secure a taste of genuine heavenly treasures. Initially, it faced challenges, as such treasures were not easily acquired. However, under Qin Feng's guidance over the years, it soon discovered a lucrative opportunity. Men were a scarce commodity in the Moon Goddess Palace. Thus, each time Qin Feng came to the waterfall to train, it began selling tickets, 5 minutes for 1 spirit stone, fair and square. Naturally, Qin Feng did not frequently display his physique at the waterfall, so Xiaobai would often auction off his used underwear to supplement its household expenses. Xiaobai was indeed a diligent and frugal rabbit. Delighted, Xiaobai counted the spirit stones it had earned and pulled out a pair of Qin Feng's original underwear stolen from last night. If auctioned off, it could buy a heavenly treasure. The starting bid for Qin Feng's puberty phase underwear is 20 spirit stones. I bid 25 spirit stones. The maidens of the Moon Goddess Palace took their bidding seriously, and the appearance of the original underwear immediately provoked a chorus of gasps and excitement. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind sliced through the vast forest, causing Qin Feng, sitting beneath the waterfall, to abruptly open his eyes, revealing a fierce intensity as invisible sword energy surged around him. With a resounding crash, the invisible sword energy tore through the waterfall, colliding with incoming energy and sending water splashing everywhere. 2 beautiful figures appeared beside the waterfall, the Moon Goddess and Ziyuan. Unlike the youthful and innocent Ziyuan from 7 years ago, she had blossomed into a stunning beauty, with every smile and frown exuding allure. It was said that over the years, she had cultivated powerful techniques exclusive to women alongside the Moon Goddess. Indeed, your comprehension of sword intent and sword heart has deepened significantly. The Moon Goddess regarded Qin Feng with satisfaction, pleased that her decision to break palace rules and appoint him as the son of the Moon Goddess Palace had not been in vain. This child would undoubtedly strengthen the Moon Goddess Palace in the future. Without strength, how could I marry the Moon Goddess sister? I possess this awareness, Qin Feng replied playfully, raising an eyebrow while showcasing his physique in front of the Moon Goddess. With a thud, Ziyuan, infuriated, kicked Qin Feng into the waterfall, exclaiming, "You've had your eyes on my aunt since childhood. With such a beautiful woman beside you, did you not notice?" Quite a sight indeed. Qin Feng resurfaced, scrutinizing Ziyuan, who had evidently developed significantly over the years, almost as if she could contest a referee's ruling for foul play. Rogue, Ziyuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully tussled with Qin Feng. "Enough of your antics." The Moon Goddess, accustomed to Qin Feng's teasing, stated calmly, "Qin Feng, in a few days, it will be the Yin Dynasty's decade-long Death Elimination Tournament. Are you interested in participating?" Death Elimination Tournament. Qin Feng's brow furrowed. He had heard of this tournament. Since the reforms of the Yin Dynasty a century ago, the Death Elimination Tournament had become crucial to its rise. It was akin to an entrance examination, where various factions sent their elite talents to compete, with successful candidates receiving priority cultivation and resources. The sole difference from an ordinary examination was that while one could retake a failed test, the Death Elimination Tournament, true to its name, allowed only the living to pass. Many remained forever in the examination grounds. Qin Feng was not particularly concerned about life and death. Rather, he was more focused on whether he would encounter a beloved chosen one. Just then, cheers erupted from nearby maidens, seemingly celebrating someone who had bought underwear for 100 spirit stones. Rice bucket. Qin Feng lightly landed behind Xiaobai. Upon hearing this name, Xiaobai immediately became agitated, angrily declaring, "I am called Qin Xiaobai. Qin Xiaobai. If anyone dares to call me Rice Bucket again, I shall gnaw them to death." Understood, Rice Bucket. Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging the name, but he had no intention of changing his habit. He questioned why his underwear had gone missing without being washed, only to discover it had been auctioned off by this rabbit. "It's the Moon Goddess." A group of maidens scattered in panic, akin to elementary school students encountering their teacher. "Xiaobai, you have gone too far." Ziyuan stood by, visibly agitated, vehemently condemning Xiaobai's actions. "I too am reluctant to be in this predicament, but I am famished." Xiaobai displayed a pitiful demeanor, lamenting the hardships of life. In the past, Although I could not indulge in rare treasures, there were at least regular supplies of carrots. However, recently, for reasons unknown, even the carrot supply has ceased. If he does not produce something to sell soon, the rabbit shall surely starve to death. Sighing helplessly, Qin Feng expressed his frustration. It was not that he did not wish to feed the rabbit, but he simply lacked the necessary resources to do so. His own circumstances were exceedingly dire, and if he could not find a suitable target, the chosen one, he contemplated a change of profession to become a flower thief. Though it might yield less profit, it would suffice to make ends meet. At that moment, a young lady approached with news. "Your Excellency, a remarkable individual from outside wishes to challenge you." Here we go again. Qin Feng felt utterly exasperated. Ever since he was hailed as the foremost prodigy of the ancient era, challengers had flocked to the Yuetian palace. Yet, none of these individuals were the chosen one he sought, rendering them utterly uninteresting to him. The young lady continued, "This individual is no ordinary person. He is a disciple of the emperor from the Daxia dynasty." Tongzi. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, familiar with the term. If memory served him correctly during the Tang dynasty, the emperor had utilized the imperial examination system and the disciples of the emperor to bring an end to the era of aristocratic dominance, significantly strengthening centralized authority. What could the Daxia emperor be plotting now? Did he intend to weaken the power of the aristocracy through this? Quickly, Qin Feng located the pertinent documents. 7 years prior, the Daxia emperor had unexpectedly announced his intention to take on disciples. All selected prodigies would become disciples of the emperor. The news ignited a frenzy throughout the Daxia, as being an emperor's disciple was perceived as an unparalleled honor, even enticing the prominent aristocratic families. Thus began a grand selection process for the emperor's disciples. Unsurprisingly, the aristocratic prodigies triumphed, yet a substantial number of talented commoners emerged as well. The Daxia emperor honored his promise, accepting the aristocratic prodigies as disciples, while also offering the commoner prodigies the status of potential disciples. This old fellow was indeed targeting the aristocracy. Qin Feng swiftly discerned the emperor's intentions. The title of emperor's disciple appeared prestigious, but in truth, it served as a mere tool for the Daxia emperor. The commoner prodigies, lacking any support, would inevitably have to rely on the Daxia emperor, becoming his weapon against the aristocrats. The aristocratic prodigies, now bound by the master-disciple relationship, would find it morally reprehensible to defy him. In essence, the Daxia emperor had already secured a victory in principle. Concurrently, he was exceedingly curious about who was orchestrating this scheme behind the scenes, based on his decade-long experience as a bookworm. This individual was likely the chosen one he had sought for 7 years. A thunderous sound erupted from the front hall, accompanied by the shouts of the emperor's disciple. "Qin Feng, if you dare to act as a traitor, come out and face me. I know you're inside. Do not hide in silence." Chapter 40. The scene cracked open outside the Yuetian palace. A group of white-clad maidens emerged, their faces filled with fury, surrounding a burly man. This man was the emperor's disciple, Zhu Tou, come to challenge Qin Feng. Seeing that Qin Feng had yet to emerge to accept his challenge, he brazenly began to pound on the doors of the Yuetian palace, openly insulting their deity. Did he truly believe he could act with impunity here, as if he were still in the Daxia dynasty, with the emperor backing him? This was the Yue dynasty, and it was not his place to wreak havoc. Audacious. The maidens of the Yuetian palace wore icy expressions, drawing their swords in unison, aimed at Zhu Tou. What? Is Qin Feng too afraid to accept the challenge, resorting to overwhelming numbers? Zhu Tou remained arrogantly dismissive, showing no regard for his opponents. He was a member of the Daxia envoy, sent by imperial decree to observe the Yue dynasty's decennial life and death elimination tournament. Killing him, an emperor's disciple, will be tantamount to declaring war on the Daxia dynasty. The Daxia envoy is formidable, indeed. The goddess shall teach him a lesson. Ziyuan, clearly unable to tolerate the affront, rolled up her sleeves and prepared to engage in battle. Wait, Qin Feng raised a hand to stop Ziyuan, pondering, is it not possible that he is merely a pawn in someone else's game? A pawn. Ziyuan was no fool. Her brows furrowed as she questioned, are you suggesting someone is setting a trap for you? It is not for me. It is a trap set for the Daxia aristocracy. Qin Feng scratched his chin, contemplating, and the more he thought, the more he believed there was merit to this possibility. The Daxia Emperor's introduction of the Emperor's disciples seemed to elevate the aristocratic prodigies, yet ultimately, it was clear he intended to support the rise of the commoner prodigies to supplant the aristocracy's rule. The dilemma of how to deal with the aristocratic prodigies became a headache for the Daxia Emperor. For instance, he could form an envoy and send them to the Yue dynasty to observe the life and death tournament. Should any complications arise, the blame would fall squarely on the Yue dynasty. And if it could incite a conflict between the aristocracy and the Yue dynasty, it would be all the better, allowing the Daxia royal family to reap the benefits. A trap set for the Daxia aristocracy? Ziyuan's mind was filled with questions, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's implications. Is that so? We shall find out. Qin Feng lightly propelled himself from the Yuetian palace, determined to flush out the mastermind behind this scheme, perhaps the very chosen one he sought. Qin Feng, it is Qin Feng. Outside the Yuetian palace, a crowd had gathered, and upon seeing Qin Feng emerge, they erupted in excited cheers. Ever since Qin Feng had showcased his complete form 7 years ago, everyone yearned to witness the combat prowess of this ancient prodigy. Regrettably, since becoming the deity of the Yuetian palace, he had never accepted a challenge. Today he had arrived, striding forth with an air of confidence. "Salutations, Your Excellency." The white-clad maidens bowed respectfully, their gazes towards Qin Feng filled with admiration. At that moment, Qin Feng had shed the naivety of youth, inheriting his mother's striking features, a veritable handsome man, coupled with his unparalleled talent as the sole male in the Yuetian palace. He was undoubtedly the object of desire for all the female disciples. "Qin Feng, you have finally emerged." Zhu Tu, brimming with excitement, nearly squealed in delight, exuding a powerful energy that transformed into a ferocious black wild boar, brandishing a hefty butcher's knife. With a resounding thud, the butcher's knife crashed onto the ground, shattering the surrounding floor. Qin Feng, his expression one of disdain, remarked, "I expected a formidable opponent, yet you are merely a fourth-tier Lingwu garbage." "What being a fourth-tier Lingwu?" Zhu Tu retorted defiantly. "I am an emperor's disciple. Even if I am merely fourth-tier, it is still superior to a ninth-tier Lingwu." Indeed, the crowd nodded in agreement, finding merit in Zhu Tu's assertion. However, in comparison to Qin Feng, this emperor's disciple seemed to pale in comparison. 7 years prior, Qin Feng had already been at the third tier of the extraordinary realm, and with his exceptional talent, no one could ascertain the extent of his current prowess. Had he reached the Dao realm? Or perhaps even beyond, to the Tianzong realm? Enough of this. What is your cultivation level? Zhu Tu inquired anxiously, already prepared to concede if Qin Feng revealed he had surpassed the Dao realm. "Ninth tier, extraordinary," Qin Feng proudly declared, not neglecting to showcase his formidable strength. The arena fell into a hushed silence, as all present stared at Qin Feng in disbelief, their hearts echoing with astonishment. My goodness, was this not the ancient prodigy of legend? The one who was said to suppress all ages? How could it be that he was only at the 9th tier of the extraordinary realm? On average, it took over a year to advance a minor tier. What had he been doing all these years? Surely he had not become ensnared in the allure of blossoms within the Yuetian palace? Zhu Tu was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom where Qin Feng's arrogance stemmed from, dismissing him as merely a fourth-tier Lingwu. Qin Feng inquired once more, "How do you wish to fight? Is it a duel or a group brawl?" "Of course, it shall be a duel," Zhu Tu responded, somewhat confused. "Understood." Qin Feng signaled to the young ladies, indicating they could engage Zhu Tu in a one-on-one contest. The onlookers gasped, their astonishment palpable. The scene before them diverged drastically from their expectations of the famed first prodigy of antiquity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ladies clad in white, indifferent to notions of fairness, dutifully executed the commands of their divine master, their swords shimmering with dark, watery ripples as they lunged at Zhu Tu. "You shameless scoundrel. Qin Feng, you promised a duel, yet this is a group assault." Zhu Tu seethed. "Indeed, you are facing us all alone." Qin Feng feigned innocence, revealing his teeth as evidence of his humanity. The crowd was left speechless, realizing that Qin Feng lacked any semblance of the idol's dignity expected of the revered first prodigy of antiquity. With a resounding thud, Zhu Tu was quickly overwhelmed by the white-clad ladies, finding himself on the ground in mere moments. I refuse to accept this, Zhu Tu shouted, his face flushed with anger. What does your acceptance or refusal matter to me? Qin Feng rolled his eyes, considering Zhu Tu's obstinacy to be rather peculiar. Subsequently, he produced a golden abacus, larger than Xiao Bai, and began calculating the compensation required for the damages inflicted upon the Yushin Palace, amounting to a staggering 1 million top-quality spirit stones. Zhu Tu could hardly believe his ears. 1 million? Top-quality spirit stones? All of this, combined, wouldn't even amount to a single spirit stone. Qin Feng replied with utmost sincerity. Precisely. I wish for you to compensate me with 999 top-quality spirit stones. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, astonished by the audacity of his demand. This is nothing short of extortion. I have no money, Zhu Tu vehemently protested, still resisting. No funds? No matter. Qin Feng chuckled mischievously. We can arrange for a form of payment in flesh. Chapter 41. The ideal is a slightly plump form. Flesh payment? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain if they were interpreting his words correctly. Soon, Qin Feng stripped Zhu Tu of his garments, binding him to a cart for public display. With a placard detailing his lineage as the esteemed disciple of the emperor and the future heir of the Zhu family. You dare to insult me so, Qin Feng? The Zhu family shall not let this pass, nor shall his majesty. Zhu Tu, unaccustomed to such humiliation, struggled fiercely, determined to confront Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng dismissed his threats, parading the cart through the streets while beating drums and calling out, "Don't miss your chance." Authentic, robust men from Xia. For just 98 spirit stones, you can take one home for breeding. The crowd, never having witnessed such a spectacle, rushed forth to gawk at the vigorous men from Xia. Oh my, a disciple of the emperor, a true prodigy, and of noble descent, quite remarkable. I have a friend who longs for a healthy child, yet has been unable to conceive. 98 is a small price to pay, a worthy investment. If it's a boy, he could inherit the family fortune. With the assurance of the divine son, it's trustworthy. As time passed, the throng grew ever larger. In this realm where mortals and immortals coexisted, many were unable to cultivate. Wealthy individuals often beseech talented cultivators to bestow upon their families a chance at immortality, usually preferring their daughters for such endeavors, contingent upon their beauty. Qin Feng's explicit pricing stirred the interest of affluent families without attractive daughters. Divine son, consider my daughter, one wealthy man stammered, presenting his daughter, who weighed over 200 pounds yet was as lovely as a flower. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Any person with a shred of decency would refuse. That is excessively outrageous. Qin Feng could hardly bear to witness, swiftly changing the subject. More funds are required. No problem. The wealthy man eagerly nodded, affirming he would pay any sum. After a lifetime of toil, what was wealth worth if one had to submit like a dog to a cultivator? He learned that only strength could preserve one's riches. Let me go. Let me go. Zhu Tu fought desperately, declaring he would rather die than submit. Observing Zhu Tu's resistance, Qin Feng remarked, "Do not wear such a countenance. This is a meticulously selected, slightly plump girl for you. Remember, slightly plump is the ideal." Slightly plump? The crowd winced, desperately wanting to ask if he felt no pangs of conscience. To close this deal, he audaciously referred to a 200-pound beauty as slightly plump. You shall not succeed. Qin Feng. Zhu Tu summoned his spiritual power, preventing any mortal from approaching. The wealthy man wore a look of disappointment, realizing that one could not force fate. Fear not. I am a businessman of utmost integrity. Qin Feng reassured the affluent man with a smile, producing a small jade bottle labeled Mother Pig also goes wild. This concoction, derived from the techniques he had studied, was said to accelerate the cultivation of the Mother Pig method. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, retreating several steps in fright. By the heavens, is it truly the legendary top-grade aphrodisiac? Mother Pig also goes wild. It is said that even a mere glance can transform a mother pig into a beauty. The gazes directed at Qin Feng transformed entirely. He was no longer the first prodigy of antiquity, but rather the foremost lecher of the age, carrying such items on his person. Qin Feng feigned innocence. What expressions are these? As a traveler in the world, carrying some self-defense items is reasonable, is it not? The crowd rolled their eyes in disbelief. Who would carry such items while traversing the world? They recognized Qin Feng as a man not to be trifled with. He possessed strength, talent, and lineage, and yet was utterly shameless. Thank you for your generous support, divine son. The flower-like plump girl was overly excited. Taking Mother Pig also goes wild, and Zhu Tu home. Qin Feng, Brother Feng, I beg you, spare me. Spare me. I will compensate you with 1,000,000 top-quality spirit stones. I was wrong. Zhu Tu, stripped of his former arrogance, cried out, pleading for forgiveness. Yet, Qin Feng was indifferent to his plight, awaiting the appearance of the mastermind behind this scheme. If he were to kill Zhu Tu, he would fall right into the trap set for him, eliminating Zhu Tu, a prodigy of the Zhu family, while inviting their wrath upon himself. Conversely, if he chose to humiliate Zhu Tu, the mastermind would have no choice but to intervene, as they were both dispatched to the Inu Empire. Friends do not stand idly by when one is dishonored. Still, no chosen one appeared. Perhaps this was merely my imagination? Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings, receiving no notification from the system. No, please don't come near. Zhu Tu's wretched cries echoed from the small courtyard, prompting the crowd to observe a moment of silence for him. The esteemed disciple of the Dixia Emperor, a noble prodigy, had been utterly disgraced by a mere mortal. This psychological trauma would likely haunt him for eternity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for insulting another's dignity, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng instantly perked up, as if a new technique had been unlocked. With a resounding clang, the sound of a copper gong reverberated through the air as an imposing caravan approached, adorned with opulent carriages, attended by servants and guards, all signifying the formidable identity of its occupants. Leading the group were several furious individuals, clad in garments identical to those of Zhu Tu, reserved solely for the disciples of the Dixia Emperor. Princess Nan Feng has arrived. As the carriage came to a halt, the guard proclaimed the name of the esteemed guest, the beloved little princess of the Daxia Empire, Princess Nan Feng, who was also the representative of the Daxia envoy to the Inu dynasty. Princess Nan Feng? Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on the opulent carriage, sensing the presence of more than one individual within, and deducing from the heavy breathing that it was likely a young man. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for discovering the chosen one of epic rank. Qin Feng's eyes immediately brightened, his heart racing with excitement. 7 years. Fate had finally brought them together. The fact that someone might be plotting against him was now insignificant. What mattered was that he would begin to scheme against this chosen one. A cold female voice emanated from the carriage. Qin Feng, as a traitor of our Daxia dynasty, how dare you humiliate the disciples of our emperor? What punishment do you deserve? Chapter 42. Kneel down such arrogance from the Daxia princess. Qin Feng could not help but scoff on the territory of the Inu dynasty, questioning the son of the moon god. Am I the ignorant one? Or has Daxia already conquered Inu? As his words fell, the gazes of those around him turned icy, agreeing that the Daxia princess was being overly self-important. To utter such words on their territory was nothing short of a disparagement of the Inu dynasty. Impudent! Princess Nan Feng, enraged and humiliated, commanded, bring him to me. Cut down Qin Feng. Yes. The princess's guards drew their long blades in unison, and the prodigies of the envoy brandished their weapons as well. Who gave you the confidence to kill me on my own territory? Qin Feng found himself admiring the protagonist's loyalty to his allies, as he did not have to wait for his cue. Dozens of young ladies from the Moon God Palace swiftly encircled the adversaries. Spectators nearby brightened at the sight and quickly retreated to a safe distance. A sigh escaped from within the carriage, and, as the curtain was lifted, a man clad in splendid garments emerged, clasping his fists in salutation. You must be the renowned prodigy Qin Feng. My apologies. The princess has misspoken. I, Feng Chong, shall apologize on her behalf. It was he. Qin Feng recognized him immediately as the chosen one, based on his decade of experience as a bookworm. This individual was unlike the servant-type protagonists like Lin San, nor was he akin to the passionate, motivational types like Qin Hao. He was a favored minister of the emperor, destined either to marry a princess or to cultivate her into an empress-type protagonist. This further solidified his belief that the emperor's disciples were his doing, and the one plotting against him was undoubtedly this man. Qin Feng showed no regard for his counterpart, launching into a tirade. I had thought the Daxia princess to be a paragon of virtue, only to find her a loose woman hiding a man within her carriage. Puff! The crowd nearly choked, astonished that Qin Feng dared to voice such words, openly declaring the Daxia princess a loose woman, and without any pretense in her presence. Say that again. Princess Nanfeng, unaccustomed to such affronts, stormed out of the carriage. Clad in resplendent attire, she was indeed a striking beauty with emerald eyebrows, snow-white skin, and teeth like pearls. Goodness, it had been years since Qin Feng had encountered such a level of beauty. He could not help but marvel at the protagonist's discerning eye. Qin Feng obediently responded, his face earnest. I said you are a loose woman. Impudent. Princess Nanfeng was utterly enraged, drawing her personal sword to strike at Qin Feng. However, before her blade could reach him, it was deftly deflected by a lady in white from the Moon God Palace, with several more swords poised at her throat, as if waiting for Qin Feng's command to strike her down without hesitation. Humph, if you have the capability, then kill me. Princess Nanfeng's eyes were filled with disdain, clearly doubting Qin Feng's audacity to harm her. As the representative of the Daxia dynasty, if he dared to kill her, it would incite a conflict between their two nations, rendering even the son of the moon god powerless. Such demands were indeed unprecedented. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, and an aura of fierce, sword energy emanated from him. This is bad. Feng Chang's expression shifted dramatically, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to shield Princess Nanfeng. Boom! The invisible sword energy struck Feng Chang, sending him reeling several steps back before he could steady himself. He truly meant it. Princess Nanfeng trembled, having sensed Qin Feng's murderous intent. Had Feng Chang not shielded her, she would likely have been pierced by his invisible sword energy. But how could this be? She was a princess of Daxia, a representative of the envoy. How could Qin Feng have the audacity to kill her? He was indeed an unpredictable individual. Feng Chang's expression turned grave, forcing him to take Qin Feng seriously. He had always believed himself capable of manipulating ancient individuals at will. Indeed, ancient individuals. He hailed from a planet called Hongxing, having lived in a modern civilization, and through a stroke of fate, found himself transported to this ancient world. Though it was a fantastical realm, he had easily risen to become Princess Nanfeng's chief advisor, even proposing methods to defeat the aristocratic families. He had assumed everything would unfold as he envisioned, but who could have anticipated encountering Qin Feng, an unpredictable player, provoking Zhu Tu to challenge them, hoping to use him as a pawn, only for Qin Feng to sell Zhu Tu for profit, forcing them into a corner. To apologize on behalf of Princess Nanfeng was the expected course of action, yet he had boldly unleashed his tongue, disregarding the potential for diplomatic strife and daring to threaten the life of a Daxia envoy princess in public. Should he be deemed arrogant or simply perceptive enough to see through it all? There truly existed someone unafraid of death. Qin Feng's gaze flashed like lightning as his right hand slowly rested on the hilt of his sword, irritated by Feng Chang's obstruction. What? Feng Chang's body suddenly stiffened, an inexplicable sense of panic flooding his heart. At that moment, he felt akin to the sun Wukong in the hands of the Buddha, regardless of how he struggled. He could not escape the confines of the Five-Finger Mountain. Enough! A venerable voice resonated among the crowd, as an elder appeared, swiftly approaching, his gaze directed at Qin Feng with an undeniable air of authority. Clearly, this individual was a hidden master within the envoy. Old man, what are you? Qin Feng continued to disregard him, his eyes widening as he commanded, kneel down. Impudent. The elder's anger surged, unleashing a terrifying energy from within. Boom! Thunder suddenly roared from the heavens, shattering the energy the elder had gathered, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure descending from above, causing the elder to spew blood and fall to his knees before Qin Feng. It seemed he could no longer protect Princess Nanfeng, retreating to recuperate in seclusion. The moon god, it is the moon god. The surrounding spectators, like fervent devotees, hurriedly knelt, bowing towards the direction of the moon god palace. The elder, unwilling to concede, shouted, "Moon god, is this how you entertain guests in the Inu dynasty?" The moon god's cold voice resonated through the void. "Then what of your Daxia dynasty smashing the doors of my moon god palace? Is this how you conduct yourselves as guests?" The elder was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Feng Chong hurriedly interjected, "My lord moon god, Zhu Tu's actions were his own and do not represent our envoy. I am willing to apologize on his behalf and take responsibility for all reparations. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for officialdom?" Qin Feng continued to fan the flames. "What do you wish?" Princess Nanfeng, suppressing her fury, recognized the overwhelming circumstances. "Kneel down." Qin Feng's gaze locked onto Princess Nanfeng, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. "You will either kneel or perish." Princess Nanfeng, seething with rage, could not fathom Qin Feng's audacity. As a dignified princess of the great Xia, it was inconceivable that she would bow before a traitor of the Qin family, especially one who, despite his current status as the son of the Moon God Palace, was unworthy of her submission. With a piercing chill emanating from his clear and profound eyes, Qin Feng slowly placed his right hand upon the hilt of his Chong Kong divine sword. Clearly not jesting with Princess Nanfeng, should she utter another word, he would not hesitate to unleash the sword technique of Heaven Severance. Empowered by the invincible sword heart, he had already cast aside any thoughts of women, except for the beautiful and wealthy ones willing to lavish him with riches. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as everyone present felt the overwhelming aura of the ancient prodigy, a stark contrast to his previously whimsical demeanor. At this moment, Qin Feng embodied the tyrant who rewards those who submit and annihilates those who oppose him. Meanwhile, the onlookers eagerly anticipated witnessing the full manifestation of Qin Feng's power. Given his extraordinary cultivation at the 9th level, the disparity with his contemporaries was glaring. The only path to victory seemed to lie in revealing his complete form. Gulping audibly, Princess Nanfeng could not help but sense the terrifying pressure Qin Feng exerted. However, her pride as a princess of the great Xia and the dignity of the empire prevented her from kneeling before him. Yet, with his ultimatum so clearly stated, kneel or die, and the moon god remaining silent, it was evident that he was being tacitly endorsed in his actions. Feng Chong stepped forward, his tone resolute. "Even if we were at fault, demanding Princess Nanfeng to kneel in apology is excessive. She represents the face of the great Xia, and your humiliation of us could ignite a war between our factions." Just as Feng Chong spoke, a chilling wind swept through the air. With a sudden force, Qin Feng tightened his grip on the sword hilt, the long-sealed Chong Kong divine sword bursting forth like a soaring dragon, its radiant chill causing the crowd to shiver involuntarily. Not good. Feng Chang's pupils dilated in shock, realizing Qin Feng's tyrannical nature. Ignoring their diplomatic rebuke, he was prepared to draw his sword and declare war if they did not comply. Aware of the terror that Qin Feng, who had grasped the invincible sword heart, represented, Feng Chong summoned his strongest defense. An immense golden bell formed around him. This ancient Buddhist technique promised an indestructible form if fully mastered, and he believed it could withstand an attack from the 9th level. Buddhism? I am a Confucianism. Qin Feng smirked slightly as the sword light surged towards the golden bell. With a thunderous crash, Feng Chang's golden bell shattered as if struck by a tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground. The sword returned to its sheath, and an eerie silence enveloped the street, the sound of fluttering garments in the wind the only sign of life. What had just transpired? Before they could even comprehend the events, Qin Feng had concluded the encounter. How could this be possible? Feng Chong stared in disbelief at Qin Feng, unable to accept that merely half a sword strike had obliterated his prized golden bell. "Feng Chong, are you all right?" Princess Nanfeng rushed forward, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon confirming his safety. These two must have a secret affair. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, recognizing how to deal with Feng Chong. "Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for severely injuring the Chosen One and earning 5,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for unraveling the Chosen One's scheme and earning 5,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for thwarting the Chosen One's arrogance and earning 5,000 villain points. Finally, a significant influx of villain points had arrived. Qin Feng was nearly moved to tears. He had not seen such a bounty in 7 years. He reminded himself to remain low-key. The image of the male deity must not be tarnished. Though exhilarated internally, Qin Feng maintained an aloof facade, captivating the ladies of the Moon God Palace, who gazed at him with hearts in their eyes, wishing to proclaim to the world that he was their esteemed son, whom they had watched grow. Qin Feng, you have gone too far. We are the great Xia envoy. The other prodigies in the envoy were equally incensed, astonished by Qin Feng's sheer tyranny. You'll either kneel or perish. Qin Feng reiterated without further ado, his hand resting once more on the sword hilt. The palpable aura of menace intensified, and any dissenting voice would not merely face half a sword drawn, but the full might of the sword technique of Heaven's Severance. The ancient prodigy's reputation was well-deserved. The onlookers trembled in excitement, astonished by the formidable prowess of the 9th-level Qin Feng. They could hardly contain their fervent cries. The great Xia envoy must stand with dignity. They refused to believe that Qin Feng would truly draw his sword. How could the princess, a treasure of the empire, kneel to you? I shall kneel in her stead. Feng Chang, with a look of unwavering loyalty, knelt before Qin Feng, his eyes reflecting a modern spirit of defiance against the heavens and the earth. There was no alternative. He had discerned that Qin Feng would not relent today, and they were in the territory of the Yin dynasty. Even with numerous hidden trump cards, they could not contend with the tacit support of the moon god behind Qin Feng. Feng Chang, Princess Nanfeng was moved to tears, her animosity towards Qin Feng escalating to an extreme. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for compelling the chosen one to kneel and earning 100,000 villain points. To be adaptable is the mark of an astute chosen one, not merely one driven by fervor. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, becoming increasingly wary of Feng Chang. It was not the hot-blooded chosen one that he feared, but rather the cunning protagonist who might strike from behind. Just as Qin Feng contemplated further actions, a voice of ancient authority resonated through the air. This farce must come to an end. Princess Nanfeng, manage your envoy members. Should anyone else disregard the rules, do not blame me for being ungracious. The emperor. The mere mention of these two words sent shockwaves through the crowd, for it was the Six Paths monarch of the Yin dynasty, the one who had elevated the dynasty to glory in just a century. Bow before the emperor. The crowd knelt in fervent worship, their eyes filled with fanaticism. The Six Paths monarch. Qin Feng had long heard of this figure, but had never had the chance to meet him. Yet, despite his strength, interfering with Qin Feng's business was an affront. With this thought, Qin Feng took out a small notebook and noted, on this day, the Six Paths monarch obstructed my business, requiring compensation of 1 million top-tier spirit stones. We shall depart. Princess Nanfeng shot Qin Feng an angry glance before boarding the carriage, leading her entourage back to the envoy's lodge. Simultaneously, several disciples of the great Xia dynasty rushed into the courtyard to rescue their companion, Zhu Tu, who emerged disheveled, his expression vacant, as if he had suffered a grave blow and was devoid of hope. Oh my goodness, how cruel! The onlookers shook their heads in sympathy, unable to fathom the indignities he had endured. Chapter 44, Annulment? Curse Qin Feng, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces. Once back at the envoy's lodge, Princess Nanfeng was beside herself with rage, smashing anything within reach. Having never faced such humiliation in her life, she realized she had underestimated Qin Feng's arrogance. Feng Chang, seething with anger beside her, struggled to contain his emotions. He was summarizing the reasons for failure, initially believing that Qin Feng would undoubtedly strike down Zhu Tu, who dared to provoke him, especially since he had even excavated the supreme bone of his own younger brother. It would have been even better if a few more prodigies from noble families could perish, allowing him to return and openly promote several talents from humble backgrounds, thereby employing them as pawns to incite hatred against Qin Feng among the aristocracy. However, he never anticipated that Qin Feng would exhibit arrogance at inappropriate times and refrain from it when needed. The audacity to kill even the princess of the Xia envoy in broad daylight was beyond his expectations. What to do now? After calming down, Princess Nanfeng inquired about the next steps. Since Qin Feng revealed his complete form 7 years ago, her father had been unable to sleep, worried that Qin Feng would grow stronger and assist the Inu dynasty in destroying the Xia dynasty. Therefore, her mission to the Inu dynasty was not only to weaken the noble families, but also to seize the opportunity to eliminate Qin Feng, thereby enhancing her standing in her father's eyes. Yet, Qin Feng seldom left the Moon God Palace. And with those maidens protecting him and the Moon God constantly watching over him, attempting to assassinate him in the Inu dynasty was akin to reaching for the heavens. Feng Chang remained silent for a moment before stating, "I have heard that Qin Feng will participate in the life and death elimination competition." No. Princess Nan Feng immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. The life and death elimination competition indeed provided a legitimate opportunity to kill Qin Feng, and the Six Paths Emperor would likely agree to the participation of the Emperor's disciples in such a venture. However, she had personally felt Qin Feng's terrifying strength today, which was utterly suffocating. Moreover, the competitors would not only include Qin Feng, but also countless cultivators, each needing to engage in life and death battles. Let us discuss the life and death elimination competition later. Feng Chang changed the subject. Before my mission to the Inu dynasty, I had a backup plan to sow discord between the Qin family and Tianqin City. Are you suggesting? Princess Nan Feng seemed to grasp something, revealing a knowing smile. Besides using the emperor's disciples to scheme against the noble families, Feng Chang was also devising ways to create rifts among them. After 7 years of plotting, fissures had indeed begun to appear among the noble families. The Qin family, the little princess of Tianqin City, Lin Exiner, arrived with a group of experts, specifically to annul her engagement with Qin Hao. 7 years ago, her father, Lin Hao, had betrothed her to Qin Hao solely because of his possession of the supreme bone, his father's status as the head of the Qin family, his mother's lineage as the holy maiden of Taibai Xianshan, and his brother's potential for greatness. However, now that his supreme bone had been excavated, his father had lost his position, and his brother had defected to the Inu dynasty. Qin Hao's cultivation over the past 7 years had been unremarkable. In contrast, she, as the little princess of Tianqin City, had become a disciple of the emperor. How could she possibly consent to marry a useless Qin Hao? Ultimately, under Feng Chang's long-term subtle influence that women should seize their own happiness and pursue their own love, she decided to annul the engagement without informing her father, Lin Hao. Annul the engagement. Qin Tian's expression darkened instantly, nearly losing control of his primal power. For noble families, face mattered more than anything, especially when the other party personally came to annul the engagement. It was an outright slap in the face to the Qin family. If word got out, how could the Qin family ever maintain their standing among the noble clans? Furthermore, his son Qin Hao was not truly useless. He had merely endured hardship and sacrifice for the greater strength of the Qin family. Indeed, annul the engagement. Lin Exiner showed no fear. Previously, Tianqin City might have hesitated due to the strength of the Qin family, but now, as a disciple of the emperor, she stood backed by the royal family. With the support of these two powerful factions, she had no reason to fear the Qin family. Preposterous. Qin Tian slammed the table and stood, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Not good. A group of royal experts changed their expressions dramatically and hurriedly shielded Lin Exiner. However, Qin Tian's strength was too formidable. Even combined, they struggled to withstand it. What now? Lin Exiner displayed a hint of panic, clearly unprepared for such a situation. Just then, a youthful yet resolute voice echoed, "Father, may I take charge of my own marriage?" All eyes turned toward the entrance of the hall, where stood a young man with sharp brows and a striking demeanor, his figure tall and muscular, already exhibiting the traits of a formidable beast. His gaze bore an unwavering determination beyond ordinary comprehension. He was Qin Hao, now 12 years old. Evidently, he had grown significantly over these 7 years, particularly in his ability to face the annulment calmly. "Hao, what brings you here?" Qin Tian reigned in his imposing presence, revealing a pained expression. Both of his sons were suffering souls. His elder son faced scorn alone in a foreign land, while his younger son endured physical torment and unimaginable training every day, now subjected to the humiliation of an annulment. As a father, he felt utterly powerless. Qin Hao's gaze fixed on Lin Xner as he spoke evenly. I remember my brother once told me, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Do not bully the young and poor. I may be down now, but that does not mean I will not rise again. Is that so? Lin Xner, startled by the earlier scene, feigned calmness. Very well, let us settle this 3 years hence in the imperial capital. If you lose, we shall publicly annul the engagement. Why complicate matters to annul the engagement? Qin Hao stepped directly to the table and swiftly penned a letter of divorce. You dare annul our engagement. Lin Xner stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, questioning whether she was still dreaming. Given Qin Hao's current situation, devoid of support or affection, how could he dare to terminate his engagement to her, the little princess of Tianxin City? Did he not realize that his only value to the Qin family lay in his engagement to her? 3 years from now, we shall meet in the imperial capital. Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with determination, unafraid of any challenge. Qin Tian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Realizing that his youngest son's indomitable spirit had awakened, and soon he would rise again to reclaim his supreme status. This also made him think of his eldest son, Qin Feng, wondering if he had faced any bullying while alone in the world. At the Moon God Palace, the music resumed, and the dance continued. Qin Feng felt no pressure before the impending examination, happily teaching the maidens traditional dances. At that moment, a maiden delivered intelligence regarding his brother's annulment. What? An annulment? Qin Feng nearly choked on his own blood, finding this plotline all too familiar. Yet his second brother had already lost his supreme bone. How could an annulment suddenly surface? Was he stacking buffs or something? Furthermore, when had he ever uttered the phrase about 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank? Do not bully the young and poor. What he had said was 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. The deceased hold the greatest importance. Chapter 45. A proper gentleman does not use poison, only aphrodisiacs. This is infuriating. Seeing Qin Feng watch the maidens dance, Zi Yuan turned red with anger. Meanwhile, Little White, the rabbit, happily joined the maidens in their dance after receiving 2 carrots from Qin Feng, clutching the carrots, wagging its little tail, and shaking its ears. Truly, a reflection of its master. Would this child develop feelings for Qin Feng? The moon god appeared nearby, watching Zi Yuan with concern. Previously, when Qin Feng was younger, she had paid little attention, merely thinking that Zi Yuan liked this little brother. But now it seemed her affections ran deeper. She had never doubted Qin Feng's talent and firmly believed he would bring unparalleled glory to the Moon God Palace. However, she could not endorse his character. A person who would excavate the supreme bone of his own brother for power could hardly be deemed a suitable match. At this moment, in the palace of the Six Paths Emperor of the Yin dynasty, Princess Nanfeng came to seek an audience with the Six Paths Emperor, expressing her desire to participate in the life and death elimination competition. Initially, after witnessing the terrifying prowess of Qin Feng, she had no intention of participating in such a perilous competition. However, upon further reflection, if she were to champion the cause of restoring the dignity of the Xia and lead the charge into the life and death elimination contest, it was certain that the prominent heirs from noble families would follow suit. If a few were to perish, it would conveniently fulfill the quota. If she emerged victorious, it would serve to cleanse the shame, enhancing her standing in the eyes of her father, the emperor, and bolstering her influence among the civil and military officials, thereby creating momentum for her eventual ascension to the throne. Regardless of the outcome, she stood to gain, so why not seize the opportunity? Upon learning that the Xia envoy intended to participate in the life and death elimination contest, the Six Paths Emperor was not particularly surprised. The Xia dynasty dispatched the disciples of the emperor as envoys to showcase their strength, employing the contest as a direct means of demonstrating their capabilities. Without hesitation, the Six Paths Emperor nodded in agreement to allow their participation. As the leader of the Yin dynasty, he possessed absolute confidence in his own prodigies. Undaunted by any challenge and eager to eliminate a few of Xia's disciples, which was precisely to his advantage. Thank you, Emperor. Both parties exchanged smiles, finding their collaboration quite agreeable. Meanwhile, the noble heirs among the Xia disciples remained blissfully unaware that they had been manipulated, eagerly preparing to subdue Qin Feng. Soon, The registration for the life and death elimination contest hosted by the Qin dynasty commenced. Due to the exceptionally high mortality rate, participation was voluntary, with no coercion involved. However, even those who registered were not guaranteed entry into the contest. They first needed to participate in a preliminary selection to prove their qualifications. The Qin dynasty sought true prodigies, not impulsive cannon fodder. Because of the large number of participants each year, the dynasty divided the competitors into thousands of battle zones, each selecting 10 representatives, ultimately narrowing it down to 1,000 individuals to be cultivated intensively through a unique nurturing process. Those with exceptional talent would have the opportunity to be designated as the holy son of the Qin dynasty, equivalent to a prince of the Xia dynasty, with a future chance to inherit the title of emperor. The title of holy son? Qin Feng could not help but mutter, feeling slightly affronted, before being pulled by Zi Yuan to register. Even as the esteemed holy son of the Moon God Palace, he possessed no special privileges and was required to participate in the selection round to earn his qualification. Zi Yuan, with an air of pride, raised her chin and declared, "Of course, in the Qin dynasty, the Moon Goddess is regarded as a guardian deity, and the Divine Maiden is the future inheritor of the Moon Goddess title. The Holy Son is merely a prince. How could he possibly compare to the Divine Son and Divine Maiden of my Moon God Palace?" Qin Feng was left utterly perplexed, grappling with the contradiction of his esteemed title, yet feeling compelled to enter a contest for the Holy Son position, seemingly diminishing his own stature. What a fool! Zi Yuan glanced at Qin Feng, her cheeks tinged with pink as she said, "In the future, you shall be the emperor, and I shall be the Moon Goddess. It will be easier for us to converse privately as family." Suddenly, a voice from the small white creature perched on Qin Feng's shoulder exclaimed, "This is what we call collusion and mutual protection. What a load of absurdity!" Zi Yuan rolled her eyes in exasperation, and the once tender atmosphere was abruptly disrupted. At that moment, a wave of gasps erupted from the registration area, all eyes turning toward Qin Feng. "Look, it's Qin Feng from the Moon God Palace. Is he also participating? I recall he is only 15, far too young." The age limit for the life and death elimination contest was under 25, and a 15-year-old seemed exceedingly outmatched. It was rumored that this year alone, there were over 1,000 individuals at the Dao realm. His cultivation at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm seemed insufficient. Youth and lack of cultivation did not equate to weakness, as many recalled the terror of his previous display. Under his renowned name, few dared to face him in the preliminary rounds. Some, however, remained undeterred and eager to confront Qin Feng, buoyed by youthful bravado, believing they were fated to triumph over him. Just then, the resounding clang of a bronze gong echoed as the opulent carriage of Princess Nanfeng approached, accompanied by several disciples from the envoy, though the figure of Zhu Tu was conspicuously absent. "What are they here for?" Zi Yuan inquired suspiciously. "We're here to register." Princess Nanfeng, clad not in her usual ostentatious attire, but in a practical martial arts outfit, declared, "We are here to cleanse the dishonor." The noble heirs echoed in unison, their intentions transparent as they glared with animosity, particularly recalling the disgrace suffered by Zhu Tu. Qin Feng silently scoffed at their naivety. Realizing the youthfulness of these noble heirs, they were easily swayed by a few stirring words from Princess Nanfeng. Did they not realize she could withdraw from the contest at any moment? However, upon seeing Feng Chong also participating, he felt invigorated. With a thunderous clang of the bronze gong, the crowd fell silent as registration concluded and the selection rounds commenced. A stern-faced man in black robes floated above, gesturing with his fingers, causing the ground to tremble as hundreds of platforms emerged from beneath. The selection rounds began. Countless practitioners flocked from all directions to witness, some hovering in midair on flying swords, while others perched on rooftops and trees, utilizing spells to project the scenes far and wide as if broadcasting live. Soon, thousands of contestants entered the platform area, drawing lots to determine their matchups. Only this few? The black-clad man furrowed his brow, his gaze landing on Qin Feng, standing on the platform. Historically, this battle zone selections attracted tens of thousands of participants. But with Qin Feng and the Xia disciples involved, the numbers dwindled to less than a tenth of previous years. After all, The disciples of Xia were undoubtedly formidable heirs. Those who remained were merely gambling on luck, hoping to avoid encountering Qin Feng or the disciples, knowing they would yield if faced with them. I concede. Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words, having already achieved 8 consecutive victories without even breaking a sweat, advancing directly into the top 16. It seemed the heavens had heard Qin Feng's silent plea, as his 9th opponent was a youth named Wang Peng, a disciple from Xia. Unlike the others, he boldly approached with an iron rod aimed at Qin Feng. Truly, the disciples of Xia were formidable. Qin Feng could feel the strength behind the strike and swiftly dodged, not forgetting to toss a few concealed silver needles in return. Despicable. Wang Peng's eyes filled with disdain as he had not anticipated Qin Feng resorting to such tactics. With no time to evade, he raised his arm to block, sustaining a few minor punctures from the needles, though they inflicted little damage. "You have lost," Qin Feng stated nonchalantly. "Lost? You poisoned me." Wang Peng's expression shifted as he hurriedly removed the needles for inspection. "I am a gentleman. How could I possibly resort to poison?" Qin Feng replied with utmost sincerity. Wang Peng let out a sigh of relief, grateful that there was no poison involved. However, a single remark from Qin Feng sent him into a frenzy of curses. "I've administered an aphrodisiac. Even a sow would go wild." The entire audience erupted in laughter, astonished by Qin Feng's audacity. This was the renowned first prodigy of the ancient world, who could have easily triumphed through sheer strength, yet resorted to such base tactics. Where was the moral compass? Where was the dignity? They gazed upon this concoction with critical disdain. What? Even a sow would go wild. Wang Peng turned pale, horrified, as he recalled his compatriot Zhu Tu, who, upon being rescued, appeared dazed, disheveled, and utterly disenchanted with life. "Referee, I protest." Wang Peng hastily raised his hand to complain, accusing Qin Feng of employing unscrupulous methods during the match. The man in black, floating in midair, frowned and responded, "Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace. The life and death elimination rounds are devoid of rules. Everything is about survival. Here, you may employ any means to secure victory. However, this is a selection match, which emphasizes fairness and justice." Understanding the implications, Qin Feng nodded eagerly, propelling himself forward like a cheetah. A sharp rush of wind startled Wang Peng as he saw Qin Feng approach with fierce momentum. Before he could react, Qin Feng unleashed a devastating kick. The sound of impact echoed through the arena. Wang Peng's eyes widened in shock as excruciating pain coursed through his body, prompting him to reconsider his name to Wang Peng from that moment onward. The man in black involuntarily twitched at the corner of his eye, his mind echoing with disbelief. Is there really such a method for detoxification? This is a complete and utter cure. Yet, knowing that Qin Feng had the moon god backing him, the referee could only turn a blind eye, as the victim was not one of their own from the Yin dynasty. Wang Peng's anguished cries reverberated through the arena, leaving all the male spectators feeling a chill. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for severing progeny, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with newfound delight, akin to discovering a new realm. Unlike the 100 villain points gained from killing, shattering an egg yielded an astonishing 1,000 points. He lamented the lost opportunities of previous years, realizing the magnitude of his oversight tenfold. Indeed, Princess Nan Feng, disregarding her regal demeanor, bellowed like a shrew. "Qin Feng, you shameless rogue, how dare you ambush?" "Who is shameless? Who ambushed?" Qin Feng shot back. "I already declare my intention to detoxify him. If you believe me, try feeding him a kilogram of the aphrodisiac and see if he reacts. If he does, I'll concede. I extend my help, yet you scold me. Truly uncouth." The audience fell into a stunned silence, their understanding of shamelessness forever transformed. If he still reacts, then you've lost. He has been completely cured. If he has any reaction now, that would be the real anomaly. Concurrently, they resolve internally to never oppose Qin Feng. While others might be wealthy yet heartless, he was genuinely despicable. Wang Peng, now transformed into Wang Peng, was declared unable to continue the fight, and the man in black announced, "Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace emerges victorious." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. This was the fabled first prodigy of the ancient world? After all the anticipation, they had expected a grand battle. Yet this was not what they had envisioned. The use of an aphrodisiac in combat had opened their eyes to a new paradigm. The subsequent antidote sequence was nothing short of genius, utterly unforeseen. Now, they understood how Qin Feng had earned his illustrious title. As news of Qin Feng's outrageous antics spread, doubts began to surface regarding his status as the first prodigy of the ancient world. The legendary sword intent, the invincible sword heart, the heavenly calamity light, the ancient dual pupils, and his self-created techniques remained unseen. All they witnessed was how he shattered the limits of human indecency. Soon, the top 16 matches concluded, leading into the quarterfinals. Whether due to the low number of participants in this district or the undeniable prowess of the disciples of the great Xia, apart from Wang Peng, who had been transformed by Qin Feng, everyone else advanced to the top 16, including Princess Nan Feng. Qin Feng, just you wait. The disciples of the great Xia glared at Qin Feng with a burning desire for vengeance. Qin Feng merely regarded them with a nonchalant gaze, his eyes drifting downward and abruptly halting at their most vulnerable point, his lips curling into a wicked grin. The disciples of the great Xia shivered, feeling a sudden chill, prompting thoughts of conceding and distancing themselves from this demon. At that moment, the man in black, suspended in midair, emotionlessly proclaimed, "The first match, Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace versus Princess Nan Feng of the Great Xia." Both parties were taken aback, exchanging surprised glances. Princess Nan Feng's eyes betrayed her anxiety. Despite her desire to retaliate against Qin Feng, she dared not engage, contemplating surrendering at the first opportunity. Qin Feng, on the other hand, looked at her with a glint of mockery, confident that competing against the princess would yield him ample villain points. "Be careful," Fang Chong, concerned, warned the princess not to overestimate her abilities. "I understand." Princess Nan Feng nodded obediently, fully aware that she was no match for Qin Feng, particularly given his audacity. "Go, Princess Nan Feng." The audience cheered for her, and despite her royal status, no one supported Qin Feng, illustrating the notion that appearance equates to justice. The match commenced. The man in black, seeing both contenders ready, initiated the duel. With a swift motion, Princess Nan Feng lunged at Qin Feng like a leopard, her dagger gleaming with lethal intent as she aimed for his chest. Acknowledging her disadvantage, she knew she had to unleash her full power. What incredible speed! Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld Princess Nan Feng closing the distance in an instant. Even his aspirations of being the fastest man of the ancient era paled in comparison to her swiftness. Should I use the dual pupils? That thought crossed his mind, but he dismissed it, revealing his dual pupil ability was a trump card to be preserved for later, not to be wasted in a non-life-threatening situation. "I'll take it head-on," Qin Feng resolved, raising his arm to shield his chest. The dagger pierced through, blood splattering. "What?" The crowd gasped in shock at the scene before them. Princess Nan Feng had successfully struck the famed first prodigy of the ancient world, marking the first time he had been wounded since his debut. The first prodigy of the ancient world is not so formidable. After landing her blow, a smirk of disdain crossed Princess Nan Feng's lips as she swiftly withdrew, maintaining her distance to prepare for another rapid attack. "Oh really?" Qin Feng's wound began to heal at a visible rate, and he produced a pink apron embroidered with a duck, wiping the blood from his arm in front of the princess. Divine-level thievery, remote object retrieval. What? Princess Nan Feng instinctively grasped her collar in panic, bewildered as to when Qin Feng had taken it. With a devilish smile, he teased, "Does anyone want to see what the princess wears beneath her attire?" Simultaneously, their curiosity was piqued as to how Qin Feng managed to remove the belly band from the princess of Nan Feng. From the expression on the princess's face, it was evident that this indeed belonged to her. Truly this rascal. Zi Yuan's delicate visage flushed with a hint of crimson as she recalled their first encounter 7 years prior, when her own red belly band had vanished in a similar manner. However, the thought of Qin Feng employing this tactic on another woman ignited an inexplicable fury within her, prompting her to seize Xiao Bai and squeeze him relentlessly. "Whoa, I am innocent." Xiao Bai's round little face became contorted, and with great difficulty, he managed to pull out a small notebook, jotting down that on a certain date, He had suffered in place of Qin Feng and deserved compensation of 10 carats. Qin Feng, you are shameless. Feng Zhang's vehement condemnation resonated from the audience, firmly opposing any defilement of his noble little princess. The man in black cast a casual glance and remarked, though the methods are unscrupulous, they are not against the rules. What? This is not against the rules. The disciples of the Daxia imperial family erupted in protests, deeply suspicious of the referee's intentions. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for defiling the goddess in the eyes of the chosen one, earning 10,000 villain points. Observing Feng Zhang's anxious demeanor from the arena below, Qin Feng recognized he had struck a nerve. Princess concede. Feng Zhang could not bear to witness the noble princess being so mistreated by Qin Feng. Knowing full well that the princess of Nanfeng was no match for him, conceding now was her best option. I understand, the princess of Nanfeng replied, her face aflame with indignation, eagerly wishing to end the contest. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Qin Feng's audacious voice interjected, which do you think will happen first? Your admission of defeat or my removal of your garments? What do you intend to do? A flurry of panic crossed the princess of Nanfeng's face, realizing that Qin Feng could strip her bare in mere seconds. The notion of revealing herself in such a manner was utterly unacceptable for a princess, especially one of the Daxia dynasty. As the words left her lips, the audience erupted in a frenzy. What audacity! I refuse to believe he dares. Indeed, Princess Nanfeng, have faith in yourself. Qin Feng would never dare. You are the princess of Daxia. What is Qin Feng in comparison? His words are mere bravado. I would believe he could kill, but that he would strip you, I cannot. If he dares to do so, I will swear my name backward. A friend of mine asks, where did Qin Feng learn such skills? The male spectators were in a state of exhilaration, fervently encouraging the princess to stand firm against tyranny. Qin Feng, you dare. Feng Zhang was utterly frantic, shouting in fury as he prepared to confront Qin Feng. However, the man in black cast a piercing gaze, a terrifying pressure descending from above, immobilizing Feng Zhang and preventing him from causing any disruption in the contest. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for defiling the goddess in the eyes of the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. If there are opportunities to earn, one must seize them. Qin Feng, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Zhang, disregarded the murderous glare and approached the princess of Nanfeng. What do you want? The princess feigned composure as she watched Qin Feng approach, her heart brimming with a desire to rend this scoundrel to pieces. Though she was a noble princess of Daxia, she was repeatedly threatened by Qin Feng, leaving her utterly frustrated. What say you? A wicked smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's lips as he leaned in and kissed her before the eyes of all. Woo-woo. The princess of Nanfeng's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her mind going blank. Heavens, my first kiss has been stolen by this scoundrel. Wait, what is this rascal doing, extending his tongue? He's kissing that woman. Below the stage, Zi Yuan lost all composure, seizing Xiao Bai once more and squeezing him. Woo, I am innocent. Xiao Bai's round face was once again contorted, struggling to pull out his notebook, noting that on a certain date, Qin Feng had plundered wildflowers, subjecting him to trials unbefitting his age, requiring compensation of 15 carats. The surrounding audience echoed their disapproval. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how could he? The moral fabric of society is deteriorating. The current youth, by the rules of the world, whoever kisses first claims ownership. Not only was Zi Yuan incensed, but so was Feng Zhang, the chosen one. Witnessing the defilement of his beloved goddess ignited a flame within him, unleashing his full power at the 5th level of Lingwu. With sheer willpower, he began to rise despite the oppressive pressure from the man in black. Qin Feng, I will kill you. Feng Zhang's voice soared, emanating a terrifying golden light from within. What? The man in black's expression shifted as he finally realized that Feng Zhang was no ordinary prodigy, but rather an exceptional talent of immense potential. Incredible. The audience gasped in awe, retreating in shock. If anyone in this arena could challenge Qin Feng, it would undoubtedly be this disciple of the heavenly lineage named Feng Zhang. Shameless. The princess of Nanfeng pushed Qin Feng away, her face flushed with anger, wishing to devour him alive. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for defiling the goddess in the eyes of the chosen one, sowing discord and earning 100,000 villain points. Sao Discord. How dare he? This scoundrel. He is fully aware of the peculiar sentiments these chosen ones harbor. The disdain on Qin Feng's face was palpable. Convinced that the true model of a good man must be himself, he could admire the lowly of Dongwu while also embodying the ambitions of a prime minister of Wei. Roar! Feng Zhang unleashed a thunderous roar, with golden light coalescing overhead into the form of a solemn Buddha, resonating with celestial sounds. Is that all you've got? Do you think I fear you? Qin Feng observed Feng Zhang, who was on the brink of losing his sanity due to rage, and drew forth his Longkong divine sword from his spatial pouch. His pupils transformed, one becoming large and the other small. It has appeared, the ancient dual pupil. The spectators erupted in excitement, eager to witness the full extent of his power. Ever since the legend of Qin Feng as the first prodigy of the ancient times had circulated 7 years ago. Yet, as he re-emerged into the public eye, he exhibited a penchant for the unexpected, revealing not the terrors of the ancient prodigy, but the rise of the ancient rogue. Now, he was prepared to engage seriously, and they were about to witness the legendary ancient dual pupil. Chapter 48, Coveting Another's Wife. The ground trembled as Feng Zhang unleashed a formidable wave of energy, steadfast as a mountain, yet swift as lightning, charging towards Qin Feng with the momentum of a golden Buddha. So powerful, the audience gasped, recognizing the potency of this strike. It seems it's time to upgrade my own techniques. Utilizing the abilities of his dual pupil to slow down time, Qin Feng effortlessly tracked Feng Zhang's rapid movements. However, the opponent's speed was exceedingly swift, making complete evasion challenging. Thus, he promptly called upon the system to exchange for the third volume of Shadowy Evasion. In truth, he had wished to enhance his agility 7 years prior, but had lacked opportunities for combat against the Chosen Ones, causing his aspirations of becoming the fastest man of ancient times to remain unrealized. Now that he had the resources, it was time for an upgrade. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points and successfully exchanging for the third volume of Shadowy Evasion. A figure materialized before Qin Feng's eyes, showcasing an exquisite agility akin to that of a celestial being. Whoosh! Feng Chang moved with remarkable speed, appearing suddenly before Qin Feng. The fierce gusts of wind caused Qin Feng's clothing to flutter violently, yet his expression remained composed, his lips pressed together. In an instant, his form became elusive like a fleeting shadow, retreating several paces while his flowing white attire resembled an ethereal being descending from the heavens. Such an enchanting technique. The onlookers gasped, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Qin Feng's movement. However, Feng Chang had become infuriated. Upon realizing he could not lock on a Qin Feng, he unleashed a devastating barrage of firepower, confident that no matter how swift Qin Feng was, he could not escape its range. Boom! The golden Buddha behind Feng Chang erupted with terrifying energy, bombarding the area where Qin Feng stood. Countless streams of dreadful energy enveloped Qin Feng, creating an inescapable net, making him feel as though he were a fish caught in a trap. Qin Feng. Zi Yuan's heart tightened, her palms damp with sweat. Truly, he was the chosen one. Without demonstrating some strength, he would indeed be at a disadvantage. Qin Feng surged upward like a whirlwind, his ghostly movements astonishing, successfully evading the onslaught of firepower. This time, where will you hide? Feng Chang saw Qin Feng leap into the air and seized the opportunity to leap after him. Who said I was going to hide? Qin Feng's gaze was electric, exuding an overwhelming presence that suffocated those around him, while the fierce wind whipped his long hair wildly. An incredibly potent aura radiated from him, and his fair right hand gently rested on the hilt of his sword. The technique of Zhan Tian Ba Jian Shu. Could it be that he has achieved the unity of man and sword? All eyes were drawn to Qin Feng, perceiving him as a transcendent sword in that moment. Clang! The long sword, like a celestial dragon, soared from its sheath, the crisp sound of the blade resonating through the heavens. A dazzling, blinding light surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming torrent of sword energy, infused with a chilling intent to kill, sweeping through the air as if to part the clouds. It was utterly unstoppable and unassailable. Such a sword. The crowd's hearts raced, nearly leaping from their throats, their eyes wide with disbelief at the shock brought on by the technique of Zhan Tian Ba Jianshu. Boom! The long sword soared like a dragon, the sword energy resembling a rainbow. The golden Buddha appeared to be crushed by an intangible force, dissolving into nothingness amidst the sword light. As a powerful wave of energy surged forward, the deafening sound of slicing wind causing goosebumps. Puff! Feng Chong coughed up blood, a deep sword wound appearing on his chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely injuring the Chosen One, earning 20,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leaving a psychological scar on the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Not bad. Qin Feng couldn't help but praise. You were the first to survive Zhan Tian Ba Jianshu. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in excitement. This was Qin Feng's self-created divine sword technique, Zhan Tian Ba Jianshu. Having long heard of its terrifying prowess, none expected it to be to such an extent. It was said that Qin Feng was too young to participate in a life-and-death elimination match, but that was pure nonsense. Feng Chong, with his 5th level of Lingwu and exceptional talent, was still defeated by the extraordinary Qin Feng, who was at the 9th level. If they were of the same rank, this disciple of the heavens named Feng Chong would undoubtedly have met his end. Agreement. The crowd gazed at Feng Chong with pity, knowing it was not a matter of strength, but rather unfortunate fate that placed him in the same era as the monstrous Qin Feng. Feng Chong, are you all right? Princess Nan Feng rushed forward, producing healing medicine to tend to his wounds. Yet, Feng Chang's demeanor had clearly shifted. His gaze towards Princess Nan Feng lacked the previous adoration, now tinged with estrangement, as if he were deliberately avoiding something. He understood that this was not Princess Nan Feng's fault, yet he felt an insurmountable burden within. Since arriving in this world, he had regarded her as his personal possession, investing the most emotion in her, seeing her as his guiding light. Yet now, without having even held her hand, he felt Qin Feng had taken something precious from him, leaving him with an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction. It's fine. Princess Nan Feng forced a smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment, revealing that she was aware Feng Chong still cared about the earlier incident. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tarnishing the Chosen One's ideal, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a quest, inheriting the Chancellor's will, coveting another's wife. Qin Feng resolutely rejected the notion in his heart, asserting he was not that kind of person. The system continued, stating, quest requirement, successfully separate the two, reward, a divine treasure chest. I'll give it a try. Qin Feng stepped forward and asked, Princess Nan Feng, did you just stick out your tongue? As soon as the words left his lips, silence enveloped the arena. All eyes turned to the two, the flames of gossip igniting. You shameless. Princess Nan Feng's face flushed with anger, wishing she could bite Qin Feng on the spot. How could you not know if I have teeth? Qin Feng feigned innocence. After kissing for so long, I suspect you've counted how many teeth I have. Damn, how utterly shameless. They had never encountered such audacity. The audience's gaze collectively shifted to Feng Chong, awaiting his reaction. However, Feng Chong did not respond with the expected fury. Instead, he cast a deep glance at Qin Feng before turning away from the scene. A barking dog does not bite. Qin Feng watched Feng Chang's retreating figure, knowing he still had hidden cards to play. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sowing discord between the two. Quest completed. Chapter 49. On a dark and windy night. Teasing the wife. Just 5. Qin Feng was clearly dissatisfied with the progress of the quest, but he could tell that Feng Chong was not as calm as he appeared. At that moment, the black-clad man floating in the air remained expressionless, stating blandly, the princess of the great Xia, Nan Feng, and the moon god palace Qin Feng faced off, with Qin Feng emerging victorious. The competition continues. Yet, after witnessing the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Chong, the spectators found the other matches utterly uninteresting. The competitors were simply not on the same level. The competition continues. The disciples of the great Xia exchanged glances, hesitating about whether to continue the matches. Their reasons for participating were simple. to defeat Qin Feng and redeem the honor of their noble families. Yet no one anticipated the sheer terror of the extraordinary ninth-level Qin Feng. In truth, Qin Feng's strength was formidable. Yet the disciples of the noble families were not to be underestimated. It was merely Qin Feng's boundless shamelessness that instilled fear in them, worried that they might end up alongside Zhu Tu and Wang Peng. After much deliberation, the disciples of the great Xia collectively conceded, prioritizing their own reputation over that of their peers. TCH, a chorus of disapproving murmurs arose, deriding the noble disciples. Let us go. Princess Nanfeng was almost furious enough to start her period, harboring deep resentment towards Qin Feng. She had intended to leverage the life and death elimination matches to enhance her influence while dealing with a few noble geniuses. Yet Qin Feng not only stole her first kiss, but also caused a rift in her relationship with Feng Chang. It was a total loss. Your Highness, are we leaving just like this? Qin Feng flashed a mischievous grin, even licking his lips. In front of Princess Nanfeng, he took out a pink handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Damn, that was too shameless. The audience could no longer bear to watch and felt an urge to slap Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng suppressed her anger as she left, vowing to make him pay. Ding. Congratulations to the host for fostering animosity between the two. Quest completed. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, not expecting that a one-sided relationship could give rise to estrangement. Unlike the demure girls he had known in his past life, the girls here also adhered to the principles of 3 obediences and 4 virtues, albeit lacking in martial prowess. Zi Yuan Hufaed in Anoyanche. Cradling Xiao Bai as she returned to the Moon Goddess Palace. Was the divine maiden feeling jealous? The surrounding onlookers exchanged glances, acutely aware of Zi Yuan's anger. According to what they had heard, it was precisely because of Zi Yuan that Qin Feng had chosen to join the Moon Goddess Palace, as they had grown up together, akin to childhood sweethearts. Thus, it was hardly surprising that the goddess was emotionally affected. In the eyes of the youth today, compared to Qin Feng's terrifying talent, the public was more intrigued by his gossip. With a childhood sweetheart like the goddess Zi Yuan and having publicly kissed the Princess Nanfeng of the Xia, who knew what scandals might arise next? They firmly believed that Qin Feng was not a man who could endure solitude. At that moment, the man in black in the sky felt an immense headache. Because of Qin Feng, Feng Chang had been driven away. Zi Yuan was also upset, and the disciples of the Xia's emperor were so frightened that they collectively withdrew from the competition, turning the selection of the top 16 into a farce. It seemed they had to start over. The man in black pondered for a moment, reserving a spot for Feng Chang. He had a lingering feeling that the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Chang was far from over. The hatred of dishonoring one's wife would surely seek resolution. And a life-and-death elimination match seemed an excellent venue. As for Zi Yuan, there was no need for her to participate. Any unforeseen incident would be hard to explain to the moon goddess. On a moonless night, while teasing a married woman, Qin Feng resembled a parched old bull, suddenly encountering the chosen one, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. This must be the diplomatic envoys in. Following the guidance of professionals, Qin Feng arrived at the location where the Xia delegation was staying, channeling his spiritual energy to leap effortlessly over the several-meter-high wall, his figure gliding through the inn like a celestial being. Why are we not sleeping at this late hour? Xiao Bai yawned while perched on his shoulder, unable to resist pulling out a small notebook and noting, on this date, Qin Feng disturbed my sleep and owes me 3 carats. Of course, I came here to earn money. Qin Feng curiously looked around and discovered that the Princess Nanfeng's garden was quite serene. Earn money? Xiao Bai's spirits instantly lifted, expressing familiarity with this line of business. Without waiting for Qin Feng to say anything, it swiftly vanished into the night with a whoosh. White rice bucket. Where are you going? Qin Feng hurriedly pursued. Soon, Xiao Bai arrived at a brightly lit attic where the Princess Nanfeng was opening a window, her face filled with melancholy as she rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the moon intermittently obscured by clouds. Rabbit, rabbit. The sudden appearance startled Princess Nanfeng, but upon closer inspection, she immediately took a liking to the fluffy little creature. Xiao Bai blinked innocently, asking, Miss, do you lack love? Do you need a man? Lacking love? Needing a man? Princess Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback by such blunt words. her mind involuntarily conjuring Feng Chang's image. Could this little creature have been sent by Feng Chang? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Feng Chang was indeed a mysterious individual, often bringing forth things she had never encountered before, so sending a talking rabbit to convey affection seemed entirely plausible. Shyly, Princess Nanfeng nodded. Yes, I lack love and need a man. Where there is demand, there is a market. My rabbit specializes in this business. Xiao Bai produced a golden abacus, tinkering with it as it spoke. To be honest, my rabbit has been waiting for this business deal for 7 years. Clearly, he is a big pig trotter, yet insists on pretending to be a pure-hearted good man. Indeed, Princess Nanfeng couldn't help but nod. Although she didn't fully comprehend what the rabbit was saying, she had known Feng Chang for 7 years. Had he not insisted on playing coy, her first kiss would not have been given to that scoundrel Qin Feng. Xiao Bai continued. Now that you are poor and can't afford to raise a rabbit, you have finally come to terms with it. You are indeed a perfect match. As for the quality of service, you needn't worry. He claims to be very poor, but that's just a literal interpretation, something my rabbit has yet to comprehend. Well then, as a middle rabbit, I will charge you 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. Princess Nanfeng was left utterly bewildered. She watched as the little rabbit chattered on endlessly, its little hands tapping the abacus, then extending its paw towards her, demanding 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. What does this mean? Is it too expensive? Xiao Bai helplessly waved its small hand, producing an exquisite jade vial. As the rabbit raised by Qin Feng, it was only reasonable for it to carry a vial of something extraordinary, right? This could double the joy. Now, can I get the payment? Xiao Bai pushed the exquisite vial in front of Princess Nanfeng, urging her to quickly hand over 10,000 top-quality spirit stones, so it could arrange for Qin Feng to come and earn money to raise rabbits. Oh. Princess Nanfeng remained in a daze, confusedly handing over the 10,000 spirit stones. However, when she completed the payment and curiously opened the jade vial to sniff, she felt an inexplicable heat wash over her entire body. What was happening? A flush crept onto Princess Nanfeng's face as her heart began to race. With a whoosh, Qin Feng, in pursuit of the white rice bucket, entered the attic. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly drew her sword, aiming it at Qin Feng. Yet, strangely, while she used to wish to bite him to death upon seeing him, now she inexplicably felt an urge to do the same. No way. What am I thinking? Startled by this thought, Princess Nanfeng quickly shook her head to regain control. Finally, I have caught you. Qin Feng jumped into the room, seizing the rabbit's ears. He had been frightened just now. This was the rabbit he had raised for 7 years. It weighed several pounds, and if it ran away like this, it would be a tremendous loss. Just in time, my rabbit has already struck a deal. Now, it is your turn to make an appearance. Xiao Bai quickly showcased the spirit stones to Qin Feng, proud of having completed such a significant transaction for the first time. Make an appearance? Qin Feng looked utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning. Your master is Qin Feng? Princess Nanfeng seemed to recall something, discarding the vial in her hand and hurriedly distancing herself from Qin Feng. Otherwise, Xiao Bai replied innocently. You. Princess Nanfeng was utterly terrified, hastily channeling her internal spiritual energy to suppress herself. She never expected that this rabbit was actually raised by Qin Feng and that she had been unexpectedly deceived by it. While 10,000 top-quality spirit stones were trivial, if she couldn't control herself, it would be better to die. However, with her cultivation level, she clearly could not withstand it. Mere seconds later, she appeared to transform into a different person. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng's gaze was filled with affection, akin to a princess from a land of women seeing her beloved brother. Hey, calm down. Qin Feng half-heartedly attempted to stop her, asserting that he was not that kind of person. At that moment, Feng Chang, holding a bouquet of red roses, arrived at the foot of Princess Nanfeng's building. After an entire day of contemplation, he finally understood that it was merely an accident. Life inevitably brought about some surprises. Simultaneously, he resolved to participate in the life and death elimination match, intending to personally tear Qin Feng to shreds to cleanse the shame of his life. However, just as Feng Chong revealed a relaxed smile, preparing to reconcile with Princess Nanfeng, thereby reconciling with himself. The scene before him left him frozen in place. He beheld Princess Nanfeng and Qin Feng nestled together like a young couple, so well matched under the radiant moonlight. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Feng Chang's smile instantly froze, utterly unable to believe that the scene before him was real. Feng Chang. Qin Feng looked down at Feng Chang, a surge of wickedness rising within him. He extended his arms to embrace the princess of Nanfeng, her figure soft and voluptuous, her slender waist akin to a delicate willow, eliciting an expression of irresistible allure from her. He intentionally whispered in her ear, "Did you truly mean it when you said you liked me?" "Of course I did." The princess of Nanfeng's eyes sparkled with affection, ensnared in a web of emotion. Feng Chang felt as though a heavy hammer struck his mind, leaving him staggering backward, losing his balance multiple times. How could this be possible? They had only met twice. How could it rival the depth of their 7 years of affection? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 50 of the Chancellor's Will mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking action against the Chosen One's White Moonlight, earning 200,000 villain points. What the hell? A direct gain of 50 and 200,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he continued to inquire in her ear. "Between Feng Chang and me, who do you dislike the most?" Feng Chang. Upon hearing his name, the princess of Nanfeng momentarily froze, as if doused in cold water, her gaze regaining a hint of rationality. However, Qin Feng's question, combined with her utterance of Feng Chang's name, transformed into a declaration of disdain in Feng Chang's ears. A thunderous boom echoed in Feng Chang's mind, causing the red rose in his hand to plummet to the ground, as if his very soul had been drained, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. Ultimately, it was a misplaced affection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Chancellor's Will mission, earning a divine treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the Chosen One lose faith in love, earning 500,000 villain points. 500,000. What tremendous windfall! Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with golden light, exclaiming in exhilaration. Feng Chang departed like a soulless entity, having lost all traces of his once vibrant spirit. Especially upon hearing Qin Feng's excited shouts from the attic, he could not suppress his impotent fury. Why? Why did their 7 years of love pale in comparison to 2 fleeting encounters with Qin Feng? "Qin Feng, I shall dismantle you piece by piece." Feng Chang roared in rage, his disheveled hair giving him a terrifying appearance. His aura instantly turned malevolent, the energy within him surging several-fold, transforming the once radiant golden Buddha into a shadowy figure. It is harder to cultivate virtue than to succumb to darkness. A millennium of cultivation does not equate to a single night of becoming a demon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for compelling the Chosen One into darkness, earning a chance to draw a lottery. Has he truly fallen into darkness? Qin Feng felt utterly bewildered, a large exclamation mark forming in his mind. Previous protagonists typically succumb to darkness only after being ground under the weight of life's hardships. Now, a mere romantic entanglement resulted in an immediate descent into malevolence, with the potential to destroy the world for love. Who truly is the villain here? However, the darkened Feng Chang was indeed formidable, radiating an aura of terror that could be felt from a distance. The power of his darkness had amplified tenfold. Qin Feng couldn't help but reflect. As a seasoned reader of 10 years, he understood the terror of such transformation. He would have to muster every ounce of his focus when next encountering Feng Chang. "Qin Feng, you despicable scoundrel." Upon hearing Feng Chang's name, the princess of Nanfeng finally broke free from the grip of the potion, forcefully pushing Qin Feng away, desperately trying to suppress her disorientation. "What does it have to do with me?" Qin Feng felt thoroughly wronged, clutching his rabbit ears, with a tone full of grievance. "You were the one who initiated the trade with the rabbit. You took advantage of me, and I am the victim here. What do you mean? Is this deal off?" Xiaobai let out a despairing wail, firmly stating that there would be no refunds. "Get away from me." The princess of Nanfeng gritted her teeth in fury. wishing only for Qin Feng to distance himself. As if anyone cares about you. Qin Feng recalled an impressive elder from the Daxiao envoy. Realizing it was time to hastily exchange his small arms for greater weaponry, returning to upgrade before taking time to teach the princess of Nanfeng a lesson. The rabbit would not refund the money, but being a rabbit of principles, it would help her detoxify. Xiao Bai, in a pained manner, produced a carrot, placing it on the table before disappearing into the night alongside Qin Feng. A carrot could detoxify. The princess of Nanfeng, with a conflicted expression, picked up the carrot, attempting to bite into it as an internal remedy. Chapter 51. Upgrading Weapons. In the Moon God Palace, Zi Yuan was fuming at the entrance. The earlier incident on the arena where Qin Feng had kissed the princess of Nanfeng had already infuriated her, and now he was out at night with Xiao Bai, undoubtedly seeking the treacherous princess again. She couldn't fathom why. With her beauty, figure, status, and position, she was still outshone by that wildflower of the princess of Nanfeng. This divine maiden would not forgive him this time. Seated at the entrance in a huff, she awaited Qin Feng to approach her first. "Oh, what are you doing here?" Upon returning, Qin Feng found Zi Yuan sitting at the entrance, and, in that moment, he realized she had genuinely matured. If 7 years ago she was a budding flower, now she had blossomed perfectly, her form soft and voluptuous, her waist slender like a delicate willow, skin fair, and legs long and graceful. While people pursue poetry in distant lands, they often overlook the beauty beside them. Feeling Qin Feng's mischievous gaze, Zi Yuan's cheeks flushed, her anger dissipating significantly. However, remembering that Qin Feng had not returned home for the night, she promptly countered with an indignant question. "Where did you run off to this late at night?" Qin Feng, gazing at her with a demeanor reminiscent of a dignified queen interrogating a subject, dared not confess that he had spent the night teasing another's wife. "I want to buy you a midnight snack." He produced a meat sandwich, prepared without salt. "Really?" Zi Yuan's eyes brimmed with skepticism as she accepted the sandwich and took a bite. "No salt." Just as Zi Yuan was puzzled, Qin Feng retrieved a bouquet of purple roses from the system, his gaze filled with boundless affection as he declared, "Love requires no salt." "Oh no." Zi Yuan's small face instantly turned crimson, akin to a locomotive gaining speed, her heart racing at Qin Feng's words. "You are insufferable." Embarrassed, she dashed away, taking the purple roses with her. As for the unsalted meat sandwich, it was surprisingly delightful. The rabbit, believe this business can thrive." Xiao Bai gazed at Zi Yuan's retreating figure, harboring the greatest aspiration of selling Qin Feng for profit. "Should I intervene?" The moon god floated in the air. Having witnessed the entire exchange, feeling torn about whether to intervene between Zi Yuan and Qin Feng. As Zi Yuan's aunt and elder, she naturally wished for her happiness. Yet Qin Feng was a puzzle she could not decipher. His past actions, such as unearthing his brother's supreme bones, showcased a ruthlessness that surpassed the norm. However, during her 7 years in the Moon God Palace, apart from occasionally teasing the disciples, he had not committed any egregious acts, while that rabbit often caused trouble, becoming a prime example of what not to do. Recently, however, Qin Feng's audacity had surged. He brazenly auctioned off the Daxiao prince's student in public, coerced the princess of Nanfeng to kneel, and had even flirted with her during competitions. Well, let the young handle their own affairs. The moon god soon found peace in her heart, deciding that allowing Zi Yuan to experience the pangs of love might not be such a bad thing after all. At that moment, Qin Feng returned to his room, ready to upgrade his weapons. His villain points had reached 10,470,000, sufficient to exchange for a card of perfect alignment, along with a divine treasure chest from completing his mission and a lottery chance earned through Feng Chang's dark transformation. "First, I shall exchange for the card of perfect alignment." Qin Feng began to summon the system, invoking the great divine dragon of perfect alignment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 1 million fan points to successfully exchange for the Great Perfection Concord card. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for using the Great Perfection Concord card. Dewey Tianlong has reached the realm of great perfection. Roar. A clear dragon's roar resonated within Qin Feng, and the golden dragon tattoo on his body became increasingly vivid, resembling a living dragon coiled around him. It was that dragon. Xiaobai immediately perked up, a strange fear glimmering in its eyes. It was aware of the golden dragon tattoo on Qin Feng, but having accompanied him for 7 years, it had never witnessed Qin Feng utilizing it, leaving it uncertain of the dragon's significance. However, every time it laid eyes on the golden dragon, an innate fear would arise, as if it had encountered a nemesis. Just a moment ago, that fear intensified. E2. Shall obediently sleep. Xiaobai laid out the sage bamboo, slip beside Qin Feng, yawning before curling up and drifting into a deep slumber. It did not comprehend the nature of the sage bamboo slip, only knowing it had used it as a mat since childhood, a portable bedding it always carried. Often dreaming of becoming a student rabbit, listening to an old man reciting obscure texts in its ear. Next came the divine treasure chest. Qin Feng summoned the system and opened the divine treasure chest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the divine treasure chest, obtaining the Sword Intent upgrade card. Sword Intent upgrade card. Qin Feng was briefly taken aback, unsure of its meaning. The system clarified. Sword Intent is categorized by levels. The degree of understanding in the sword path directly correlates to the damage output. I understand now. Second-tier Sword Intent inflicts greater damage than first tier. Qin Feng nodded in comprehension, opting to use it without further ado. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the Sword Intent upgrade card. The Sword Intent has been elevated to the second tier. The words Qi Tun Ba Huang, Jian Sa Luha suddenly erupted in Qin Feng's mind, accompanied by the appearance of a figure executing the familiar sword drawing technique. Now imbued with the might to sweep through the 6 realms and 8 wastelands, leaving all who witnessed it in awe, their hairs standing on end. Xiaobai, just falling asleep, was abruptly awakened, discovering Qin Feng radiating brilliance akin to an unparalleled sword. Sword Intent. Instantly intrigued, Xiaobai climbed onto Qin Feng's lap, attempting to comprehend his sword path and aspire to become an extraordinary sword rabbit. Time passed, and as the sword energy around Qin Feng gradually returned to his body, he began to awaken. With the Sword Intent elevated to the second tier, his sword drawing technique had grown even stronger. If he faced Feng Chong from earlier, he was confident he could pierce through his Buddha with a single sword strike and claim his life. Unfortunately, Feng Chong had darkened. Qin Feng recalled the darkened Feng Chong, uncertain whether the second-tier Sword Intent could best him. However, direct confrontation was not his style. He preferred to embody the spirit of the cunning and strike from the shadows. Qin Feng noticed something on his thigh. Glancing down, he saw Xiaobai sprawled on his lap, snoring softly, its nasal bubbles expanding and contracting with each breath. Regarding this little creature, Qin Feng felt no need to attend to it, summoning the system to initiate a lottery. Whoosh! A grand wheel appeared before Qin Feng, beginning to spin slowly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing Chapter 52, gathering 7 chosen ones. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the divine physique. Gang Tian Bati, Song Tian Bati, a divine combat physique. Its possessor boasts unparalleled strength, renowned for its indestructible golden body, growing stronger with each battle. At full maturity, it wields the astonishing power to slay saints and immortals. A special physique indeed. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he playfully slapped Xiaobai's rear. During his 7 years at the Moon God Palace, he had maintained a low profile, not only to strengthen his foundation, but also because the entire ancient wilderness was aware of what his complete form entailed. While he might effortlessly crush others, facing a chosen one, an unreasonable entity, without a trump card could be perilous. Now, with the Tsang Tianbati, he had an added layer of security. Smack! Xiaobai smacked its lips, showing no signs of waking, expertly shifting positions to continue its slumber. Thunder rumbled in Qin Feng's mind, as if his consciousness were transported back to an ancient battlefield. The cries of battle echoed, blood, hot and splattering, surged forth. The earth trembled, and dark shadows charged across the battlefield, their combined might altering the very fabric of reality. Opposite stood a towering figure, wielding a battle spear, treading upon blood-soaked ground, charging towards countless foes with indomitable ferocity, seemingly destined for victory. Yet, one man with a spear, tireless, invigorated by bloodshed, became consumed by madness. By heaven, Qin Feng couldn't help but curse, his consciousness returning to reality. Truly, that Song Tianbati was a combat physique born for battle, regardless of the number of adversaries. One man suffices. This is that Song Tianbati. Terrifying. Qin Feng clenched his fists, acutely aware of the power surging within him. His body had also grown significantly stronger. Should Princess Ninfeng attempt to stab him with a dagger again, she would likely struggle to pierce even his skin. Coupled with the fearsome healing abilities from his cultivation of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, to kill him, one would need to gather 7 chosen ones. Lacking even one would render them incapable of inflicting fatal harm. Crash! At that moment, a bell tolled. If memory serves, it signaled the commencement of the decade-long life and death elimination tournament. From over 1 billion young cultivators, only 100,000 would be selected to compete. These 100,000 represented an extraordinary talent pool. Yet in the eyes of the Inu dynasty, this was still insufficient. They aimed to select 1,000 individuals from these 100,000 to nurture into true prodigies, the backbone of the Inu dynasty's future. The path of ascension within the Inu dynasty lay open. As long as one possesses the capability, they could rise to the pinnacle. As it begun, Qin Feng was exceedingly intrigued by this life and death elimination tournament. Having heard that the mortality rate could soar to 50, meaning of the 100,000 participants, only 50,000 would emerge alive. However, even if he was not selected by the Inu dynasty in the end, those 50,000 would still be prime targets for recruitment by various factions. As the bell signifying the tournament's commencement rang, projections appeared in cities across the Inu dynasty, utilizing magic to broadcast live footage, akin to a real-time broadcast. Before the tournament began, a comprehensive power ranking list emerged, evaluated by numerous martial arts masters, placing Qin Feng outside the top 30,000. No way. Qin Feng is only ranked over 30,000. Gasps of disbelief echoed as everyone struggled to accept their eyes. Even if Qin Feng had not showcased any notable achievements over the past 7 years, and his cultivation level and age were not advantageous for the life and death tournament, the first prodigy of the ancient wilderness should not rank so low. In response to the doubts, a projection appeared in various cities featuring a young lady alongside an elderly man with white hair, known as Ma Daigua, a renowned martial arts master from the Inu dynasty. The young lady spoke sweetly. In response to the concerns raised, we have invited the esteemed martial arts master Ma Daigua to analyze why Qin Feng ranks outside the top 30,000. Greetings. I am a founder of the Hunyuan technique, Ma Daigua. After introducing himself, Ma Daigua began his analysis. Regarding why Qin Feng ranks beyond 30,000, our conclusion, after thorough analysis by martial arts experts, can be summarized in 4 words. Diverse yet superficial. Diverse yet superficial? The young lady responded in confusion. Indeed, Ma Daigua continued, stating, it is widely acknowledged that Qin Feng possesses an array of abilities, each capable of driving countless formidable beings into a frenzy. However, the very convergence of such diverse talents within a single individual has led to a dispersion of his focus, as evidenced by the 7 years it took him to break through to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. This revelation left the audience enlightened, as if they had gained the wisdom of 10 years. Ma Daigua, channeling the spirit of Kulan, elaborated. Furthermore, one can discern from the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Chang that his sword intent has yet to reach the 2nd level. A prodigy who comprehended sword intent and the invincible sword heart at merely 8 years of age has failed to grasp the 2nd level of sword intent after 7 years, which is evidently a consequence of his scattered energies. The audience nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning compelling. Ma Daigua further remarked, in this life and death elimination match, Qin Feng is at a disadvantage in both age and cultivation, with his skills being broad yet superficial. Given that over 1,000 participants have attained enlightenment, with those at the 7th and 8th levels of Lingwu numbering in the tens of thousands, it is only reasonable to place Qin Feng at the lower ranks. Far beyond the 30th thousand, a young lady could not help but inquire, Do you believe Qin Feng might emerge as a dark horse and ultimately triumph for the elimination match? Absolutely impossible, Madai asserted confidently, as an expert would. With his cultivation at the bottom tier, his age also lacking, and with skills that are neither refined nor profound, how could he possibly stand out among so many masters? The audience nodded in unison, recognizing the wisdom of the expert. Madai was solemnly advised all present. The path of martial arts lies in profundity, not in multitude. For instance, my self-created Hunyuan Jin and Wulian Whip are sufficient to traverse the world. The audience expressed their gratitude, acknowledging the lesson learned as if they had absorbed the knowledge of a decade. Meanwhile, in the battle zone where Qin Feng resided, 8 out of 10 participants had arrived, with Qin Feng and Xiao Bai arriving fashionably late. Qin Feng, Princess Nan Feng glared at him with gritted teeth, wishing she could devour him alive. And the rabbit was no better. She had been told that carrots could detoxify, yet they had proven utterly ineffective, and she had to call upon 2 maidservants to endure. Qin Feng, it's really him. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Following Madai's commentary, everyone had underestimated Qin Feng, believing he would likely abstain from the elimination match. Yet here he was. What was happening? Qin Feng, puzzled, touched his face, bewildered by the scrutiny of those around him. Could it be that he had grown more handsome? Is this rabbit your spirit companion? A man in black approached Qin Feng, scrutinizing Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. According to the rules of the life and death elimination match, there were no restrictions on participants bringing spirit companions, provided their levels did not exceed a certain threshold. Otherwise, they would be deemed cheaters. Yes, Qin Feng nodded. A rabbit? The crowd exchanged glances, genuinely perplexed by this so-called prodigy of the ancient era. Resorting to underhanded tactics for victory was one thing, but bringing a rabbit to the life and death elimination match seemed to indicate a resignation to mediocrity. Extraordinary 9th level, eligible to compete. The man in black quickly discerned Xiao Bai's level, recognizing it to be the same as Qin Feng's. However, unlike others, he did not underestimate this adorable creature. He recognized it as a rare variant among beast kind, possessing terrifying potential and abilities. With its deceptively cute appearance, anyone who dared to underestimate Xiao Bai would likely face dire consequences. 9 have arrived, 1 remains. The man in black scanned the crowd, aware that they were still awaiting Feng Chang. Would Feng Chang arrive? Princess Nan Feng anxiously searched for Feng Chang's figure. After enduring the previous night with the help of her maidservants, she had intended to seek out Feng Chang to voice her grievances, only to discover he had already left, with no one knowing his whereabouts. Did he still care? Princess Nan Feng felt despondent, attributing her woes to that scoundrel Qin Feng. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky with a thunderous crash, landing heavily before the crowd. Feng Chang. The audience gasped in disbelief. Feng Chang appeared disheveled, with smoky-eye makeup and an aura radiating an exceedingly sinister energy, a stark contrast to the sunny boy he once was. Corrupted by darkness, Princess Nan Feng stared in disbelief, nearly losing her footing. She could hardly believe that Qin Feng's mere kiss had driven Feng Chang to succumb to darkness. His temperament seemed exceedingly fragile, a millennium of cultivation undone by a single night of corruption. The crowd sighed collectively, lamenting Feng Chang's fate. While succumbing to darkness could grant one immense power in a short span, it also risked leading to a loss of self, ultimately transforming one into a true fiend. Merciless and lawless, becoming a pariah of the ancient world. Corrupted? The man in black furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. According to the rules of the life and death elimination match, those who had succumbed to darkness were permitted to participate. However, given Feng Chang's status as a favored disciple of the Emperor of the Great Xia, allowing him to enter and wreak havoc raised serious concerns. Yet, contemplating Feng Chang's terrifying talent, if he were to perish in the elimination match, it would effectively eliminate a future rival for the Yin dynasty. Why does this feel like a cheap ancient drama? Qin Feng assessed Feng Chang, increasingly finding the situation trivial. Qin Feng, I will tear you to shreds. Feng Chang's gaze was calm, yet laced with a chilling murderous intent. In response, Qin Feng turned to Princess Nan Feng and solemnly declared, "We are all adults. Let us consider last night as if it never occurred." Princess Nanfeng exhibited an unusual fury, yet her eyes betrayed an underlying hesitation. The crowd erupted in excitement, urging Qin Feng to elaborate. They were eager to uncover what transpired between him and Princess Nanfeng the previous night, and what warranted the reminder that they were all adults. Qin Feng, Feng Chong, nearly driven to madness by Qin Feng, felt his dark energy surging. "Do you think I fear you?" Qin Feng replied defiantly, unperturbed by Feng Chong's descent into darkness. He believed there was nothing that could not be resolved with 100 bottles of Mother Pig, also crazy, having prepared over 1,000 pounds for this elimination match. With everyone gathered, the life and death elimination match commenced. The man in black, sensing the tension between the two, hastily declared the start of the match, swiftly forming a hand sign and forcefully pointing into the void. With a thunderous roar, a black hole tore open in the fabric of reality, pulling the 10 participants into its depths. When Qin Feng regained his senses and opened his eyes once more, he and Xiao Bai found themselves in a dimension reminiscent of a ruin, cloaked in a vast expanse of forest, punctuated by the occasional roar of a beast. According to the rules of the life and death elimination match, hunting beasts of varying levels would yield different points, with higher-level beasts granting greater rewards. Should a contestant slay another, they would claim all accumulated points. The match would last 3 days, with the top 1,000 scorers emerging victorious. So this is the battlefield of life and death. Xiao Bai surveyed the surroundings from Qin Feng's shoulder, noting the absence of Feng Chong and the others, indicating they had been randomly transported to the battlefield. It also sensed the presence of numerous terrifying beasts nearby, realizing that with their extraordinary 9th-level cultivation, they lacked even the qualification to be cannon fodder here. The life and death battlefield truly lived up to its ominous reputation. Qin Feng glanced down, observing an unsettling number of bones scattered about, both human and beast, infusing the battlefield with an inexplicable chill. A distant explosion resonated, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat. Engaged in battle, individuals were already clashing. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and turned to retreat in the opposite direction. With a multitude of 100,000 candidates entering the fray, there was also a large group of demon beasts lurking nearby, their menacing presence unmistakable. Joining the skirmish now would yield minimal gains and plunge him into a chaotic struggle. It was prudent to avoid conflict in the early stages, conserving strength for a later, more fruitful harvest. As the candidates poured into the deadly battleground, myriad scenes of combat were broadcast, eliciting exclamations of excitement from the spectators. The leaderboard showcased a fierce competition, with participants vying for supremacy. Yet, the man hailed as the foremost genius of the ancient era, Qin Feng, remained conspicuously silent. After an entire day, his score was still at 0, leading many to concur with the critiques from the Ma Dai nation that Qin Feng was indeed incapable of making a significant impact. Occasionally, the cameras captured him, yet he was merely seen fishing by the riverbank with a rabbit, seemingly oblivious to the life and death elimination contest, resembling more of a leisurely outing. On the following day, Qin Feng calculated that it was nearly time. "Are we to engage in battle now?" Little Bai exclaimed excitedly, hurriedly assisting Qin Feng in retrieving the Chong Kong divine sword. "What have I taught you since childhood?" As Confucius said, a gentleman does not rely on weapons. Qin Feng felt a pang of disappointment. A true gentleman would disdain the notion of slaying an opponent with weaponry. After a day of intense conflict, the talented individuals must be parched. All it would take is for them to cast a few pounds of mother pigs into the water source, and they would go wild, eagerly awaiting the influx of points. Chapter 54. Never have I encountered such brazen individuals, such audacious tactics. Little Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that the path ahead was still long. With a splash, Qin Feng produced a jar from his spatial storage and tossed it into the river, containing at least 12 pounds of mother pigs. At that moment, the live broadcast shifted to Qin Feng, sending the audience into a frenzy. My goodness, he actually carries so much. This was not merely the foremost genius of the ancient era. He was, quite simply, the most shameless individual imaginable. No wonder he lingered at the water source yesterday. It was all part of this devious scheme. One must admit, the plan was exceptionally successful, not necessarily surviving yesterday's chaos. Who among them lacked skill? How could they fall for such a ruse? Experienced hunters might not, but they were all mere 20-somethings. How much experience could they truly possess? Would the forthcoming scenes be accessible without cost? Protests arose, vehemently objecting to Qin Feng's actions. I advise you to mind your own business. As some demon beasts approached the river to drink, they suddenly perked up. Demon beasts, faced with a windfall of points. The candidates hastily brandished their weapons and charged into battle. However, they grossly underestimated the demon beast's fury. Following the candidates' assaults, the beasts retaliated with unparalleled rage, eager to eliminate their adversaries swiftly to resume their own affairs. In a moment, skirmishes erupted within a 20-mile radius of the water source. Wow, the battles are intense. Qin Feng could distinctly feel the fervor of the conflict, surpassing even the chaos of the first day. Indeed, it is quite fierce. Little Bai, munching on fresh carrots, nodded her little head, hearing the occasional screams emanating from the forest. She could also see some disheveled candidates appearing by the river. After enduring the tumult of the first day and the recent onslaught from the demon beasts, they were utterly parched, rushing to drink without hesitation. Wait, why do I feel something is amiss? After quenching their thirst, the candidates exchanged glances, realizing that one of their companions appeared remarkably handsome. It's an illusion, an illusion. The candidates were startled and quickly diverted their gazes. However, when several graceful figures appeared by the riverbank, they could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward. What do you intend to do? Several young ladies raised their brows, sensing that the newcomers bore ill intentions. No need to be nervous. We simply wish to make friends. The men's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, unable to suppress their gleeful chuckles. Quick retreat. The young ladies were well aware of the men's intentions. Yet they found themselves surrounded. Just as despair began to settle over them, a voice filled with righteousness resounded from above. Bold ruffians, release those girls. Qin Feng, clad in white, descended like an ethereal being, embodying the light of justice. It's Qin Feng. The young ladies felt as though they had encountered a savior, hastily taking refuge behind him. Get lost. The men, now utterly blinded by rage, disregarded Qin Feng entirely. Suddenly, a sharp and powerful gust of wind sliced through the air, restoring a modicum of rationality to the men. Without a moment's hesitation, they attempted to retreat. Boom! The invisible sword energy unleashed by Qin Feng was swifter than their fleeing steps, flashing past and leaving a vivid splash of blood in its wake. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully shattered the everlasting peace, gaining 1,000 villain points. Each system notification was accompanied by the sound of shattering. A dozen men lay on the ground, wailing in agony, while Little Bai seized the opportunity to collect their storage bags. Little treasures. Her eyes sparkled with greed, her heart exclaiming that she was about to strike it rich. After finishing his harvest, Qin Feng declared with righteous indignation, in consideration of the mercy shown by the heavens, I shall administer a minor punishment, and hope you reflect upon your actions. So handsome. The young lady's eyes sparkled with hearts, wishing they could offer themselves to him. The spectators outside were left speechless, having never encountered such unabashed audacity. Had they not known that the mastermind was Qin Feng himself, they might have truly believed him to be a gallant hero. Thank you. One of the men clasped his fists in gratitude towards Qin Feng, realizing that without his timely intervention, he might have committed a grave error. The spectators outside were utterly dumbfounded, internally exclaiming, this is a classic case of being sold while helping count the money. Have they truly become foolish from their training? Ultimately, the injured men were forced to withdraw from the deadly elimination contest, their previously accumulated points now belonging to Qin Feng, propelling him rapidly up the rankings. In the Yin dynasty, within the palace of the Sixth Dao Emperor, a man clad in a black robe, exuding an air of authority, sat at the center. He was the leader of the Yin dynasty, the Sixth Dao Emperor. Beside him stood a group of formidable figures, including the Moon Goddess and Princess Nanfeng, who had been invited to observe the contest. Their mission as the Dixia envoy was to witness the deadly elimination contest. The Sixth Dao Emperor inquired, Princess Nanfeng, what are your thoughts on our Yin dynasty's deadly elimination contest? It is too cruel. Princess Nanfeng felt her heart race. Within just one day, 20,000 of the 100,000 participants had perished or been injured, the bloody scenes continually challenging her nerves, prompting her to worry for Feng Chang. Cruel? The Sixth Tao Emperor chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. While it might seem brutal to the aristocrats of Xia, for those oppressed commoners, it was an opportunity to realize their dreams. Oh, this little fellow has quite the ambition. The projected image shifted to Qin Feng, and the powerful figures exchanged knowing glances with the moon goddess. What a disgrace. The moon goddess was on pins and needles, wishing she could burrow into the ground. She had never anticipated that Qin Feng would defeat his enemies in such a manner. Even if he was unashamed, could he not consider the reputation of the moon goddess palace? At that moment, similar scenes unfolded in other areas by the river, with Qin Feng resembling an industrious little bee, darting wherever there were eggs to be found. Qin Feng stated earnestly, "There are 3 matters to attend to here. Collect eggs, and once more collect eggs." Little Bai echoed solemnly, the rabbit, am here for 3 things. Making money, and once again, making money. The infamous duo of a man and a rabbit quickly became the talk of the battlefield of life and death. People gradually recognized the issues with the water source, and combined with Qin Feng's prior transgressions involving Mother Pig also goes crazy, it was swiftly concluded that he had tainted the water with this substance. How despicable! The crowd was enraged, wishing nothing less than to tear Qin Feng to shreds. Such actions were beneath the dignity of the so-called first prodigy of the ancient era, revealing him instead to be the most shameless scoundrel imaginable. Simultaneously, they were confronted with a pressing dilemma: what to do without water. Their current cultivation had yet to reach the stage of fasting, and given the continuous battles, survival without water was impossible. With the water source polluted by Qin Feng, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly suffer. Water for sale. Water for sale. The highest bidder wins. Qin Feng set up a stall by the river, pricing a bottle of water at a base of 1,000 Difeng Shi. How outrageous! The candidates could no longer contain their fury, laying aside personal grievances to unite against this scoundrel. Qin Feng, unbelievable. Being handsome indeed invites targeting. Terrified, Qin Feng hastily packed up his stall and fled, all the while tossing a bottle of Mother Pig also goes crazy, exclaiming, "We shall meet again." At that moment, the darkened Feng Chang arrived at the riverbank. Chapter 55. A thought becomes Buddha, a thought becomes demon. Quick-eyed, the crowd, recognizing the powder Qin Feng had scattered as Mother Pig also goes crazy, retreated in fright, fearing their reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. Qin Feng Chang, now consumed by darkness, fixed a malevolent gaze upon Qin Feng, unaware of the full extent of Qin Feng's shameless antics by the river. He only knew that his descent into darkness had been driven by a desire to see Qin Feng utterly destroyed. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Chang charged forward, earning the admiration of those present, who silently cheered him on. How could he have pursued so boldly? Qin Feng had no intention of engaging Feng Chang in combat just yet. Instead, he utilized his elusive agility to navigate the forest, planning to conserve his strength for a more opportune moment. Qin Feng, don't run. Feng Chang's expression was terrifying as he relentlessly pursued him. Don't run? Staying still would be akin to a turtle. Qin Feng scoffed, his body light as snow. He lightly touched the branches with his toes and soared thousands of meters away, clad in white, as if a celestial being gliding through the air. What an impressive display of agility! The onlookers erupted in astonishment, realizing that this so-called first prodigy of the ancient era possessed undeniable talent, despite being the lowest in age and cultivation within the arena of life and death. His innate gifts were beyond question, especially in his perfected state, which had once sent shockwaves throughout the ancient world. Had it not been for the moon goddess's formidable power, suppressing all factions single-handedly, the forces of the Inu dynasty might have waged war over Qin Feng. Simultaneously, attention began to shift towards Feng Chang. In his fervent pursuit of Qin Feng, might have absorbed some of Mother Pig also goes crazy. What was happening? Feng Chang soon sensed something amiss within himself. He was no stranger to Qin Feng's methods, having experienced them during their first encounter. Had he not succumbed to darkness, his Buddhist training could have suppressed these effects. But now that he had fallen, his temperament had shifted, and he found it increasingly difficult to control his inner demons. After feeling the effects of Mother Pig also goes crazy, he suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, sensing that what he perceived was not the truth. Could it be that Qin Feng had administered that substance to the princess? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this possibility, which brought him a glimmer of solace. He began to chant the pure heart mantra, and a great Buddha appeared behind him. However, this Buddha was unlike any other. It was half resplendent gold and half sinister black. A thought becomes Buddha, a thought becomes demon. The Six Paths Emperor and others gasped, realizing this child must not be allowed to thrive. If Feng Chong merely fell into darkness, it would be one thing. But now he was grasping the essence of both Buddha and demon. Should he succeed, it would be akin to Qin Feng mastering the invincible sword heart, granting him the power to dominate the contemporary world. Unlike Qin Feng's haphazard amalgamation of skills, Feng Chang's singular focus on Buddhism would enable him to surpass Qin Feng, posing a potential threat to the Yin dynasty. Oh no! Princess Nan Feng sensed the impending danger and hurried to seek assistance from the elder accompanying her. "Fear not, my lady. My injuries have nearly healed, and I shall fight to the death." The elder's demeanor was grave, fully aware of Feng Chang's significance to the great Xia. "Please." Princess Nan Feng clutched a life token tightly, prepared to summon her father and grandfather if necessary. At this moment, the projections in every major city shifted to Feng Chong. Would they witness the birth of a Buddha or the emergence of a demon? Just as the people engaged in heated discussions, Qin Feng's figure suddenly appeared in the projection. Noticing that Feng Chong had yet to catch up, he realized the effects of the drug were taking hold. Thus, his mischievous nature began to stir. It was a rare opportunity to encounter the Chosen One. Failing to act would not align with his character. However, upon retracing his steps, he was taken aback by an unexpected turn of events. He was indeed washing himself clean. It is widely known that darkness is invincible, while redemption weakens one significantly. If he did not take advantage of this moment, when would he? Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Disrupt the Chosen One's comprehension of the Tao. Task reward. 1 sword intent upgrade card. A sword intent upgrade card? Qin Feng's eyes immediately lit up, utterly defenseless against such a reward. Qin Feng. Feng Chang's expression grew frantic. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's return. At this critical juncture in his breakthrough, any disturbance from Qin Feng would likely lead him to lose control, resulting in severe injury. At that moment, Feng Chong could no longer afford to hold back any trump cards. A golden jade stone emerged from within him, enveloping him in a radiant golden light. It was the Buddha's relic. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, recognizing Feng Chang's immense fortune. The Buddha's relic is a supreme treasure formed from the essence of a Buddha's enlightenment, providing not only protection against all evils, but also enhancing the power of Buddhist techniques. Given the Buddha's light emanating from the relic, not even Qin Feng, nor the combined might of all candidates in the life and death arena, could hope to breach it. Alas, the Six Paths Emperor and others sighed, realizing that some things simply cannot be forced. They had thought Qin Feng's return would crush Feng Chong in his infancy. Yet they were unprepared for the strength of Feng Chang's fortune, now fortified by a Buddha's relic. However, they had significantly underestimated Qin Feng's shamelessness. He was unfazed by the sudden appearance of the Buddha's relic, smiling as he pulled out a book titled by Jia and began to read it aloud with great enthusiasm. This scoundrel, Feng Chong, in the prime of his youth and still under the influence of the drug, could hardly withstand such distractions. The heart's demons, previously quelled, flared back to life, threatening to spiral out of control. The audience's expressions turned peculiar. It became difficult to discern whether this was a serious life and death elimination contest or an absurd reading competition. In the palace of the Six Paths Emperor, the various dignitaries exchanged strange glances with the moon goddess, as if questioning, "Is this what you taught Qin Feng?" "I did not. I never." "Stop spreading rumors." The moon goddess hurriedly denied any involvement, insisting she was not of such a nature. Meanwhile, she seethed internally at Qin Feng, lamenting how this rascal had tarnished the noble image she had cultivated over the years. Suddenly, a faint sound of wind broke through, causing every hair on Qin Feng's body to stand on end. An ambush. In the depths of Qin Feng's mind, an instinctual thought burst forth, propelling his body into a swift movement akin to a flash of lightning. The peripheral vision of his eye quickly scanned the surroundings, revealing a figure in the dimly lit rainforest drawing back a bow, releasing a scarlet feathered arrow that soared toward his chest like a rainbow. Bang! The elongated arrow pierced through Qin Feng's shadow, continuing its trajectory by penetrating several large trees before finally coming to a halt, exhibiting a ferocity that surpassed even the Barrett sniper rifle. Goodness! Qin Feng's thoughts spiraled into a frenzy of exasperation, gaining a newfound understanding of the absurdity of the Chosen One. Just when he thought he was about to corner his opponent into a dead end, an inexplicable newcomer emerged to disrupt the situation and buy time. Curse be it, he actually managed to evade. A lean man perched atop a tree cursed softly, swiftly drawing 3 more scarlet arrows to shoot again. I care not who you are, Feng Chong. Today I have you in my grasp. Not even Jesus can save you. Mark my words. Irritated by the relentless barrage, Qin Feng felt the need to demonstrate his prowess. The lack of respect from his adversary was palpable. Chapter 56. Faster, more ferocious, and stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows, resembling swift streams, once again cut through the sky, targeting Qin Feng's vital points. Damn it! Has he become addicted to shooting? Qin Feng cursed as he deftly dodged, executing the phantom evasion technique to its utmost, leaving behind trails of afterimages within the forest. Nevertheless, the chill lurking behind him intensified rather than diminished, as if countless venomous serpents were fixating on him, instilling a sense of inevitable capture regardless of his struggles. Oh dear, I do not wish to be shot. Xiao Bai clung tightly to Qin Feng, ensuring she did not fall off amidst the rapid movements. It was Bai Ri. The spectators outside erupted in excitement, instantly recognizing the archer. Bai Ri, a seed contestant of this life-and-death elimination match, was renowned for his prodigious talent and had attained the first level of the Dao realm. Currently ranked 153, his victory seemed all but assured. This Bai Ri, the likes of the 6th Dao Emperor rubbed their temples, aware of Feng Chang's immense fortune, sensing that his life was not meant to end here. Damn it! Did you toss your child into a well, or what? Chasing after me to shoot. Qin Feng understood the significant disparity in their cultivation levels and decisively activated the ancient heavy pupils, causing the entire world to slow down. It is the ancient heavy pupils. The audience outside erupted in fervent cheers, finally witnessing Qin Feng engage in a serious battle, curious whether they would behold his complete form. Buzz. The bowstring trembled lightly. Bai Ri, with his longbow in hand, resembled a seasoned hunter, sealing off all escape routes as he drew back the bowstring. Draw the sword. Almost the instant Bai Ri pulled back his bow, a dark, water-like sword light emerged from the sheath. Unlike the previous sword-drawing technique, this time it integrated a secondary sword intent, bolstered by the Tsangtian body. Faster, more ferocious, and stronger. In the blink of an eye, before Bai Ri could react, Qin Feng's figure zipped past him, the long Kong divine sword slicing through the void before returning to its sheath. How is this possible? Bai Ri's eyes widened in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. With a resounding crack, Bai Ri's longbow shattered, the sword technique so precise that it merely left a streak of crimson beneath him. At this moment, the audience fell into a stunned silence, astonished by Qin Feng's sword-drawing technique. My goodness, did it really have to be that swift? They had anticipated a fierce showdown, yet before it even began, Qin Feng had already concluded it. How could this be possible? The various dignitaries, including the 6th Dao Emperor, stood in shock, scarcely believing their eyes. Even if Qin Feng possessed unparalleled talent, defeating a first-level Dao realm cultivator with a single strike from the extraordinary 9th level seemed excessively exaggerated, given the vast gulf of cultivation realms separating them. Do not be alarmed, merely a fundamental operation. The moon goddess proudly lifted her head, basking in the glory of Qin Feng's might, having personally felt his ferocity. The only surprise was how Qin Feng had broken through to a secondary sword intent. Bai Ri lamented with a heart-wrenching cry, rolling on the ground in disbelief, unable to accept the reality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shattering the eternal reign, earning 1,000 villain points. Another 1,000 villain points have been credited. Qin Feng glanced at the system. His villain points had surged from 470,000 to 210,000, signifying that 74 of his brothers were now free of worries and could concentrate on their cultivation. Truly, my deeds are immeasurable. Qin Feng commended himself, then began recounting the tale of Bai Jia before Feng Chang. The audience outside was left utterly speechless, unable to articulate their astonishment at this ancient first prodigy, possessing the power to annihilate all, yet deliberately refraining from doing so. At this moment, due to the projection's failure to pass review, it shifted to an interview with Ma Daigua. The young lady could not help but inquire, Master Ma, you previously stated that Qin Feng was diverse but not refined, and would not shine in this life-and-death elimination match. Yet now, he has defeated a first-level Dao Realm cultivator with a single strike at extraordinary 9th level. What are your thoughts on this? Ma Daigua appeared somewhat awkward and perplexed responding from that sword just now. It is evident that Qin Feng's sword intent has surpassed the secondary level. However, even with this breakthrough, there should be no reason for him to defeat Bai Ri, a first-level Dao Realm cultivator with a single strike. The young lady tentatively asked, are you suggesting that there may be other powers contained within Qin Feng's strike? Could it be some special constitution? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ma Daigua asserted confidently. As we all know, Qin Feng is the possessor of the ancient heavy pupils. How could he also have a special constitution? I suspect he has consumed some temporary enhancement potion. Ah, I see. The audience suddenly understood, as if they had read 10 years' worth of books in an instant. Ma Daigua continued. Qin Feng's sword intent reaching the secondary level merely indicates that he has devoted the past 7 years primarily to the sword path. Thus, his supreme bone and ancient heavy pupils cannot be exceedingly strong, given that he defeated Bai Ri, ranked 153, with a single strike. It suggests his limit is around the top 100. Beyond that, he possesses no advantages. The audience nodded in agreement, feeling the expert's words held true. As the scene shifted, the previously unapproved content concluded, and the situation on the ground changed once more. Feng Chang, after hearing Qin Feng's reading of his short essay, could no longer suppress the demonic nature within him. The golden body of Buddha and demon behind him began to crack, on the verge of shattering completely. Damn you. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, having made multiple requests to the 6th Dao Emperor, all of which were denied. She understood that Feng Chang had made the 6th Dao Emperor feel threatened. There was no way he would allow Feng Chang to leave the battlefield alive unless he was utterly incapacitated. With a resounding crash, the golden body of Buddha and demon shattered into countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the void. Feng Chang spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath plummeting to an icy stillness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 1 sword intent upgrade card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely injuring the chosen one, earning 500,000 villain points. Is that all? Qin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment, having expected another opportunity for a lottery draw. However, he quickly turned his attention to the Buddha relic, realizing that possessing treasures was not a fault, but enticing him with it was a grave error. As Feng Chang's understanding of the Great Way faltered, the Buddha light emanating from the relic dissipated. With a swift motion, he summoned it into his grasp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the chosen one's opportunity, earning 1 lottery draw chance. Now that feels satisfying. Qin Feng finally revealed a contented smile, transforming into a white shadow and vanishing from the spot. It is not that he does not wish to seize the opportunity to eliminate Feng Chang. Rather, the chosen one is simply too unreasonable. He fears that not only will he fail to kill him, but he may also lose the relic of the Buddha. It would be wiser to retreat while the situation is still favorable. Qin Feng, return the relic of the Buddha to me. Feng Chang, in a state of panic, scrambled to pursue, for that relic was his very foundation in the ancient wilderness. Yet, having failed to comprehend his path and suffered grievous wounds, he could only watch helplessly as Qin Feng took away his relic. Simultaneously, He could not fathom why he was always so thoroughly restrained by Qin Feng. Consistently outmaneuvered and defeated by underhanded tactics, deprived of even a chance for a fair fight. Suddenly, Feng Chang's expression changed drastically as he realized the effects of the potion within him were beginning to flare up. He glanced at the pale, wailing by Ri, whose features were strikingly handsome. Chapter 57. Do not approach me. The vastness of Lin Hai stretched before him. Upon obtaining the relic of the Buddha, Qin Feng took flight. However, he had underestimated the unreasonable nature of these chosen ones. Scarcely had he taken a few steps when he was intercepted by a youth clad in black. This individual wielded a long black sword, his gaze imbued with an extraordinary resolve, his mind as serene as a tranquil lake, and his slender frame akin to a sword brimming with lethal sharpness. He was Yi Jian, the junior master of the Ming Jian Mountain Manor, ranked 53rd on the leaderboard. The audience outside erupted in excitement, astonished that Qin Feng had encountered Yi Jian. Ming Jian Mountain Manor was a prominent force within the Yin dynasty, renowned for its legendary prowess, boasting a 1,000-year legacy of unparalleled swordsmanship. In this era devoid of sword gods, they had earned the title of One Sword 1,000 years. Undeniably, Ming Jian Mountain Manor possessed the capital for such arrogance and was revered as a sanctuary among sword practitioners. Particularly, the current junior master, Yi Jian, was celebrated as a prodigious talent in swordsmanship, having achieved the first level of entry into the Tao at the tender age of 18, grasped the third level of sword intent, and possessed the fabled Tianjian physique. The prospect of clashing with Qin Feng, a future sword god, promised to yield a spectacular confrontation. I require your assistance in sharpening my sword, Yi Jian uttered without superfluous words, disregarding Qin Feng's willingness to engage. He drew his long sword, transforming into the king of swords, a blade piercing the heavens, and the sound of resounding sword cries echoed through the forest. What strength! Qin Feng's pupils constricted as he sensed the formidable power of his opponent. With a first-level entry into the Tao, third-level sword intent, and the Tianjian physique, he was undoubtedly the most formidable genius he had encountered thus far. Yet, it perplexed him that such a terrifying genius was not a chosen one, as he had not received any notification from the system. Swish! A piercing force surged toward him, the melodious sound of sword cries suddenly resonating in the woods. Yi Jian's sword erupted in dazzling brilliance, trailing a magnificent glow as it struck toward Qin Feng with astonishing speed, unleashing a flurry of sharp gusts. Qin Feng leaned forward, his body swaying like a gentle breeze. His movements were ethereal, akin to a breeze dancing or a hurricane sweeping through. A flicker of surprise flashed in Yi Jian's eyes as he stomped the ground with force, his aura surging dramatically. He swung his long sword, resembling a roaring dragon, effortlessly obliterating the residual shadows. Seeing that his opponent was relentless, Qin Feng tightened his grip on the sword hilt, transforming into a drawn blade, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. Zan Tian Ba Zian Su. The crisp sound of the sword being drawn resonated through the forest, and a fierce sword energy swept forth. Clang! The clash of their swords reverberated, the sound of metal striking metal echoing sharply. The audience outside gasped in astonishment, witnessing the two combatants refuse to yield an inch. Enveloped by an invisible storm of sword energy, the terrifying sword energy coursed through the air, carving distinct marks into the ground. How is this possible? The Six Paths Emperor and others exclaimed, startled by Qin Feng's terrifying prowess. Indeed, they were genuinely awed by Qin Feng. To the untrained eye, this was merely a spectacle. However, the knowledgeable recognized the intricacies at play. Unlike by Ri's first-level entry into the Tao, Yi Jian not only possessed that level, but also wielded third-level sword intent and a special physique, the Tianjian body. Yet, he could only match Qin Feng strike for strike, indicating that Qin Feng must possess additional enhancements. How can this be? Yi Jian's face remained impassive, yet his heart was tumultuous. His cultivation was a whole realm above Qin Feng's, and his comprehension of sword intent surpassed Qin Feng's by a level, augmented by the Tianjian physique. Yet, he still could not defeat Qin Feng with a single strike. Is the invincible sword heart truly this formidable? Just as Qin Feng felt the strain mounting, Xiao Bai, perched on his shoulder, took action, extending its little paw directly toward Yi Jian's eyes without hesitation. To be a successful hunter, one must master the art of concealment, remaining as still as stone, locking onto the target, gathering strength, and striking with the swiftness of the wind. What the heck? The audience outside could not help but exclaim in disbelief, realizing that Qin Feng's pet rabbit shared his disregard for decorum. Yi Jian recoiled in pain, nearly blinded by the unexpected assault. Yet, he did not react as one might expect. Instead, drawing insight from his previous battle with Qin Feng, a surge of sharp sword energy emanated from his being. He appeared as if transcended, standing like a lone snow lotus on a cliff top, emanating an awe-inspiring strength. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming shock, for this scene was all too familiar. When he first attained the invincible sword heart, it was this very sensation. This indicated that during their battle, Yi Jian had begun to grasp the essence of the invincible sword heart. What kind of joke is this? System, reveal yourself. With such a monstrous talent, you tell me he is not a chosen one? The system responded. He indeed lacks the fate of a chosen one, but he possesses the destiny of a villain. A villain? A fellow practitioner. Qin Feng stood rooted in place, his mind racing with incredulity. He had encountered 3 protagonists throughout his journey, each an epic figure. Yet he had never encountered a true antagonist. With the belief that fellow practitioners are often adversaries, he had no desire to collaborate with Yi Jian. Instead, he aimed to eliminate him to prevent him from becoming a source of experience and equipment for the protagonist in the future, thereby complicating his role as a villain. So this is the invincible sword heart. Yi Jian had already brushed against its depths, and his gaze toward Qin Feng sparkled with fervor. He intended to use Qin Feng as a sharpening stone, fully comprehending the legendary invincible sword heart. Swish! Yi Jian, surrounded by blurred figures, wildly swung his long sword, unleashing an overwhelming wave of sword energy that descended upon Qin Feng. This is not good. Qin Feng decisively activated his coattails, engaging in combat with his opponent. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing resounded in the forest as invisible sword energy splattered in all directions. Yet aside from his Zhan Tianba, Jian Shu, Qin Feng possessed no other sword techniques, relying solely on the slow-motion perception of his Zhongtong to counter Yi Jian's strikes, which push him further back. Qin Feng is on the verge of defeat. The audience outside sighed, sensing that Qin Feng was nearing his limits. His Zhan Tianba, Jian Shu, was indeed awe-inspiring. Yet once he faced a formidable opponent without vanquishing them in a single stroke, it meant he would soon exhaust his strength, unless he resorted to the supreme bone and Zhongtong in battle. Realizing this, the audience fixed their gaze on the light screen, prepared to witness the might of the supreme bone and the ancient Zhong. However, it appeared that Qin Feng had no intention of deploying the supreme bone and Zhongtong. Instead, he rapidly retreated, creating distance between them, and sheathed his long sword, the Long Kong Shun Jian, with deliberation. Are you planning to use the supreme bone and Zhongtong? Yi Jian immediately became vigilant, not daring to underestimate him. You are not worthy, Qin Feng replied calmly. Not worthy? The Six Paths Emperor and others fixated their gazes on Qin Feng, eager to see what other measures he might employ. As the crowd brimmed with anticipation, they beheld Qin Feng waving his hand to produce a dozen bottles of Mother Pig also goes crazy. In the distance, one could faintly hear the wretched cries of the mortal realm. Do not come over. Chapter 58. Supreme Bone versus Heavenly Sword Body. Damn Qin Feng. Princess Nan Feng, seething with rage, prepared to summon her father. The elder tasked with protecting the delegation hastily intervened, exclaiming, Your Highness, you must not. This is the life and death elimination match of the Yin Yu dynasty, and Feng Chong voluntarily participated. If you call upon His Majesty at the first sign of trouble, the major forces of the ancient wilderness will brand the Xia dynasty as unable to play the game. However, Princess Nan Feng, nearly overwhelmed with anxiety, could not bear to see her beloved face such tribulation. The elder, perplexed, muttered, Given the circumstances, why hasn't Feng Chong forfeited? Has he lost his senses? Or does he genuinely relish this? With a heart heavy with despair, Nan Feng covered her mouth and fled, tears streaming down her face. Within the colossal palace of the Six Paths Emperor, the various dignitaries turned their attention to the moon goddess, as if to say, "It is your Qin Feng who has caused this calamity. Don't look at me. I do not know him." The moon goddess, stripped of her former arrogance, adopted a demeanor of unfamiliarity with Qin Feng. In the arena of life and death, a swordsman named Yi Jian swiftly retreated, his composure shattered. News of Qin Feng employing Mother Pig also goes crazy in the life and death contest that spread, with 70 candidates falling victim to his ruse. And his method of resolution was both straightforward and brutally effective. Crushed and eternally governed, it could be asserted that Qin Feng wielding a sword was not what instilled fear. It was the smile upon his face that was truly terrifying. So shameless. The spectators outside were left utterly speechless, having just witnessed two battles that made them forget Qin Feng's unprincipled actions. They were blindsided as he promptly discarded all decorum once more. A tempest of invisible force enveloped Qin Feng, whipping up the contents of the jars, while the autumn leaves danced in tandem with the storm. Leaves fluttered. This was a signature skill he had learned from the 10 ancestors, which, after 7 years of exploration and refinement, had evolved into a vibrant palm technique. Its power might not be the mightiest, nor its damage the highest, but its notoriety was unequivocal. With a single palm strike, passion surged forth. Yi Jian's countenance darkened, and regret welled within him for seeking out Qin Feng. He could palpably sense the vast range of this palm strike, necessitating evasion not only from the mixed powders of Mother Pig also goes crazy, but also from the leaves that transformed into slicing blades. Moreover, any misstep would grant Qin Feng the opportunity to seize his joy as a man. Go! With a gentle wave of his hand, Qin Feng unleashed a formidable gust. Whoosh! 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 The scattering leaves morphed into fearsome weapons, cleaving through the air with the swiftness of chainsaws, enshrouded in a thick mist that enveloped the vicinity for hundreds of meters. Yi Jian stilled his breath, showing no signs of retreat. The black long sword in his grasp traced a flawless arc, conjuring a fierce storm of sword energy that obliterated the incoming leaves while slicing through the dispersing powder. Now, as Yi Jian cleaved a path with his sword energy, a route connecting him to Qin Feng emerged. Qin Feng swiftly assumed the stance of the heaven-splitting sword technique, internally invoking the system to utilize the sword intent upgrade card obtained from completing a task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using the sword intent upgrade card. Level 2 sword intent has advanced to level 3. Embracing the vastness of the seas, he felt an ephemeral flash of exquisite sword light darting before him, like a startled swan, dazzling the heavens while dispersing the clouds. Childishness must have its limits. Yi Jian was profoundly displeased with Qin Feng's actions, perceiving them as an affront. For a swordsman to repeatedly employ the same technique, one that had been successfully thwarted, was the utmost humiliation, even if concealed beneath the guise of a vibrant palm technique. Clang! The resounding sound of the sword being drawn echoed through the forest, jolting the hearts of all present. No, this is not the previous heaven-splitting sword technique. Qin Feng, clad in white as snow, swiftly manifested like a flash of lightning, his porcelain-like hand grasping the hilt of the divine sword of the long sky. With a graceful rise, he unveiled a breathtaking sword light that illuminated the forest. Drawing the sword, striking, and sheathing it, each movement flowed seamlessly. Level 3 sword intent. Yi Jian's eyes widened in disbelief as a chilling breeze akin to a mountain stream brushed against him, urging him to abandon any hint of complacency. He summoned a torrent of invisible sword energy that surged around him. Ding! The clash of metal resonated through the woods as the two figures intersected at blinding speed. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Qin Feng's sword had returned to its sheath while Yi Jian stood frozen in place, only faintly hearing the low sobs of a nearby soul desiring to escape life. Who emerged victorious? The spectators outside held their breath, eyes glued to the luminous screen, awaiting the outcome. Initially believing Qin Feng's level 2 sword intent was his utmost limit, they were astounded to discover he had comprehended level 3 sword intent, an embodiment of terror that solidified his status as the foremost prodigy of the ancient wilderness. With a cough, Qin Feng was unable to stifle the blood that spewed forth, his body marked with crimson streaks. The invisible sword energy that Yi Jian had unleashed was no ordinary sword energy. It was imbued with the lethal power of his heavenly sword body, and he had sustained injuries while executing the heaven-splitting sword technique. However, according to the rule that the one who bleeds first in a duel suffers the greater injury, it was certain that his wounds were more grievous. With a pain groan, Yi Jian knelt on one knee, unable to suppress the blood that gushed forth, leaving a significant wound on his body. Had Qin Feng triumphed? The audience outside found it hard to believe, their hearts unsettled. Although Qin Feng was revered as the #1 prodigy of the ancient wilderness, his cultivation at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm was hardly commendable. Yet he had still managed to defeat Yi Jian, who was ranked 53rd in the contest. It was noteworthy that Yi Jian was among the top 10 masters in the current life and death elimination contest. This young man was indeed remarkable. The Six Paths, Emperor, and other dignitaries were left utterly speechless, their astonishment at Qin Feng's prowess rendering them devoid of words. Who would have anticipated that a seemingly insignificant figure at the bottom of the extraordinary 9th level could rise to become the most dazzling contender, effortlessly vanquishing renowned masters? Low profile, just basic operations. The moon goddess regained her haughtiness, assuming a demeanor of intimate familiarity with Qin Feng. Yet within, she contemplated how to properly reprimand him for concealing his breakthrough to level 3 sword intent before her, despite having nurtured him from infancy. To whom was he hiding his true self? The dignitaries were left speechless, realizing that the moon goddess seemed devoid of any principles. Qin Feng's audacious actions were likely intertwined with her influence. This child was extraordinary. The Six Paths Emperor squinted, scrutinizing Qin Feng, noting that his wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate, and that the injuries he sustained from clashing with the heavenly sword energy should not have been so minor. I have not yet been defeated. Yi Jian, dragging his battered body, rose once more as the invisible sword energy surged around him, coalescing into a colossal transparent sword energy measuring 20 meters high, a manifestation of his heavenly sword body. With a swing, he cleaved through, compelling even the gods and demons to retreat. What? It's not over yet. Qin Feng, unrelenting, felt a surge of golden light emanating from his chest, revealing the faint glimmer of swirling runes. Supreme Bone. It is the Supreme Bone. The audience erupted in excitement, realizing that even more awaited them. Supreme Bone versus Heavenly Sword Body. Wait. Just as everyone anticipated the clash between the two, Qin Feng abruptly called for a halt, stating he needed to engage with the right side. The right side? Everyone appeared utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the concepts of dueling and feng shui. Childish. Yi Jian, disinterested in quarreling over such trivial matters with Qin Feng, willingly conceded the advantageous feng shui position on his right. Heavenly Sword. Celestial Catastrophe. Thunder rumbled. The two sides clashed, and the energy unleashed uprooted trees, enveloping the area within a terrifying energy storm spanning hundreds of meters. Is this the power of the younger generation? The spectators outside could not help but swallow hard, astonished by the prowess of the youth. They had heard tales of the exceptional strength of this generation's competition, yet they never anticipated such overwhelming might. Before the battle even began, the Supreme Bone confronted the heavenly sword body, exhibiting such devastating destructive potential. Just how will you withstand this? Qin Feng let out a furious roar, activating the Tsang Tian Ba Ti. How is this possible? Yi Jian felt as if he were losing his mind, completely unable to fathom what manner of monster Qin Feng was. His Supreme Bone was inherited from his brother, and his heavenly sword body was innate, with cultivation levels far surpassing Qin Feng's. Yet he found himself being suppressed, nearing the brink of collapse. Where had it all gone awry? Chapter 59. Who do you think you are? A deafening crash resonated. Before Yi Jian could grasp the situation, he was sent flying by the celestial catastrophe. When the energy storm subsided, calmness returned, leaving chaos in its wake. Yi Jian, battered and gasping for breath, struggled to rise, clearly unable to continue the fight. In stark contrast, Qin Feng remained invigorated, exuding an aura that suggested he was only growing stronger with each passing moment. Have you been drinking fake wine? Both the audience outside and Yi Jian, still present, gazed at Qin Feng as if witnessing a ghost. They simply could not comprehend how, after such a fierce battle, Qin Feng showed no signs of fatigue, instead radiating an energy that implied he could continue the festivities without issue. Is this the Tsang Tianba Ti? Qin Feng realized that the Tsang Tianba Ti was far more formidable than he had imagined. Beyond the absence of fatigue during combat, he felt his physical body growing stronger with the duration of the battle, eventually evolving into an indestructible golden form. It seems I one T need to intervene. After a series of antics, Xiao Bai finally settled on Qin Feng's shoulder to nibble on a carrot. Indeed, the Six Paths Emperor could not suppress a chuckle, having finally uncovered Qin Feng's little secret. Just moments ago, Qin Feng had withstood the sword energy of Yi Jian's heavenly sword, and the injuries he sustained seemed illogical. It is worth noting that the sword energy inherent to the heavenly sword body is exceedingly domineering, capable of causing death with the slightest contact or severe injury to the limbs of an ordinary person. Yet Qin Feng appeared completely unscathed, merely sporting a few superficial wounds. Now, he was even more invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. The only plausible explanation, apart from the legendary Tsang Tianba Ti, is that no other explanation exists. Kang Tianba Ti. The various dignitaries within the palace were left agape, their minds echoing with the cries of groundhogs. My goodness, to possess the ancient heavy pupil, comprehend the indomitable sword heart, was already enviable enough. Yet now he also wields the Tsang Tianba Ti, born for battle. Heaven above, your favoritism is excessive. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The moon goddess shook her head repeatedly, refusing to believe that Qin Feng possessed the Tsang Tianba Ti. Having resided in the moon goddess palace since the age of 8, she was well aware of what Qin Feng harbored, if he had the Tsang Tianba Ti. How could she possibly be unaware? The Six Paths Emperor remarked, "This is merely the second day. Tomorrow's final day will undoubtedly be even more chaotic. The Tsang Tianba Ti cannot possibly remain concealed in such circumstances." The dignitaries exchanged glances, awaiting the final confrontation on the morrow. At that moment, numerous figures suddenly emerged from all directions, their gazes towards Qin Feng and Yi Jian filled with avarice. "Brother Qin, we have ample time ahead, until we meet again." Yi Jian, aware of their intent to benefit from their conflict, uttered a hasty remark and quickly retreated, dragging his injured body away. "Do you think you can simply walk away?" Qin Feng propelled himself forward, moving like a leopard in pursuit. Whoosh! The sharp sound of wind startled Yi Jian, who saw Qin Feng appear before him, propelled by a fierce gust. Before he could react, a decisive kick was unleashed. What? Yi Jian's face contorted in terror, as he realized that Qin Feng still harbored intentions towards his brother. With a resounding crash, chaos ensued. Yi Jian's eyes widened, as excruciating pain enveloped him, realizing he could not evade this attack. Hiss! Those who had been lurking nearby gasped, sensing an inexplicable chill beneath them. They could not fathom why Qin Feng was so fixated on causing destruction, with over 70 of his brothers having fallen victim to his merciless hands. Simultaneously, they pondered whether it was truly worth it to provoke Qin Feng for the sake of points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for achieving the destruction of eggs, earning 1,000 villain points. 1,000 points have been credited. Qin Feng had no intention of halting, sporting a seemingly harmless smile as he surveyed the crowd. The numbers were not overwhelming, merely a little over 100. Calculating at 1,000 villain points each, he could amass a total of 100,000 villain points. Buzz! A cacophony of piercing sword cries erupted. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand seal, causing the Long Kong divine sword before him to split into 9 miniature swords. Floating around him, 9 swords unleashed. Qin Feng executed another hand seal, pointing at the 100 or so individuals surrounding him. Whoosh! 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 A continuous wave of slicing winds surged forth as the 9 swords streaked through the air like meteors, devoid of any flamboyant movements, directly targeting his foes. The wails of the fallen echoed as one after another succumbed. Run, run! Witnessing their comrades fall, the remaining individuals felt an escalating sense of dread. Especially upon seeing the flash of sword light, they felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, the shift from hunter to prey occurring in an instant. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for achieving the destruction of eggs, earning 1,000 villain points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for achieving the destruction of eggs, earning 1,000 villain points. As the chaos unfolded, the system notifications continued to resonate. Run, he is a demon. None could withstand the terror within their hearts as they turned and fled, coming to understand the fearsome reputation of this ancient prodigy. He may not be the strongest, but he is undoubtedly the most unscrupulous. At that moment, as the content was deemed unsuitable for young viewers, it switched to a special interview from Ma Dai Country. The young lady, not shying away from the topic, asked, "Master Ma, you previously stated that Qin Feng would rank around 100. Now he has defeated Yi Jian, who ranked 54. What are your thoughts on his ability to crush over 100 candidates?" The representative of Ma Dai Country awkwardly replied, "From what we just saw, Qin Feng's third-level sword intent indicates he isn't as haphazard as I initially surmised. He has dedicated these past 7 years to specializing in the sword path, reflecting the guidance of the moon goddess." The young lady, still puzzled, inquired, "Yet Qin Feng also demonstrates remarkable proficiency with the supreme bone, seemingly without specializing in the sword path. Is it possible that Qin Feng possesses extraordinary talent, allowing him to cultivate multiple divine arts simultaneously? Absolutely impossible." The representative of Ma Dai Country declared solemnly, "One must understand that human potential has its limits. Qin Feng has only lived for 15 years. And to have reached such a level in swordsmanship is unprecedented. At most, he has sacrificed his own cultivation to hone the supreme bone. But it is utterly implausible for him to master multiple divine arts concurrently." I see. The audience was enlightened, as if they had gained the wisdom of a decade's worth of study. The representative of Ma Dai Country sighed, lamenting that Qin Feng had misplaced his priorities. The heavy pupil was meant to forge an invincible path. Why should he rely on another's bone? By neglecting his own heavy pupil to cultivate another's supreme bone, he risks losing far more than he gains. Indeed, the audience nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the expert's insights. At this moment, the scene shifted back, revealing everyone sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for having eliminated a total of 104 descendants, earning 104,000 villain points. Over 100,000 points have been credited. Qin Feng opened the system, glancing at it, and saw that he had accumulated 26 million villain points. Still having one unused lottery opportunity, it was time to bolster his strength. After several fierce battles, Qin Feng realized that his cultivation level was woefully inadequate. Tomorrow marked the final day of a life-and-death elimination match, which would inevitably spark a brutal conflict. To survive, he must significantly enhance his own abilities. Additionally, the Buddha's relic received from Feng Chong also required thorough study. Fleeing from the egg, one must hide their achievements and fame. As Qin Feng departed, the camera shifted to Feng Chong. He was seen running wildly through the forest, his clothes disheveled, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. There was no turning back. He could not return. Even knowing that Princess Nanfeng had been poisoned that night, they could never go back to the past. Chapter 60. Lasting Friendship, What a Calamity. The audience outside shook their heads and sighed, expressing deep sympathy for Feng Chang's plight. He possessed terrifying strength, yet he chose to engage in improper deeds. It was not the sight of Qin Feng wielding a sword that frightened them, but the smile on his face that was truly terrifying. Run, flee quickly. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. Simultaneously, they were immensely curious about what wicked deeds Qin Feng would commit next. Why was this happening? Even though Princess Nanfeng had prepared herself mentally, she still could not accept the harsh reality upon receiving confirmation. How could the scholarly and charming gentleman, Feng Chong, who could effortlessly command the elements, be so easily humiliated? No, it seemed he was the one humiliating others. This man was not worthy of his name. The elder protecting the envoy suddenly sighed deeply. Since Feng Chong became Princess Nanfeng's advisor 7 years ago, He had indeed injected new vitality into the declining Great Xia, allowing the imperial family to glimpse the possibility of reclaiming power from the noble families. During this time, Feng Chong remained unflappable even in the face of peril, as if everything was under his control, which in turn earned him increasing trust from the imperial family. His talents often dazzled the royal princesses with verses of unparalleled beauty. Yet, during this expedition to the Yinyu dynasty, he found himself entirely on the defensive, repeatedly thwarted by Qin Feng. If one or two setbacks could be attributed to coincidence, 3 or 4 were undeniably deliberate. From the moment Feng Chong set the trap for Zhu to provoke Qin Feng, it was likely that Qin Feng had already discerned his intentions, systematically forcing Feng Chong into a corner, even restraining him during his dark transformation, ultimately sacrificing his own innocence in the process. Alas, what a calamity! You plotted against me, I plotted against you. It is not that retribution does not come, but that the time has not yet arrived, and Qin Feng is your retribution, not worthy of his name. Even if Princess Nan Feng wished to avoid it, she could not escape this reality. She harbored feelings for Feng Chong, yet her ambitions surged stronger. She aspired to ascend to the throne as a woman. Defying the notion that women were inferior to men, she aimed to showcase the birth of the first female emperor in the history of Great Xia. However, it was evident that Feng Chong was no match for Qin Feng. Was it truly wise to place all her bets on him? At that moment, the once despondent Feng Chong rose once more. Despite suffering dual blows to his body and soul, he would not bow to fate. He sought vengeance. He yearned to trample Qin Feng beneath his feet, to make him aware of the terror that traversers could wield. Feng Chang's expression turned icy as he turned away with a limp, the tears at the corners of his eyes a testament to a dark past that was known to the entire world. Qin Feng. Princess Nan Feng's gaze was equally frigid, her small fists cracking ominously. She vowed to rend Qin Feng to pieces, for not only had he humiliated her in countless ways, but he had also reduced her beloved man to this state. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for tormenting the Chosen One, earning 300,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for inflicting permanent psychological trauma on the Chosen One, granting another lottery opportunity. Torment. A disconcerting image flashed in Qin Feng's mind, prompting him to shudder and dispel the vision. Nevertheless, he was not one to refuse another lottery chance. With this, he now had 2 opportunities. Qin Feng found a secluded cave, specifically designated for contestants to rest, where he would no longer be broadcast live. He eagerly called upon the system to commence the lottery. Clatter! The grand wheel appeared before Qin Feng once more, beginning to spin slowly. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine level sword technique. The Great River Sword Technique. In an instant, Qin Feng envisioned a magnificent river, composed of countless sword energies, coursing through the landscape with overwhelming grandeur. What a remarkable Great River Sword Technique! Qin Feng sighed deeply, profoundly shaken by its power. Currently, he knew no sword techniques other than the heaven-slaying sword art, which left him vulnerable if he failed to slay his opponent in a single strike. The emergence of the Great River Sword Technique perfectly alleviated this awkward situation. The recently acquired 300,000 villain points brought his total to 1,026 million points, enough to exchange for a 100 compatibility card to unleash the full might of the Great River Sword Technique. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points, successfully exchanging for the Great Perfection 100 compatibility card. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Great Perfection 100 compatibility card, elevating the Great River Sword Technique to the realm of Great Perfection. Buzz! Countless sword energies surged around Qin Feng, roaring like a tumultuous river. Little White, who was munching on a carrot, perked up, sensing something from a sword energy released by Qin Feng, taking a step closer to becoming an unparalleled sword rabbit. Time passed without notice. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as dark as ink, yet imbued with a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing the heavens, having fully comprehended the essence of the Great River Sword Technique. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and called upon the system to continue the lottery. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for winning the Divine Level Imprint, unyielding will. Unyielding will, a divine-level imprint that grants the bearer immunity to any spiritual attacks in the universe. A splendid item. The brief description prompted Qin Feng to integrate it immediately. In the ancient practice of cultivation, spiritual attacks were akin to soul attacks, the most insidious form of assault, unseen, untouchable, and perilous. It was said that powerful spiritual attackers could inscribe a slave mark upon one's soul, rendering them a slave forever. With the acquisition of this unyielding will, he was now shielded from such treacherous assaults. Next, it was time for the Buddha's relic. Qin Feng took out the Buddha's relic, and a golden light instantly illuminated the dim cave, causing the dragon-shaped tattoo on his body to stir as if encountering some heavenly treasure. The great might heavenly dragon was a skill of the Buddhist sect. What effect would merging with the Buddha's relic yield? Qin Feng felt an overwhelming curiosity and decided to proceed with the refinement of the Buddha's relic. Boom! As Qin Feng integrated with the Buddha's relic, a terrifying, nearly violent energy surged forth. His body trembled violently as he distinctly felt the blood and qi within him roiling, igniting a fierce blaze that scorched his bones and flesh. In that instant, a heart-wrenching pain engulfed Qin Feng's nerves, a torment he swore he had never experienced before. Qin Feng, what is happening? Little White sensed something was amiss, frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Without regard for its effectiveness, it presented the sage bamboo tablet to Qin Feng, hoping to assist him in resisting the energy from the Buddha's relic. At this moment, a gathering of individuals assembled outside the cave, engaged in hushed whispers. Are we truly going to confront Qin Feng? This fellow has no qualms. It is rumored that nearly 200 brothers have become sisters. Perhaps we should refrain from provoking him. Presently, Qin Feng ranks 51st in points, with his cultivation at the bottom tier. There is no one easier to deal with than him. What if he possesses a wild boar as well? Fear not, for true friendship endures, and we shall not be scattered. In Chapter 61, Who Agrees, Who Disagrees? Within the cave, Qin Feng clutched the relic of the Buddha in one hand and the bamboo scroll of the sage in the other. One is a sacred artifact of Buddhism, and the other a treasured item of Taoism. Were it not for the inability to conduct a live broadcast within the cave, the entire archaic would likely be in an uproar. Thanks to Shao, by placing the bamboo scroll into Qin Feng's grasp, the relic of the Buddha suddenly fell silent, no longer exhibiting its previous ferocity. It appeared as though it had been subdued by the scroll, hesitant to act recklessly. Indeed, all things in the world exist in a delicate balance of mutual restraint. Qin Feng seized the opportunity to breathe, adeptly channeling the 33 heavens transformation technique, guiding the energy emanating from the relic into his limbs. A roar resounded as golden dragon patterns on his body emitted a dragon's chant, voraciously absorbing the energy from the relic. With this authentic Buddhist power augmenting him, the might of the great heavenly dragon would reach new heights. Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds erupted from within Qin Feng's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. An indescribable agony surged through his entire being, akin to the sensation of shattering bones and tearing flesh. Yet, thanks to the remarkable healing ability of the 33 heavens transformation technique, the fractured bones and torn flesh began to mend, rendering his physical form increasingly robust with each reconstruction. This exquisite sensation was accompanied by an equally profound suffering. It seemed he was on the verge of breaking through the spirit martial realm. Qin Feng felt the torrent of energy within him and resolved to press forward with determination. Unlike the external manifestation of spirit energy in the transcendent realm, the spirit martial realm involved the transformation of spirit energy into form. Depending on the martial arts techniques practiced, the forms manifested vary. Some morph into wolves, others into tigers, while some, like Feng Chong, transform into a great Buddha. Currently, his sky-slaying sword technique lacks a defined form, while the great river sword technique takes the shape of a vast river, and the great heavenly dragon manifests as a soaring dragon. As his martial skills align perfectly, he need not waste time on the transformation of spirit energy. A breakthrough into the spirit martial realm would enable him to utilize his techniques directly. This is why it is often said that self-created martial techniques are the strongest. What suits oneself is indeed the best. It appeared all was well. Upon observing Qin Feng's gradually calming demeanor, Xiao Bai breathed a deep sigh of relief, nearly becoming a forsaken stray rabbit. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed from outside the cave, causing Xiao Bai's heart to race anew. Oh no, someone is coming. Xiao Bai, witnessing Qin Feng in the midst of his cultivation, resolutely positioned himself at the cave's entrance. A horde of over 100 men approached, each with a cultivation level above the 5th tier of the spirit martial realm. They had heard of Qin Feng's victory over Yi Jian and recognized that the foremost prodigy of the archaic was not merely a name. Yet they could not resist the allure of the points he possessed. Compared to other prodigies, Qin Feng appeared to be the most vulnerable target. He held no advantage in age or cultivation and had recently engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Jian, followed by severing several hundred roots of enlightenment. It was believed that his strength had waned significantly. My master, the rabbit, is inside negotiating a multi-billion deal. I suggest you leave promptly. Xiao Bai, appearing as steadfast as an elder dog, felt an inner turmoil, uncertain if he could intimidate them. Negotiating a deal? Is that true? A multi-billion deal? With someone like Qin Feng, who carries a wild boar with him, what kind of grand negotiations could he possibly conduct? The crowd was filled with envy. Yet doubts began to creep in. They knew that Qin Feng's fearsome reputation was well-deserved. In a single day, he had transformed over 200 brothers into sisters. Disturbing him during negotiations would surely lead to dire consequences. Could one trust a rabbit? I suspect he is merely healing inside. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Bai suddenly vanished from sight. Whoosh! The sharp sound of rushing wind startled the crowd as Xiao Bai appeared before the skeptic, offering no time for a response before delivering a swift kick. With a thud, the individual lost their root of enlightenment. Their eyes widened in shock as an excruciating pain engulfed their body, collapsing to the ground in a fetal position, accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry of loss. Is spatial power. This rabbit possesses spatial abilities. The crowd recoiled in fear, casting wary glances at Xiao Bai. Spatial power is an exceedingly rare ability, allowing one to appear and disappear at will. Only the most formidable beings among humanity can cultivate such powers. However, for certain demonic creatures, some are born with these abilities, often referred to as extraordinary beasts. Yet, they had not anticipated that this adorable little rabbit, raised by Qin Feng, would be one such extraordinary beast, naturally endowed with spatial power. I have spoken. Who agrees and who disagrees? With an air of authority, Xiao Bai extended a paw, retrieving a carrot from within his space and nibbling on it, embodying the demeanor of a powerful rabbit. At this moment, the scene outside shifted to focus on Xiao Bai, capturing a grand close-up. Is this not Qin Feng's rabbit? This rabbit exudes confidence, yet I find myself drawn to it. Just like Qin Feng, it possesses an audacious spirit. It is no surprise that Qin Feng chose to keep it. The crowd exchanged glances, suspecting that Xiao Bai was merely bluffing. If Qin Feng were truly negotiating inside, there would be no silence. He would not remain mute. The more Xiao Bai displayed such confidence, the more it seemed like a stalling tactic. Why can't there be more trust between humans and rabbits? Realizing the crowd was not easily swayed, Xiao Bai understood that he must resort to decisive action. With a swift whoosh, Xiao Bai opted to strike first, utilizing his spatial power once more. Move, kick, shatter, an unbroken sequence. Why does this rabbit share Qin Feng's audacity? Be confident and remove the doubt. Expressions of terror spread across the onlookers, fearful of becoming the next victim. Yet, despite Xiao Bai's formidable display and adept use of spatial power, those who dared to enter the death elimination match were not without their own skills. Before long, someone discerned Xiao Bai's weakness and charged toward the cave where Qin Feng resided. Oh no! Observing this, Xiao Bai rushed back, falling for their ruse. Now is the moment. The opponent accurately anticipated Xiao Bai's appearance and location, and as Xiao Bai materialized, a fist the size of a sandbag unleashed a furious barrage. In the arena of life and death, it is either survival or demise. Mercy is not an option. Xiao Bai shrieked in agony, his white fur drenched in blood. The audience outside watched with bated breath, praying for the little one's survival. With a resounding thud, Xiao Bai was violently struck and sent sprawling to the ground, motionless. unaware of his fate. Next, it is Qin Feng. The opponent's eyes gleamed with uncontainable excitement. All they needed to do was enter and eliminate Qin Feng to secure their victory. Yet, at this moment, a certain author forced Xiao Bai into the spotlight, determined to prove that he was not a mere useless rabbit. Trembling, he managed to rise once more. Even when reduced to a mere breath, it still swayed defiantly, using its delicate frame to shield the cave entrance, a frail voice emanating with unwavering conviction. As long as I, too, am here, you shall not enter the cave. Chapter 62. The heavens did not birth me. Qin Xiaobai. The sword path is eternal like the long night. This little creature, witnessing the indomitable gaze of Xiaobai, left the moon goddess astounded. While others may not understand the character of this rabbit, she had watched it grow from a mere infant. It could be said to be a rabbit devoid of morality, its foremost aspiration being to sell Qin Feng to the young lady for coin. She had always been curious about the purpose of Qin Feng raising such a morally vacuous rabbit, fearing that it might betray him in battle. Now, she comprehended that a lack of ethics does not equate to a lack of loyalty. This rabbit truly stood its ground. When it mattered, it dared to act. Similarly, the spectators outside were moved by Xiaobai's steadfastness. Even knowing it faced certain death, it chose to buy time for its master, its petite form appearing remarkably grand in that moment. You think you can protect Qin Feng like this? The crowd echoed with cruel mockery, preparing to celebrate with Xiaobai after dispatching Qin Feng. Is it truly amusing? Xiaobai, weak yet resolute, slowly raised its little head, and a sharp glint ignited in its eyes. What is happening? The crowd's expressions shifted as they sensed a change within Xiaobai. Previously a cute little rabbit, Xiaobai now resembled a sword poised to unsheath. With a commanding shout, "Sword, come forth!" Xiaobai trembled as it gradually lifted its tiny hand. Buzz! The clear sound of a sword's cry resonated from the cave, and a beam of sword light shot forth like a meteor. As the rabbit raised by Qin Feng, it had not only learned his cunning ways, but also his swordsmanship. Moreover, Qin Feng had never held back from sharing his insights with it, teaching it how to become an unparalleled sword rabbit. With the assistance of the saint's bamboo scrolls and the intellect-boosting carrots, it eventually grasped its own sword path, even able to summon Qin Feng's Chong Kong divine sword with ease. Behold, the Chong Kong divine sword soared from the cave, transforming into 9 small swords that floated around Xiaobai. It was the Chong Kong 9 swords. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, realizing that a significant event was unfolding. They were aware of Qin Feng's Chong Kong 9 swords, acquired through shameless means from the emperor of the Great Xia, and which had since become Qin Feng's exclusive weapon. They knew he typically utilized the 9 sword in unison, but dismantling them signified he was prepared to unleash his full potential. Now, this rabbit had transformed the Chong Kong divine sword into 9 small swords, and they could hardly believe that a rabbit raised by Qin Feng could possess any sense of propriety. The heavens did not birth me, Qin Xiaobai. The sword path is eternal like the long night. Xiaobai recalled Qin Feng's words, akin to a scion transforming after a beating. The sword energy around it surged fiercely, as the 9 small swords, seemingly commanded, darted forward like shooting stars. Incredible. I'm stirred to my very core by a mere rabbit. The atmosphere among the spectators ignited, all minds echoing the phrase, "The heavens did not birth me." Qin Xiaobai. The sword path is eternal like the long night. Such grandeur, such audacity. Truly a rabbit nurtured by Qin Feng. It had not only absorbed his cunning, but also his fervor. The moon goddess found herself momentarily lost in thought, her mind drifting back 7 years. She remembered the first time she met Qin Feng, when he proclaimed statements of grandeur, asserting that as long as there was Qin Feng, the heavens would bow. However, the subsequent plea, "Sister Moon Goddess, save me," nearly destabilized her resolve. Danger. The faces of those surrounding Xiaobai changed drastically as they witnessed the incoming 9 swords and hastily attempted to evade. Yet, they had grossly underestimated Xiaobai's combat prowess. Although its cultivation matched Qin Feng's at the extraordinary 9th level, it boasted an epic-level talent, capable of facing challenges far beyond its station without difficulty. Even against cultivators of the 9th level in the spirit martial realm, it could hold its own for several exchanges. Swish! 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 The sounds of shattering eggs accompanied by cries of anguish filled the air. Truly, a rabbit raised by Qin Feng. The audience outside could not help but swallow their breaths, instinctively shielding their companions. Who exactly is Qin Feng? The moon goddess realized that after 7 years, she still could not comprehend him. He exhibited ruthless determination in excavating his brother's supreme bone, unwavering defiance against his family's elders, brazen pursuits of the great Xia princess, and an array of shameless tactics. Yet, this unyielding Qin Feng had managed to lead a tranquil life in the moon goddess palace for 7 years, concealing his true strength while nurturing a rabbit of unparalleled swordsmanship like Xiao Bai. With a resounding crash, the Chongkong 9 swords were sent flying by a surge of power, the chaotic scene coming under control. A figure clad in black armor descended, wielding a war spear with an aura of dominance that sent the Chongkong 9 swords soaring, radiating a distinct energy signature of an entry-level cultivator. It was Qianjun. The crowd collectively exhaled, knowing their companion had been safeguarded. While Qianjun may not be deemed a prodigy, his first-level cultivation granted him the capability to contend for a chance to advance. And subduing the rogue rabbit Xiao Bai should pose little challenge. Entry-level realm. Xiao Bai's eyelids fluttered slightly, sensing impending peril, while it could challenge beyond its level. Unafraid even of the 9th level in the spirit martial realm, not every rabbit bore the name Qin Feng. Faced with such overwhelming abilities, the threat of death loomed large. In the cave, Qin Feng sensed the battle outside, hastening his breakthrough to the spirit martial realm, unwilling to experience a twist of fate akin to Fengchang's interruption. At that moment, the relic of Buddha had fused within him, transforming him entirely. His vitality surged, akin to a mighty river in tumult, with divine radiance emanating from his bones and flesh, enveloping him in a sacred glow. The Zhangtian dominance had begun to activate, further enhancing his physical strength. Now, Qin Feng's eyes snapped open, dark as ink, yet ignited with a tangible brilliance. A formidable wave of energy surged forth from him, a river of sword energy rushing behind him. The thunderous roar of the waves startled those outside the cave. Is it Qin Feng? The spectators' faces paled with a hint of terror, sensing the emergence of a fearsome beast. They were oblivious to the source of the overwhelming sound. Yet they could distinctly feel that Qin Feng had broken through the spirit martial realm. At the extraordinary 9th level, Qin Feng could vanquish a sword. Now, having broken through, he would not be underestimated on the battlefield of life and death. One among them, eyes wide with rage, shouted, "What are we waiting for? Rush in and eliminate Qin Feng, or we will all become sisters when he emerges." With nothing left to lose, they collectively resolved to annihilate the despicable Qin Feng that very day. Wait! Qianjun's commanding voice pierced through as he stepped forward, exuding an aura of invincibility like a battle god. So powerful, Xiao Bai's expression grew grave, bracing itself for a desperate fight. Qianjun, the leader, is magnificent. The morale of the crowd surged, feeling the reassurance of a steadfast anchor. With a thud, Qianjun knelt before the cave entrance without hesitation, prostrating himself as he declared, "I am Qianjun, and my admiration for Boss Qin Feng flows like an unceasing river, like the Yellow River in flood. Today, if Boss Qin Feng does not accept me as a disciple, I shall perish at this cave's entrance." Chapter 63. A wife is always better from another family. Silence. The entire venue fell into a hushed stillness. As everyone shed their trousers to join the rebellion, you, without a moment's hesitation, chose to kneel in servitude. How infuriating! Ultimately, my trust was misplaced. Xiao Bai was also left dumbfounded, a massive shock coursing through his mind. Despite believing he had grasped the essence of servility after years of following Qin Feng, he was utterly unprepared for the reality that there are always greater heights to reach, and that one form of servility often surpasses another. These fools, Qianjun, unfazed by the gazes of others, prostrated himself outside the cave. It was not a lack of shame that compelled him to kneel before Qin Feng, but rather an overwhelming fear instilled by the thunderous roar that had just echoed. If he was not mistaken, it was likely an incredibly terrifying sword technique, one that resonated perfectly with Qin Feng. It is common knowledge that to achieve perfection in sacred-level techniques, one must innovate. Yet, Qin Feng had created the terrifying Zhan Tianba Jian Shu at the tender age of 8. He could hardly fathom the kind of formidable sword technique Qin Feng could conceive now, given his current mastery of the sword. To kneel before the powerful is indeed his virtue. At that moment, the overwhelming roar gradually subsided, and tranquility returned to the cave. "This is bad." A look of terror spread across everyone's faces as they realized Qin Feng was about to emerge. Casting a glance at Xiaobai, and then at Qianjun, they understood that killing Qin Feng was now impossible. Their only option was to retreat as per the 36 stratagems. "After striking my rabbit, do they think they can leave without consequence?" Qin Feng's cold voice resonated from within the cave, and the long Kong Jiujian, which had been knocked down, began to tremble violently, unleashing a chilling sword light that was exponentially stronger than before. "Run!" Someone shouted in fear, and chaos ensued as they desperately fled in all directions. However, the long Kong Jiujian had already taken to the air, transforming into 9 slender beams of light that sliced through the void. Unlike when Qin Feng had used it at the extraordinary 9th level, after breaking through to the 1st level of Lingwu realm, the control range of the 9 swords expanded to over 1,000 meters. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for shattering Yi Yongji, earning 1,000 villain points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for shattering Yi Yongji, earning 1,000 villain points. As the wails of despair echoed, the system's notifications continued to ring. Alas, how utterly shameless! The spectators outside could hardly bear to watch, finding it difficult to describe Qin Feng. To call him ruthless? He was the only one among the contestants in the life and death elimination round to secure a spot in the top 100 without killing anyone. This was unprecedented in this and previous contests. Yet, if one were to argue he was not cruel, nearly 300 males have been transformed into sisters because of him, a phenomenon never witnessed before in any life and death contest. How terrifying! Beads of sweat formed on Qianjun's forehead as he heard the swords whizzing past his ears. He had tried his utmost to estimate Qin Feng's terrifying prowess, yet he found himself underestimating it. The long Kong Jiujian in Qin Feng's hands was on an entirely different level than in Xiaobai's. Aside from the prodigies of Dao Realm, it seemed no one could withstand his 9 swords. Thank goodness I knelt quickly. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Qianjun felt an immense sense of relief. At that moment, a chillingly beautiful voice rang out, "Halt!" A stunning lady clad in white floated gracefully in midair, her presence commanding attention. Upon witnessing such brutality, she could not help but raise an eyebrow and swiftly formed a hand sign to restrain the rapidly flying 9 swords. It was Yulan Xianzi. The men below seemed to have found a savior and hastily knelt, pleading for her assistance. "So she's Yulan?" The male spectators outside brightened, exclaiming that she was indeed a peerless beauty. In the entire Yin dynasty, Yulan was a household name. She was the daughter of the Blue Demon and one of the 4 great beauties of ancient times, her father's identity shrouded in mystery. A century ago, the Blue Demon, one of the 4 great beauties, mysteriously vanished, only to return 100 years later, pregnant, giving birth to Yulan shortly thereafter. It was said that Yulan possessed an exceptionally rare Xian-Yin physique, exhibiting terrifying talent from a young age, and was an unparalleled beauty. Upon seeing her today, the rumors proved true. If they recalled correctly, Yulan had already reached the 2nd level of Dao Realm, making her one of the most favored contenders in this life and death elimination round. At that moment, Qin Feng within the cave was momentarily taken aback as the system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding dong, epic level chosen daughter detected. Chosen daughter? The female protagonist? Qin Feng's expression turned peculiar, slightly bewildered. Ever since awakening the system, he had encountered 3 chosen ones alongside his second brother, including the stunning Zi Yuan and Princess Nanfeng. He had always assumed these beauties were the protagonists, only to realize they were mere supporting characters, while the true heroine was yet to be revealed. Whose wife could she be? Qin Feng murmured to himself, expressing curiosity. Yulan furrowed her delicate brows, coldly stating, "Killing is merely a matter of striking the ground. Why must you humiliate others so? If I am not mistaken, the one who employs such despicable tactics is none other than the first prodigy of ancient times, Qin Feng. Are you Qin Feng? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long Kong Jian broke free from its restraints and swiftly flew into the cave. Moments later, Qin Feng, donned in white like a graceful gentleman, emerged from the cave, prompting involuntary exclamations of admiration. A jade-like figure in the world, a peerless gentleman, yet with thoughts of his methods. They could not help but mutter disdainfully, shameless. You're Qin Feng. Yulan's brows knitted slightly as she found it difficult to associate this beautiful youth with the infamous Egg King. Mistress, you have mistaken the person. Qin Feng replied with an air of refinement. I am Qing Chu, a prodigy that surpasses the blue. Qing Chu, Yulan. The crowd dissected his words, collectively branding him shameless. You are formidable. Yulan remained unfazed by Qin Feng's teasing, acutely aware of his terrifying strength. As Qin Feng had just broken through to the Lingwu realm, his aura was not yet fully controlled, but it was evident that he was far superior to others of the same level. It was clear that during his 7 years in the Moon God Palace, although his cultivation had not seen significant breakthroughs, he had honed his foundation to an extraordinarily formidable degree, indicating a promising path ahead. In what aspect do you mean? Qin Feng began to appraise Yulan, unable to help but acknowledge that others' partners were often superior. The 36 rabbits, the towering snow-capped mountains, seemed to possess an astonishing resilience. If he were to engage her using the dragon's entry into the sea technique, it would undoubtedly result in a substantial system reward. How vulgar! The crowd's gazes were filled with disdain, clearly recognizing his lecherous intent. Indeed, as rumored, utterly shameless. Yulan's delicate face flushed slightly as she felt uncomfortable under Qin Feng's intense gaze. Though she knew her beauty attracted many men, she could not withstand Qin Feng's fiery stare, which seemed to suggest he could devour her at any moment. Oh dear, you have finally emerged. Xiao Bai, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, its eyelids growing heavier until it finally succumbed to sleep. Despite possessing epic-level talents, it was still merely a rabbit of extraordinary 9th level, relying solely on sheer will to endure in the presence of so many Ling Wu and even Dao realm experts. Now that it had seen Qin Feng emerge, it could no longer hold on. Sleep well. Qin Feng gently cradled Xiao Bai, who was now a far cry from the pet rabbit he once knew. The once pristine white fur was now tainted crimson with blood, and its appearance was far more pitiful than that of a stray rabbit. Yet, he expressed no disdain. Holding Xiao Bai close, unfazed even as blood stained his white attire. Boss, Qian Jun hurriedly approached, eager to curry favor, embodying the role of a sycophant to perfection. The audience's eyes were filled with disdain, shocked to discover this was the true nature of Qian Jun. Despite possessing the cultivation of the first level of the Dao and clad in exquisite armor while wielding a formidable war spear, he shamelessly knelt before Qin Feng. His flattery flowed effortlessly and naturally. In response, Qian Jun remained entirely unperturbed, finding their childishness amusing. They all believed that participating in the life-and-death elimination tournament would allow them to defy fate, unaware that they were merely cannon fodder to highlight the true prodigies. He understood this matter with great clarity. Rather than face the pressures of reality in the future, it was wiser to become a mere ornament on Qin Feng's thigh. The martial world is not merely about bloodshed. It encompasses the intricacies of human relationships. As the son of the Moon God Palace, combined with his exceptional innate talent, Qin Feng's future was destined for greatness. Only by clinging to him now could one hope to alter their fate. Sycophant. Qin Feng assessed Qian Jun and felt no significant aversion. It is quite normal for a powerful individual to gather followers. One cannot handle every trivial matter alone. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on subjugating a sycophantic subordinate and obtaining the Celestial Slave Seal. Celestial Slave Seal, no rank, when imprinted on a loyal subordinate, allows them to share half of the host's combat power. Should they harbor betrayal, they will be consumed by the flames of hell. Note, special physique. Comprehension level does not count as an enhancement. What a marvelous item. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain his delight. Even though his Tsang Tian Ba Ti, Invincible Sword Heart, and third-level Sword Intent could not be enhanced, the aura of the Emperor's endowment offered a tenfold boost. meaning the recipient would enjoy a five-fold increase in combat power. It was not just Qian Jun, even the so-called prodigies would struggle to resist such an alluring enhancement. The only price was eternal loyalty. Following a man of integrity like him, there seemed to be no reason for betrayal. Qin Feng glanced at Qian Jun and softly inquired, "Are you truly committed to following me?" "Indeed." Qian Jun nodded solemnly, absolutely not joking. With his talent, he could indeed compete for the chance to emerge. But even if he did, he would still be at the bottom, destined to serve others. Since they were all destined to serve, why not seek a boss with potential? Excellent. Qin Feng concentrated a mysterious golden rune at his fingertips, and, before Qian Jun could react, slapped it onto his forehead. The golden rune flickered on his brow before vanishing. Boom! The energy within Qian Jun suddenly surged forth, causing the ground around him to crack open, and his aura instantaneously intensified by 4 or 5 times. What on earth is happening? Whether it was the audience present or those watching from outside, including the 6th Dao Emperor, they were all taken aback. Merely imprinting a seal on Qian Jun's forehead could amplify his combat power by over 5 times. If such an event occurred with a certain powerhouse, they wouldn't be surprised. Yet, Qin Feng had just broken through to the first level of Lingwu, a whole major realm below Qian Jun. Is this some kind of poisoned milk? How could this be? Qian Jun stood there, dumbfounded, his heart churning with overwhelming waves. He could distinctly feel the tremendous power surging within him, indeed 5 times stronger. Although he had not experienced the joy of the Emperor's endowment, he had undeniably stepped into the ranks of prodigies. No, he was determined to stick with this leader. Even if Jesus himself appeared, it would be futile. Qin Feng paid no mind to the astonishment of the crowd, raising his gaze to Yulan, who was hovering in the air on her flying sword. He mused that if he could imprint her with a celestial slave seal, it might yield considerable rewards. However, while the seal was indeed useful, it required the voluntary relinquishment of resistance. Coercion would render it ineffective. This is the first prodigy of the ancient era? Yulan's face grew grave as she sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the first prodigy. Gulp! The entire audience swallowed hard, sensing a tense calm before the storm. Since ancient times, it has been said that whenever a great era of contention arrives, prodigies emerge like bamboo shoots after rain, each carrying immense fortune. Defeating them allows one to seize a portion of their luck. The ultimate victor can harness the world's fortune to strive for the legendary pinnacle. Ever since Qin Feng proclaimed, "At the pinnacle of the immortal realm, in this world where there is Qin Feng, there is heaven," 7 years ago, he earned the title of the first prodigy of the ancient era, becoming the prime target for challenges for various prodigies. Now, with the outcome of the world still uncertain, we are all dark horses. Originally, Yulan intended to challenge Qin Feng before he fully matured, but the recent display forced her to reconsider whether to confront him now. She had learned from others about the confrontation between Qin Feng and Yi Jian. The Zhan Tian Ba Jian technique, bolstered by the invincible sword heart and third-level sword intent, was already terrifying enough, but the Supreme Bone's Shang Tsang Jieguang was even more fearsome, directly defeating Yi Jian's Tian Jian body. It was said that this was not even Qin Feng's complete form. He had only utilized the basic abilities of his Zhongtong in battle. Yet even those basic capabilities instilled fear in others. She wondered whether he had developed any new abilities for his Zhongtong in the past 7 years. Probably not. Yulan furrowed her brows slightly, finding it unlikely. Qin Feng was only 15, and his comprehension of the invincible sword heart and third-level sword intent was unprecedented. Given his terrifying Shang Tsang Jieguang, it was improbable that he could find time to develop new abilities for his Zhongtong. This meant that the battle between Qin Feng and Yi Jian represented the extent of his combat power. Otherwise, he would not have risked breaking through in such a perilous environment. The more Yulan pondered, the more convinced she became that defeating Qin Feng was within reach. Across from her, Qin Feng's intentions lay elsewhere, focused on cleanliness rather than conflict. Just as both sides exchanged glances, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Roar! A dragon's roar shattered the ambience, resonating throughout the entire life and death arena. Who dares to confront the little dragon? The crowd in the life and death arena was astounded, collectively turning their gazes toward one direction. In the life and death arena, one must hunt beasts to earn points, among which were 2 dragons, one large and one small. The larger was a true dragon, while the smaller was a flood dragon. Ever since the establishment of the life and death arena, they had been confined within this space. Defeating them not only granted substantial points, but also yielded treasures like dragon pearls. However, for a century, no one had managed to vanquish them. Even the previous life and death elimination tournament, no one succeeded. It was known that the last tournament was labeled an epic showdown, with the 6th Tao Emperor subsequently sealing 2 holy sons, highlighting the event's significance. Yet, even the tournament that birthed 2 holy sons, they ultimately fell before the flood dragon, let alone provoke the mightiest true dragon, who is so audacious. Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the small dragon's direction, faintly hearing the continuous rumble of battle. The noise was chaotic, as though a group was engaged in a brawl. Yulan furrowed her brows and murmured, decisively stepping onto her flying sword and heading toward the small dragon. She realized that now was not the time to confront Qin Feng. It was only the 2nd day of the life and death elimination tournament. If she engaged in a mutual destruction with Qin Feng, it would merely benefit others. It was better to check the small dragon's location first. If she could claim the kill, she would strike gold. Especially the dragon pearl, a remarkably rare treasure, if fused. Her strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Many shared Yulan's thoughts, halting their battles and rushing toward the small dragon's position. Quickly, let's go. Qin Feng had no intention of joining the fray, leading Qianjun in the opposite direction. All right, boss. Qianjun exhibited a remarkable awareness of his subordinate role, not inquiring about their destination, but silently trailing behind Qin Feng. At last, they had departed. The surrounding crowd exhaled deeply, relieved that Qin Feng had seemingly forgotten them. Yet, in the next moment, 9 beams of sword light surged forth, piercing the air and eliciting a cacophony of screams. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for shattering a total of 121 eggs, earning 121,000 villain points. He had not forgotten after all. The onlookers outside shuddered involuntarily, reminding themselves to never provoke Qin Feng. He bore no grudges, but retribution was swift and ruthless. At this moment, before the lair of the Jiaolong, a cavern loomed. Feng Chang, adorned with smoky makeup, observed calmly as a group of candidates relentlessly assaulted a Jiaolong measuring 40 to 50 meters in length. Unlike a concerted effort to defeat a boss, this group of candidates appeared dazed, resembling automatons. They charged heedlessly even after sustaining injuries from the Jiaolong, willing to self-destruct beside it if necessary. What was happening? The arriving candidates wore expressions of vigilance, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Come fort. All of you. Feng Chang's lips curled into a sinister smile, as a fearsome figure of a great Buddha emerged behind him. When the Buddha began to speak, an eerie chant resonated through the heavens and earth. It was the demonic sound of the Buddha. Some immediately covered their ears and retreated in terror. This was a formidable mental attack. Those with wavering wills would be seduced and transformed into mindless drones. They had grossly underestimated the terror of Feng Chang after his dark transformation. Their wills swiftly succumbed to the Buddha's demonic sound, their gazes growing increasingly vacant. On the brink of complete control, only Yulan, empowered by the aura of the Chosen One, barely resisted the invasion of the Buddha's sound. Who was this person? Yulan could not fathom how such a demon could exist in the life and death elimination round. Feng Chang seized a man who had been enslaved, biting down savagely on his neck, frantically draining his life force to mend his own injuries. The scene was horrifically bloody. After a brief spasm, the man lay motionless. This fellow had truly become a demon. The spectators outside were appalled, their hair standing on end, horrified by Feng Chang's methods. Although he had not made a remarkable showing in the life and death elimination round, constantly schemed against by Qin Lao Lu, the scene of him grasping the true essence of the Buddha's demonic sound remained vividly etched in their minds, an unparalleled prodigy of the ancient world. They could hardly believe that such a genius, now corrupted, could bring such dreadful calamity to the entire ancient realm. Soon, I will be restored. Feng Chang wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes gleaming with madness. Once he slayed the Jiaolong and obtained the dragon pearl, his power would ascend to unprecedented heights, allowing him to enslave even more souls and inflict pain upon Qin Feng. At this moment, as Feng Chong wielded the Buddha's demonic sound to command the candidates into a frenzy against the Jiaolong, Qin Feng led Qian Jun to a sheer cliff, where a massive natural cave awaited, littered with bleached bones, both beast and human alike. "Boss, what are we doing here?" Qian Yun trembled uncontrollably, sensing that his leader was somewhat unhinged. While everyone else flocked to witness the slaughter of the Jiaolong, he, instead, had brought him to the lair of the great dragon. Indeed, this was the true dragon with the highest score in the life-and-death battlefield. Initially, Qin Feng had intended to head toward the Jiaolong, but upon reflection, he realized that the dragon pearl from the Jiaolong could not compare to that of the true dragon. Furthermore, with all attention drawn to the Jiaolong, he could unleash his full might against the true dragon without the fear of others claiming share of the spoils. Confucius said, "One should not speak of strange forces or chaotic spirits." Qin Feng cast a casual glance at Qian Jun bewildered. Qian Jun queried, "What does that mean?" "I do not know." The little white creature in Qin Feng's arms had regained some strength, its small face serious as it spoke. "Using strange forces to render the questioner dazed means that your inquiries are superfluous." Superfluous? Does the boss intend to slay the dragon? Qian Yun ventured cautiously. "What do you think?" Qin Feng began to stretch, preparing for action. He truly intends to slay the dragon. Qian Jun felt a wave of vertigo, convinced that his leader had lost his sanity. The great dragon possessed the strength of the 5th level of the Tao, a rare sight among the demon race, far surpassing any peer-level prodigy of the human race. Even if Qin Feng's talent was terrifying, was it not a bit reckless to attempt to slay it with only the 1st level of Lingwu cultivation? The scene shifted back to Qin Feng. The consensus among all was that this child must have consumed counterfeit liquor, for surely only such madness could explain his behavior. "Slay the dragon," exclaimed the Six Paths Emperor and other dignitaries, astonished by Qin Feng's audacity. Not only had he just broken through to the 1st level of Lingwu, but even those at the 9th level of the Tao would hesitate to provoke a great dragon, a true member of the Dragon Clan, inherently superior to humans. Historically, dragons seldom face challenges from humans of higher levels, and the notion of a 1st-level Lingwu confronting a 5th-level Tao was unprecedented. Could he have a hidden trump card? "Do not look at me. I know nothing." The moon goddess spread her hands innocently, genuinely not recognizing Qin Feng anymore. Having lived with him for 7 years, she had assumed he was merely consolidating his foundation, a belief she wholeheartedly endorsed, thinking that cultivators should strive for the future rather than immediate gains. Her decision to allow Qin Feng to participate in the life-and-death elimination round was merely to broaden his horizons, never expecting it would instead serve as a lesson for her. His foundation was already abnormally solid, and now he had quietly elevated his sword intent to level 3. Furthermore, there was the mention of the celestial tyrant body by the Six Paths Emperor. Whether it was true or not remained uncertain. If it were true, this lad would indeed be a thoroughgoing fraud and a perverse anomaly. "I do not know." The Six Paths Emperor's gaze remained fixed on the projection of Qin Feng. He genuinely admired the talent displayed by Qin Feng, but rules were rules. If he did not voluntarily forfeit, the Emperor could not simply release him. Meanwhile, at the Jiaolong's lair, explosions echoed continuously. Art is indeed an explosion. Feng Chang's face bore an expression of mania as he observed the Jiaolong being relentlessly bombarded by human-shaped explosives, its scales shedding and blood raining down like a torrential downpour. Yet, even so, Feng Chang remained unsatisfied, using the Buddha's demonic sound to enslave more spectators drawn to the unfolding chaos. This individual was utterly ruthless. The audience outside seethed with anger, displaying zero tolerance for the demon practitioners. They could no longer be regarded as human, having lost all reverence for life in their eyes. Human lives were worth no more than ants, especially since he was a disciple of the great Xia, enslaving individuals from their Inu dynasty. Feng Chang, the princess of Nanfeng, was shocked, unable to believe that Feng Chang had transformed into such a being. He was the antithesis of the erudite and refined gentleman she had envisioned. Now, he was selfish, self-serving, and willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. The elder tasked with protecting the envoy spoke slowly. Becoming a demon means releasing the suppressed desires within one's heart, indicating that Feng Chang's former elegance was a facade. Deep down, he is truly a selfish and self-serving man. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The princess of Nan, Feng, shook her head vigorously, unable to accept that Feng Chang could be such a person. In her eyes, he was the perfect partner, with an extraordinary vision that astonished her. His timeless verses flowed effortlessly, and he could effortlessly resolve even the most challenging situations. His creations were unparalleled in history. He should embody a spirit of selflessness and generosity. How could he possibly be a selfish villain? Alas, the elder sighed in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. On the other side, Qin Feng had concluded his warm-up. After handing Xiao Bai to Qianjun, he dashed into the cave with remarkable speed. Is he serious? Qianjun was left astonished, his mind blank. He had encountered fearless individuals before, but never someone as reckless as Qin Feng. I found it. As Qin Feng entered the cave, he decisively activated his heavy pupils, clearly revealing a massive dragon head within. At that moment, the great dragon was peacefully asleep, oblivious to the audacity of anyone daring to challenge it. Even though it had vaguely heard the cry of the Jiaolong, it dismissed it entirely, as each time the life-and-death battlefield commenced. There were always a few impassioned youths who believed themselves invincible, only to end up as the evening meal for that little loach. Suddenly, the dragon's eyelids fluttered, sensing an intrusion. Draw your sword. Almost the instant the dragon opened its eyes, the dark, watery sword light was drawn from its sheath. The sound of steel rang clear and high, reverberating like thunder, startling the dragon. This is bad. There's danger. An old six is attempting to ambush me. But before the dragon could react, Qin Feng, clad in white like snow, flashed forward like a bolt of lightning, gracefully lifting into the air. The stunning sword light illuminating the cave. Drawing, striking, and sheathing the sword, his movements flowed seamlessly. A resounding thud echoed as a splash of crimson burst forth. The dragon felt its vision fade, a sharp pain radiating from its left eye throughout its body. Roaring in agony, the dragon's anguished cry reverberated through the heavens and earth. With its left eye blinded, it entered a frenzied state, debris from the cave tumbling down and fierce cracks spreading throughout. This is bad. The cave is collapsing. Qin Feng, with an ethereal grace, swiftly exited the cave. Boss! Qianjun couldn't help but exclaim, relieved to see Qin Feng unharmed. Yet, the next moment his heart sank again. With a thunderous crash, the cave fully collapsed, the cliff crumbling as well. A colossal dragon, pitch black and nearly 100 meters long, soared skyward from the ruins. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the dragon's left eye had become a gory pit, its furious roar echoing in the air, as if vowing to find that old six and tear him apart. Oh dear, this is deafening. Xiao Bai quickly covered her ears, nearly deafened by the noise. Goodness, Qin Feng is truly slaying a dragon. The spectators outside were left in awe, their hearts unable to calm for a long time. They realized that Qin Feng was genuinely fierce, daring to challenge the great dragon despite being at the first level of Lingwu, and successfully blinding one of its eyes, a feat never seen since the inception of the life-and-death battlefield. Stop shouting. Qin Feng offered no respite to the dragon, leaping directly before its head. Without waiting for the dragon to utter a vengeful introduction, he shamelessly unleashed the power of the celestial calamity. A golden light flickered from his chest, revealing swirling runes. Thunder rumbled as the dragon was caught off guard, struck squarely in the face. Another splash of red blooming in the air. This infuriated the dragon. It had not anticipated such a blatant disregard for martial ethics. Being hit directly in the face with a powerful attack, causing its appearance to be marred. Had it not been said that one should not strike a dragon's face? Before the dragon could retaliate, Qin Feng's pupils flickered with a purple light. Suddenly, the sky darkened, revealing pairs of enormous heavy pupils. It was the divine power of heavy pupils. The audience outside erupted in frenzy, their thoughts racing. Why is this different from what Teacher Ma Dai said? Wasn't it mentioned that Qin Feng had exhausted his energy and could no longer develop his heavy pupil powers? What is this now? They also realized that compared to Qin Feng, they seemed to have lived like mere dogs. At just 15, he had comprehended the invincible sword heart, third-level sword intent, the supreme bone, and had not neglected the training of heavy pupils, even creating 2 divine-level techniques. In contrast, they at 15 only knew to embrace the 48 techniques with foolish grins. How terrifying! Qian Jun, being close to the action, could clearly feel the dread emanating from those eyes in the sky, as if heaven itself was looking down upon the ants on the earth. Terrified, he hurriedly hugged Xiao Bai, retreating to maintain a safe distance. Now's the time, the yin-yang divine light. Qin Feng's eyes radiated an otherworldly purple glow, offering the dragon no time to react. With a whoosh, beams of light shot forth from the pairs of heavy pupils, striking the dragon like lasers. The dragon let out a pained roar, its once impenetrable scales no longer resilient, as the yin-yang divine light pierced through, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yet, the dragon was still a dragon. Its cultivation at the 5th level of the Tao was not to be underestimated. Even though Qin Feng's yin-yang divine light was terrifyingly potent, it could not inflict fatal damage. Instead, it only served to further ignite the dragon's fury, letting out a thunderous roar. The remaining eye of the dragon glared at Qin Feng, as if to say, "You're finished. Now, it's my turn to perform." Yet, Qin Feng showed no signs of panic. Instead, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "This is bad." P.S. An old 6. The dragon felt a wave of unease at Qin Feng's smile. Before it could comprehend, a chilling sensation swept over it from behind. The Long Kong divine sword had inexplicably split into 9 blades, transforming into streaks of sword light that shot towards its exhaust port. The dragon widened its eyes, emitting a wretched scream, experiencing what it meant to be in a world of trouble. This is utterly shameless. The audience outside could hardly bear to watch, gaining a new understanding of Qin Feng's lack of limits. He was indifferent to the means employed, as long as he could defeat the dragon, resorting to the most despicable tactics if necessary. A mournful roar echoed from afar, soon succumbing to silence. The Jiao Long had been slain. The scene shifted to Feng Chong, who, amidst the chaotic output, saw the Jiao Long collapse, unable to rise again. With a devilish grin, Feng Chong swiftly approached the fallen creature, ignoring its cries for mercy, and ruthlessly plunged his iron hand in, extracting a pale yellow dragon pearl. The Jiao Long's dragon pearl. The audience outside instantly lost their composure, their eyes fixated on the dragon pearl in Feng Chang's hand. Even a Jiao Long pearl was a rare treasure, let alone the other parts of a Jiao Long, which were invaluable, especially as Feng Chang's points surged to the top rank. A student of the Xia imperial family, overshadowing the various prodigies of the Yin dynasty. It was a humiliation of epic proportions. Now, all eyes were on whether Qin Feng could surpass Feng Chong. The audience's hearts raced, feeling as though Qin Feng had transformed from the shame of the Yin dynasty into its sole hope. Truly, the first ancient dynasty, the Xia, was a cradle of talent. The Six Paths Emperor's expression grew solemn, realizing that now was not the time to confront the Xia royal family. Feng Chong was a step ahead of the various prodigies of the Yin dynasty, but Qin Feng was also a contender from the Xia. He had to acknowledge the Xia royal family while not underestimating himself. It appeared that the Jiao Long had indeed been dispatched. Upon hearing the sound of the Jiao Long's demise, Qin Feng understood he needed to hasten his dragon-slaying efforts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly attract other candidates vying for a share of the spoils. Life or death hinges on this move. Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he tore his shirt, revealing a dazzling golden dragon tattoo. Unlike the dragon tattoos of others, he seemed alive, writhing on his body, emitting resonant dragon roars. "What is this?" The crowd outside wore expressions of sheer astonishment, their faces reflecting a naivety rarely seen. Simultaneously, they found it hard to fathom that at such a critical moment, Qin Feng still possessed a trump card, and one that ranked just after the heavy pupil. The techniques of the Buddhist sect, the various powerful figures, including the Six Paths Emperor, were no longer composed. With their cultivation levels, they could immediately discern that this was indeed a Buddhist technique, and one that had reached the pinnacle of perfection. "What are you looking at? I truly do not understand." The moon goddess's face was a picture of innocence. Although she had seen the golden dragon tattoo on Qin Feng's body, she was utterly unaware that it was his own creation of a Buddhist technique. What do you know? The powerful figures were incensed, their teeth grinding in frustration, wishing they could pummel the moon goddess for her ignorance, while others revered a prodigy like Qin Feng. Treating him like a treasure, she was blissfully oblivious. This could not stand. Once the life and death elimination round concluded, they would have to, under the banner of justice, rescue Qin Feng from her clutches, lest a fine piece of jade be squandered by certain individuals. Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Great Luo Spell, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Ba Ma Kong, Soaring Dragons in the Heavens. After forming an impressive series of hand seals, the dragon tattoo on Qin Feng's body soared forth, transforming into a golden behemoth, rivaling a black dragon. Roar! The golden and black dragons roared at each other, then engaged in a fierce battle. Thunderous roars erupted as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thoroughly disrupted, dazzling light spilling forth like a torrent from the Milky Way. As two colossal figures coalesced within it, the overwhelming pressure of their draconic might spreading like wildfire. However, the great dragon had already endured Qin Feng's sky-slaying sword technique, celestial tribulation light, and the divine light of yin and yang, while also suffering the devastation of the floral world by 9 swords, resulting in a significant drop in its combat prowess. In contrast, the Great Might Heavenly Dragon, which had innate damage enhancement against demonic beasts, grew even stronger after absorbing the relic of the Buddha, firmly overpowering the great dragon. This is madness. The spectators outside were utterly unhinged, scarcely able to believe their eyes. Qin Feng truly suppressed the great dragon of the 5th level of Tao with his 1st level of Lingwu cultivation, not merely holding it back, but rendering it incapable of lifting its head. In all of ancient history, no one had ever accomplished such a feat, my heavens. The crowd, including Qianjun, gaped in disbelief at the spectacle of 2 dragons clashing in the sky, struggling to comprehend the immense prowess of their newly appointed leader. It was akin to a small cow riding a flying sword, a sight that demanded reverence. I will see you perish. Qin Feng felt drained from the continuous release of his formidable abilities, controlling the Long Kong 9 swords as they wreaked havoc within the great dragon's body. Roar! The great dragon's eyes widened in agony, its massive form losing control and plummeting from the sky. Now's my chance. Qin Feng swiftly formed another hand seal, directing the Great Might Heavenly Dragon to strike down upon the great dragon. The outcome hinged entirely on this moment. Success would mean a banquet of dragon meat and beer tonight. Failure would allow for the blame to fall upon Feng Chang's instructions. Boom! 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 The Great Might Heavenly Dragon dove down, crashing into the ground and unleashing an energy storm, countless thunderous booms echoing through the void like crashing waves, relentless in their fury. Roar! The great dragon emitted a death cry, as if lamenting the actions of the shameless Qin Feng. In its final moments, it summoned the last remnants of its strength, angrily whipping its tail toward Qin Feng. What? Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. There was no strength left to evade. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng took the full brunt of the dragon's tail, the bones in his chest shattering instantly, and his internal organs sustaining varying degrees of damage. Had the great dragon not been worn down to critical health by his relentless assault, combined with his training in the 33 days of transformation and the Tsang Tian dominance body, he would have surely met his demise. It echoed the old adage, "You may ambush me countless times, but a single strike from me will suffice." Chapter 68. Qin Feng, never waste a grain of food. Boss. Qianjun rushed forward, catching Qin Feng as he staggered. Boom! The massive form of the great dragon plummeted from the sky, shedding a solitary tear in its final moments. It had initially thought Qin Feng was merely an unscrupulous brute, but it soon realized that this brute had no regard for the rules of the martial world. Without affording it a moment to react, he bombarded it with various powerful techniques, never allowing it to display even 1% of its capabilities before it met its end. It was indignant. Ugh, I'm done for. I'm fine, hurry and go. Qin Feng, now in a severely weakened state, struggled to retrieve the great dragon into his spatial pocket. urging Qianjun to hastily escort him away, for news of the dragon's demise would spread quickly, and it would soon be too late to escape. Understood, boss. Qianjun gripped his war spear and swiftly led Qin Feng away from the scene. At this moment, the spectators outside were enveloped in a profound silence, all rendered motionless. They had thought Feng Chang's slaughter of the flood dragon was shocking enough, yet who could have anticipated that within mere minutes, Qin Feng, a mere first-level Lingwu, would have slain the great dragon on the battlefield of life and death. This era of competition was utterly absurd in its strength. Meanwhile, Feng Chang, reveling in the dragon pearl of the flood dragon, scrutinized it with delight, his mind wandering to fantasies of defeating Qin Feng and force-feeding him countless pounds of boar meat, torturing him tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. But just as he became enamored with the flood dragon pearl, a mournful dragon cry echoed from afar. Unmistakably the sound of a true dragon meeting its end. No way. Who killed the great dragon? Feng Chang's face contorted in disbelief as the flood dragon pearl in his grasp suddenly lost its allure. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily produced a jade tablet and infused it with spiritual energy, revealing a projection of the leaderboard. The first place, which had belonged to him, now bore Qin Feng's name. Feng Chang, shaken to his core, coughed up a mouthful of blood. He could not comprehend how Qin Feng had managed to slay the dragon, nor could he fathom why, just as he felt assured of victory, Qin Feng, the bane of his existence, would always appear to thwart him. It was as if this person were his destined rival. Where one existed, the other could not. No, even if Qin Feng can slay dragons, he must be gravely injured right now. Feng Chang refused to believe that Qin Feng could have achieved such a feat unscathed. He was certain that the latter must be severely wounded. If he could locate him, not only would he have his revenge, but the true dragon's pearl would also be his. It was from this moment onward that Feng Chang descended into madness. He began to wield the Buddha's demonic voice to enslave the candidates, marching forth with them toward the location of the great dragon. What a terrifying fiend! Yi Lang, hiding in a corner, slumped to the ground once Feng Chang had departed. Had she not cultivated a formidable will since childhood, she might well have succumbed to Feng Chang's demonic voice. Simultaneously, she felt immense relief at having refrained from provoking the monstrous Qin Feng, who was fearsome enough to have slain the great dragon. Truly a terrifying prospect. At this moment, Qin Feng was recuperating in a cave. Although he had not been slain by the dragon's tail, full recovery would likely require an entire night. An entire night? Qianjun was left speechless, internally exclaiming that Qin Feng was a freak. Such severe injuries would have claimed the lives of countless others multiple times over, yet he only needed one night to heal. Had someone told him such a thing in the past, he would have scoffed in disbelief, but after witnessing Qin Feng's dragon-slaying prowess, he felt compelled to adapt. There was nothing that this leader could not accomplish, no feat too daunting. The mere idea of needing an entire night was astonishing. Qin Feng clearly found this outcome unsatisfactory. Had he not broken through to the Lingwu realm, he could have healed within half an hour at most. Alas, his breakthrough had altered the density of his physical form, and the 33 days of transformation had not been updated in time, resulting in a significant decline in his self-healing abilities. Hien Yun's Zutfosen, his mind echoing with frantic thoughts. Damn it, is this truly the utterance of a human being? In a single night, he restored himself to his former state, and yet he dares to express dissatisfaction with the pace of his recovery. If such an ability were to be known, countless individuals would surely be envious. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully thwarting the pretentious Chosen One, earning 50,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for striking down the Chosen One, causing a significant disturbance in his resolve, earning 100,000 villain points. Why is it only Feng Chang? What about Yulan? Qin Feng pondered, scratching his chin, suspecting that Yulan might have developed feelings for him. Ah, Xiaobai yawned, indicating that dreams held everything. Never mind, I am the man she cannot possess. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and opened the system to find he still had 97 million villain points. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to spend 30,000 villain points to exchange for a month of a 100-fold comprehension halo, aiming to elevate the Sanshi San Tian Zhao Hua Ju to the 4th level. Suddenly, the system spoke. The host can exchange for a 10,000-fold comprehension halo. 10,000-fold comprehension halo can enhance comprehension by 10,000 times, maintaining its effect for 12 hours. Exchange price: 100,000 villain points. 10,000-fold comprehension. Qin Feng was instantly captivated and decisively chose to exchange. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points to exchange for the 10,000-fold comprehension halo. Thunder rumbled. Qin Feng felt a sudden explosion of thunder in his mind, experiencing an ethereal sensation as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. Such a marvelous feeling. Qin Feng became entranced by this sensation, his mind racing to simulate the 4th level of the Sanshi San Tian Zhao Hua Ju, even possessing the energy to simulate the dual energies of yin and yang from the Chongteng, as well as the divine light of the Supreme Bone. He could even juggle the De He Jianju, the Zhan Tian Ba Jian Shu, and the De Wei Tian Long. Meanwhile, the audience outside awaited Mr. Ma from Ma Dai Gua to explain, yet Mr. Ma had become reclusive, unwilling to come forth regardless of who called upon him. This is outrageous. Such unconventional behavior is simply bullying the elderly. The sun began to rise. The examinees enslaved by Feng Chong continued to search for Qin Feng's whereabouts. Even those not enslaved felt anxious, fearing they might fall prey to Feng Chang's Buddha-like voice, prompting them to hide in fear, trembling at the slightest rustle. It is Yulan. Yulan, too, was forced to hide, realizing she could not conceal herself. Based on her estimations, Feng Chong had already enslaved nearly 10,000 examinees. And after 2 days of bloody trials, one could only imagine the strength of these 10,000 examinees. With a swift sound, Yulan heard a faint rustling, and before she could react, an arrow struck her from behind. This is bad. The arrow is poisoned. Yulan's vision began to blur as she struggled to find a cave, but upon entering, she was met with a host of soldiers wielding spears pointed at her. My life is at an end. Yulan begrudgingly closed her eyes, never expecting to only last this long. Yet, just as she lost consciousness, Qin Feng's cheeky voice rang out, "Wait, Qin Feng, never waste a morsel of food." Chapter 69, Call Me Daddy. Yes. The soldiers hurriedly halted, sensing the situation, and retreated from the cave. This cannot be right. Is this the kind of scenario a villain like me encounters? Qin Feng's 10,000-fold comprehension time had ended, and he picked up a small twig from the ground, unable to believe that the chosen woman had delivered herself to him so readily. As a professionally refined villain, Qin Feng still felt uneasy and activated his Zhongtong for a closer look. Oh no! Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, realizing it was indeed a trap. Within Yulan's body was something terrifying sealed away, and merely glancing at it sent a wave of oppressive fear washing over him. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering a selective mission. 1. Speak assertively to raise your spirits. Reward: a divine stick technique. 2. Slay the chosen woman with a single stroke. Reward: a legendary dragon-slaying sword. 3. Help the chosen woman with the poison. Reward: immunity to all toxins. System: I must say you are truly audacious. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, indicating he had no choice. He wished to speak boldly and slay the chosen woman, but the terrifying entity sealed within her was something he could not handle without the assistance of the red-haired old monster. And those ridiculous rewards. He practiced swordsmanship, not staff techniques. What use would a dragon-slaying sword be? The only reward that held any value for him was the immunity to toxins. Wait, if memory serves, Yulan's mother is Lan Mo, one of the 4 great beauties of antiquity, renowned alongside the moon goddess. Now that I have saved her daughter, it is only fitting that I receive some acknowledgement. Considering that in the future, there is a possibility she might call me daddy, I shall assist in detoxifying her. Qin Feng carefully laid Yulan upon a stone platform in the cave, adhering to the customs of the martial world, where detoxification for males does not require unfastening clothing, while for females it must. Customs are customs. They cannot be altered for him. To conserve bandwidth, this section has omitted 10,000 words. Thankfully, during my 7 years in the Moon Goddess Palace, I learned some medical skills. Although Qin Feng had only grasped the basics of medicine, it sufficed for detoxifying Yulan. He retrieved several silver needles from his spatial pouch, their delicate touch almost causing him to falter. He could only repeatedly chant pineapple in his mind to maintain composure. Soon, Yulan's poison was neutralized, and to prove his role in her recovery, he inscribed the words Qin Feng was here upon her lower back. Perhaps I should change it to May the Boss travel safely? Just as Qin Feng was mulling over this, Yulan's body began to tremble violently. Her skin, as smooth and radiant as jade, flushed a vibrant crimson, and her water-like eyes remained closed, her long eyelashes fluttering, indicating she had awakened. Do not misunderstand. I am merely employing painless acupuncture to assist in your detoxification. Qin Feng instantly transformed into a paragon of virtue, leaving no room for criticism. Detoxification, my foot. She was struck in the shoulder by an arrow. What was the meaning of unfastening her bodice and puncturing her lower back? Yulan said nothing. Her small face flushed and eyes still closed, embodying the feeling of a guilty thief. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for taking advantage of a chosen woman, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the 3-choice mission, earning the immunity to toxins. Just like that, I acquired 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes instantly lit up, as if he had discovered a means to amass points. Yet before he could act, sounds of combat echoed from outside the cave. What on earth? Qin Feng reluctantly set aside his needlework to investigate what was happening. Just after Qin Feng left, Yulan hurriedly opened her eyes and donned her clothing, her face flushed to the point of nearly bleeding. She never anticipated being so exposed to Qin Feng, this mischievous fellow, having only met him twice. Ah, how embarrassing. Yulan covered her blushing face, thankful that no one else was present. Otherwise, she would truly have no face to show in public, contemplating hiding in a crevice for the rest of her life. Smack! Xiaobai nearby smacked its lips and rolled over, continuing to sleep soundly. Outside the cave, the soldiers were engaged in combat with a robust man, towering over them by a head. Resembling the legendary warrior Li Kuei, wielding a pair of enormous hammers indicative of his combat prowess. Hold it! I am here to find Qin Feng, the burly man evaded, showing no intent to engage with the soldiers. If you wish to harm the leader, you must first step over my corpse. A fierce glint appeared in the soldier's eyes as golden light radiated from his spear. Damn it, do you think I fear you? The burly man grew enraged, raising his hammers in preparation for battle. Everyone cease at once. Qin Feng hurriedly called out to stop them, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the individuals involved. Young Master Qin, I have finally found you. A robust man, upon seeing Qin Feng, became so overwhelmed with emotion that he lost his coherence. Discarding his colossal hammer and embracing Qin Feng's thigh, weeping as if a child who had been abducted had finally returned home. Qin Feng's expression shifted imperceptibly. It had been quite a while since he had heard this title. Back when he was with the Qin family, he was referred to as Qin Xiao, Xiaozhu, or to Xiaoya. It dawned upon him who this individual was. Qin Wan, the son of the leader of the 13 protectors of the Qin family, whose status was second only to the family head. This meant he was sent by the Qin family. Was there trouble within the Qin family? Or were they merely anxious about sending someone to assist him? Qin Xiao, I have finally found you. Please accept me. From now on, I, Wama, will follow your lead. If you bid me to go east, I shall not venture west. Qin Wan, weeping profusely, gazed up at Qin Feng, causing a tumult in Qin Feng's stomach. Brother, with your appearance resembling that of Li Kuei, spare us the theatrics. Qin Feng, feeling genuinely repulsed, dismissed any concerns regarding the Qin family's intentions. He hastily executed a spell, imprinting a magical seal upon Wan Ma's forehead, hoping he would distance himself. As Wan Ma offered no resistance, he accepted Qin Feng as his master, and the seal was easily placed, amplifying his combat power fivefold. This, Wan Ma exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, astonished at such an unprecedented transformation. He recognized that this young master was the hope of the entire Qin family. Yet he had not anticipated such a staggering enhancement in power with a mere gesture. Suddenly, he received a notification. Ding. The magical seal has reached its limit. The host can unlock the limit by increasing their cultivation. There is a limit to this? Qin Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped to gather a multitude of followers. Now, with this limitation, he would only be able to pursue an elite path. Fortunately, the two individuals before him were not without strength. Observing Qianjun and Wan Ma, Qin Feng felt a distinct resemblance to the legendary warriors Su Chu and Dian Wei. This meant that with these two guardians at his side, he could openly inherit the will of the Chancellor. Suddenly, a rapid series of footsteps echoed, and numerous figures emerged from the darkness, their vacant gazes fixed firmly on Qin Feng. "This is bad, boss. We must flee." Wan Ma's expression shifted dramatically as he realized Feng Chong had arrived. What could he possibly do? Having comprehended the fourth level of the 33 Heavens creation technique, Qin Feng's injuries were healing at a visible rate. With his supreme bone, heavy eyes, sky-slaying sword technique, and great river sword technique, he felt no fear towards Feng Chong, the chosen one. A sinister chuckle escaped him as he turned and re-entered the cave, contemplating how to compel Yulan to call him father if she did not do so willingly. What has happened to the boss? Qianjun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, resigned to guard the cave entrance. Chapter 70. For Justice, for World Peace. The ground shook as Qianjun and Wan Ma unleashed a furious assault upon a group of enslaved candidates. "Wow, this is incredibly exhilarating," Wan Ma exclaimed, filled with excitement. As the son of the leader of the 13 protectors of the Qin family, he possessed extraordinary natural talent and innate strength. With the fivefold combat enhancement bestowed by Qin Feng, he was experiencing an entirely new world. It was akin to a young cow soaring on a flying sword, utterly astonishing. He swung his massive hammer with both hands, each strike sending tremors through the earth, accompanied by several anguished cries. In contrast to the brute force of Wan Ma, Qianjun took a more aggressive approach, wielding his war spear with ferocity, ruthlessly claiming heads. While a fierce battle raged outside the cave, the scene within was equally intense. Yulan, unable to conceal her shyness, suddenly struck out at the entering Qin Feng. Qin Feng, not one to relent, evaded her attack with a swift maneuver and executed a spell of remote manipulation. "Oh, you've changed your clothes," he remarked, holding a red cloth that was different from what he had seen while healing. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking advantage of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. You shameless." Yulan, having never encountered such a rogue, felt her face flush with anger, struggling to find words, and ultimately resorted to escalating her attacks. Qin Feng feigned a dramatic fall to the ground, appearing to be on the brink of death. "Hey, stop playing dead. I barely used any strength in that last move," Yulan exclaimed, poking him with a branch when he remained still. "I am gravely injured from slaying a dragon today, and helping you with your poison has drained my energy. After enduring your punch, I fear I may not see the light of tomorrow," he lamented weakly. "Don't scare me." Yulan panicked, rushing to help him up. Whether Qin Feng's claims of exhaustion were true or not, she recognized the remarkable feat he had accomplished in slaying a dragon, given his cultivation level. "Where are you hurt?" she inquired urgently. Her instincts proved correct. Yulan displayed a compassionate heart, akin to that of a saint. In light of the disparaging remarks about the saintly figure, Qin Feng could not agree, believing it would be a tremendous loss to discard such a character. He leaned closer to Yulan, his eyes filled with longing, and asked, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Yulan's cheeks flushed, and she feigned composure, saying, "What are you talking about? Hurry and tell me where you are hurt, so I can help you heal. There is no need to waste your energy. I know my own condition well." Qin Feng seized the opportunity to grasp her delicate hand, professing with deep sincerity, "I once doubted the existence of love at first sight, but upon seeing you, I have changed my mind. My heart beats solely for you. Even if I were to perish by your hand, I would willingly embrace it." Yulan's face reddened further, her heart racing like a startled deer. She could not fathom why she felt this way. Despite her beauty and having heard similar declarations before, she had always maintained her composure. Yet today, she could not remain calm. Could it be because he had saved her? Qin Feng placed a finger against her rosy lips, his voice tender yet weak. Do not speak. Kiss me. Akish. Yulan was not about to acquiesce to such an outrageous request. However, upon witnessing Qin Feng's feigned demise and the disappointment in his eyes, she recalled the moment he had healed her and felt a pang of guilt for hurting him. Perhaps she could grant his dying wish. Yulan, inexperienced in the ways of the world, suppressed her modesty, reassuring herself that she had seen and done enough. A mere kiss would not lead to pregnancy. She was simply performing a good deed, using love to redeem a rogue. Nearby, Xiao Ba was excitedly munching on a carrot, his eyes fixed on the two. He observed as Yulan, her cheeks flushed, closed her eyes, inching closer to Qin Feng's forehead, her long eyelashes fluttering, revealing her inner turmoil. Yet Qin Feng was not content with a mere forehead kiss. He sought a more passionate connection and seized the moment to act decisively. Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking advantage of the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. You, with a sudden burst of anger, pushed Qin Feng away. Your face flushed as you struggled to articulate a single word. What do you mean you? It was your initiative. I am the victim here. You took advantage of me. Is that not true? Qin Feng, the villain, cried foul first, brushing off the dust from his pants and departing. You, Yulan, were so infuriated that you nearly faced your monthly cycle, declaring that you had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Outside the cave, a chaotic battle raged fiercely. The two of them, Qian Jun and Wan Ma, had lost count of how many they had slain, yet the candidates, under Feng Chang's servitude, continued to charge at them relentlessly. Even with the quintuple battle power bestowed by Qin Feng, they were nearing their limits. What on earth is happening? The audience outside, awakening from their slumber, was confronted with this gruesome spectacle. Unlike the previous sessions, this batch's mortality rate was bound to reach unprecedented heights, with no fewer than 10,000 being forced by Feng Chang to serve as human bombs against the dragons. Now, Qian Jun and Wan Ma had already slain so many. This Feng Chang clearly held no regard for the Yin Yu dynasty. The various leaders of the Yin Yu dynasty wore grim expressions, itching to rush in and annihilate Feng Chang on the spot. The Emperor of the Six Paths sat silently, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil. His reluctance to halt the life-and-death elimination match stemmed not only from a desire for fairness, but also from a wish to allow Feng Chang to exploit the candidates fully, inciting the populace of the Yin Yu dynasty to harbor a profound hatred towards the disciples of the Xia dynasty. Only when the public's animosity is unified can they willingly fight for him in the wars to come. As for the candidates who perished under servitude, they were not exceptional talents. True prodigies would not fall prey to Feng Chang's enchanting voice, just as Yulan had resisted enslavement. The loss of these lesser candidates did not weigh on him at all. At that moment, an eerie chant echoed in the ears of Qian Jun and Wan Ma. What is happening? Feng Chang, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback, realizing that the Buddha's voice held no sway over the two. But that was peculiar. Given their statuses, it was illogical for them to resist the Buddha's voice. Qian Jun and Wan Ma were equally puzzled, suspecting it might be related to Qin Feng's celestial bond. With a thunderous crash, Feng Chang, uninterested in unraveling the mystery, personally descended upon Qian Jun and Wan Ma. It's you, they exclaimed in shock, recognizing the darkened figure of Feng Chang. At that moment, Feng Chang, adorned with smoky makeup and surrounded by a shroud of darkness, emanated a chilling aura that could be felt even from several meters away. He had refined the Jiaolong pearl. The audience outside was filled with concern, unsure of Qin Feng's current state. Simultaneously, they were eagerly anticipating the final duel between the top two contenders on the scoreboard. For justice, for world peace. Qin Feng proclaimed the hero's mantra as he emerged from the cave, radiating the light of righteousness. Chapter 71. Do you also wish to dance? It is Qin Feng. Upon his appearance, the audience erupted into fervent cheers, completely forgetting how he had become the shame of the Yin Yu dynasty, confiscating nearly 300 tools of crime. Qin Feng. Feng Chang's eyes turned red upon seeing Qin Feng. Ever since encountering this despicable Qin Laolu, he had faced numerous betrayals and schemes, unable to unleash his true potential. Ultimately, He had suffered disgrace and lost his most beloved woman. Now, it was no longer about interests. He harbored but one thought: to kill that scoundrel, Qin Laolu. With a resounding crash, Feng Chong forcefully propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a shadow, racing toward Qin Feng. Such incredible speed! Qin Feng decisively activated his heavy pupils, slowing Feng Chang's velocity and dissecting his impending movements. Regrettably, it was too late to evade. He could only cross his arms defensively over his chest. With a thud, Feng Chang's foot collided with Qin Feng's arms. Yet the immense impact failed to budge him an inch. What? Feng Chang's face was one of disbelief, severely questioning his sanity. He had just broken through to the 7th level of Lingwu, bolstered by his darkened state, having absorbed the Jiaolong Pearl. How could he not surpass Qin Feng, who had only just reached the 1st level of Lingwu? This must be the Sangtian body. The Emperor of the Six Paths gazed intently at Qin Feng, realizing that only the Sangtian body could possess such formidable physical prowess. Indeed, he had grown stronger post-darkening. Qin Feng could distinctly sense Feng Chang's enhanced strength and, seizing the opportunity, grasped his foot, slamming him to the ground with a ferocity reminiscent of the Hulk throwing Loki, delivering a wild onslaught. With a thud, the earth was cratered by the impact, and Feng Chong lay peacefully within. Was so-called disciple of the Emperor utterly weak? After his assault, Qin Feng did not miss the chance to taunt, leaping into the air, preparing to deliver a heavenly justice upon Feng Chong. With a thud, Qin Feng descended like a missile, but Feng Chong narrowly evaded, utilizing his speed to engage Qin Feng in a dance of combat. How is this possible? Feng Chong grew increasingly bewildered, his mind swirling with questions. This truly is the 1st level of Lingwu. Hadn't he gone to slay dragons yesterday? Why was he unscathed after such an encounter? Not only was Feng Chang's mind a whirlwind of questions, but the audience outside was equally perplexed. They had witnessed Qin Feng being struck by a dragon's tail just yesterday. How had he seemingly revived overnight? What profound technique had he comprehended in the womb? The Emperor of the Six Paths had continued to scrutinize Qin Feng, suspecting that his rapid recovery was due to an extraordinary cultivation method. This cannot continue. Qin Feng had no time to address their inquiries. Faced with Feng Chang's speed advantage, he had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Unable to lock onto his target to unleash the Zhan Tian Ba Jianshu, he could only upgrade to the Mian Ing Xiao Yao. Casting a glance at the remaining 97 million villain points, Qin Feng called upon the system to exchange for the 4th volume of Mian Ing Xiao Yao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 400,000 villain points and successfully exchanging for the 4th volume of Mian Ing Xiao Yao. Before Qin Feng's eyes, a figure materialized, its movements flickering and shifting positions, rendering it inscrutable. Whoosh! Feng Chong appeared before Qin Feng in an instant, his terrifying gale causing Qin Feng's garments to flutter wildly. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed. His lips pursed, and suddenly, 7 or 8 shadows of Qin Feng emerged around him, making it impossible to discern the true one. Move shapes and change shadows. The audience outside gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that Qin Feng was a freak. After acquiring so many offensive techniques, he still had the time to refine his movement skills, reaching the realm of moved shapes and change shadows. This is bad. Feng Chang's brows furrowed involuntarily, noticing Qin Feng had assumed a sword-drawing stance. Having witnessed Qin Feng's Zhan Tian Ba Jianshu, he dared not underestimate this technique and knew he must muster all his strength to counter it. Buzz! Buzz! Feng Chang's spiritual energy surged violently, transforming into a black, malevolent statue, his feet propelling him forward with a frenzied, overwhelming force directed at Qin Feng. If he had not darkened, he would have employed the Golden Bell Shield for defense. But now, he understood that the best defense lay in offense. Even if it meant risking injury or losing his life, nothing could quell the madness within him. A clash of brute strength would reveal who was truly stronger. Qin Feng's gaze was electrifying, his presence imposing, exuding a suffocating pressure. The fierce winds whipped his long hair into a frenzy, and a formidable aura emanated from him as his fair right hand drew forth the Chong Kong divine sword. Zhan Tian Ba Jianshu. So powerful. The audience collectively held their breath, fixated on the two combatants. Clang! The Chong Kong divine sword, like a soaring dragon, flashed from its sheath. Its crisp ringing resounding through the heavens. A dazzling and blinding beam of sword light surged forth with incredible speed, trailing a torrent of formidable sword energy imbued with a chilling intent, as if to sweep away the clouds of 1,000 miles. Absolutely unstoppable and unmatched. The clash of sword light and demonic energy reverberated through the air, creating a tempest that swept through the forest, while the deafening sound of slicing winds sent shivers down one's spine. Could this truly be a battle of the Lingwu realm? The thousands of soldiers cowered like timid brides in the embrace of the stampede, trembling in fear. Even they, as Taoists, could not inflict such devastation. The young master is indeed terrifying. One Ma couldn't help but swallow hard. Who could have anticipated that in merely 7 years, Qin Feng would ascend to such heights? All without the support of the Qin family? Yet, upon reflection, excitement surged within him. Being chosen to accompany Qin Feng meant he was privy to a portion of the Qin family's clandestine plans. The faster the Qin brothers grew, the closer the Qin family came to dominating the ancient world. In a flash, their figures intertwined. Qin Feng sheathed his sword, revealing several new wounds on his body. While Feng Chang's black demonic attire was marred with cracks, yet showed no signs of shattering. It was evident he had endured the Zhan Tianba Jin technique. The audience erupted, their blood boiling at the sight. It was indeed the ultimate showdown between two peerless prodigies. Qin Feng's ability to effortlessly slay Taoists with the Zhan Tianba Jin was once again thwarted, this time by Feng Chang, who possessed the cultivation of the 7th layer of Lingwu. A sense of regret lingered in their hearts. Had Feng Chang comprehended the true essence of the Buddha and demon the day before, it would likely have been Qin Feng on the receiving end of that attack. With the sword technique exhausted, Feng Chang's excitement could no longer be concealed, knowing that Qin Feng only possessed one sword technique. Without a hint of hesitation, he charged toward Qin Feng, determined to deny him the opportunity to employ his supreme bone and heavy eye abilities, commanding the enslaved candidates to mount a collective assault on Qin Feng. The principles of martial ethics did not apply to you, Qin Feng. Qian Jun and Wan Ma's eyes widened in fury as they dragged their fatigued bodies forward to protect their master. Kill! The battle cry echoed, as the enslaved candidates fearlessly rushed toward Qin Feng. It seemed you two wished to dance in this chaos. Qin Feng, unfazed, turned around, the corners of his garments billowing without wind, transforming him into a drawn sword, radiating an aura of sharpness. The surrounding weaponry resonated with a humming sound, as if the swords of the world were crowning him. Chapter 72, I Will Return. What? Feng Chang's pupils constricted as an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. Without daring to hesitate, he propelled himself backward with all his might, activating the strongest defensive technique of the Buddhist sect, the Golden Bell Shield, for safety. Boom! The air around Qin Feng trembled, the sound of the sword's chant echoing endlessly, accompanied by a vast wave of sword energy sweeping through the forest. The piercing sound of slicing winds resounded, as countless sword energies converged into a raging river, seemingly capable of devouring everything in existence. All swords trembled, the song of the blade unceasing, as the waters of the river descended from the heavens. What river of gathered sword energy! Feng Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind screaming impossibility. He was the chosen one of Hongxing. He was the protagonist of the ancient world. How could he be suppressed by Qin Feng? Heavens! The audience outside was filled with shock, utterly awed by the grand spectacle of the river sword technique. What a ridiculous jest! The battle had escalated to such a degree. Having already slain the great dragon, yet he still retained hidden cards. He could not possibly be merely 15 years old, nor could he genuinely possess the cultivation of the 1st layer of Lingwu. The various dignitaries, including the Six Paths Emperor, wore expressions of calm, rendered speechless, their gazes all fixated on the moon goddess, hoping she would provide a reasonable explanation. From the river sword technique displayed by Qin Feng, it was evident he had achieved a state of great perfection, implying he had comprehended this sword technique before the river. As Qin Feng's guardian within the Yinyu dynasty, The moon goddess could not possibly be unaware of the river sword technique. In a feeble voice, she remarked, "Would you believe me if I said there's only a small waterfall behind my palace?" I believe you, dear." As Qin Feng's guardian, she had spent 7 years without knowing what skills he had acquired. Where had her mind been these past 7 years? Had she been a guardian of Qin Feng or a mere caretaker? If she were to continue overseeing Qin Feng's studies, they would feel as if they were betraying their own conscience, wasting such a perfect raw gem. The dignitaries exchanged glances, silently urging the moon goddess to relinquish Qin Feng. At that moment, thanks to Feng Chang's protagonist aura, he managed to evade immediate annihilation by activating his defensive mode. However, those candidates enslaved by Feng Chang were far less fortunate, being directly consumed by the surging river of sword energy. After the river sword technique concluded, the surroundings were littered with severed limbs and remains. Phew! Feng Chang gasped in terror, now bearing a psychological shadow cast by Qin Feng. Terrifying. Not only had he been toyed with like a ball, but he had also been kicked around like one. Before Qin Feng, it felt as though he possessed no means of resistance, akin to the Sun Wukong in the hands of the Buddha, appearing utterly insignificant, easily played with and dispatched at will. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leaving a psychological shadow in the heart of the Chosen One, gaining 100,000 villain points. Only 100,000. Qin Feng was quite dissatisfied, his form flickering as he initiated an offensive. Block him! Feng Chang cried out in terror while hastily retreating. Kill! Many of the enslaved candidates who had not yet been slain rose once more, charging toward Qin Feng. Noisy. Qin Feng's heavy eye began to flicker with violet light, and the sky once again filled with enormous eyes. The yin and yang energies manifested. This is the heavy eye. Feng Chang beheld the multitude of colossal eyes in the sky, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp, his body instinctively trembling, as his fear of Qin Feng escalated to new heights. Ding! Congratulations to the host for deepening the psychological shadow in the heart of the Chosen One, gaining 100,000 villain points. Whoosh! 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 Pairs of heavy eyes in the sky shot forth beams of light, akin to lasers, cleansing those upon the earth. Was this his secret to slaying dragons? Yulan stood outside the cave, witnessing the entire duel. The grandeur of the river sword technique leaving her in awe of his talent, while the terror of the heavy eye instilled fear within her. Heavens protect me. Qian Jun and Wan Ma trembled as they huddled together, praying that Qin Feng would aim carefully, ensuring he did not inadvertently harm his allies. Qin Feng, you have forced my hand. Even if I must sell my soul to the devil, I will kill you today. Feng Chang, cornered with no escape, howled with a contorted face as a terrifying aura began to swirl around him, as if something dreadful were about to awaken. Oh my, this has escalated. Qin Feng finally remembered that Feng Chang was the Chosen One and quickly retracted the heavy eye abilities, shouting loudly, "Is there anyone in charge? I report that Feng Chang is using someone else to fight for him." Crash! The audience outside collectively fell to the ground, gaining a new understanding of Qin Feng's shamelessness. His various unreasonable antics had become the norm. He claimed that someone was fighting for him just because he emitted a dark aura. Was there no sense of dignity left? Boom! The earth-shattering sound roared across the battlefield of life and death, a terrifying pressure rolling in like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. A towering figure appeared before Qin Feng and the others, gazing at Feng Chang with a hint of solemnity. Had Qin Feng not reminded him, he might not have noticed even from behind the light barrier. The Six Paths Emperor. The audience outside immediately gasped in recognition, having identified the figure as the Six Paths Emperor. Why has Lu Dao Dijuan appeared on the battlefield of life and death? Could it truly be as Qin Feng suggested, that Feng Chang sought someone to fight on his behalf? The once inexperienced youth of the Inuit dynasty has remarkably attained such a formidable realm. Suddenly, Feng Chang's voice turned hoarse, and an ancient aura surged around him. Lu Dao Dijuan spoke calmly. "I did not expect, esteemed elder, that you are still alive. However, this is a battle among the younger generation. Your intervention seems rather inappropriate, does it not? What if I insist on intervening?" Feng Chang narrowed his eyes. "Then I must apologize. Lu Dao Dijuan was not one to adhere to martial ethics, and a terrifying pressure instantly bore down on Feng Chong. Huh, you think you can kill me? Feng Chong emitted a hoarse, chilling laugh and transformed into a shadow, tearing through the void to escape. Now you wish to flee? It's too late. Lu Dao Dijuan unleashed a horrifying energy, also tearing through the void in pursuit. The spectators outside were left agape, utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. Lu Dao Dijuan referred to that dark aura as an elder, while the dark aura called Lu Dao Dijuan a mere youth. Good heavens! Feng Chong truly enlisted someone to fight for him. With a resounding boom, the sky above the battlefield dimmed, reminiscent of the apocalypse. It began with slight tremors, followed by violent shaking, and gradually calmed, though Lu Dao Dijuan emerged from the void, his face weary. Soon after, two furious voices echoed. Damn you, Lu Dao! You dare to diminish my 1,000-year cultivation. Just wait. Damn you, Qin Feng! I shall return. And just like that, he let them escape. Qin Feng once again experienced the unreasonable nature of the Chosen One, wondering if he was secretly acquiring even more formidable external aids. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have weakened the Chosen One's fortune, earning a lottery opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have inflicted serious injury upon the Chosen One, earning 300,000 villain points. Qin Feng silently took out a notebook and noted, on this day, Lu Dao Dijuan weakened my opponent, hindering my growth, and I require compensation of 10 million top-tier spirit stones. Lu Dao Dijuan glanced at him before vanishing from sight, unwilling to engage with such an unashamed individual. After Feng Chang's departure, the enslaved candidates regained their senses. Upon seeing the severed limbs around them, they immediately recalled the events that transpired while under Feng Chang's control. Thank heavens, everyone was drenched in cold sweat, grateful for their fortunate escape. During the time they were enslaved by Feng Chang's demonic voice, they had successfully evaded a human bomb, Qin Feng's great river sword technique, and ultimately, Qin Feng's yin-yang divine light. Yet they never anticipated that after eluding Feng Chong and Qin Feng, they would ultimately fall victim to a rabbit. Line up. Xiaobai approached with an air of indifference, declaring, I, the handsome and unparalleled rabbit, embody justice and wisdom, loved by all, the one and only. Known as the most charming figure of the ancient world, I, Qin Feng, have saved your lives. Males, line up to pay protection fees. Females, be prepared to offer yourselves. With priority given to beautiful ladies who have been married. A rabbit? Everyone turned to Xiaobai. As news of Qin Feng's shameless rabbit companion had already spread across the battlefield of life and death. However, given its extraordinary 9th-level cultivation, no one took it seriously. With a thunderous crash, the army aligned behind Xiaobai, and thousands of horses stomped the ground in unison. Isn't this a bit too tyrannical? Someone protested. With a swift motion, Xiaobai stomped the protester down, firmly stating, "This is how we operate." The crowd gulped nervously, their hearts racing. Unlike those at the level of prodigies, their goal was not to secure a spot among the top 1,000, but merely to survive the elimination round and gain the opportunity to join other factions within the Yinhua dynasty. To put it simply, it was akin to aiming for a second-tier university. Faced with such a rogue rabbit, it seemed they had no choice but to comply. Such a domineering rabbit. The spectators outside were astounded, realizing they were witnessing a rabbit with a cute facade, yet a ruthless heart. At that moment, Qin Feng had no time to concern himself with Xiaobai's antics. He was lost in thought, gazing at the direction Feng Chong had departed. Feng Chong had truly walked away. The long-lost loneliness surged within him once more. He pondered when he might experience such emotions again, perhaps not for another 7 years. Oh, there was also the Chosen One. Like a spark igniting a flame, Qin Feng felt invigorated. However, upon entering the cave, he discovered that Yulan had already fled. In this world, there seemed to be no regard for the chivalry of the martial arts community. According to the unwritten rules, she should have offered herself instead of running away. Next time, he would ensure to mark her with a few prominent characters declaring her allegiance to Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt an immense frustration, believing she had no respect for the principles of a gentleman. Confucius once said, "To hear the way in the morning, one can die in the evening." At that moment, Yulan was making her final push in the elimination round. Though she could not provoke the perverse Qin Feng, she could still earn points through other means. What is this? Yulan furrowed her brows slightly, reaching to touch her lower back. Ever since Qin Feng had detoxified her, she had felt a slight pain there, likely due to his lack of skill. Upon returning home, she would need to check her reflection to ensure no scars remained. Within the palace of Lu Dao Dijuan, the influential figures had lost interest in the elimination round. News of Qin Feng's terror had spread throughout the battlefield. None would dare provoke him further, rendering the ensuing conflicts rather dull. Lu Dao Dijuan declared, "I have decided to make Qin Feng the third holy son of the Inuit dynasty." Agreed. No one opposed among the influential figures. Given Qin Feng's overwhelming talent, he indeed qualified to be a holy son, with potential to vie for the position of emperor of the Inuit dynasty in the future. However, they were currently more interested in claiming Qin Feng as their own disciple rather than his position as holy son. Qin Feng practiced the sword, and among the Inuit dynasty, only I esteemed the sword technique. Can we not be so presumptuous? Qin Feng's strongest technique was the Buddhist golden dragon. I have researched Buddhism and should be the one to teach him. Nonsense. It is clearly the supreme bone. My ancestor was a supreme bone. I should teach him. The dual pupil is the true invincibility. My great-aunt's second cousin's third grandmother's fourth uncle's fifth aunt's sixth son had a dual pupil, tracing back 108 generations. You should watch the scene with great interest, occasionally fanning the flames to incite conflict. In truth, these individuals vying to take Qin Feng as a disciple did not genuinely wish to impart skills, nor did they possess the ability to do so. They merely sought to invest in his talent. With 3 holy sons, yet only 1 emperor position, each faction would choose to support their preferred holy son, hoping to assist him in ascending to the throne and reaping the rewards. Fortunately, I possessed foresight and invested in Qin Feng 7 years ago. Yu Shun was quite satisfied with her investment and would continue to support Qin Feng from the shadows, assisting him in becoming the next emperor of the Inuit dynasty. Enough. Lu Dao Dijuan, irritated by the power struggles, coldly interjected, "I've already chosen a master for Qin Feng. There is no need for you to waste your energy." Yes. The influential figures, sensing Lu Dao Dijuan's anger, dared not breathe a word. Lu Dao Dijuan continued, "Now I shall send an envoy to the Qin family to persuade Qin Feng to reconcile." Reconcile? After a moment of contemplation, the prominent figures couldn't help but exclaim how wicked the emperor was. The extraordinary talents displayed by Qin Feng undoubtedly astonished the Qin family, who must have long regretted expelling him. At this juncture, any attempt to mediate might lead the Qin family to relent. If they could leverage Qin Feng's identity as a saint's son to draw the Qin family back, it would signify the loss of the entire eastern region for the Great Xia. Even if the Qin family stubbornly refused to forgive Qin Feng, their overt actions could incite discord between the imperial family of Great Xia and the Qin family, greatly benefiting the Inu dynasty. At this moment, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware of these developments. He was busy summoning the system in preparation for a lottery draw. As an enthusiastic lottery aficionado, he would never allow an opportunity for a draw to pass him by. With a flourish, the familiar lottery wheel reappeared before him. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Tianji card. Tianji card? A multitude of questions filled Qin Feng's mind as he hurriedly checked the relevant information. Tianji card, upon use, it allows one to glimpse the secrets of heaven, seeking a great fortune of the world. Note, the great fortune is not easily found, and the Tianji card should be used with caution. It is best to start the exploration from the perspective of the chosen one to easily locate the fortune. Isn't this akin to a treasure map? Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, pondering whom to target first. His younger brother? Far too young. He posed no real threat at present. Lin San? Their relationship was amicable, not yet at the point of a reconcilable conflict. Yi Ulang, the more she resisted, the more exhilarated he felt. It had to be Feng Chong. With a thought of the terrifying dark energy within Feng Chong, Qin Feng decisively activated the Tianji card. With a thunderous sound, Qin Feng's expression became dazed, as if he were traversing through time and space. Moments later, he awoke with an unusual expression, having not only seen Feng Chong discover a significant fortune, but also uncovering a small secret about himself. His protagonist's fate was astonishingly that of being favored by 6 emperors. This fate, if bestowed upon a woman, would lead to a tragically miserable existence, becoming a mere plaything for men to contend over. However, for a man, as long as there was no interference, it would result in a life of wealth and nobility, graced by the affections of 6 emperors throughout his life. To simplify, 6 slots were available, regardless of gender, and with time, Feng Chang could defy destiny and ascend to the position of an emperor. Goodness gracious! Qin Feng marveled inwardly. He had always believed Bai Ri was a victim in name only, but it turned out he was silently amassing wealth. Chapter 74. A great fortune of heaven and earth both were endowed with extraordinary gifts. Yet how could the disparity be so vast? Qin Feng recalled his own imperial potential. An enhancement of 10-fold across all attributes, which was already terrifying, yet it paled in comparison to Feng Chang's. A mere poke from him would directly lead to an emperor's ascension. And 6 no less. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Perhaps this is simply fate. With a resigned sigh, Qin Feng understood that envying others was futile. He still had to forge his own path. As a diligent disciple of Confucianism, he would certainly keep Feng Chang's secret of being favored by 6 emperors to himself, while unceremoniously accepting the great fortune from his glimpse. The successful use of the Tianji card revealed that in 1 month, the Kunlun secret realm would open. It was said to be an ancient secret realm, accessible only once every 1,000 years, and only cultivators under the age of 30 could enter. Inside, there lay a wealth of celestial materials and treasures, alongside many legacies from ancient strong beings. Moreover, he had just seen through the Tianji card that Feng Chang would also enter the Kunlun secret realm in a month, where he would discover the supreme treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, the pure spring. After cleansing oneself in its waters, one would attain the purest heart of the world, allowing them to cultivate the heart of the demonic path, a concept that was theoretically existent. Thus, with a heart of magic and a body of the path, he would overshadow all other prodigies in the Kunlun secret realm. Goodness, I wouldn't dare to write it this way. Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff. I just stripped away the Buddhist nature, and in a month he encounters the heart of the path. By heavens, are we merely being used as experience fodder for the villains? At that moment, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. The pure spring in the Kunlun secret realm would be his for the taking. Not even Jesus could stop him. However, to successfully obtain the pure spring within the Kunlun secret realm, his current cultivation level of Spirit Martial 1 was evidently inadequate. All the prodigies under 30 from the entire ancient world would flock to the Kunlun secret realm in search of their fortunes. Unlike the life-and-death elimination match in the Yinyu dynasty, those prodigies were all at least at the Sword 1 level, with experts like Yulan among them. Even if he possessed the strength to slay great dragons, he would be unable to contend against so many prodigies. At most, he could barely survive, unable to navigate freely within. He would need to break through to the Dao entry realm to move about freely in the Kunlun secret realm. A month seemed rather short. Qin Feng realized time was of the essence. Even if he devoted every hour of the day to cultivation without food or drink, he could only hope to advance by 2 minor levels in a month. There was even the possibility of destabilizing his foundation, which would be a considerable loss. Suddenly, the system spoke. The host can exchange for a foundation pill of the Spirit Martial period, which can instantly solidify the foundation and save a great deal of time in consolidating cultivation. Spirit Martial Foundation Pill can solidify the foundation of the Spirit Martial period, with no usage limits, restrictions, or side effects. Exchange price, 500,000 villain points. A product with no restrictions is being sold to me for 500,000. Do you not feel any guilt? Qin Feng thought it was outrageous, calculating that he would need 1 pill per minor level. He would require 9 in total to solidify his Spirit Martial Foundation, amounting to 5 million villain points. Presently, he had only 97 million villain points in his account, barely enough to purchase one, still needing over 9 million villain points. He had never accumulated that many villain points since acquiring the system. The system coldly stated, "A system is a system. There is no conscience." Touché. Qin Feng clenched his teeth in frustration, preparing to exchange for one pill to give a try. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 500,000 villain points and successfully exchanging for a Spirit Marshal Foundation pill. In his hand appeared a dark, lustrous pill, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. Upon consuming it, he felt a warm current begin to spread through his abdomen. Just as described, the pill had no usage limits, restrictions, or side effects. Within mere seconds, he sensed the flow of spiritual power within him become smooth, abundant, and contained. Is this the feeling of having an advantage? Qin Feng was utterly astonished, inwardly exclaiming in admiration. He had spent 7 years honing his foundation in the extraordinary realm, yet the effects were equivalent to that of a mere pill sold by the system. It seemed he could no longer wait at home. He must learn to actively seek out the chosen one. With a clang, a bell tolled throughout the battlefield of life and death, signaling the conclusion of the 3-day elimination match. Finally, it's over. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, his figure fading from existence. When he reappeared, he found himself in a large plaza, surrounded by a dense crowd of people, at least numbering over 10,000. Goodness, my son has succeeded. I've made it out alive. The number of survivors this year was shockingly low, with just over 20,000. The death rate in previous years was 50%. Yet this year, it had reached a staggering 80%. All because of that great Xia Prince's disciple, Feng Chong. The emperor should never have allowed him to participate. It is said that Feng Chong is not playing fair and has found someone to fight in his stead. The surviving candidates were ecstatic, akin to students celebrating after their exams, letting loose in various ways. Qin Feng. Suddenly, he heard a voice filled with resentment from behind. Turning around, he saw an old rival, the young master of Mingjian Mountain Villa, Yi Jian. Ah, Brother Jian. Qin Feng, seemingly forgetting their past grievances, eagerly approached Yi Jian to greet him. Get away. The sword wielder displayed no restraint in concealing the fury within his eyes, vowing never to forget the wretch who had ruined his chance at glory. This is utterly pointless. Qin Feng began to admonish. Previously, we were engaged in a life-and-death elimination match, where conflict was inevitable. Now that the elimination round is over, we ought to embrace camaraderie. More friends mean more paths to tread. Don't you agree? Damn it. Embracing camaraderie, more paths? The crowd around him was rendered speechless, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of Qin Feng's words, especially given his actions during the elimination match, which hardly warranted a desire for friendship. Seeing the sword wielder still seething with rage, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before proposing. How about this? As compensation, I shall share a monumental secret with you, but you must promise not to divulge it to anyone else. A monumental secret? The crowd immediately perked up, eager to hear what this secret might be. Qin Feng surveyed the area, lowered his voice, and said, I possess a method to swiftly attain the status of an emperor. Status of an emperor? The crowd, including the sword wielder, paused in astonishment. Qin Feng continued in a hushed tone. The secret to achieving the emperor's status can be summed up in 4 words. The future is long. You're messing with me. The sword wielder erupted in anger. Who is messing with you? Qin Feng pulled the sword wielder aside and knelt down, whispering, Listen carefully. You must not tell anyone else. In truth, the concept of long future is a game played by 6 emperors. As long as one embraces this long future, they can defy fate and achieve the emperor's status. Originally, there were 6 slots available. Now only 5 remain. Upon finishing, Qin Feng looked up only to find himself surrounded by a throng of people. The sword wielder's face darkened with rage, realizing he had fallen for this scoundrel's words, particularly the notion of 6 emperors playing this game. How ridiculous. I'm not playing you. Qin Feng protested, feeling wronged, insisting that he spoke only the truth. Indeed, the concept of long future was a game of the 6 emperors, and it could genuinely alter one's fate to achieve the emperor status. Yet, the sword wielder remained unconvinced. The crowd dispersed, expressing their disdain, clearly skeptical of Qin Feng's claims. Hey, I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. Qin Feng shouted, but no one believed him. What had Feng Chong done to offend our leader that, even after the elimination match, he still wouldn't let him off the hook, insisting Feng Chong experience 5 more tragedies in this world? Qian Jun and Wan Ma, stood to the side, silently mourning for Feng Chong. What is most crucial between people is trust. Qin Feng felt tears welling up, astonished that in this day and age, even the truth goes unrecognized. Qin Feng. From a distance, Princess Nan Feng glared at him, her face a mask of fury. If looks could kill, Qin Feng would have been utterly obliterated. It was all because of this wretch that her mission to the Inu Empire had turned into a farce. Not only had she failed to incite conflict between Qin Feng and the aristocrats, thereby weakening their power, but she had also faced humiliation and lost her greatest ally, Feng Chong. She could already envision the scorn of her once fawning siblings upon her return to the Xia Empire. Silence. A commanding voice resonated throughout the plaza as the 6 Dao emperors and other influential figures hovered in the air, instantly quelling the previously tumultuous atmosphere. The 6 Dao emperor proclaimed, "I hereby announce that the top 1,000 candidates on the leaderboard shall enter Tianhong Academy for further study." Clap, clap, clap. The candidates who had not been selected applauded, though it was evident they were envious. Tianhong Academy was the premier institution of the Inu Empire, housing over 1 million volumes of techniques, martial arts, and supernatural methods, alongside a formidable faculty and enticing benefits. Most importantly, graduating from Tianhong Academy would secure a position within the upper echelons of the Inu Empire, essentially a leap into greatness. The 6 Dao Emperor continued, "The top scorer of this round, Qin Feng, shall be conferred the title of the third holy son of the Inu Empire, granted the right to establish his own residence, recruit his own subordinates, and bestowed a top-tier spiritual peak." What? The third holy son? The crowd gasped collectively, and chaos ensued. The life-and-death elimination match occurred once every decade, yet the title of Holy Son was not awarded in every round. Only those peerless talents who surpassed all others could qualify. Particularly significant was the ability to establish a residence and recruit followers, signifying that Qin Feng could legally form his own power and ascend to the ranks of the elite within the Inu Empire. The coveted spiritual peak was a dreamland for countless cultivators. If Qin Feng chose to open it to the public, throngs of practitioners would flock to him. All of this belonged to Qin Feng, a mere 15-year-old youth. "I must go to my leaderess room this evening and express my admiration." The most delighted was Qian Jun, whose earlier submission not only saved his life, but also bestowed him with fortune and glory. In admiration, Wan Ma gazed at Qin Feng, acknowledging his prowess. He had always known his master was formidable, but to achieve such heights without the Qin family's aid was a testament to Qin Feng's unimaginable struggles and hardships. Audition? Spiritual peak? Qin Feng felt little interest, scanning the area for Yu Lan's figure. Without any chosen ones by his side, he intended to extend his reach towards this chosen maiden, hoping to extract 400,000 villain points from her before the Kuan Luan's secret realm opened. Suddenly, Yu Lan shivered, sensing an inexplicable gaze upon her. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Perplexed, she glanced around and caught sight of Qin Feng smiling at her from a distance, which inexplicably flushed her cheeks, recalling the passionate moments they had shared in the cave. She quickly turned her head to feign ignorance. At the same time, curiosity about Qin Feng began to blossom within her. Why rely on borrowed light when one is already the sun? As Qin Feng cast a lascivious glance towards Yulan, many others also directed their covetous gazes towards him. Through the projections from the life and death elimination match, the world had not only witnessed the terrifying prowess of the ancient first prodigy, but also learned of Qin Feng's possession of a relic from the Buddha and the dragon pearl obtained from slaying a dragon. Faced with treasures of such magnitude, no cultivator could resist the temptation. Even knowing Qin Feng's combat capabilities were extraordinary and that he was the third holy son of the Inu Empire, the world was rife with individuals willing to take risks, hoping to seize even a minuscule chance. What if they succeeded? Soon, the 6 Dao emperors concluded their speeches and departed. The surviving candidates erupted in cheers, elated at the prospect of finally being free. Just as Qin Feng prepared to seek Yulan for a discussion on life and ideals, a commotion erupted nearby. Turning to investigate, he saw Princess Nan Feng and her entourage being obstructed by the parents of enslaved candidates, demanding that she surrender the culprit, Feng Chong. They could tolerate their children perishing in the life and death elimination match, but could not accept being turned into human bombs by Feng Chong, resulting in their utter annihilation. This princess does not know Feng Chong's whereabouts. Princess Ninfeng replied curtly. Even if she did, she would never divulge it. The fact that Feng Chong had successfully escaped the grasp of the Six Dao emperors spoke volumes. He was undoubtedly among the rarest of prodigies, and she could never betray such a talent. I don't know. The crowd could no longer restrain themselves, surging forward in a frenzy. Impudence. The disciples of the emperor were furious. As esteemed prodigies of the Xia, they had never endured such indignity, and they promptly engaged in battle with the crowd. This is going to be entertaining. Qin Feng relished the excitement, trotting over with Xiao Bai, finally grasping why Princess Ninfeng was not the heroine. Without a future to speak of, how could one hope to defy fate? Meanwhile, Yulan chose not to join in the commotion and returned home to shed her garments, revealing her fair and delicate skin, preparing for a soothing bath. However, upon glancing at the copper mirror and discovering a tattoo marking Qin Feng's visit on her slender waist, her demeanor shifted dramatically, and a piercing scream of indignation echoed throughout the palace of Lan. Damn Qin Feng. I will not let you off easily. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully humiliating the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Observing the unfolding drama, Qin Feng could only silently wish Yulan beauty and grace in her future. In Chapter 76, I want you to assist my cultivation. The square was filled with anguished wails as parents were toppled to the ground, as disciples of the Daxia royal family and scions of noble families. Their combat prowess far surpassed that of these parents, easily dispatching them. However, their actions incited the ire of the onlookers, for this was the territory of the Yin dynasty. How dare the Daxia disciples act so brazenly against their citizens? Is there no law? Is there no justice? Take them down, someone shouted, and the conflict escalated instantly. How outrageous! Princess Nanfeng's chest heaved with fury, struggling to contain her rage. Enduring various humiliations from that scoundrel Qin Feng was one thing, but now even these commoners dared to disregard her. Did they truly believe the Daxia princess was made of clay? Princess, be careful. An elder protecting the delegation hurriedly moved to shield Princess Nanfeng. Everyone stop. A booming voice reverberated through the square, instantly quelling the chaos. The crowd turned to see a group clad in black armor approach, each radiating an exceptionally powerful aura. Not merely at the Lingwu stage or the Ru Dao stage, but at the Tianzong stage. It was the Qian Wei. The faces of the onlookers shifted, and they hurriedly made way for this formidable group. The Qian Wei were responsible for the safety of the Yin imperial city, with the lowest cultivation level starting at the Tianzong stage. Their ranks might not be high, but they represented the face of the six-path sovereign, and no one in the Yin dynasty dared to show them disrespect. Princess Nanfeng showed no regard for the Qian Wei, coldly snorting and preparing to lead her entourage back to the embassy. The leader of the Qian Wei raised a hand to block her path, speaking icily. Princess Nanfeng, this is the Yin dynasty, not your Daxia dynasty. These disciples of the royal family have harmed our citizens here and need to accompany us. What did you say? You want us to come with you? The Daxia disciples could not help but laugh, deeming the soldier to be delusional. They were the elite of Daxia, esteemed members of noble families and part of a diplomatic mission. How could a mere Qian Wei captain dare to detain them? Take them all away. The Qian Wei leader was evidently not jesting. With a single command, his men swiftly charged at the disciples. True, they were from the Daxia royal family, but their cultivation levels were merely at the Lingwu and Ru Dao stages. Hardly a match for the Tianzong stage Qian Wei, who subdued them in less than a minute. You dare! The Daxia disciples were furious, clamoring to report the incident to the six-path sovereign. Yet, the Qian Wei paid them no heed, directly escorting them away while the crowd erupted in cheers. This is too much. This is intolerable. Princess Nanfeng's chest heaved violently, ready to confront the six-path sovereign for an explanation. The elder who protected the delegation intervened, saying, Princess, it may be futile to confront him. If the six paths sovereign truly intended to intervene, these men would not have attacked the delegation, nor would the Qin Yue have acted against the royal disciples. Are you suggesting that the six-path sovereign is behind this? Princess Nanfeng quickly regained her composure, realizing the implications. If she were to encounter someone like Feng Chong, she would also seek to eliminate the threat, indicating that it was not merely the commoners seeking Feng Chang's whereabouts, but rather the Six Paths sovereign himself. The elder continued, Your Highness, with Feng Chang's whereabouts unknown, remaining in the Inu dynasty serves no purpose and poses potential dangers. It would be best to return to Daxia promptly. But Princess Nanfeng's expression twisted in conflict. She felt compelled not to return empty-handed. She had embarked on this mission to the Inu dynasty with a task. And now she had not only failed to complete it, but also lost track of Feng Chong. Should she neglect the captured noble scions, it would surely offend their families. Even if her father wished to favor her, he might have no choice but to cast her into the cold palace. Rescue them? The elder felt a headache coming on. They were unfamiliar with the Inu dynasty, lacking power and influence. How could they persuade the six-path sovereign to release the captives? Princess Nanfeng's brows slightly arched as she spotted a familiar figure. Now that Qin Feng had just been named the third saint son of the Inu dynasty, perhaps he could sway the six paths sovereign's decision. Princess, no. The elder hastily cautioned against seeking help from that scoundrel Qin Feng, asserting that it would be akin to courting danger. With no other options available, Princess Nanfeng resolved to seek out Qin Feng. Meanwhile, after the spectacle concluded, Qin Feng, accompanied by Xiao Bai and 2 followers, journeyed to his superb spiritual peak. Along the way, he took the opportunity to impart wisdom, saying, You all witnessed the fate of those royal disciples, did you not? This is the consequence of poor choices. You must not emulate them. Instead, strive to learn from me and become virtuous gentlemen. Understand? Yes, my aspiration is to be a respectable Confucian rabbit. Xiao Bai eagerly nodded, affirming her commitment to every word of Qin Feng. Confucius once said, Learning without reflection is a waste. Reflection without learning is perilous. Thus, she diligently studied both Qin Feng's martial arts and his cunning ways. Virtuous gentlemen, Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged perplexed glances, unable to suppress their amusement as they turned their attention toward the square. Oppose Qin Feng as the saint's son. Overthrow the scoundrel Qin Feng. Severe punishment for Qin Feng. Return my eggs. A protest of 300 to 400 individuals filled the square, chanting in unison. Although they had survived the deadly elimination round, they had lost their masculine prowess, relegated to competing for positions within the palace. Before long, Qin Feng and his companions arrived at the superb spiritual peak, where a stone tablet inscribed with Chui Zhu Peak welcomed them. The entire peak was teeming with vibrant green life, flourishing with various spiritual herbs, while the fish in the bubbling brook leaped joyfully. Within, one could feel an exceptionally rich spiritual energy cascading down like gentle rain, allowing for substantial savings on superior spiritual stones during cultivation. Kuitsu Peak, splendid. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, leaping into a bamboo grove. The atmosphere was enhanced by a gathering formation of spiritual energy, more potent than before, accompanied by a quaint bamboo house beside a babbling brook. I adore this place. Xiao Bai joyfully leapt from Qin Feng's shoulder, frolicking across Chuizhu Peak. Every creature on the peak was subjected to her playful dominance. Even the mice in their burrows and the fish in the stream. Find yourselves a suitable place to cultivate. Qin Feng intended to ensure his 2 disciples did not feel neglected, encouraging them to explore the mountain for a dwelling. Yes, Qian Jun was overwhelmed with excitement, while Wan Ma maintained a calm demeanor. Before long, Princess Nanfeng arrived at Chuizhu Peak. The contemptible do not evoke fear. Rather, it is one's dependence on them that is truly frightening. To secure a favorable account for the Daxia upon her return and to appease the influential families, she musters the courage to enter the bamboo cottage and beseeches Qin Feng for assistance. Is this how you approach someone for help? Qin Feng scoffed, disdain evident as he curled his lip. With no sign of even a Bentley emblem, how dare she come to solicit his aid? In truth, he was somewhat surprised, yet not overly so at the arrival of the Nanfeng princess. When he employed the Tianji card to glean insight into fate, he had observed the capture of the Daxia's royal disciples, but contrary to expectations, they were not permanently imprisoned by the Six Realms Emperor. Instead, They were released after approximately half a month, as Feng Chong had not hidden away but brazenly wreaked havoc. With the knowledge of Feng Chong's whereabouts, it became meaningless to continue detaining the Daxia's disciples, leading to their eventual release. Now that the Nanfeng princess had come to him, it would be remiss of him not to seize the opportunity to extract some benefit. After all, it would be a disservice to his reputation as a formidable antagonist. What exactly do you desire? The tone of the Nanfeng princess softened somewhat. I require your assistance in my cultivation. Kik. Qin Feng could not suppress his signature villainous laughter. Realizing that the Nanfeng princess displayed remarkable audacity, daring to approach him at Suizhu Peak without even a single attendant. Did she truly believe him to be so easily trifled with? As the sun sank slowly, the sky dimmed. The Nanfeng princess emerged from the bamboo cottage. Her face flushed and hair disheveled. Qin Feng, our affair is far from over. With a rosy complexion, she spat in frustration, having expended much breath in vain. Fortunately, this contemptible man had acquiesced, promising to release her companions in no more than half a month. Aside from a one-time deposit, the 5 million high-grade spirit stones he demanded were indeed a fair price. Chapter 77. From this day forward, there shall be no white moonlight, only black pearls. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the absence of the Chosen One to bully his heart's white moonlight and earning 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng's spirit soared. He had not anticipated that old Feng's absence would work in his favor. Henceforth, there would be no white moonlight, only black pearls. He resolved to concentrate on cultivation, intending to spread warmth at a later time. Qin Feng consumed a foundation pill. He had solidified his first level of Lingwu and needed to break through to the Dao realm in preparation for the upcoming Kunlun secret realm in a month. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged on the bamboo bed, adeptly channeling the 33 Heavens creation technique, as the spiritual energy within him surged like a mighty river, gradually elevating his aura. At this moment, Qianjun and Wanma had located a training ground, carving out a cave in the stone wall not far from the bamboo forest. In close proximity to Qin Feng's small cottage, ready to rush over at the slightest disturbance. Is that not the Nanfeng princess of Daxia? What brings her to Suizhu Peak? Wanma exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the Nanfeng princess descending with a face full of shame and anger. Qianjun assessed the situation. Her face is so flushed it might bleed, indicating she has encountered something difficult to articulate, while the anger displayed suggests her displeasure. Observing her departure from the vicinity of our leader's small cottage, her dissatisfaction implies that our leader must have found some enjoyment. Wanma, having heard of the enmity between Qin Feng and the Nanfeng princess, was puzzled as to what might have transpired to provoke her ire. Qianjun continued his analysis. It is highly likely that she has developed feelings for our leader, and after a confession was rebuffed, she is now embarrassed and enraged. Sigh. Wanma could not help but lament, truly, to meet the young master is to misguide one's lifetime. To not meet the young master is to misguide one's life in perpetuity. Meanwhile, within the Qin residence of Daxia, Qin Hao is diligently cultivating in his chamber. An elderly figure's phantom hovering beside him. With a thunderous sound, Qin Hao abruptly opened his eyes and bellowed, unleashing a ferocious wave of energy that sent everything in the room flying. Excellent, excellent. The old man observed Qin Hao, who had completed his cultivation, with a broad smile of satisfaction. After 7 years of relentless training, Qin Hao had broken through to the 7th level of the extraordinary realm, his physique rivaling that of ancient beasts, rendering him extraordinarily formidable, capable of slaying Lingwu practitioners in full combat. 7th level of the extraordinary realm. Qin Hao reveled in the surging energy within him, a smile creeping onto his lips. I have heard that my brother has only reached the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. I'm finally closing the gap. With my current strength, even if he possesses the supreme bone and the dual pupils, I can still contend with him. Indeed, the old man nodded in agreement, acknowledging Qin Hao as the most terrifying prodigy he had ever encountered, having broken through to the 7th level of the extraordinary realm at merely 12 years of age. Employing nearly perverse methods to hone his physique. It was hard to believe that even seasoned ascetics would struggle to endure such rigorous training. At full strength, I can contend with Qin Feng, Lin Xiner, the 3-year pact. Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with boundless ambition. He would demonstrate his rise to the world in 3 years. A defiant cry against his fate. Just then, a series of urgent bells rang out, signaling the Qin residents to enter a state of alert. What is happening? Qin Hao swiftly opened the door and rushed outside, spotting a group descending from the sky, bearing the insignia of the Inuit dynasty. By the decree of the Six Realms Emperor, we have come to congratulate the former head of the Qin family, Qin Tian. The leader, grinning broadly, clapped his hands as a cohort presented 10 large chests before Qin Tian. Upon opening them, a dazzling array of treasures was revealed. One extravagant display. The Qin family members gasped in astonishment, nearly blinded by the brilliance of the treasures. Each chest was filled with rare gems. The mere display of a single item could incite frenzy among cultivators. Congratulations? Qin Tian raised an eyebrow, questioning, I am not acquainted with the Six Realms Emperor. What reason does he have to congratulate me? The leader replied with exuberance. It is indeed to congratulate the head of the Qin family on the birth of a splendid son. Qin Feng, in a life-and-death elimination round of my Inuit dynasty, single-handedly suppressed 100,000 challengers and even vanquished a true dragon of the 5th level of the Dao realm with his 1st level of Lingwu. Being personally designated by the Six Realms Emperor as the 3rd holy son of my Inuit dynasty, the members of the Qin family collectively inhaled sharply, their minds racing with incredulity. They had heard tales of Qin Feng's extraordinary prowess, yet they had not anticipated him to such an extent, achieving victory over a true dragon at the 5th level of the Dao realm, while at only the 1st level of Lingwu. Dragons, with their innate advantages, had always been known to challenge humans. Yet here was a human who had triumphed over a dragon, and at such a staggering level disparity. The audacity was simply appalling. Hearing this, Qin Hao's resolve wavered. He had just been reveling in his progress, believing that catching up to his brother would allow him to stand against him, only to discover that his brother was playing on an entirely different level, having already advanced to the Dao realm and slain a 5th level true dragon. The talent of this individual was truly unparalleled throughout history. The phantom of the old man was equally astounded, his heart unable to settle. He had thought Qin Hao to be an extraordinary prodigy, but in comparison to his brother, he felt like an unremarkable figure. It was unimaginable to find another instance in history where someone at the 1st level of Lingwu could slay a 5th level true dragon. Grandfather! Qin Hao quickly steadied his resolve, looking to the phantom elder, silently pleading not to regard him as mere mortal, but to employ even more rigorous methods to shape him. The old man was profoundly moved, sensing Qin Hao's unwavering spirit. My dear son has slain a dragon. Qin Tian's heart raced with excitement. Having suppressed his emotions for 7 years, yearning to exclaim, my son Qin Feng possesses the potential for greatness. However, recalling the family's hidden agenda, he was compelled to temper his exuberance and adopt an expression of profound anger. Begone! I have no such beastly son. Qin Tian instantly erupted in fury, sending the chests of treasures tumbling. Without waiting for the other party to pick up the treasure, he drove everyone out of the Qin family. He angrily declared that the Qin family would never forgive Qin Feng, that beast. The members of the Inu Huangchao were indifferent to whether Qin Feng was indeed a beast. Their sole concern was to return and retrieve the treasure. However, Qin Tian offered them no chance, as his ferocious aura rendered them unable to approach. He bore an expression that seemed to say, should you linger, I shall resort to violence. Get out! Qin Tian's roar reverberated across the heavens, his terrifying presence suffocating those nearby. Let us go quickly. As the situation escalated, the others disregarded the treasure and fled the Qin family in haste. What are you staring at? Get lost! Qin Tian bellowed at the Qin family disciples surrounding him, causing them to scatter like frightened birds. Despite not having been the family head for years, his prowess commanded respect, and none dared to challenge him. Once he confirmed the area was deserted, Qin Tian swiftly stored the treasure in his private vault. Chapter 78. The legendary Xiu'er on Chuizhu Peak. Within a small bamboo cottage, after a night of intense cultivation, Qin Feng successfully broke through to the 2nd level of Lingwu. Were it not for the insufficient points to exchange for a foundational pill, he could have achieved a continuous breakthrough to the Dao entry realm. The Chosen One not only possesses a remarkable partner, but also treasures of extraordinary quality. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, placing a hand upon his abdomen. Since he fused the relic of the Buddha, it had continuously emitted an exceptionally pure energy. Aside from a portion absorbed by the great might heavenly dragon to enhance its Buddha light, the remainder was utilized by him for his breakthrough. Yet, he remained unable to gain the Buddha relic's recognition, as Feng Chang had, to unleash a formidable protective barrier. This felt like a blatant targeting of me as a villain, and it was utterly shameless. Qin Feng was furious about this, yet had no means to deal with the Buddha relic. Surely, he would not discard it? There is still a dragon to handle. Rising from his seat, Qin Feng stepped outside the small bamboo cottage, waving his hand to retrieve the black dragon from his spatial storage. Although the dragon was dead, its aura still lingered. Its mere appearance sent the small creatures of Chui Zhu Peak into a frenzy. The birds scattered, and the smaller animals rushed into their burrows, while the nocturnal Xiao Bai scurried back from some hidden corner. "How massive!" Xiao Bai exclaimed, feeling minuscule before the great dragon. "Boss!" Qianjun and Wan Ma emerged from their lairs, gazing in shock at the deceased dragon. Though this dragon was merely at the 5th level of Dao entry and measured no more than 100 meters in length, it was unequivocally a true dragon. Its most valuable asset was undoubtedly its dragon pearl. With a swift motion, Qin Feng pierced through the dragon's head, extracting a golden dragon pearl, about the size of an infant's fist, glimmering with golden light and emanating a profound dragon might. Such formidable dragon might. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning the great might heavenly dragon growing even stronger upon absorption. In addition to possessing Buddha light, it would also inherit formidable dragon might, greatly enhancing its suppression over the demon race. What to do next? Qin Feng gazed at the enormous dragon, momentarily at a loss. He knew that dragon skin and bones could be used to forge divine weapons and armor. Dragon blood could enhance the physical body and be used for enchantment. And dragon tendons could be crafted into whips and other weapons, with the possibility of using them to brew wine. However, knowing how to utilize these resources without the requisite skills was futile. Noticing his confusion, Qianjun quickly approached with a flattering demeanor. "Boss, Tianhong Academy is the foremost academy of the Yin Huang Chao, where many powerful individuals gather. Handling a dragon would be a breeze." Tianhong Academy. Qin Feng's expression shifted as he realized he had forgotten about it. Just then, a melodious voice, akin to a song, resonated. "Sister thought you hadn't returned last night because someone had abducted you. Turns out you've come to Chui Zhu Peak. What is this? Now that you have your own Chui Zhu Peak, do you disdain Sister S Moon God Palace? Gritios, Moon Goddess, Divine Moyeden." Qianjun and Wan Ma hurriedly bowed as the moon goddess descended gracefully from the skies, accompanied by Zi Yuan. "How could that be?" Qin Feng exclaimed in protest. "I have long vowed to repay Sister Moon Goddess for saving my life. The reason for moving to Chui Zhu Peak is that I still have 3 years until I come of age. After I reach adulthood, Sister Moon Goddess can come to marry me in grand style. How about Chui Zhu Peak as a dowry?" The moon goddess chuckled, finding Qin Feng increasingly amusing. Since their first meeting during his childhood, he had consistently insisted on marrying her, and 7 years later, he remained unyielding in his affection. This only proved her undeniable charm. No woman would ever resent her allure. "Ugh, this is infuriating." Zi Yuan stomped her foot in frustration from the side. "All you think about is her aunt. Don't you know she is easy to tease? Such boldness." Qianjun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, too frightened to speak, donning expressions of having heard nothing. Despite the moon goddess being one of the 4 great beauties of ancient times, the rumors of her ruthless nature were countless. Otherwise, she would not have become the guardian of the Yin Huang Chao as a woman. "Enough of this banter. Tidy up. I will take you to meet someone." The moon goddess naturally cradled Xiao Bai, and upon seeing the little one's reluctance, she offered a spirit fruit as a bribe, allowing her to pet it. "Meet whom?" Qin Feng waved his hand, retracting the great dragon. Zi Yuan spoke mysteriously. "Your master, personally selected by the 6 Realms Emperor, is the most learned individual in the Yin Huang Chao. He is not only well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but also proficient in various martial arts. His knowledge of alchemy, weapon forging, and runes is profound, and he has extensive research on special physiques. Qianjun could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Could it be the Emperor Xiao, one of the four great talents of ancient times? Indeed, it is he. The moon goddess appeared somewhat lost in thought, as if recalling. Since that incident a century ago, he has become completely despondent, spending his days inebriated. The Six Realms Emperor wishes to see if you can inspire him to regain his former self. Despondent? I am to stimulate him? Qin Feng felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how he was to provoke the Xiao. Should he don women's attire to seduce him? Soon, Qin Feng learned the tale of Xiao. It was said that a century ago, this esteemed Xiao, renowned for his vast knowledge, striking appearance, and formidable strength, became one of the four talents of ancient times. He was akin to a super idol of that era, the Prince Charming in the hearts of all ancient women. Eventually, he fell in love with a woman, and they had a son together. Believing life would proceed without worry, he was blindsided when it turned out that the woman was a transformed great demon. In the world of ancient times, humans and demons were at odds, an insurmountable divide. Thus, he made the heart-wrenching decision to kill their newborn son. And the transformed great demon, in her grief, uttered a curse that he would pay a price before fleeing. However, his actions did not garner support from humanity. Rather, they viewed him as a villain capable of harming his own child, leading to his ostracization. Since then, he had fallen into despair, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, losing all his former talents. Now, the Six Realms Emperor sought to see if Qin Feng's innate gifts could rekindle his desire to take on a disciple. Only someone of Xiao's caliber could mentor a prodigy like Qin Feng. Qin Feng was left speechless, realizing that this Xiao was even more ruthless than anticipated. Due to the stark differences in paths between humans and demons, one could unexpectedly commit the heinous act of taking the life of their own child. For someone of his ilk, an ardent admirer of cat-eared maidens, rabbit-eared maidens, and fox spirits, it would be as if he were to be discarded like a broken tool. In Chapter 79, the narrative continues to promote the spirit of Qin Lao Lu. In a short span of time, Qin Feng and his companions followed the moon goddess to Tianhong Academy, where it was said that Xiao was currently languishing. On the surface, it appeared no different from an ordinary academy. Yet Qin Feng could keenly sense the presence of dozens of terrifying auras. The students they encountered on the way radiated formidable energy. Aside from the fresh graduates who were at the entry realm, the rest possessed at least the heavenly sect level of cultivation, with many even surpassing it, being at the Yuan Dan level. Truly, it was a cradle for talents of the Yin dynasty. Qin Feng felt the palpable pressure. His second level of spirit martial realm felt utterly out of place here. The students were equally astonished by his presence, as Tianhong Academy had never before had a student of the spirit martial realm. However, upon realizing he was the third holy son, their surprise diminished. They had witnessed his performance in the life-and-death elimination round and acknowledged his qualifications to study at Tianhong Academy. With the arrival of the third holy son, the spectators awaited an entertaining spectacle. It is noteworthy that Tianhong Academy was not home to just one holy son. The previous life-and-death elimination round had produced two, who were also studying there. The rivalry had escalated to life-or-death stakes, with students divided into factions supporting their respective holy sons. The arrival of the third holy son would inevitably exacerbate the turmoil. Whether it be through alliances or suppressions, peaceful coexistence was out of the question. From the moment they became holy sons of the Yin dynasty, it was clear that only one could ultimately ascend to the throne. Boss, should we not recruit some troops? Wan Ma's eyes sparkled with eagerness, yearning to charge into battle for the young master. Boss, Qianjun gazed at Qin Feng with hopeful eyes, awaiting his command to gather forces. Now that Qin Feng possessed a supreme spiritual peak, should he announce a recruitment, countless formidable subordinates would undoubtedly flock to him. There was no rush. After a brief contemplation, Qin Feng decided against confronting the other two holy sons directly. They had established themselves at Tianhong Academy for many years, and a reckless challenge would likely result in severe suppression. Any conflict would only bring him detriment. He resolved to continue embodying the spirit of Qin Lao Lu, to operate discreetly while laying traps for others. At that moment, a cold and biting voice pierced through the air. Qin Feng. Ah, Iu Lang. Qin Feng's eyes instantly brightened, exclaiming inwardly that fate was smiling upon him. Having just broken through to the second level of the spirit martial realm, Yulan had presented herself, providing an opportunity for the antagonist points to accumulate. Tonight, he could strive towards the third level of the spirit martial realm. When Yulan laid eyes on Qin Feng, it was as if they were sworn enemies. The memory of the humiliation she faced at his hands, marked by his mockery, ignited her fury and unleashed her primal power, jeopardizing her prospects of marriage. A sharp gust of wind rushed in, sending Qin Feng's garments fluttering. Yulan approached with swift, graceful steps, her flowing hair dancing in the breeze. Surrounded by a chilling aura that froze everything in her wake, she was exhibiting her mysterious body. The surrounding students gasped in shock, instinctively retreating. They had heard of Yulan's body, but had never witnessed its power. The sheer intensity of the cold she emanated was enough to daunt even those at the heavenly sect level. This chilling aura was formidable. Rather than retreating, Qin Feng surged forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He discovered that the terrifying cold from Yulan's body stimulated the growth of his Sangtian dominance body, fortifying his physique amidst the icy assault. One extraordinary individual Qin Feng is. The students around him were utterly astonished, as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. While others would flee from such a terrifying chill, fearing the consequences of being frozen, he boldly charged forward, showing no signs of being affected. How can this be? The moon goddess was equally taken aback, recalling the words of the Six Paths Emperor. He had previously mentioned that Qin Feng might indeed be the legendary Sangtian dominance body. Yet, Qin Feng's capabilities exceeded all expectations. Even when at a disadvantage due to his low cultivation base, he had not revealed his full strength during the life and death elimination round. Now, observing his disregard for the cold, she could not help but accept the Six Paths Emperor's assessment. What kind of prodigy is this? The moon goddess's eyes were filled with astonishment, struggling to comprehend that Qin Feng had not displayed his entire strength during the life and death elimination round. He still possessed hidden cards. With a loud crash, the two collided, unleashing a torrent of terrifying cold that sent frost flying in all directions. Before Yulan could react, Qin Feng pressed his lips against hers, fervently drawing the coldness from her body into his own. Yulan's eyes widened in disbelief, letting out a muffled sound, taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for taking advantage of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 antagonist points. Ah, this is infuriating. Zi Yuan was so enraged as she grabbed Xiao Bai, squeezing him tightly. Having grown up alongside Qin Feng, she had never received such affection from him, while he had kissed two outsiders. How could this happen to Tu? Xiao Bai's round face was contorted as he struggled to pull out a small notebook, writing down. On this day, I, too, endured an injustice not befitting my age at the hands of Qin Feng and require compensation of 20 carats. What an outrageous display! The surrounding students were in complete disarray, unable to comprehend the audacity of the third holy son. They had long heard of his lack of boundaries, but never anticipated such shamelessness in broad daylight, employing such despicable tactics. Shameless. Yulan, furious, pushed Qin Feng away, wiping her lips with disdain. Ah, how refreshing! Qin Feng shivered, feeling his physique steadily strengthen. You shameless fool. Yulan's face flushed with anger as she charged towards Qin Feng once more. Yet, after taking just a couple of steps, she saw Qin Feng raise his hand, catching a pink belly band adorned with a lotus flower from the air. Yulan was rendered speechless, hastily pressing her hand against her chest. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for bullying the Chosen One, earning 100,000 antagonist points. Unbelievable. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment, yearning to learn this technique. Enough, everyone stop. The moon goddess interjected, her gaze shifting to a figure approaching in the distance. A man, resembling a beggar, staggered as he walked and drank from a wine jar, causing the students to retreat as if encountering a plague. Is that the Emperor of the Four Ancient Talents? Qin Feng could not help but scrutinize the figure, sensing a profoundly powerful aura emanating from him. Ah, Mungo des. The emperor, inebriated, raised his wine jar, inviting the moon goddess to join him for a drink. The moon goddess ignored him, her expression neutral as she replied, "Emperor, the emperor has sent me to convey a message. He has found a good disciple for you. I wonder if you're interested." "A disciple?" the emperor questioned, bewildered. "What weapon does he wield?" Qin Feng, wearing a sincere expression, answered, in response to the esteemed emperor's inquiry, "I am utilizing an external aid." "Crooked melon?" The emperor's mind was flooded with questions. Though he had been in a stupor for over 100 years, his intellect remained intact. However, what could this crooked melon possibly mean? "Do not heed his nonsense, esteemed emperor." Ziyuan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng and politely remarked, "He has mastered the art of swordsmanship, comprehending the third level of sword intent and possessing an indomitable sword heart. He has even created 2 divine-level sword techniques, alongside wielding the ancient Chongtong, Zhongtong, and Supreme Gugu. Furthermore, he has devised a remarkably powerful divine-level Buddhist technique and successfully slayed a great dragon in this life-and-death elimination match." Dishio nearly dropped the wine jug in his hand, his expression shifting from despondency to a hint of astonishment. Indeed, he was taken aback by Qin Feng. Initially, he thought that simply demonstrating a couple of techniques would suffice to send him on his way, never anticipating he would encounter such an anomaly. He had witnessed countless geniuses in the Tianhong Shuyuan, but none could compare to the prodigious talent of Qin Feng. It was a marvel unheard of and unseen. Possessing such extraordinary attributes as the ancient Qin and Supreme, starting with an innate advantage was one aspect. However, having grasped the third level of sword intent and indomitable sword heart, and even crafting 3 divine-level techniques, he left no room for others to breathe. Qin Feng glanced around, noticing that everyone regarded him as if he were a rare beast. As a seasoned professional at being overlooked, such attention made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. This only proved that he had outshone the others in the elimination match, likely becoming a thorn in the side of the other 2 holy sons. If they conspired against him, how could he continue to relish in his role as the underdog? Desiring to evade confrontation, he knew he must learn to conceal his brilliance. Seeing Dishio react, Yueshin seized the moment and asserted, "The emperor has declared that Qin Feng's talent is beyond the grasp of ordinary instructors, and only you, the most learned individual of the Yingyue Huangqiao, can guide him. I haven't even mastered my own skills. How could I possibly teach another?" Dishio chuckled self-deprecatingly, returning to his wine, choosing to drift through life day by day. Yueshin sighed helplessly, realizing how profoundly that past incident had impacted Dishio, leading him to reject the overtures of such a remarkable talent as Qin Feng. "Senior Dishio, wait." Qin Feng interjected seriously, "What I truly wish to learn is your experience of failure." "Huh?" The entire assembly fell silent, bewildered by Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng commenced his performance, lamenting, "From the moment of my birth, I comprehended the divine-level technique, the 33 celestial transformations. No matter how grave my injuries, I heal swiftly. I broke through to the Kaiyuan realm at 3, reached the Transcendence realm at 8, and have since grasped sword intent and an indomitable sword heart. Now at 15, I possess the ancient Chongtong and Supreme Ku, among other abilities. Life has been exceedingly smooth, devoid of any sense of pressure. Can you comprehend this suffering? I understand your plight." The crowd erupted in disbelief, exclaiming that he was living a life of ease and was merely flaunting it. If any of them possessed even one of his abilities, they would feel as though they were soaring to great heights. Yet here he was, gathering all these powers and still finding fault with them. Dishio was utterly perplexed, standing amidst the chaos, unsure of how to respond. Others longed for the perfect life he seemed to disdain. Was he out of touch with reality? Or was Qin Feng merely mocking him? "Senior Dishio, please grant me your blessing." Qin Feng remained unfazed by the stares of others, planning to stay close to Dishio for the time being. Once he became less conspicuous, he could return to his role as the underdog, digging traps for the 2 holy sons. "Do as you wish." Dishio waved dismissively, taking his leave with his drink. "I shall report to you tomorrow, senior," Qin Feng declared, glancing at his system points, which had accumulated to 497 million, just shy of the 500,000 needed to purchase the foundational elixir. A little more bullying of Yulan would suffice. As his gaze turned toward Yulan, he wore a smile reminiscent of the Hulk gazing at Black Widow. What was he planning? Yulan felt inexplicably anxious under his gaze, recalling the moments he had tormented her, tears welling in her eyes. As the daughter of the Blue Demon, she had never been bullied until Qin Feng had kissed her before so many witnesses. Who would dare to marry her now? Overwhelmed by emotion, Yulan could no longer contain her tears and fled, covering her face. Hey, don't go. I can be gentler. Qin Feng, on the verge of acquiring the foundational elixir, refused to let Yulan escape so easily. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the Chosen One cry. You have gained 100,000 villain points. This was indeed a revelation. Qin Feng's face glowed with delight, having stumbled upon a new path to prosperity. He was shamelessly reveling in it. The surrounding female students were filled with indignation, unable to believe Qin Feng was such a person. This was a spectacle worth witnessing. Yueshin immediately perked up. For women, any woman more beautiful than themselves was a rival. And as one of the four great beauties of antiquity, she had always maintained a facade of cordiality with the Blue Demon while harboring resentment. Now, with Qin Feng publicly kissing the Blue Demon's daughter, one could only imagine the Blue Demon's reaction upon learning of it. Unfortunately, she was currently in seclusion. Yueshin felt a pang of regret, resolving to visit the Blue Demon as soon as she emerged. "Ah, this infuriates me." Ziyuan, exasperated, seized Little Bai and began to squeeze her relentlessly. "Woo-woo, I've told you not to treat the rabbit like this." Little Bai's round face was contorted from squeezing, and she struggled to retrieve her notebook, writing, "On this day, my rabbit has endured pressures beyond her years due to Qin Feng and requires compensation of 30 carats. Not far away, two figures were observing Qin Feng, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. What do you make of this? If he truly intends to lie low, I would wholeheartedly support him. Yet will he? Certainly not. If he were willing to lie low, he would not have resorted to exploiting his own brother Supreme Bone. He is cunning, aware that he would be targeted, hence the facade of lethargy. However, this act is too contrived. No one would believe it. The two figures exchanged knowing smiles before vanishing from sight. Thus began the rivalry among the three holy sons. Yueshin turned her gaze towards the spot where they had disappeared, recognizing them as the other two holy sons of the Yin Yue Huangqiao. Both were rare prodigies in the world, and in certain respects, they were even more formidable than Qin Feng. It would not be easy for him to gain any advantage over them. At that moment, a group of students from Tianhong Shiyuan were eagerly volunteering to become Qin Feng's subordinates. Beyond his possession of a superb spirit peak, many sought to be branded with the celestial servant mark, thus acquiring a fivefold increase in combat power. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Qin Feng appeared to genuinely be lying low, ignoring those who offered themselves as subordinates. Instead, he wandered about like a street urchin, accompanied by Little Bai, bullying the young female students. All the girls in Tianhong Shiyuan had personally felt his ability to seize object from afar, especially Yulan, who was constantly at risk of being ambushed by Qin Feng, nearly succumbing to psychological trauma. If it had only been that, it would not have been so bad. Everyone merely viewed Qin Feng as embodying the essence of manhood. However, what truly convinced them of his apparent lethargy was his cultivation level. In just half a month, he had inexplicably broken through 6 minor levels, reaching the spirit martial 7th level. Even a fool would understand that such rapid advancement would lead to an unstable foundation. Chapter 81. Can the matters of scholars be considered theft? Finished, Qin Feng was utterly ruined. Everyone felt immense regret, believing he was beyond saving. Even if he had established a solid foundation previously, 6 consecutive breakthroughs in half a month had completely squandered it, limiting his future achievements and preventing him from reaching the pinnacle. What? He broke through to the spirit martial 7th level in half a month. The other two holy sons, upon receiving the news, reacted with disbelief, declaring it utterly impossible. Qin Feng was known to have no scruples in his pursuit of power, even willing to exploit his own brother. His ambitions were well known, and claiming he wished to learn from Dishio's failures was merely a pretext. Now, with their pants down, they were ready to confront Qin Feng, yet he had self-destructed, evoking a sense of helplessness akin to striking a cotton ball. Perhaps it was for the best. The two holy sons sighed in relief, perceiving this as no misfortune. The power displayed by Qin Feng was truly terrifying. They had no desire to engage in conflict with such a prodigy. His voluntary downfall was undoubtedly splendid news for them, allowing them to concentrate their efforts on another target. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was clandestinely indulging in the wine brewed by Dishio. He discovered that this wine was extraordinary, meticulously crafted from ancient texts, capable of inducing a state of euphoric intoxication. Originally, Dishio brewed it to alleviate his own suffering, yet upon consuming it, Qin Feng felt neither intoxication nor euphoria. Instead, the energy within the wine catalyzed the evolution of his Tsang Tian Ba tea. Stop drinking. You cannot continue like this. Dishio could no longer remain still. Unable to bear witnessing such a raw talent squandered as he himself had been, he must find a way to stabilize Qin Feng's foundation. If you truly feel guilty, do me a favor. Qin Feng, with a smile, waved his hand and produced the corpse of the great dragon. As the most erudite man of the Yin Empire, managing the dragons remains posed no challenge for him. I will assist you with the dragon's corpse, but you, Dishio, look exceedingly worried, pondering how to help Qin Feng solidify his foundation. However, before he could devise a plan, Qin Feng suddenly vanished with a swish. This child, Dishio observed with concern, his heart racing. He could not comprehend what Qin Feng had endured that led him to such self-destructive behavior. The sight of Qin Feng reminded him of his own past, when he too succumbed to despair and self-neglect. At that moment, Yulan was strolling along the path of Tianhong Academy when she sensed the absence of something. Without a doubt, it was that shameless Qin Feng who had taken her belly band. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for bullying the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Why is the embroidery so coarse? Qin Feng once again utilized his ability to obtain items from a distance. But this time the belly band he acquired was poorly crafted. What do you mean by this? Yulan seethed, her teeth itching with rage, wishing she could bite Qin Feng to death. Given that this was a personal item, she had embroidered it herself. And now her speed could not keep pace with Qin Feng's thievery. Steal? Is it considered stealing when it comes to scholars? Do you think I read the Luan Yu for nothing? Qin Feng retorted, his displeasure evident, asserting himself as a proper Confucian disciple. You? A scholar? Yulan's gulp, disdain evident in her voice, questioning how someone as shameless as Qin Feng could lay claim to such a title. What do you mean by unworthy? Qin Feng's mood darkened further. Unlike his father, who could merely recite Yong Yi, he had a masterpiece titled Yong Kuan. Kuan, idol troine. Your beauty is overwhelming, playing ball with a middle part, shameless. Yulan could not comprehend Qin Feng's nonsensical ramblings and raised her hand to snatch back her belly band. Yet, Qin Feng, employing the technique of shadowy freedom, evaded her grasp with a flurry of afterimages. Is this fellow truly unstable in his foundation? Yulan's anxiety grew. While others may have only seen Qin Feng break through 6 minor levels in half a month, she had been entangled with him for that duration, clearly sensing that his strength was not diminishing but rather increasing. This was entirely inconsistent with the notion of an unstable foundation. How can this be? Yulan was confounded, questioning how such rapid breakthroughs could coincide with a stable foundation, regardless of the current state of Qin Feng's foundation. She was acutely aware that she would have to pull an all-nighter embroidering belly band again tonight. Damn Qin Feng, I will not let this go. Yulan's teeth ground in frustration, wishing to exact her vengeance upon him. For half a month, she had spent the majority of her time in a state of tension, afraid to make any significant moves, more cautious than those noble ladies who rarely ventured outside, fearful of being discovered. To make matters worse, he frequently ambushed her. Another 100,000 villain points were credited to her account. Qin Feng opened the system to check, revealing he had 270,000 villain points. Based on the cost of 500,000 for a foundation pill, he could purchase 2, and now that he had reached the 7th level of Ling Wu, 2 foundation pills would suffice for him to break through to the Dao realm. What he initially thought would take a month was accomplished in just half that time. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, not only gaining villain points, but also elevating his cultivation, which greatly enhanced his mood. Just then, a conversation reached his ears from not far away. Have you heard? Several bloody incidents have occurred recently. I've heard that several cities were slaughtered. It said that it was all the doing of that disciple of the great Xia Emperor, Feng Chong. This is utterly intolerable. We should execute this group of imperial disciples. It's useless. The imperial disciples who were imprisoned have just been released. No way. Injuring so many people. And they're released just like that? These individuals are backed by the great families of the great Xia. The implications are too vast. They cannot be detained. Damn it. I feel so powerless. Currently, the great Xia dynasty and our Yin dynasty have not yet severed ties. A small grievance can disrupt a grand scheme. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's interest was piqued. He realized he could seek out Princess Nan Feng for the payment, and he inexplicably recalled her eloquent demeanor before him. At the envoy's inn, Princess Nan Feng had become utterly withdrawn since her visit to Qin Feng. She isolated herself in her room, refusing to meet anyone. Her mind filled with the image of that day when Qin Feng rose to power, forcing her to engage in verbal sparring. Feng Chang, where are you? Princess Nan Feng curled up on her bed, tears streaming down her face. If Feng Chang were still around, she would not have to worry about rescuing the imperial disciples, nor endure such bullying from Qin Feng. My lady, you possess some capabilities. An elder assigned to protect the envoy praised from outside the door, realizing he had previously underestimated her. He had thought her visit to Qin Feng was akin to courting disaster, yet it proved that Princess Nan Feng was indeed formidable, bravely confronting the situation and managing to deal with Qin Feng with nothing but her words. At this moment, the released imperial disciples were gathered together, expressing their dissatisfaction with the Yin dynasty's actions. What the hell? What does it mean to capture us at will and release us at whim? This is utterly dismissive of us imperial disciples. Yin dynasty, I will not let this go. Just as the imperial disciples were venting their frustrations, Qin Feng strode in with an air of indifference. Qin Feng, what do you want? The imperial disciples regarded him with suspicion, fearing he would unleash chaos. I'm here to collect the payment, of course. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. The reason you were released is that I pleaded on your behalf with the Emperor of the Six Paths. And now it's time for you to settle the bill. 5 million top-tier spirit stones, not a single coin less. 5 million top-tier spirit stones. The imperial disciples gasped, internally exclaiming that Qin Feng was robbing them. Moreover, they found it hard to believe that he would act so kindly as to speak on their behalf. You are correct. I certainly did not act out of goodwill. It was Princess Nan Feng who exerted considerable effort to persuade me. Shut up. Princess Nan Feng's furious voice echoed from the upper floor, realizing Qin Feng was disregarding all rules of the martial world. Did he not know the saying, "Do not speak of past grievances when descending the mountain"? Simultaneously, she ordered her subordinates to quickly provide the 5 million top-tier spirit stones to expedite Qin Feng's departure. Yes, the elder assigned to protect the envoy dared not defy her, retrieving the prepared 5 million top-tier spirit stones to hand over to Qin Feng. After receiving the payment, Qin Feng suddenly remarked, Princess Nan Feng, you wouldn't want Feng Chang to be in danger, would you? What do you mean? Princess Nan Feng's heart tightened, and she hurriedly emerged from the upper floor. Qin Feng had already departed from the external envoy's guest house, casting a meaningful smile back at her, leaving her in a state of confusion regarding his intentions. What could he possibly mean? The heart of Princess Nan Feng was tumultuous, sensing that there was more to his words than met the eye. Soon, she discovered that Feng Chang had ravaged several cities, and now the Six Paths Emperor had issued an order for ruthless extermination, with masters from the Yin dynasty actively hunting him down. What should she do? Should she hasten back to the Great Xia to seek her father's assistance, or plead with that scoundrel Qin Feng? However, given that her mission to the Yin dynasty had failed and she faced penalties, seeking her father's help would be an arduous task, while approaching Qin Feng would require considerable persuasion. Princess, Feng Chang's situation is critical and cannot be overlooked. An elder, having witnessed the princess's formidable spirit, fervently urged her to seek Qin Feng's assistance, insisting it would only require some eloquence. On Suizhu Peak, Qin Feng was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune as he walked along a mountain path. Yet, After a few steps, he was approached hurriedly by Qian Jun and Wan Ma, who informed him that Zi Yuan was wreaking havoc in his small bamboo house, throwing objects around in a fit of rage. Zi Yuan was causing chaos. Qin Feng's brows furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. Over the course of 7 years, he had come to understand Zi Yuan thoroughly. She was the type who would sulk if he flirted with others, yet would forgive him instantly if he merely teased her. In simpler terms, she embodied the quintessential innocent sweetheart. Such erratic behavior was reasonable for Princess Nanfeng, but utterly inconsistent for the naive Zi Yuan. Qian Yun timidly inquired, "Boss, have you been flirting with an unmarried girl again?" "Nonsense. Am I the type to pursue unmarried maidens?" Qin Feng replied, visibly displeased. He inherited the noble spirit of Jianan and the legacy of Wei Wu. They soon arrived at the small bamboo house, and from a distance, observed Zi Yuan angrily smashing items, though it appeared she was actually searching for something. "Damn Qin Feng, how dare you return?" Upon seeing him, Zi Yuan exhibited the demeanor of a spoiled young lady. Just as she approached, Qin Feng's aura shifted dramatically. Like a proud snow lotus standing against the wind atop a cliff, he exuded a compelling and formidable strength, his garments billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze, radiating an intense sword energy. "Qin Feng, what are you doing? Be careful, or I will inform my aunt." Zi Yuan's expression shifted slightly, yet she did not halt her advance. What was happening? Qian Jun and Wan Ma sensed the tension, quickly drawing their weapons in defense. "You are not Zi Yuan. Who are you?" Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, recognizing the impostor immediately. As a typical innocent sweetheart, Zi Yuan would never use such a tone or threaten him with the moon goddess. Even if he flaunted his affections elsewhere, she would merely sulk alone. "I do not understand what you are saying." The false Zi Yuan continued her advance, quickening her pace towards Qin Feng. With a thunderous roar, the air around Qin Feng vibrated, the sound of swords resonating endlessly. Accompanied by a torrent of sword energy that swept through the air, a piercing wind filled the atmosphere. As countless sword energies converged like a raging river, seemingly capable of engulfing everything in its path. The myriad swords tremble, the sword's song never ceases. The river flows from the heavens. Not good. The voice of the false Zi Yuan suddenly deepened, realizing that Qin Feng truly dared to strike. With no sign of panic, the impostor emanated a terrifying energy wave, forcibly tearing apart the sword energy that Qin Feng had conjured. "What?" Qian Jun and Wan Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. Not because of the opponent's cultivation level, but due to the overwhelming strength of Qin Feng's sword energy, which showed no sign of instability. Truly, he was the ancient prodigy who claimed, "With me, Qin Feng, there is heaven." The false Zi Yuan couldn't help but commend him. If not for the significant difference in their cultivation levels, he would have been unable to resist Qin Feng's river of sword techniques. Yet, regardless of Qin Feng's status as the ancient prodigy, today he would seize the dragon pearl and the Buddha's relic. "I have always taken treasures from others. No one has ever succeeded in taking from me." Qin Feng's eyes reflected utter disdain as he considered the opponent beneath his notice. "Is that so?" The false Zi Yuan watched Qin Feng with keen interest, eager to see what further feats he might display. Gulping nervously, Qian Jun and Wan Ma felt the atmosphere had reached a boiling point, eagerly anticipating Qin Feng's counterattack. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now embarrass myself." Qin Feng clasped his hands in salute, turning to flee while shouting, "Sister Moon Goddess, save me." The false Zi Yuan nearly spat blood in disbelief. Although he had heard tales of the third saint's son's lack of decorum, he never imagined he would stoop to such depths. One moment, he was brimming with righteous fervor, ready to vanquish any foe, and the next, without hesitation, he discarded all dignity, calling for the moon goddess to rescue him. Had he not witnessed it himself? Who would dare believe a person could be so shameless? Truly, it was eye-opening. What the hell? Qian Jun and Wan Ma stood frozen in place, their minds screaming in disbelief. "Damn it, I bared my soul to see your grand display, and you throw away your dignity without a second thought." Yet, who could blame him? They had chosen this leader, and regardless of his shamelessness, they would follow him to the ends of the earth. "Help! Help!" Qian Jun and Wan Ma ran in all directions, desperately calling for the moon goddess. Such disgrace. The false Zi Yuan was utterly speechless. glancing at the three of them as he realized that a direct confrontation was futile, since Qin Feng's Suizhu Peak was not far from the Moon Goddess Palace. Should she truly hear the commotion and arrive, he wouldn't have enough lives to account for it. He couldn't take that gamble. It was best to make a hasty retreat before encountering the Moon Goddess. Run, but you can escape the first day of the month, not the 15th. The false Zi Yuan snorted in frustration, transforming into a swarm of bats and vanishing from sight. Before long, Qin Feng and the others stealthily returned to the small bamboo house. "You should be gone now, right?" Qin Feng inquired. "He should be." Walmart glanced around and confirmed there were no signs of anyone. Qianjun spoke up. "If I'm not mistaken, that person was the legendary shape-shifting demon lord." "Shape-shifting demon lord?" Qin Feng frowned, recalling hearing about such a figure. It was said that the individual practiced some form of cultivation that allowed for endless transformations, becoming men, women, children, elderly, and even various animals. This was not mere disguise. It involved the complete alteration of physiological structure. At that moment, Xiaobai trotted over, cheerfully singing. Little White Rabbit, white as snow, with 2 ears perked up high after cutting the arteries, cut the veins, motionless, oh so cute. After skinning, chopped into pieces, tossed into the pot to stir-fry, add some water, cover it up before serving, sprinkle some cilantro. Qin Feng immediately grew vigilant, drawing the Chong Kong divine sword at Xiaobai. "What does this mean?" Xiaobai, startled, stood with fur bristling, confused by the sudden turn of events. Qin Feng coldly demanded, "Speak honestly, and you shall be lenient. Are you the shape-shifting demon lord in disguise?" "What is the shape-shifting demon lord?" "I am a rabbit from Buji Island." Xiaobai replied, utterly bewildered. "You don't know?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. "Then how will you prove you are indeed a rabbit?" "Prove I'm a rabbit?" Xiaobai continued in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend how to provide proof. "I advise you to prove that you are indeed a rabbit. Otherwise," a fierce glint flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, and the Long Kong divine sword emitted a chilling light. The thousands of soldiers and horses simultaneously brandished their weapons, poised to skin the rabbit at a mere command from Qin Feng. "Iama rabbit, xiaogai stammered, freaked. Before a sudden spark of inspiration struck, I recall you mentioned a contingency plan to prevent being defeated by some unreasonable protagonist, which included a secret signal designed for a comeback. Dijin Gaogang, Ipai 11 Shan, Qiangu Xiao." "Oh!" Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "Facing the sea, the rivers converge and flow for 10,000 years. Who are you, my good sir?" Xiaobai, with a serious expression, replied, "I reside on Chenghua Avenue, a novice driver from Qiuming Mountain, Qin Xiaobai." Qin Feng continued, "I attended Erxiankyo Primary School for 2 years. A remarkable little worm in this mortal realm, Qin Laolu." "Oh dear, you truly are my rabbit." Qin Feng hastily sheathed his sword, realizing that aside from the rabbit he had raised himself, no one else would comprehend this secret signal. Xiaobai, with a face full of grievances, began to cry, not forgetting to take out a small notebook and jot down, on a certain year and month, "I was frightened half to death by Qin Feng and require compensation of 10 carats. The scene fell into a profound silence, as the thousands of soldiers and horses stood frozen, utterly captivated by the peculiar exchange between a man and a rabbit. Although they understood not a single word, they inexplicably sensed an air of sophistication. Initially, they believed that Qin Feng's reckless breakthrough had rendered him useless, and that only the 3 of them would remain in this verdant bamboo peak. However, upon witnessing Qin Feng wield the great river sword technique and the secret signal, they glimpsed his ambition to grow strong and achieve greatness once more. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the bamboo forest, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance. "What is happening?" The thousands of soldiers and horses exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the source of the delicate aroma. Before they could investigate further, a dizzying sensation overcame them, as if they had been separated from their little girlfriends for a month. Their legs weakened, collapsing to the ground, devoid of any strength. "Hee, your efforts to shout are futile. Now, let us see where you can flee." The shape-shifting demon lord returned, cackling in a manner befitting a villain. A swarm of bats swooped into the bamboo grove, coalescing into a figure clad in a black cloak, obscuring its face. Just from its silhouette, it was evident that this entity was undoubtedly a villain. Poisonous? Qin Feng looked at Qian Jun and Wan Ma, remembering that he was immune to all toxins. Is it truly toxic? Xiao Bai, frightened, quickly consumed a carrot, affirming that carrots could indeed counteract poison. What is happening? The shape-shifting demon lord was left utterly confounded. His technique should have rendered even a Yuan Dan realm practitioner powerless. Yet Qin Feng and this rabbit appeared lively and unscathed. Your screams are in vain. Qin Feng seemed to regard the shape-shifting demon lord with indifference, eagerly examining Qian Jun and Wan Ma, who were now entirely at his mercy. Indeed, the shouts were futile. Damn! The shape-shifting demon lord could not help but curse, feeling a tinge of disrespect from Qin Feng's demeanor. Nonetheless, he was undeterred. Even if Qin Feng and the rabbit were unscathed, he still sought the dragon pearl and the relic of the Buddha. Rather than charging in recklessly, he activated a villain's special attribute, verbosity. Qin Feng, your two subordinates have succumbed to the world's most peculiar poison. Their cries will avail them nothing. If you wish to prevent them from becoming completely incapacitated, you must obediently hand over the relic of the Buddha and the dragon pearl. Is this truly the world's most peculiar poison? I could restore them to full vitality in no time. Qin Feng scoffed, his face filled with disdain, as he produced a vial labeled Mother Pig Goes Crazy. Oh dear! Qian Jun and Wan Ma's eyes widened in terror, wishing to shout, "Boss, please don't come near." Yet they had no strength left. Their cries were genuinely in vain. Rest assured, I shall come to your rescue. Noticing their frantic blinking, Qin Feng understood they could hardly wait. Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial and administered the remedy. Oh dear! Qian Jun and Wan Ma's eyes bulged as they felt a flame igniting within them. Yet their bodies remained utterly unresponsive. It felt as though they were loaded cannons, primed to explode, but unable to function. How can this be ineffective? Qin Feng mused, perplexed by the Mother Pig Goes Crazy. Logically, even someone like Lu Xia Hui should have shown some reaction. Why did Qian Jun and Wan Ma remain unaffected? Should I try giving them a few more pounds? Simultaneously, he grew increasingly intrigued by this so-called world's most peculiar poison, which rendered cries futile, as it was indeed a necessary remedy for traversing the martial world and inheriting the Prime Minister's will. Do you truly believe that the world's most peculiar poison is merely a name? The shape-shifting demon Lord cackled. I advise you to surrender the dragon pearl and the relic of the Buddha, or else they will be utterly ruined. This villain certainly had plenty to say. If I were him, I would have attacked directly. Qin Feng could not help but scoff at the shape-shifting demon Lord's limited intellect, deeming him unworthy of a response. Even if I were to hand over the dragon pearl and the relic of the Buddha, how long do you think it would take for me to surpass you? Given my talent, and with my character, do you truly believe I would let you go in the future? The shape-shifting demon lord frowned, contemplating the potential threat posed by Qin Feng. Moreover, even if you obtain the dragon pearl and the relic of the Buddha, how much would your combat strength truly increase? Why don't we strike a deal instead? What sort of deal? The shape-shifting demon lord, feeling somewhat insecure, inquired as he sought the counsel of a professional villain. With a smirk, Qin Feng replied, "You provide me with the formula for the screams are futile poison, and I shall share with you a method to attain the position of a great emperor." The mention of great emperor caused the shape-shifting demon lord to halt his breath, realizing the magnitude of the proposed transaction. The screams are futile poison may indeed be the world's most peculiar poison, but it could never be compared to the status of a great emperor. The two were on entirely different levels. Alas! Qian Jun and Wan Ma closed their eyes in despair. They understood that the method Qin Feng spoke of to achieve the status of a great emperor likely referred to Feng Chang's manipulation of 6 emperors. However, such deceitful words would not convince even a child, let alone a formidable figure like the shape-shifting demon lord. They realized he was clearly abandoning them, deliberately stalling for time to call out, "Sister Moon Goddess, save me." Wait, are you trying to deceive me? The shape-shifting demon lord suddenly became wary, recalling that Qin Feng possessed no scruples. Some of his words bore truth, while others were mere fabrications. Perhaps only Qin Feng himself knew the veracity of his claims. Even if the method to achieve the position of a great emperor was genuine, it would likely be fraught with danger. Let us hope he does not sacrifice his own life in pursuit of this elusive title. Rest assured, I, Qin Feng, am a genuine gentleman of the Confucian school, swearing to the heavens that not a single word I utter is false. I can assure you that this method is as simple as riding a horse. Qin Feng declared while patting his backside. Do you truly believe I would trust you? The ever-changing demon lord cast a glance at Qin Feng, as if to say, I graduated from elementary school. As simple as riding a horse? Do you truly think the position of the emperor is as easily attainable as plucking a cabbage from a field? If such a method for attaining the status of emperor were so straightforward, why would Qin Feng not keep it to himself instead of selling it to me at a bargain? There must be a trick involved. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng finally spoke. Have you ever heard of an exceptionally rare fate known as the Six Emperors Play? Six Emperors Play? The ever-changing demon lord was momentarily taken aback, then let out a high-pitched sound. He had come across the concept of the Six Emperors Play in an ancient text, noting that every woman possessing such a fate met an exceedingly tragic end, while simultaneously giving rise to six great emperors. Qianjun and Wanma stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered by this operation. He actually believed it. He truly believed Qin Feng's nonsense. He believed that the Six Emperors Play existed in this world. I can't believe it. I have finally found someone with discerning judgment. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, astonished that trust could come from a peer. Who is this person you speak of? The ever-changing demon lord's breathing quickened. No one could resist the allure of the emperor's throne. Qin Feng proposed, why don't you write down your antidote and its formula, and I will write down the names of the individuals I know. We can exchange the formula and the antidote in one hand, while exchanging the names of those with the Six Emperors Play in the other. Excellent. The ever-changing demon lord agreed without a moment's hesitation. Only a fool would refuse such a deal. Soon, the two completed the transaction with glee, having written down the necessary notes. The throne of the emperor is mine. The ever-changing demon lord could not suppress his villainous laughter as he took the note, transforming into a swarm of bats and flying away, as if fearing Qin Feng might change his mind. Indeed, I often feel out of place among other villains due to my lack of depravity. Qin Feng shuddered involuntarily, hastily shutting down the unsettling imagery in his mind. At the same time, he silently wished for the ever-changing demon lord's success, not for the sake of any reward from Feng Chong, but solely to allow Feng Chong to experience the warmth of humanity and escape the path of darkness as soon as possible. I see. Xiaobai sat nearby, diligently taking notes, hoping to sell Qin Feng off sooner rather than later. After obtaining the useless antidote, Qianjun and Wanma immediately summoned all their strength and dashed towards the seafood market below the mountain, fearful of what strange actions might occur if they delayed. At this moment, the ever-changing demon lord confirmed that the area was deserted and, with excitement coursing through him, opened the note. Feng Chong. Who is Feng Chong? The ever-changing demon lord seemed to recall something, finally sputtering out a curse word. Chapter 85. The Blood and Tears Lesson of the Chancellor in the Yin Dynasty. In a certain city, the world appeared as a bloody canvas, with mountains of corpses scattered everywhere. Feng Chong sat cross-legged in a pool of blood, his garments tattered and hanging from him like rags, surrounded by the mountains of dead and the seas of blood, all of which were his handiwork. Since departing from the battlefield of life and death, he had succumbed to a frenzy of slaughter to gain power, believing that humanity was the finest elixir, the pinnacle of all living things. As he killed, he consumed the essence of life, losing count of how many he had slain, only aware that he was on the verge of breaking through to the Tao realm. Though this method allowed for rapid advancement, it also thickened the malevolent aura within him, as if he might lose control and become a mindless beast of slaughter at any moment. No, I cannot continue this path of killing. Feng Chang's face contorted in anguish, desperately suppressing his murderous urges. Yet a raspy voice of temptation echoed within him. Don't be so proud, don't act so noble. Since you have chosen the path of demonic cultivation, there is no turning back. Reflect on your experiences, you are tainted. Do you understand why you were humiliated by Qin Feng and abandoned by Princess Nin Feng? It is because you lack strength. You must claw your way to the top, embodying the spirit of perseverance and never giving up. Silence. Feng Chang shouted, clutching his head, refusing to heed the temptations of the old demon. He knew that the old demon, seeking to manipulate him into slaughter, was merely desperate to recover his lost energy after having his thousands of years of cultivation severed by the Sixth Tao Emperor. Additionally, the demon sought to erode his will through bloodshed, aiming to seize his body. Previously, with the relic of the Buddha, he could easily suppress this old demon. But now that it had been taken by Qin Feng, he could only rely on his willpower to resist, knowing that a moment's lapse could lead to his corruption. The old demon cackled villainously, aware that Feng Chang was nearing his limits. He was now too deeply entrenched in demonic practices to turn back. It was only a matter of time before he was overtaken, unless he could realize that the path of demonic cultivation exists solely within the concept of the Tao heart. Yet the problem was that the Tao heart's demonic seed exists only in thought. How could a mere child like him comprehend it? At that moment, the ever-changing demon lord arrived at the blood-soaked city, spotting Feng Chang screaming from a distance. Over the past few days, he had consulted numerous experts in divination after discovering Feng Chang's birth chart, and the conclusion left him trembling with shock. What Qin Feng said was indeed true. This individual is none other than the legendary Six Emperor's play. Now Feng Chang had completely succumbed to demonic practices, rampaging through the Yin dynasty, making it easy to find him. The only challenge was that Feng Chang was a man. Damn it, I'm actually hesitating between becoming an emperor and maintaining my integrity. The ever-changing demon lord slapped himself, realizing that he could not achieve the title of emperor solely based on his innate talent. Resolutely, he transformed into a shadow and swiftly charged towards Feng Chang. This is bad. There is danger. Feng Chang's expression suddenly changed, a wave of unprecedented crisis washing over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly produced a spatial teleportation talisman and tore it apart, causing his figure to vanish from the spot. Let us see where you run. The ever-changing demon lord leisurely surveyed his surroundings before swiftly locking onto Feng Chang and pursuing him. Tianhong Academy. Qin Feng arrived at Dixio, inquiring about DeLong's progress. As the opening of the Kunlun secret realm was imminent, I have already taken care of DeLong for you, but your cultivation. Dixio gazed at Qin Feng as if he had seen a ghost, utterly unable to believe his eyes. He had only been absent for a few days. Yet Qin Feng's cultivation had soared to the 9th level of Lingwu, from the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him. He was on the verge of breaking into the Tao realm. What the hell? What in the world has this guy been up to? In less than a month, he had advanced from the 1st to the 9th level of Lingwu. Even a celestial being would find it difficult to save him now. Oh, I just broke through while I had nothing to do the past few days. Qin Feng spoke as if it were a trivial matter, but to Dixio's ears, it was a different story. He felt as though he had failed to set a good example, inadvertently influencing Qin Feng to adopt a self-destructive mindset, leading him to consider reckless actions that would ruin his foundation. These are the divine weapons crafted using DeLong? Qin Feng failed to notice Dixio's self-reproach, his gaze captivated by several treasures beside Dixio. There were battle staves and massive hammers forged from dragon bones, longbows made from dragon tendons and horns, and black armor made from dragon scales, with the most striking being a piece of soft armor. It shimmered with a faint black glow, appearing soft yet incredibly sturdy. Your discerning eye is indeed remarkable. Dixio gazed at Qin Feng with a lingering sense of regret and began to introduce the exquisite soft armor. This piece of soft armor is crafted from the soft scales of a dragon's belly, combined with dragon tendons, and further enchanted with dragon blood to enhance its defensive capabilities. When worn, it can withstand the full force of a Yuandan realm cultivator strike. The mention of withstanding a full blow from a Yuandan cultivator caused Qin Feng's eyes to gleam with excitement, as he internally acknowledged its exceptional value. It is important to note that his journey into the Kunlun secret realm was restricted to prodigies under the age of 30. And achieving the Yuandan realm before turning 30 is an arduous task, bordering on impossible. This implies that with this armor, no one within the Kunlun secret realm could breach his defenses. The rest is for you, Qin Feng declared, surveying the other equipment and finding them of little use to himself, generously bestowing them upon Qianjun and Wan Ma. After all, he had learned from the Prime Minister's lessons of blood and tears that having unarmed subordinates could lead to one's own despair. Qin Feng, having absorbed the lessons from the Prime Minister's defeat at the Battle of Wan City, was determined to invest heavily in arming Qianjun and Wan Ma. Thank you, boss. The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude, feeling that Qin Feng was the best leader in the world. Qianjun chose a war spear forged from dragon bones, while Wan Ma opted for a massive heavy hammer, each complemented by a set of black armor crafted from dragon scales. Just by observing their appearances, Qin Feng felt assured about inheriting the Prime Minister's will. There was also a longbow remaining. Upon seeing it, Qin Feng immediately thought of Bai Ri, who wielded a longbow and was the first to come to Ri Fengchong, destined to become an emperor. He needed to recruit him as soon as possible and mark him with the Xiannu seal to prevent him from being led astray by Fengchong in the future. Unfortunately, his current Xiannu seal had been exhausted, and he needed to break through to the Dao realm to unlock 2 more slots. With the Kunlun secret realms opening imminent, he had to break through to the Dao realm as soon as possible. With a clear goal in mind, Qin Feng, accompanied by Qianjun and Wan Ma, returned to Chuizhu Peak to begin his seclusion and breakthrough. Dixu watched the Qin Feng se departing figure, feeling a profound sense of sorrow. Such a prodigy, how could he choose to self-destruct? It was truly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, within the palace where Lan Mo resided, an exceptionally powerful surge of energy erupted. Wonderful, Mother has emerged from seclusion. Yulan's face immediately brightened with a smile, eager to confront Qin Feng, the scoundrel. Chapter 86. A wealth of information at Chuizhu Peak. Within a small bamboo house, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in meditation. His body emanated waves of Buddhist light, accompanied by intermittent dragon roars, while a golden dragon coiled around him. The Great Wei Tianlong, unlike before, now not only radiated Buddhist light, but also exuded a formidable dragon might, its power magnified many times over. Is it safe for the boss to break through like this? Qianjun, standing guard outside, wore a look of deep concern. Ever since Qin Feng was personally designated as the 3rd Holy Son by the 6 Paths Emperor, Chuizhu Peak had become lively, with numerous individuals volunteering to follow him. However, once word spread of Qin Feng's continuous breakthroughs, they witnessed the harsh realities of the world. Even the 2 Holy Sons from Tianhong Academy ceased to regard Qin Feng with any seriousness, leaving him to fend for himself at Chuizhu Peak. It's fine. Wan Ma's eyes were filled with unwavering confidence, believing wholeheartedly in Qin Feng. His young master had dared to take decisive actions at the tender age of 8, bearing the scorn of the ages as he left the Qin family to venture into the Yin dynasty alone. He would never engage in such self-destructive behavior. Boom! A deep rumble resonated from within the bamboo house, and a terrifying aura began to uncontrollably surge forth. He has broken through to the Dao realm. Qianjun and Wan Ma exchanged incredulous glances, clearly sensing that Qin Feng's spiritual energy was extraordinarily robust, displaying no signs of instability. His foundation was even more solid than they had ever imagined. How is this possible? Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how Qin Feng had achieved such a feat. To break through from the first level of Lingwu to the first level of Dao within a month while maintaining a stable foundation was unprecedented, even in the entirety of the ancient world. With a deep breath, Qin Feng opened his eyes, retracting the overwhelming aura back within. Following his breakthrough to the Dao realm, his combat power had increased exponentially, and he had gained nearly 1,000 years of lifespan, further solidifying his connection with the Chongkong Divine Sword. According to the 10 ancestors, the Chongkong Divine Sword possessed a spirit, which explained his ability to wield it even in the Kaiyuan realm. Now, with his cultivation having reached the Dao realm, controlling the Chongkong Divine Sword felt effortless. He could easily manipulate its size and soar through the skies upon it. Rise! Qin Feng formed a hand gesture, urging the Chongkong Divine Sword with a firm push. The sword responded with a humming sound, transforming into a flying sword that hovered before him. Finally, it could fly. Qin Feng eagerly leaped onto the flying sword, and with a whoosh, He soared out of the bamboo house. He soon realized, however, that his spiritual energy was depleting rapidly with his current first-level Tao cultivation. He could only fly for half an hour at most. Now I understand why so many Tao cultivators no longer use flying swords. After enjoying a brief flight, Qin Feng returned to the bamboo house, only to find visitors had arrived. Along with Yu Shun and Zi Yuan, Yulan had brought a remarkably elegant and voluptuous woman, whose powerful aura made Qianjun and Wan Ma tremble in fear. It was clear that she was Lan Mo, one of the four great beauties of the ancient world. After enduring nearly a month of being bullied by Qin Feng, Yulan had been eagerly waiting for her mother to emerge from seclusion, unwilling to delay any longer in bringing her to Cuizhu Peak to settle scores. Upon hearing the news of Lan Mo's emergence, Yu Shun hurriedly brought Zi Yuan along to secure a good position, preparing snacks and fine wine to welcome her. Dao realm. Yu Shun furrowed her brows, feeling that it was too rapid. She had recently heard rumors about Qin Feng's frenzied breakthroughs, and initially thought it was mere exaggeration. With Qin Feng's cautious demeanor, how could he suddenly disregard his foundation and rush through? Yet, who could have imagined it was true? In less than a month, he had indeed broken through to the Dao realm. Mother, this is Qin Feng. Yulan glared at Qin Feng, her expression filled with indignation, as if to convey that he was doomed this time. However, she evidently underestimated Qin Feng's thick skin. He approached Lan Mo without a hint of unease, affectionately wrapping his arms around her waist. Lan Baobao, you're so mischievous. Why didn't you tell me in advance that our mother was coming? Lan Baobao. Yulan was taken aback, quickly raising her hand to swat away Qin Feng's playful advance. What's going on? Lan Mo stood dumbfounded. She had expected her precious daughter to be bullied by a boy named Qin Feng, yet what she witnessed instead resembled a couple squabbling. Yu Shun was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend how the two, seemingly at odds, had developed such an unusual rapport. Logically speaking, with the way Qin Feng had bullied Yulan, she should despise him. Could it be that Lan Mo's daughter had some peculiar preferences? He even called her Bao Bao. Zi Yuan's face turned sour as she scanned the surroundings for the presence of Xiao Bai. Still angry, are we? Qin Feng continued his performance, looking at Yulan with an expression of helplessness. I already told you, Zi Yuan and I are childhood friends. Even if you wish to repay me for saving your life in the life-and-death elimination round, you can only consider becoming a concubine at most. Who would want to be your concubine? Yulan exclaimed, her temper flaring as she insisted that Qin Feng was talking nonsense. What did he mean by that? Did childhood friends equate to wives? Zi Yuan's cheeks flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer. One would have thought that having grown up together, Qin Feng held no romantic feelings for her, and that her affections were merely one-sided. Little did she realize that her standing in his heart was so significant. What was the point of being a mere concubine? Qin Feng took her small hand, adopting a serious demeanor, and assured her, fear not, I, Qin Feng, am a responsible man. The removal of clothing was only a necessity during the process of detoxification, and regarding the undergarment you gifted me as a token of affection, I shall keep it a secret and never divulge it to outsiders. Lan Mo was utterly stunned, overwhelmed by the weight of this revelation. What on earth was this? While the act of undressing for detoxification could be understood, gifting an undergarment as a token of love was beyond her comprehension. She had always raised her daughter as a refined lady, and it was shocking to discover such wild behavior behind her back. Coughing lightly, she reminded herself that as a nurturing mother, she should not pry into her daughter's interests and hobbies. Who gave you an undergarment as a token of affection? Yulan exclaimed in exasperation, taken aback by Qin Feng's shamelessness. Where are these? Without waiting for Yulan to finish, Qin Feng waved his hand, producing a handful of undergarments. As Yulan's biological mother, Lan Mo instantly recognized her daughter's handiwork, confirming that these indeed belonged to Yulan. Alas, one cannot keep a daughter forever. Lan Montauk Zaitiavidi. She had initially thought her precious daughter was being bullied and had come to confront the offender, only to find out that her daughter had lured her here to witness a romantic spectacle. Qin Feng glanced at the flustered Yulan, noticing her unwillingness to call him baby, and decided to compel her to do so. You are mistaken. It was he who stole them. Iulan et Golim. Her chest heaving with indignation as she rushed to complain to Lan Mo. No explanation was needed. As a mother who had once been young, she understood. Before Yulan could elaborate, Lan Mo wore a knowing smile, soothing her daughter while scrutinizing Qin Feng with the gaze of a discerning mother-in-law. The renowned genius of the ancient world, she had certainly heard of him, although she had been in seclusion and missed witnessing Qin Feng's prowess in the life-and-death elimination competition. She had heard tales of his remarkable feats, slaying a great dragon, battling the disciples of the Emperor of Heaven, and triumphing over countless foes, all while being bestowed the title of Holy Son by the Six Paths Emperor. Most importantly, he was the legitimate heir of the foremost family of the ancient world. Even if Qin Feng had fallen out with the Qin family, given his talents, his return was merely a matter of time. In her eyes, he epitomized the ideal son-in-law, and thus she wholeheartedly supported this union. As for the impoverished boy her daughter had encountered in her youth, she had never found a single redeeming quality in him. Would he know to agree? Yulan felt utterly exasperated, questioning whether this woman was truly her mother. What kind of mother would marry her beloved daughter to a scoundrel, especially the most notorious one in the ancient world? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the chosen daughter of heaven and gaining her mother's preliminary approval, earning 100,000 villain points. Courting her? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, pondering when the next victim, chosen one, would make an appearance. The moon goddess found herself increasingly bewildered. She had come to witness Lan Mo's furious reaction upon learning that her daughter had been bullied, yet now she appeared more like a satisfied mother-in-law. Moreover, wasn't Qin Feng the boy who had vowed to marry her since childhood? What was he implying by seeking both Ziyuan and Yulan as his wives? Such a scoundrel. Do not be oblivious to your blessings. Lan Mo shot a captivating glance at Yulan, as if to say that had she not been born earlier, the title of the ancient world's greatest genius would not have been bestowed upon this young girl, as she herself would have seized it. However, Lan Mo's tone shifted as she coldly declared, "My daughter, Lan Mo, will never be a concubine." Both she and the moon goddess were among the four great beauties of the ancient world, with their strengths being nearly equal. The only difference being the lack of ancestral Xuanwu. Yet this did not diminish her status in the Moon dynasty, where she ranked among the top 5. To have her daughter serve as a concubine would tarnish her own reputation. The moon goddess, as her longtime rival, would undoubtedly oppose such a notion. Qin Feng, sensing the mounting tension, glanced at the moon goddess, shifting the pressure onto her. Why am I being dragged into this? The moon goddess was momentarily stunned, inwardly cursing Qin Feng for being a little rascal. His proclamations of childhood love for Ziyuan and intentions to take Yulan as a concubine seemed merely to stoke the flames of conflict between her and Lan Mo. Is that so? Lan Mo narrowed her eyes at the moon goddess, as if to say she could easily persuade her to agree. Do you truly think I fear you? Their tempers flared, and soon both women floated into the air, their gazes clashing like thunderbolts, creating a suffocating atmosphere around them. Now it's my turn to enjoy the show. Qin Feng settled into the seat originally meant for the moon goddess, indulging in the fruits and wine she had prepared, while also drawing the unsuspecting Ziyuan closer. As the innocent Ziyuan reveled in the joy of being Qin Feng's bride, she was entirely unresistant to his advances. Meanwhile, Yulan was infuriated, declaring that she had never encountered someone so audacious. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for causing the chosen daughter of heaven to feel vexation, earning 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng began to ponder deeply. As a gentleman of Confucian values, should he not step forward to comfort Yulan? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth, a powerful force capable of overwhelming the very fabric of existence. A low growl erupted, heralding the emergence of the moon goddess's ancestral Xuanwu, cloaking the sky in shadow, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. Another deafening roar reverberated as a white tiger tore through the void, its menacing aura filling the air, as if a god of slaughter had descended. This white tiger was a beast that Lan Mo had painstakingly tamed, although not ancestral. Its combat prowess was still formidable, with the potential to surpass the Xuanwu in time. Divine beast, white tiger. The onlookers gasped in awe, trembling under the pressure exerted by the two divine beasts. Is this truly the legendary white tiger? Qin Feng looked up at the majestic creature, noting how it differed entirely from what he had seen online. Around them, the crowd remained calm, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. In their memories, these two often quarreled over trivial matters, and their battles could last an entire day. What could possibly be the cause of their conflict this time? It seemed to stem from Qin Feng's Chuizhu Peak, likely related to him. The third holy son, Qin Feng, hadn't he already been rendered useless? Although he was indeed considered a failure, he still had his uses. It was true that he might be a bit disreputable, but he was certainly a prime specimen for breeding. The next generation, inheriting even a fraction of his abilities, could greatly bolster the Qin Moon dynasty. Rumor had it that various factions within the Qin Moon dynasty were planning to capture Qin Feng and force him to father offspring with several hundred sows. This was a righteous act, and we must support it. Now that you mention it, I cannot leave. Please elaborate further. Just as the moon goddess and Lan Mo prepared for a fierce clash, the authoritative voice of the Six Paths Emperor rang out, declaring that it was not the time for their quarrel, as the Kunlun's secret realm would open in 5 days. Not only did the moon god and the blue demon lose their composure on the spot, but all the major forces of the Qin dynasty also became unsettled, transforming into streaks of colorful light as they hastened towards the palace of the Six Paths Emperor for a conference. Is this truly the end? Qin Feng stood dumbfounded in place, silently retrieving his small notebook. On a certain day, the Six Paths Emperor intervened to prevent a conflict between the blue demon and the moon god, depriving me of the opportunity to witness a duel among masters, thus necessitating compensation of 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Xiao unexpectedly emerged from an unknown location, also taking out her notebook to jot down. On a certain day, Qin Feng instigated a confrontation between the moon god and the blue demon, causing me, the rabbit, to be unable to sleep, thus requiring compensation of 10 carats. At that moment, a swarm of bats flew into the bamboo grove of Chuizhu Peak. It was evident without looking that the shape-shifting demon king had arrived. Here he comes again. Qian Jun and Wan Ma, well aware that such base lies would eventually be unraveled, hurriedly drew their weapons to buy Qin Feng some time. One must admit that the shape-shifting demon king indeed knows how to choose his timing, with the moon god and the blue demon, along with other powerful figures. Attending a meeting at the Six Paths Emperor's palace, he could act without restraint. What is there to fear? Qin Feng still regarded the shape-shifting demon king with disdain, contemplating using his causal divine skill to compel Qian Jun and Wan Ma to adopt the name Lu Bu and acknowledge him as their adoptive father. Chapter 88. The Chosen One in Action. The shape-shifting demon king. Zi Yuan and Yu Lan's expressions changed dramatically as they quickly drew their weapons, becoming alert. They had heard of the shape-shifting demon king. Although he was not considered a major villain, he certainly was not a paragon of virtue, often using his superior cultivation to bully younger generations, never engaging with those of equal rank. Do not be tense. I harbor no ill will. The shape-shifting demon king revealed his true form, still cloaked in a black robe that concealed his face. No ill will. Qian Jun and Wan Ma did not dare to relax their vigilance, remaining on high alert with their new equipment at the ready. Drawing upon a decade of experience as a bookworm, Qin Feng inquired, "You are not truly seeking Feng Chong, are you?" After suffering a significant setback at his hands, "You now come to me for assistance? How did you know?" The shape-shifting demon king was astounded, suspecting that Qin Feng possessed a mastery of divination. Initially, he had prepared to cast aside his integrity in pursuit of the position of emperor, but little did he know that a mere entry-level cultivator would prove so troublesome. Just when he thought he was close to capturing him, unforeseen circumstances would invariably arise. Whether it was encountering powerful pursuers from the Qin dynasty or having a master pass by to rescue Feng Chong. Even when he transformed into an unparalleled beauty, Feng Chong did not remain indifferent, leading him to question whether Feng Chong harbored peculiar preferences. He even went so far as to assume Qin Feng's form, which indeed elicited a reaction from Feng Chong. Unfortunately, Feng Chong was possessed by an ancient demon. Despite having his cultivation diminished by the Six Paths Emperor for 10,000 years, he still possessed the strength to overpower him. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have been countered by Feng Chong. However, he could not simply abandon the endeavor and, thus approached Qin Feng with a mindset of experimentation. What? Qianjun and Wan Ma were momentarily stunned. They had assumed the shape-shifting Demon King returned because his deceitful lies had been exposed. Yet it appeared he truly believed in the existence of 6 emperors and had taken action for this belief. Was he genuinely pursuing the title of emperor? Or was he using it as a facade to mask his peculiar inclinations? Truly remarkable. Qin Feng could not help but give him a thumbs up, retreating a few steps to maintain a safe distance from the eccentric antagonist. Simultaneously, he silently mourned for Feng Chong for 3 minutes, asserting that none of this concerned him. He had not anticipated that the shape-shifting Demon King would be so inclined. Nevertheless, these so-called chosen ones possessed immense fortune. They had always invaded the realms of others, and attempting to invade their worlds was an endeavor fraught with challenges. Impatiently, the shape-shifting Demon King remarked, "Enough with the pleasantries. I wish to know if you have any means to assist me. There are methods available." Qin Feng, still under duress, replied, "But what treasure will you offer in exchange?" "Exchange for treasure?" The shape-shifting Demon King's expression shifted continuously as he pondered whether to barter with a treasure or to simply capture Qin Feng and compel him to divulge the method with a whip and candles. No, Qin Feng appeared far too composed. He had encountered Qin Feng 3 times prior. Though his behavior seemed nonsensical, it exuded an air of mysterious confidence, as if he held a trump card capable of obliterating everything. Moreover, if Feng Chong was so difficult to deal with, this ancient prodigy would surely be even more formidable. Ultimately, the shape-shifting Demon King dared not take action. Instead, he inquired, "What do you desire?" "I want you," Qin Feng stated plainly. "I require you to serve me for a century, and I guarantee you will be able to achieve your ambitions." "A century? Impossible." The shape-shifting Demon King shook his head vigorously, declaring, "At most, I can agree to obey you for 3 years. A century is absolutely out of the question." "Very well, it's a deal." As soon as the shape-shifting Demon King finished speaking, Qin Feng readily agreed. "What?" The shape-shifting Demon King was left dumbfounded, genuinely unable to comprehend Qin Feng's actions. He had anticipated that Qin Feng would haggle with him. His ideal duration was around 50 years. Yet as soon as he proposed 3 years, Qin Feng agreed without hesitation. In truth, for Qin Feng, whether it was a century or merely a day made no difference. Once he marked him with the immortal slave seal, it would bind him for eternity, compelling him to comply with any transformation mandated by Qin Feng. Now that he had broken through to the first level of entry, he successfully unlocked 2 immortal slave seals. At this moment, the shape-shifting Demon King's breath quickened as he watched Qin Feng conjure an immortal slave seal. It was now common knowledge that Qin Feng had enhanced Qianjun and Wan Ma's combat power by 5-fold during the life-and-death elimination rounds, and there had been no discernible side effects. If this seal were also beneficial to him, he would be open to negotiation regarding the duration. Qin Feng, however, paid no heed to the shape-shifting Demon King's desire and instead turned his attention to Yulan. Rather than granting a single opportunity to the shape-shifting Demon King, he would prefer to bestow the immortal slave seal upon Yulan, the chosen maiden, believing that doing so would yield abundant rewards. Naturally, the prerequisite was that she must be willing. Yulan scoffed and turned to leave Chuizhu Peak, though she was tempted by the prospect of quintupled combat power. Based on her understanding of Qin Feng, she knew he might profit, but she would certainly incur losses. What a pity, Qin Feng sighed, resigning himself to placing the seal on the shape-shifting Demon King. Since the shape-shifting Demon King harbored no resistance at this moment, the immortal slave seal was effortlessly marked upon him. With such a level of intellect, he could bid farewell to his bicycle. Qin Feng had not anticipated that the shape-shifting Demon King would be so easily deceived, almost swelling his own pride. What kind of seal is this? It is utterly incredible. The shape-shifting Demon King stared in disbelief, keenly sensing his combat power soaring exponentially. He had assumed that the seal would only provide a minor boost, given the vast difference in their cultivations. Yet he was astonished to discover that it, like Qianjun and Wan Ma, had directly quintupled his combat power. Not only had his combat power increased 5-fold, but his physical body, speed, defense, and strength had all been enhanced 5-fold as well. In that moment, The shape-shifting demon king underwent a transformation in mindset. From now on, he would never permit anyone to speak to him loudly, not even that wretched Qin Feng. As soon as the thought crossed the shape-shifting demon king's mind, he felt a surge of flames scorching his soul, causing him to clutch his head and roll on the ground in agony. What is happening? Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged confused glances, recalling that they had not experienced anything like this. Surely, they were merely celebrating. Qin Feng casually remarked, preparing to seek out Bai Ri to deliver warmth. He is still able to utilize a Xian Nu Fain, and as the first person whose future has been altered, it is imperative to imprint the Xian Nu Fain upon him before he fully matures. Singing in celebration, Qian Jun and Wan Ma stood frozen in place, appearing to be engaged in a form of shamanistic dance. Was it their lack of artistic appreciation, or merely the ants of the earth who fail to comprehend the seagulls soaring across the horizon? At this moment, the major factions of the Huanggu world had already received word that the Kunlun Secret Realm would open in 5 days. Kunlun's Secret Realm. Feng Chang stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, an overwhelming aura of malevolence swirling around him. He possessed an intense premonition that within the Kunlun Secret Realm lay a fortuitous opportunity meant for him. If he could seize it, he would triumph over all the other prodigies and trample upon that despicable Qin Feng. From henceforth, the Huanggu world would be his dominion. Who would dare to offer Feng Chang a cigarette? Is it finally about to commence? The ethereal figure beside Qin Hao, an elderly man, stroked his beard, sensing that it was time for Qin Hao to venture forth. Remaining confined within the walls of his home was not a viable option. True strength requires the tempering of blood and fire. Brother Qin, you will go, won't you? Meanwhile, Lin San, who was traveling abroad, turned his gaze toward the Moon God Palace, renowned as the foremost swordsman a century hence. He had devoted the past 7 years to arduous sword training ever since being bested by Qin Feng, and he was now eager to confront him in a duel. Chapter 89. Survive, I must survive. Kulme, kulme, kulme. Bark like a dog, and I shall reward you with food. A group of street rascals laughed boisterously before a beggar, waving a chicken leg tantalizingly before him. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the beggar was none other than Bai Ri, whom Qin Feng could not forget. At that moment, Bai Ri gazed at the chicken leg before him, his thoughts drifting back to approximately a month ago, just after the life-and-death elimination round had concluded. Within the Bai family estate, a group of indifferent elders sat in the ancestral hall, all of whom were esteemed elders of the Bai clan, holding significant sway. Below them knelt Bai Ri, his gaze devoid of emotion. Ever since he had endured the life-and-death elimination round, both his body and spirit had suffered unprecedented trauma. He had anticipated warmth and concern from his family upon returning home, yet they resented him for not perishing in the elimination round, regarding him as a source of great shame that had turned the Bai family into a laughingstock throughout the Inu dynasty. Bai, you have brought immense disgrace upon the Bai family. Today we, the elders, have unanimously decided to execute the clan's laws. Your cultivation shall be stripped, and you will be expelled from the Bai family. What? Bai Ri felt as though he had been struck by lightning, hardly able to believe his ears. He was the true victim in this ordeal. Yet, instead of receiving consolation, he was subjected to further harm. Without his cultivation, how could he survive in the Huanggu world? No one paid heed to Bai Ri's anguish as several burly men seized him and forced him to the ground. No, no. Bai Ri struggled desperately, terror etched across his face, unwilling to become a discarded shell of his former self. In the end, Bai Ri could not escape, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. His dantian was shattered by a single blow, and his spiritual power dissipated like a deflated balloon, plunging his aura to an absolute low, rendering him utterly powerless. With a resounding thud, Bai Ri was unceremoniously cast out of the Bai family, unable to stand, akin to a limp shrimp. Is this not Bai Ri of the Bai family? The Bai family is ruthless, stripping him of his cultivation and expelling him. It is not surprising. Which family could endure such disgrace? Sacrificing one to preserve the family's reputation. The Bai family has committed no wrongdoing. A farce indeed. A life has truly been sacrificed. But has their reputation been preserved? Bystanders pointed and whispered at Bai Ri, their words cutting him deeply. He was unwilling to accept this. He refused to be a waste. Everything the Bai family had done to him today, he would repay tenfold. Yet, ideals are often grand, while reality is brutally harsh. In the days that followed, Bai Ri lived like a beggar, curled up in an alley like a dog, surrendering his dignity for scraps of food. I must survive. I absolutely must survive. Bai Ri continually reassured himself, for only by living could he harbor hope. Woof woof. Bai Ri suppressed his humiliation, lying on the ground and barking like a dog. He is actually barking like a dog. The once promising prodigy of the Bai family is reduced to this. The street rascals reveled in their newfound amusement, their laughter echoing through the alley. Is it truly so amusing? A cold voice resonated through the alley, and Qin Feng appeared. A small white rabbit munching on a carrot perched on his shoulder, accompanied by Qian Jun and Wan Ma, along with a mentally tormented Bien Bien Mo Jun. At that moment, Bien Bien Mo Jun stood cautiously behind Qin Feng, ears perked up, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead him to experience that exhilarating agony once more. Qin Feng. Bai Ri looked up in astonishment at Qin Feng, evidently surprised by his presence here. He harbored complex feelings toward Qin Feng. The architect of his current plight was Qin Feng, yet the deepest wounds were inflicted by Feng Chang and the Bai family. You are Qin Feng, the third holy son. Qin Feng. The street rascals paused, their expressions shifting as they curiously scrutinized Qin Feng. Perhaps they did not recognize the third holy son of the Yin dynasty, but they had undoubtedly heard of Qin Feng's shameless deeds and his audacious rabbit. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "To see me with such expressions. Have you not heard the saying of Confucius? It is not a shame to ask questions of those beneath you." What does that mean? Bien Bien Mo Jun was immediately flustered, admitting he had never heard of it. Van ma whispered. The translated meaning is that it is not shameful to inquire of the boss. They may ask questions below. I understand now. Ha ha ha. Insects prepare to perish. Bien Bien Mo Jun eagerly transformed into a swarm of bats and charged toward the street rascals. No, don't come near. The street rascals cried out in terror, only to be swept away by the bats. I have arrived a moment too late. Qin Feng approached Bai Ri and squatted down beside him, showing no concern for his stripped cultivation. Drawing on his decade of experience as an avid reader, he recognized that Bai Ri's fate had begun to shift. To attain the status of an emperor, one must endure a tragic tale worthy of song. Otherwise, one would feel embarrassed to greet others. With a grand gesture, he retrieved a dragon horn bow from his spatial pocket, crafted by the hands of the renowned Di Xiu from the Huang Gu Four Talents. The bow glimmered with radiant light, and its string, made from dragon tendons, could conjure invisible energy arrows. Additionally,